though she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
Hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth though she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
Hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, six though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry merry vein, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
Hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay.
and indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, he covered an acre of land.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
As I was going over Kilgarry Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Musha ring da ma do da ma da, back for my daddy o, back for.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 25, day number 2 of the group stage. It is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire, joining you for some lovely highlights of yesterday. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had an excellent day 1 to kick things off here on the Ember stream, of course. Not many big surprises. Perhaps the biggest one is that Shopify are actually doing well, and maybe a little bit of a rougher time for Team Falcons being a little bit lower. Of course, on our stream, we didn't quite catch that. We did see a very quick series that we should be seeing in the highlights. Paravision versus Team Spirit. I heard a little bit of that cast at the late night. Aries was asking Trent, you said this would be the most competitive match. That series was a bloody fast one. I think it only went 19 minutes and 25 minutes overall. So not quite the longest, and our highlights were also quite compressed there, an exact 47 seconds, Mikey. But back for day 2, we've got some great excitement lined up for us in this stream. Of course, our first series overall, it's going to be great to watch. Falcons up against Extreme Gaming. That should be fun. You know, we've seen Falcons in these kinds of situations before, where day 1 goes a little bit rocky, but day 2, day 3, day 4, they start to clean up. We'll see if that's the same case here, I guess.
Yeah, we shall see indeed, Jonathan. A lovely day of some Dota 2 action here for DreamLeague Season 25 in for today. My goodness, I can't wait to get it underway. I can't even believe I didn't quite catch. And I guess we can talk about it. I mean, Paravision vs. Spirit, you just talked about it, but it was quite a one-sided affair from what I just saw. My goodness. Yatoro being back, they finally got rid of that Radan guy, and you see what happened, Jonathan. My God.
Yeah,
Here's the teams, by the way, for DreamLeague Season 25, and there they are. They're gone. Tournament explainer, Jonathan. 16 teams, we get rid of 8 of them. We don't want the losers, right? From 8 to 4, we don't want those 4 losers either. We only care about winners here at DreamLeague Season 25.
That we do. And it's a brutal one with the 2 group stages, of course. 2-game series to kick us off. Best of 3s into group stage number 2. And of course, we've got our EPT point distribution here for DreamLeague Season 25. 18,550 points on the line for this tour. More points as the tours get closer into that Esports World Cup, and all of those teams fighting for those great points as well. Wanting that free ticket into the Esports World Cup. We can look at our leaderboard so far. Paravision again in the lead with 7,000 off of their performance on ESL 1 Bangkok, BetBoom, Falcons, Liquid, Team Spirit, Avulus, Tundra, and Enigma behind by a significant amount. And then the other ones outside of the top 8 are the ones trying to chase that spot in. So Shopify, off of that strong start, could find themselves with enough to, say, jump over Enigma. Maybe if Boom has a surprising performance as well, we can see them climb up. Gaming, I think everyone's going to be looking at to start to reel their way in there as well into the top 8. We shall see, of course, off the back of this. And I believe we can look at some of the distributions that can come out for those points as well, and our prize pools later on. We do have our point distribution here. First place getting 4,200. The lion's share of EPT points. Second place, not too bad off, just 700 behind at 3.5k. And of course, we do have our bonuses for group stage placements as well, with first place in group stage 1 getting 420, second and third also getting away with 210 and 105 extra points. So very important for you to kind of be in the upper echelon in your group. Same thing for group stage number 2, where first place will get another 420 points. So every single part of the performance and every stage of the tournament does count for a lot. And of course, we've got our prize pool distribution here as well. We have our prize money for the players and the club reward for placement as well, with the lion's share of 250,000 going to first place, along with those EPT points and the 40,000 club reward. So there's a little bit of something for everyone, going all the way down to 16th. But of course, if you're 16th, you're not getting much EPT points. You're not getting much of that prize pool. Your shot at the Esports World Cup isn't that great, and you're going to have to double time it in other events if you want to be in that top 8 to get that ticket into the Esports World Cup.
No, you absolutely do, Jonathan. Again, we don't have time for any losing teams here. We only care about winning teams, and that's what we're hopefully going to see today, is 2 winning teams in our series. We are going to see the current group stage standings, Jonathan. And I'll be frank, I know we're casting Team Falcons here today right now against Extreme Gaming, but I really wouldn't have anticipated they'd be 5th place after day 1. Now, I know they're a team that tends to have a slow start. I know you just said it, but it still kind of shocks me that they ended up getting 1 loss, 1 draw on day 1.
And to be fair, they did play up against Tundra, right? And Tundra has been looking hot with Iracho on hand. Looks like the team has a lot figured out. They've been pioneering a lot of the builds that we've been seeing in the picks. And BetBoom isn't an easy opponent either for the side of Falcons to face up against, managing to get a draw. So maybe with those two big opponents out of the way, this group stage starts to simplify a little bit for the side of Team Falcons. Who knows? Extreme Gaming hasn't found a win yet, so they have an opportunity to climb up. For Group B, though, Team Spirit, first place, winning everything yesterday in very dominant fashion. Again, pretty much no surprises. I think a lot of people had some great expectations for the Spirit roster coming in, but maybe the bigger surprise is Paravision, right? Like, it's not looking too hot for Paravision right now after their spectacular performance in the last EPT tournament, being ESL 1 Bangkok. They had a bit of a roster change with Satanic coming in, and it does look like they're going through a little bit of a figuring it out process at the moment. Of course, we don't need to mention Southeast Asia because, hey, when is that relevant? As we do got our schedule for today. Falcons up Extreme lined up first for us, and then Avulus up against Team Spirit, followed by Falcons versus Heroic. So it's a double treat of Falcons on this stream. Closing out with Boom Esports versus Team Spirit, which used to be very competitive. You know, we saw that at the old TI when Boom managed to get to TI. I'm not sure about now, so we'll have to see if later on in the day if Boom Esports can rally. But what a set of games today. Like, this Team Falcons up against Extreme Gaming match lined up for us. Again, this does not feel like it's going to be a close one. I'll be just saying it. I think Extreme Gaming's having a little bit of a rough time. You could argue the same for Team Falcons, sure, but like, Falcons has this pedigree behind them. Falcons has this consistent performance throughout the year that we know they bring out. And Falcons have just been probably one of the most disciplined or very consistent teams throughout, not just the EPT, but pretty much in the entire Dota competitive scene for almost the past 2 years since their inception. So I just really favor Falcons coming in. Again, first day of group stages look rough, but they did have to play up against Tundra. They took a draw against BetBoom. I think up against Extreme, unless Extreme does something very different, I'm not expecting too much surprises here from Falcons.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a rough day here for Extreme Gaming. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, you are looking at the very handsome faces of these lads here on Extreme. And yeah, this is a team where I feel like there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of good ideas coming out from these boys. But at the very least, from what we saw yesterday, it was a bit of a stream. It wasn't the cleanest time for Extreme Gaming. Again, they had some moments where it was like, oh, they look pretty good. This could be the team fight that makes them turn the game. But overall, turns out it wasn't. Sadly, Jonathan, and well, that was most of yesterday. Hopefully today, though, they'll be able to get some good games going up against Team Falcons, who, again, after day one, appear to be struggling somewhat. But then again, it's Team Falcons. Chances are they're gonna see the standings. It's day 2, guys. We gotta fix things up a little bit. We gotta get up to that top 4 placement to ensure we're safe. And of course, they are fighting for their chance at the Esports World Championship. So every single game really does matter right now.
That it does. And speaking of course, we were talking about Extreme. We've got a little bit of a spotlight between some of the players on Extreme and the side of Falcons, and we've decided to go with a pretty interesting highlight here for both sides. Of course, we're looking at the Offlanes. So we'll take a look, a little bit of an investigation into their all chat. And I just want to point it out, I asked around, what's New's attitude like in pubs? I got feedbacks like he's actually pretty chill. He doesn't really do much. I asked literally everyone about these random foreign languages here. As you can see, it's all variations on Shiro. For whatever reason, New has always just enjoyed calling out Shiro every single time he plays. But otherwise, you look at this word map, Mikey. It's not much, right? Like, it's not much of trash talk whatsoever here from New. It's very clean. Now, we compare that to the offlane of Falcons. And, there's a certain reputation there for Amar. And you can look at that. We have a couple of blurred words right in front of you. The biggest word out there is you and GG along with AFK. Mind you, I've narrowed this down to just 7.37 because this is his entire all chat, right? From his all recorded games. I narrowed it down to 7.37. It's not much better. The only difference is that Malgren and Skitter's names show up a little bit more for whatever reason. So... Okay. I think it's just an interesting facet, like it feels like right now the offlanes tends to get that explosive momentum. Maybe they're a little bit more passive in laning phase outside of just trading and winning out as much as possible. They get some farm and then they set the tempo for the team like 15 minutes past when they have their first major item. So you kind of want that attitude of just being in control, of having like, an explosive attitude. Amar certainly has that. New is a lot more calm and collected. I thought it's just an interesting thing to look at, whether or not Amar also just cleaned up. Apparently, from 7.37 all chat, from the 200 days we've had in this patch, it hasn't really changed much. So, it's Amar. It's classic Amar. Dota changes a person.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I appreciated the looking at the words, especially ATF. You know, I saw the word cry in there. I saw a couple of swear words that were blurred out. I saw trash. I saw practice. And there he is. Look at him. You may not like it, but that's peak Dota 2 performance right now. That's him. He's the guy.
That it is. He is the guy. And, you know, we'll see what they do bring out for Amar here down the line. I do like these bans from Falcons, as we're seeing already. They take care of the Alchemist. They ban out this PA that just gets first picked and just wins you games anyhow. The side of Extreme Gaming do ban out the Magnus and the Pangolier, leaving a couple of options still there for Amar. Actually, a ton of options. He's pulled out stuff like the Viper. There's stuff like Abaddon still in the pool if Falcons don't ban it out. Stuff like Phoenix is still in the pool as well. Still prioritize the Gyrocopter ban on top. And again, at the very least, we're not going to see the PA. That has felt like really the story of the tournament, just first pick PA and just not being counteracted, or last picking PA and still being happy. They do take care of the Invoker as well here from Falcons. So for the side of Extreme, well, you take care of. Phoenix is still in the pool. Nyx, Dawnbreaker is still there, surprisingly enough. And that also feels like top tier options for either side. Extreme does have first pick overall, so they can kind of try to sneak away with, say, Nyx if they so feel like, if they don't ban it out, and kind of leave the Dawnbreaker open as well, because Dawnbreaker into Nyx never feels good with Spike Carapace on. So Extreme could just opt to not touch that combination whatsoever. Maybe think about something like the Bristleback, or say the Lycan could be a couple of things to consider for this last ban as well for Extreme. Maybe something like the Doom. We've seen that also consistently banned out. Wouldn't be too bad to take those away from Amar as well.
We'll get rid of the Bounty Hunter. Extreme Gaming, first pick to be made. They do have the option to just first pick Dawn if they want. We saw a new play yesterday. In fact, they're going to go for the Phoenix first, which is fair enough. That's a support that we've been seeing a lot more of. Team Falcons, do they want to prioritize something like a Dawnbreaker? Do they care? We'll find out very soon.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some interesting counter synergies with Phoenix and Dawnbreaker with a Force Daytime. So there is a little bit of benefit for Falcons in that. And Nyx Assassin still on hand if you kind of want that. Also kind of takes care of Phoenix outside of the egg, but a lot of AoE damage. That Spike Carapace is very nice to just stop him from his dives as well. So maybe a Nyx could fit in here for Falcons if they so wish. We'll go to Dawnbreaker first, so they do go for that priority you mentioned. And again, you get that counter synergy going. Egg, Force Daytime. At nighttime, Egg will give you a little bit of extra to play into for Falcons. Maybe allows you to look for the backline instead of focusing on the Egg as well. And it's just a very stable lane that can come out here for Omar. Although there is some flex, I don't expect them to kind of run this pause one for Malgreen anytime soon. Or for Skitter, so it should be just a stable off lane here for Omar. Curious to see if something like the Nyx is allowed true, and Extreme Gaming will be the one to ban it out to protect their Phoenix, but that also just gives you a very free Dawnbreaker game on the side of Falcons, as that's the one support that can maybe stop the Solar Guardian from being highly effective.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see that Extreme are the ones to ban out the Nyx. Like, I appreciate that it does ruin Phoenix as well, but against Dawnbreaker, it's tough. I mean, I suppose in fairness, Team Falcons would have had the pick to make, so they could have just taken it for themselves, I do believe, before Extreme could have anyway. But yeah, I mean, interesting choices here being made by either side as Team Falcons, one last ban to be made before we can continue with these drafts, of course.
5 seconds.
Still got a lot of options as well. What's that, John?
It's a bit surprising that the Bristleback and Abaddon are just completely ignored here. Right, like maybe it doesn't fit into Falcons as well, considering you already have the Dawnbreaker on hand, but it just feels like these highly durable heroes could kind of slot in for both sides. Like Extreme Gaming can utilize this Phoenix focusing on the Sunray with like an Abaddon up front or a Bristleback up front, and you get a lot of big benefits from that. For Falcons, picking them into the Phoenix can be a little bit rougher. We've seen Sunray damage just kind of ruin these heroes as well, and they'll just keep on that focus. Just take away the Monkey King, leave these two options open. Could be a decent enough time for them to kind of consider that for Skitter perhaps if they want to, but probably looking at the supports. Into the Phoenix, again, we've seen maybe a little bit more Shadow Shaman, stuff like Lich is still available as well. So you can kind of go for that route and just adding durability. Shadow Demon Slayer, although it's not been as popular, but certainly still an option as well if you want just a hard save. Stuff like Warlock's been rising up as well. Warlock stocks have gone way up, and that's something Falcons has leaned into, especially when they managed to get the PA, which they don't have access to this time around, but could still be decent enough. I mean, Warlock plus a Dawnbreaker in the middle of a team fight is a ton of damage still with Fatal Bonds. So that could be one way to just be safe in the draft here.
Now, don't forget the Black Grimoire, John. That's got to be the reason why everyone's choosing it. Choose Batrider for now. Yeah, like you said, Warlock's been popular. That Black Grimoire just changed the whole game for Warlock.
Wow.
Just changed everything.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, it does, right? Like, the faster 6 is important. It's just boring, man. Like, it's just so boring. Please.
I think
something.
Maybe what they should do with Black Grimoire is if you pick up a Wisdom Rune with Warlock, that added XP also gets added to the Black Grimoire. How about that, John?
That would be kind of crazy. I'd love it. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
It's a lot of EXP. That'd be crazy. That'd be interesting. We'll see. Extreme Gaming, very interesting draft as well. They do manage to pick up the Abaddon we were talking about a little bit there, along with a Clockwork support, which also has been very popular. Love the Abaddon into Batrider. Great save for the lasso. Just a great laner as well, coming out here for new. I'm curious to see what Falcons will try to field up against the Abaddon, as it felt like, for the most part, melee lane matchups don't feel great. There's still something like a Lifestealer, but that could also be awkward in the initial laning phase. You could look for something a little bit more up-tempo for Skitter, perhaps. Like, again, we don't see it too much, but something like a Razor in that lane could be one way to rectify. That lane just feels good. They'll go with a Slark instead, so they want to sap away the stats. Abaddon is very good here to just clear out. And of course, into the Phoenix, you have a lot of self-dispel, so you don't care too much about the Fire Spirits. You can clear out the Egg once you're a little bit more farmed here. And the lane into Abaddon is still maybe a little bit awkward, but you do have some bite back here on the Slark. Just the initial level 1 to 2 is going to be a little bit rougher for Skitter. Still, I like the potential down the line. I think you have a lot of coverage, you have a lot of healing. Solar Guardian plus Depth Shroud on top for your entire team. It's going to be hard to burst heroes down here for Extreme if Falcons manage to utilize all of these skills properly.
This is Snapfire coming out, so nice counter against the Phoenix, at least for that level 1 egg. Don't really get to see as much Snapfire these days, but it makes enough sense. Just burst the damn thing down. Don't have to play around with it.
I think the only reason we're seeing Snapfire is not specifically because of Phoenix, but because there's also a Clockwork. Right, so when the cogs come out, you're just going to clear out the cogs. It's really not going to do much in the laning phase.
That's a good point.
I love that kind of mindset here from Falcons, and I think it just works out because normally you see Phoenix, you never see Snapfire. The hero's been nerfed way too hard for it to be even a consideration. But because you have Phoenix and Clockwork, you get the value in just preventing the Clockwork's laning phase from being too outright winning, and I think that kind of covers it really nicely in Falcons. Whether or not the hero is actually in a decent spot, though, outside of just clearing cogs and egg, we'll have to see if they've got enough to kind of tie in for the kisses here. They only really have like 2 stuns, if you want to count it, a leash and lasso. As Extreme Gaming will pick up the Doom. So a little bit interesting that they are looking to flex this Abaddon for low on safe, it does seem, which isn't too bad. Again, you still end up with the Abaddon into a melee lane. The Dawnbreaker's a little bit more manageable. Dooming up the Slark is going to just ruin his game. No passive HP regen is just ruinous, of course, for this kind of hero who wants to dip in and out, reset, come back in, and sap away at tanky heroes. Not going to be an easy time for Skitter to look for those angles. And I feel like this time around, in comparison to day 1 from Extreme Gaming's drafting, it looks a lot better. Because I was watching, again, their second series a little bit. They did something like the last pick, mid Primal Beast, that really just didn't do much on their last pick overall, and the rest of their draft had a little bit of a lost identity. The series we saw, their drafting ideas seemed a little bit slower. This time around, it's much more stitched in. It looks like it's in line with what we're seeing from the rest of the teams, and I have a little bit more confidence for Extreme with this kind of draft. Like, yeah, you're playing Phoenix Clockwork into Snap. It's kind of annoying. You do have the Abaddon to help you clear the Batrider. You've got tanky heroes that you can play well with the Phoenix. Like, there's a ton of things going right here with Extreme's draft.
There certainly is. I certainly agree that they seem to be drafting a lot better than, say, yesterday. Is it going to be good enough against what Team Falcons are going to bring up? I don't know yet, but I do like what they've got so far on Extreme. Final bans to come. Team Falcons, they'll get rid of the puck. Do you want to see a respect ban on Storm? Like, we know XM loves playing the hero. It does seem like a pretty okay Storm game to run if you really want to.
Yeah, you don't have the best of lockdown in Falcons. It's just a matter of what exactly do you want Malrine to play on mid. There's still the Ember Spirit if the Storm comes out anyway, and that matchup still feels decent enough for Ember. They'll ban out the Lina instead, which we haven't seen as much. And again, it hasn't had the best win rate in the world, but showing a lot of respect for just this high burst potential that Extreme could play with Lina on hand. Adding in with the durability of Abaddon Doom, it can be a handful to deal with. So I like that from Falcons. For Extreme's part, again, they already took care of the Husker. It's a matter of whether you also are concerned about something like Storm or Ember. Maybe something like the Queen of Pain could be a nuisance as well, because Extreme Gaming also lack lockdown for these mobile heroes. Like, you have Doom, you have Hookshot, that's it for stuns. Egg Stun doesn't really count. Battery Assault's not consistent for some of those heroes. They'll actually ban the Razor to ensure their Abaddon has a great time overall. But it does leave those high mobility heroes for Malrine on the mid. And they'll close out with the Disruptor. So we're seeing...
Wait, what?
What are we seeing here?
What is this?
Are they going to run like mid Doom? Mid Phoenix probably makes the most sense, but maybe mid Doom, off lane Phoenix, safe lane Abba. Like, I think mid Phoenix is a little bit better. Maybe.
I actually think mid Phoenix is viable. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad yet.
I'm not
Extreme Gaming.
sold.
No, I'm not sold either yet, Jonathan. I'm certainly not pulling out my wallet here for Extreme, but there's some weird aspect of me that wants to see something really stupid, like a mid disruptor.
Yeah, like what, mid disruptor?
Yes.
Oh man, I mean it is annoying. It's a strong lane dominator when it's allowed to get EXP, spam out Thunder Strikes. You glimpse back on especially Water Rune fights, you just win.
I mean, disruptor
could be interesting.
It's a good pick against Dawnbreaker, against Slark, against Bat. Like, Disruptor's a good pick, but I just don't know how they're laning anything anymore. Here we go. Team Falcons choose the Bristle. Who's going where? It is mid Phoenix. Okay. All right. Do I like it? John, we were talking about liking their draft just a moment ago. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is a bad draft. I'm just gonna go out and right and say it.
I'll play devil's advocate for us here. Look,
please do.
They picked the Bristle back into the Phoenix, right? Like, Sunray's still going to ruin Malrine, although I guess you can get some magic res to help, but it's still annoying. Your mid lane of Bristleback versus Phoenix, it's pretty manageable, to be fair, for Malrine, as you're really reliant on your Fire Spirits here for XM to have a lot of presence. But this is something Extreme's done. Again, they go in, their draft looks solid, and then their last pick just flexes things around maybe too hard. And then it's just like, what's going on? Like, I do agree with you. Disruptor's a great pick, but I just don't know about a core Phoenix on safe. Like, Offlane, again, WS made that look good. We haven't really seen mid Phoenix. I haven't seen mid Phoenix for the most part since Phoenix launched. All the way back, how many years ago? 8 years ago? When we got Reborn as well, right? Like, that was around the time we got Phoenix into the game. After that, I never saw mid Phoenix again. So it's going to be interesting from XM. I guess there's a couple of viable builds. If you'll entertain me here, Mikey. Meteor Hammer Phoenix comes into mind with, the usual Veil of Discord Shivas, if you're not just rushing that. Like, the Kaya is nice. The build-up's all right. You can hammer with dive still. That still works. So maybe, I don't want to see it, but I feel like that's the cheapest way outside of just the quick Veil of Discord.
I think, I don't know if I feel like you have to go like Shivers Rush into like something else, like I don't know, man. It's been so long since we've seen mid Phoenix. I think it has to be like a quick Shivers at the least. After that, I don't know what you go for. Like, do we see a Spirit Vessel to come out? I don't know.
I don't know if you get a fast Shivas on mid. I mean, we'll see how well XM kind of shifts back and forth with his jungle, whether or not Falcons kind of blocks that area of the map, because that's going to be key for this Phoenix to kind of get that snowball start. I am very interested in seeing this kick off from the side of Extreme, because it's a very straightforward draft from Falcons, right? Like, you've got the Slark, you've got Bristle back on hand, your Snapfire pick looks great into Clockwork Cogs and the Egg. You've got this Bat Rider that can pull back, you've got this Solar Guardian to cover you in these fights, and Skitter is running safe lane Dawnbreaker as well. And we're having the Amara offlane Slark come out after some time. I mean, we haven't seen it in a while ourselves. At the very least, we do get that treat on the offlane. It's going to be an interesting one because, I don't know, like, you look at this draft, it feels fairly standard, straightforward from Falcons, and then from Extreme Gaming. just like mid Phoenix, it does look like there is a consideration here for that Urn Spirit Vessel build for XM, so maybe not going for anything too funky. But
It makes sense.
it does make sense.
I think Core Phoenix can work, like especially with Dying Light. You know, he can hurt you a lot just by being around. Like it'll be interesting. I should stop being so critical of this hero, Jonathan, because I like Mid Phoenix. I used to like Mid Phoenix. It's something a little bit new for us, Jonathan. You know, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not something boring in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, and then you get the mid Bristle back as well. This is a matchup that you would not see at all. I think the last time we saw mid Bristle back was up against mid Tiny, all the way back when I think Mamang Dai used to do that. That was years ago at this point.
Yes.
That was like the counter when Tiny starts with 0 armor. Haha, Quilt Spray, you're dead. A couple of goose stacks on top to be sure. But yeah, I'm keen on seeing how well XM manages this lane, because it does feel like the Bristle still shouldn't struggle too much. XM does not connect for that smoke, but I think that's perfectly fine, considering there is forward vision here from the side of Falcons, so they don't really spot the smoke out fully.
We'll take a time. XG, they are going to roam around with that smoke, see if they can find anybody down at this bottom side, but nobody hanging about by Falcons, so chances are they are just securing a 2-for-2 trade on these bounties. Mid matchup does feel a little bit annoying, I'd say, for XM against the Bristleback, but can kind of work either way. Like, the one facet I think people tend to forget a lot about, or rather the innate of Phoenix, that blinding sun, it is kind of ridiculous how much evasion it starts to provide, or rather mischance starts to provide on the enemy once you really get it going. Like, it's kind of dumb how easily you can get to like 50% mischance in the middle of a team fight on like multiple heroes.
Yeah, it can kind of put a hindrance out there, especially for someone like the Slug that will just want to focus in. And of course, the Bristleback, who does go seeing red, you're going to lose out on that extra damage you want to kind of leverage. We'll see how much XM can get out. Again, this mid lane matchup is not something you tend to see. The one thing is, the AoE of Quilt Spray is quite high, so XM stacking up 3 early on is already half his HP gone. At the least, he does have that early full 1 start, so he's got some flash regen on hand, but it's not that costly for Malrine to just leverage that. And again, the cooldown of Fire Spirits for your presence in lane here for XM, it's pretty damn long. Malrine has a lot of downtime from XM where he can just run up, press W, and have all the fun in the world here.
It's interesting. I mean, this is what I was kind of saying. I think at least the early levels for XM will be pretty tough against Malrine, and maybe once you hit the level 3 mark, you get the level 2 Fire Spirits, things start to get a little bit better, but overall, I think Malrine's going to have a fantastic time in this mid lane. As we are looking at top as well, you are going to see Snaking and Skidder against Polison, and of course Newen. Well, it seems like another kind of even trading style of lane. Now, you might see a bit of action, but for now we did have the creep pool for New. Going to allow him to just secure those early couple levels. Polison, though, might be in a bit of a hard place for himself, as Snaking is just constantly chasing him down. But thankfully, Skidder does not want to leave the creep wave, so he'll be just fine to keep Snaking chasing. Skidder's going to be very happy, though, here, Jonathan. He's just free farming underneath the tower. No contest for the Dawnbreaker, which is the exact start you like to see.
That you do. You're going to have a nice, easy ramp up into your initial stat items. Already have, I believe, the Null flying in for a little bit more mana regen here. And the lane's going to be pretty manageable for Skidder overall. I think that's just kind of what you accept when you're running this Doom clockwork. It's very passive. We are seeing a lot of aggression on mid again. Just a few quill stacks up onto XM, and it's not that comfy. He does have the level 2 Fire Spirits, but again, the downtime is just what kills you here. Like, your uptime for poking onto Malrine isn't that high. You could try to stagger out these Fire Spirits, but again, Malrine can always just walk up, get a couple of quill sprays, and suddenly you're not feeling too happy as the Phoenix. And especially with that HP cost as well in your spells, it just feels smooth sailing for Malrine so far. 15-1 in CS, not too far behind, at the very least for XM. He's doing a great job of just managing the lane for the most part here. And he does still have access to his side camps, which he hasn't been able to stack up, but at the very least that potential is still there for the flash farm on the Phoenix as well. So that's one thing the Falcons didn't quite fully clear out. We still have some catch-up potential down the line.
Well, jump in on ATF. ATF trying to be aggressive here, just stacking up all those stats. In fact, he's winning the man fight as well. Looks like Low does need to run. ATF, though, still on the chase, but does not have Pounce available. He's got a lot of stats available for himself, so Low probably won't really be able to hang out too much as Undyne does go down. First blood drawn by Crit, but there was a trade. New does find snaking top lane. Still obviously a much better trade for Falcons.
And it is. And you're very happy, of course, to just get that bonus out on Crit, where he can get maybe faster boots, a little bit of a quicker timing to everything else, more regen in lane. Very good timing to kind of take that away from that movement out from you, because this Doom getting first blood, rushing into maybe a Midas timing or the drums timing can just lead to a little bit of faster time for you, and this is just a little bit less.
He's been leashed up here by Amar. Undyne trying to run. Crit just not leaving him alone, though. Should be another kill here for the Batrider eventually as Crit does secure, but will give his own life away. Still, these kills for Crit are fantastic. Like, he gets the early boots up. It's going to have a nice timing into the wand and naturally into the blink after that. Very happy Crit Batrider right now.
And he even gets the reset anyhow. Was starting to run a little bit low on mana. So he's going to come back in fully charged up to try to get some aggression. They are looking to keep that aggression top. Alton is getting some decent usage out of cogs. You don't have that value point in the little shredder for sneaking to rip those cogs apart, but it doesn't feel like the biggest concern so long as New doesn't have really the mana to play with to get aggressive on top. Does have a nice creep skill for himself, but not really able to leverage it again without any regen on hand, going for the double bracer, and not quite any anything like a Basilius on hand, or even just a casual null to help build up. The one thing Falcons is getting a lot of, again, is that your matchup for Malrine has been going pretty good. He's forced to reset now. You are getting free stacks out from Crit, who can just leave Amar alone, as the Slark can be a little bit hard to pin down. And they will have a lot of resources to farm up, whereas in comparison for the side of Extreme, they haven't had really any room to leave at.
Every time I look at ATF, he's just man-fighting Low, and this time around, again, he's winning it out as Low just needs to run but can't get away. ATF, he'll survive as he wants even more now, trying to go after Undyne, who's trying to fight back. Eventually does get the Slark kill, but Crit's gonna find a double kill on the Batrider. Meanwhile, top lane, Chase is on for Skinner. Can they at least get the Dawnbreaker? They can. Snaking, though, looking for New, should have his life and does. Polison still trying to fight, does eventually retreat. A very messy kind of a few battles across the map. It still feels like it just favors Falcons, though.
I mean, it really does. It just outright favors the Falcons right now. You are trading the right way. You're getting some activity out. You're finding these kills. You're pressuring this Abaddon lane, which really wants a free lane, right? Like, that's where we see Abaddon trying. He has a free lane. You have to leave him alone because you can't kill him. This is not the sort of unkillable, unstoppable lane for Abaddon that you'd expect it to be. And Abaddon, I mean, he can farm decently well with the Mephetic Shroud on the Aphotic Shield. There is a little bit of some quick farm you can get in the jungle off of that. But it is concerning that your power spikes are kind of stalled out, because you have a Doom that's going to be farming. You have this Phoenix as well that we were talking about. Veil of Discord timing as well. So come out, so make a move.
Nice cookie, but Skira, he did get stunned mid-Starbreaker, so just could not get the full duration off. XG certainly becoming a bit of an issue here up at this top lane now, because they've brought Low up as well. Looks like they are just going to focus down that tier 1 top tower. Obviously, as we've seen, Low is not exactly enjoying that safe lane at the moment, so he'd rather just avoid that lane altogether. So ATF is not really interested in letting him farm whatsoever here on this Abaddon. But the tier 1 tower will be taken basically for free. No contest here by Falcons.
Yeah. They have a good understanding of what they have to do. They did manage to clear out their triangle stacks, or to release the large camp. With Malrine, he's all invading across the river as well. So this Bristleback is set to go online relatively quick. No contest for the 7-minute Wisdom runes, as we do get double actually coming out for Crit. He does manage to snipe it away. Paulson just a little bit late off of that tier 1 siege.
Oh, New.
Pressure onto New.
Caught out. Starbreaker is there this time around. New still trying to run, but will go down as snaking. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a big group up now as Malrine has also rotated, and Low is actually farming the area right now. Not seeing this rotation happening. Malrine will realize he's there. XM will spot him out eventually, but he wants to get out perhaps. He's thinking about moving back in as they are jumping Low as we speak, but it seems like Falcons not 100% sure if they should keep going. ATF has been left behind. He will drop. They bring the numbers in. XG finding a pretty nice kill. Malrine, though, still wants to fight. Does kill off Polison. Looking for more now. Onto Low. They'll get the lasso. Solar Guardian to fly through the boot. low. He'll have the borrowed time, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to matter. XM, he'll drop the egg. He'll buy a bit of space to just zone out the side of Falcons. They are going to let the egg go off. Malreen dropping pretty low. Might actually go down and does. I mean, I did think it was a little bit weird they were reinitiating while XM still had egg available, but it just didn't seem like they really respected it.
That was a huge gambit out from Falcons. Like, they didn't quite know how far away Low was from level 6. He was 1 creep away. Creep dies right as he's being jumped right before he gets to be cleaned up, gets the borrowed time up, and that fight just changes. Like, they can't focus the Abaddon. They certainly couldn't focus the egg. They had to find either one. It's either you kill the Phoenix before egg comes out, or the Abaddon before 6 comes out, and it just falls short. Maybe if you just kind of sneak away from that fight after killing off Paulson, you're still somewhat happy, but the side of Extreme Gaming just looking a little bit sharper with the punishment for the aggression on Falcons. And even just that small move from Amar, getting caught out, forced to pop out that Shadow Dance relatively early before the rest of the team can back him up. Getting entrapped, doesn't really have the lowest cooldown, Pounce at the moment, can't really find a way out for himself. It just puts him in a bind. They need this Slark to be able to just zap away, and he couldn't really do that in that last fight, just into 4 heroes at this point in the game. A 6-7 start, Extreme Gaming, still looking pretty damn sharp. You've got this timing for XM lining up. The Spirit Vessel only a part away now. He's going to have a lot of nice healing reduction coming in, nullifying some of this durability you're seeing on the side of Falcons. And for the Falcons, they still need some of that build-up. Like, you don't have Ags yet on Malreen. You're looking for a Blade Mail, a little bit more tempo from Skitter. You want that Orchid up on Moore. And all of this is just taking time. None of their movements did really pan out. The only hero that's maybe having a really good game right now is actually Crit. Like, this Batrider off the back of all of these kills will have a very fast blink. That's something you're going to have to bank on while these cores are still trying to hit some initial items to apply some leverage here for Falcons.
Yeah. Something else we saw as well in that previous fight down at the bottom lane, John. Malreen, he had like 45% mischance in the middle of that egg happening. It's just, he couldn't even kill off the Disruptor because he just kept missing. This is what I was saying. Like, this Phoenix and 8, you really can't underestimate how much it kind of makes you miss. It stacks up real quick.
That it does. I think that's also what caused issues there for Moore, thinking that he could try to clean up, but again, the mischance is just a little bit too much to try to deal with at that point. At least for the side of Falcons, again, they're getting space out from Malreen to clear out some of these stacks slowly but surely, although
he got the Shadow Dance off in time. He does need to retreat, though, by the looks of it, as they do commit the Doom. XM's going to jump in as well, and this Slark is as good as dead. No saving a mark. Lee Snaking does get his way out, and they do at least secure the T1 bottom tower before he does die. But it's still going to be a very nice kill for Extreme Gaming, and it seems like it's on to the bottom T1 tower for them.
Yeah, it just doesn't take too long for the side of Extreme to shove in, not with an Abaddon on hand. And for the side of Falcons, again, you're just kind of waiting for these tools to be online. Ags are still 2 parts away for Malreen. Triangle control going to get a little bit loose with the tier 1 bot falling soon, and it does. At the very least, the mid still stands for a little bit more of an access point across the river. You are, again, just about 500 gold away from Crit having that full blink. So that is something that you can rely on. Maybe this Blade Mail as well, and Skitter should allow him to frontline a little bit better. But as long as the side of Extreme Gaming kind of play together, it's pretty hard to break this nut, right? Like, they're staggering their spells pretty good. Like, yeah, Doom's down right now, Static Storm's down for a little bit longer, but Egg is available on XM if a jump does come in. The Spirit Vessel did get killed off in his courier. That's a little bit unfortunate for him, but it almost feels like a little bit of a bonus anyhow. Right now, just his raw damage coming in is more than enough to manage the side of Falcons. The side of Extreme will go out for a little bit of smoke. And that Static Storm coming off relatively soon. Just need to find an angle out. They've already got the hook shot ready in Paulson, so just need an isolation play. They've got a good ward watching top. They can try to get an angle in Skitter if he decides to walk the wrong way, as a bit of a pause comes through. Discord delay.
Of course. I was gonna say it, John. I was gonna say it, but Crit maybe beat me to it. Speaking of Crit, by the way, Jonathan, I believe the Blink Dagger is on the courier right now. Again, he's had a fantastic game. 4-1-1 on the bat. Got plenty of stacks. Got plenty of kills. Now a 12-minute Blink Dagger timing on this bat, which is something that Extreme just I don't think will be quite expecting this early on. As top lane, they have jumped onto the Dawnbreaker. And it seems as though they should have him, as there's no helping coming for Skitter. XM will ensure he does go down. So another nice, important kill for Extreme Gaming, but it seems like Falcons, they want to try and fight back. They'll go for a lasso right onto the Doom. New's still alive for now, but the kisses continue to fly in, and eventually New is gone. It's still a pretty good trade for Extreme Gaming, if you ask me, assuming everyone else gets out of there. But Falcons at least abusing that quick blink dagger time.
They are. Probably the best reveal you could have hoped for. Extreme still have the egg if they really want to force this issue out, and it's just zoning out the side of Falcons, who, again, without the kisses, without the lasso, it does feel like you're not going to have enough to try to hold and burst someone down. And they're just going to have to be a little bit more patient as, again, for the side of Extreme, these tools, they're layering them out quite nicely. Like, they kill off the Doom, sure, but he didn't have Doom up anyhow. Now New has that. If he shows up into the next fight, you'll have a way to control up Amar, you'll have a way to control up Malrine or Skitter if need be. And for the side of Falcons, I mean, it's that X factor in these blink lassos from Crit. It's going to have to do the job for a fair time. Maybe you can start to get those connections out with the Solar Guardian as well. You do have that Blade Mail finished up on Skitter. But the timings are still lining up here for the side of Extreme, and I have to hand it to XM. Again, it looked like a little bit more of an even mid lane. Malrine never really managed to kill off XM, which you don't really fully expect anyhow, but it has allowed us Phoenix to hit its stride very early on. And with these timings lining up, it just gets a little bit scary. You get the Euls up, you get that casual, even just the Veil of Discord up. That magic damage is just going to melt through the Falcons. You already have a couple of your heroes working onto the early glimmers as well. Oh.
Hookshot misses onto ATM. Won't matter too much. He's going to just go for a run and we'll make it out. I appreciate how aggressive Extreme Gaming have tried to be throughout this game. Number one is now Skitter again being watched top lane. They'll jump in with XM, the Spirit Vessel making it very hard for Skitter to survive through this. As Crit does kill Polison, but they will lose Skitter in the meantime. As Snake King, oh, he'll barely get there. Just barely securing the life of XM. And that'll make it a pretty worthwhile trade here for Falcons.
I mean, that's the top net worth hero on the side of Extreme Gaming. It's a nice one to find along with that pickup on Paulson. And for Falcons, you really don't mind Skitter dying too much. Again, he's a pause one Dawnbreaker. Yeah, you kind of need items up and running, but the way he's playing it right now, he's just itemizing like an offlane anyway. Blade Mail into a pipe. Your real carry is going to be Malrine, and to an extent, Amar, of course, on the Slark, trying to scale up as well with that full Orchid done. You're buying space for these two cores to really get built up. We're not even seeing any sort of Solar Guardian plays coming in from Skitter outside of the rotation bot. They're much more willing to just be a little bit more passive on Falcons. Waste the time of Extreme. So it does feel like Extreme's the one that's on a little bit of tempo. Yeah, your Abaddon can scale up. There is a little bit of a hard cap in the Phoenix outside of scaling damage from Sunray, but once Glimmer Capes also start to fly in, once that pipes finish up in Falcons, they have a little bit less to worry about, and that scary Phoenix starts to get a little bit less scary, although...
Big Static Storm being dropped here. This could be a very hard fight for Falcons, as the Solar Guardian does buy them a little bit of time, but Snake King already gone, and so is ATF, as they'll try to focus down New on the Doom, but there's just not enough damage coming up from Skitter. Skitter now getting glimpsed back into low. Crit's gonna jump in again, finds a lasso onto XM. Maybe that's the turning point, but the Aphonic Shield purged off immediately. Crit's still actually going. So is Malrine. Maybe they've got him. XM slowly but surely dying. The Flaybreak will connect, and that'll be enough. Malrine will eventually die to the glimpse damage, and it ends up being a 4-for-4 with two supports surviving at the end.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one from both sides. A really great initiation coming out there from Extreme. You're seeing the value in that Disruptor pick that you mentioned. It just... nothing to really counteract the Static Storm. Once they're entrapped, this AoE hold, AoE Doom just ruins something like the Slark and just mitigates some of that play potential that Amar wants to kind of leverage with the Orchid. It's not really able to snipe anyone away. The side of Falcons, though, are at that point where showing up with Malrine is pretty scary. He does have his full Ags finished up, so there's a lot of damage. It's just a lack of durability right now in Falcons, which, again, they're trying to rectify with a pipe pickup on Skitter. And it all just kind of boils down to whether or not you can find these isolated targets on the side of Falcons. You know, trying to play off the lasso, trying to play off this Orchid pickup on the Mar. They need to try to flank Extreme where they're kind of one by one, except they've been playing in the general area as a unit of 4 for a pretty long time now. And again, they have so many save potentials on hand. Even just the counterplay from Undyne stalls it long enough that everyone can kind of get into position and makes it a very challenging game for Falcons, which we did mention in the draft. You're picking Batrider into an Abaddon. You bought an Orchid up against an Abaddon. This Aphotic Shield's just going to do a ton of work for the side of Falcons. They're still in the lead. We're talking like they're not in the lead whatsoever. Their net worth is high, and that's mainly off of crit and almost matching used farm into June, to be fair. But it does feel like Extreme have been finding a little bit better angles in these fights. Roche does begin for Falcons. And that is something they can clear out. Static Storm is available, but the side of Extreme just a little bit too far out to contest that Roche now.
Absolutely. Falcons will secure the Roshan freely. No. Oh, I say that. I mean, the TPs are coming, John. I mean, Roshan, I thought it was going down a little bit quicker than that, but apparently not. XG now in position to defend Roshan and try to go for it themselves. So Skitter will just hang by the mid lane, continue farming, because he can be there at any time with that Solar Guardian. XG, smoke up, nice hook shot, they found Crit. That's a big target. Crit's going to try and force stuff away out of this though, but the glimpse is going to be there. And that's a big deal, because Crit's been making a lot of work happen in these recent engagements. Seeing him die, I'm sure would make Extreme Gaming much more comfortable to try for Roshan.
They've got a clear angle out. You do have some plays that can come in, like say a Solar Guardian out from Skitter. He does have the pipe ready if they want to try to sneak that in. It's a tight area. You could try to play around with the kisses, but all of the teamfight spells for the side of Extreme Gaming are up. Like, trying to force this into Static Storm, into Doom Egg, into this pit can be risky, but they'll have to risk it for the biscuit. They'll get the smoke out on the side of Falcons. We'll see if this Solar Guardian combination with a pipe is going to be enough to hold them back here.
Here we go. Roshan's still alive. Cogs out from Polison to try and block the stairway. In goes Low with the harpoon out onto Snake King, but Low maybe going a bit too far on his own. Still pretty confident with that borrowed time, as now they've dropped the Static Storm, just trying to do with Snake King, but here comes the Solar Guardian. Skitter's going to join in the team fight. Malreen's still going as well. ATF will join in now. Polison, he's the target, but it's not working out for Falcons. They are slowly falling apart here, but the egg does expire now. Maybe they can reset and go again. Falcons still trying. Here comes Crit to help out. The lasso's out onto New. The Doom's still fine with the Aphotic Shield, though, as ATF has dropped. Low, is he gonna die? He finally will. Skitter will catch him. Maybe Falcons can take the fight. New dropping to Crit. Malreen still playing games here with Polison. And it seems like Extreme will indeed lose the team fight in the end. XM is still hanging around, seeing if he can make some work happen on his own. But it's literally him versus the world now. So just trying for the TP play out. And it looks like he is not making it home. Not alive anyway, Jonathan, he's gone. Roshan to Falcons.
Now, that was, again, a little bit of a messy engagement, but the staggering of the spells this time from the side of Extreme, not quite clean enough. They don't manage to stop the onslaught coming out from Falcons. And I have to say, this pipe from Skitter is actually buying them enough time. That barrier is preventing the supports from dying too fast. It wastes a little bit more time from Extreme, allows the rest of the force to try to kite around. You're inching closer towards Malreen finding his own build-up into his Glimmer Cape as well. So once you've got that fully up and running with this pipe on hand, this Bristleback has much less to worry about, right? Like, he's playing on edge. The pipe barely allows him to live through that fight. And with his own Glimmer Cape up, with that pipe barrier as well, I don't see you bursting down this Bristle anytime soon at that point. It does feel like a little bit of that early spike from Extreme is starting to fade away, and we were asking that question, will Skitter's pipe be enough? The question's answered. It is enough. It does a lot in that last engagement. And for Extreme, there are some concerns now. You are reliant on a lot of magical damage. Like, you're reliant on this Phoenix to really pump it out. You don't have that much right click just yet on Low. You're reliant on Static Storm to try to burst them down as well. All of that is fading down. And again, as we start to reach these initial Glimmer Capes lining up, which you already have on Malreen and the full BKB up on Amar, this game gets a little bit complicated for the side of Extreme. It's just down to how well can you hammer in these combos? How well can you entrap them with Static Storm and the Kinetic Field? Can you get the right egg you'd want? Can your Doom finish off one of these heroes? Like, they need to be able to try to force Falcons in a position where they can't really kidnap anyone and isolate them away with all of this control they do have on single targets.
Smoke view from Falcons, I mean, they're waiting. Polison, jump in, Crit, actually never got the lasso off. Oh, bit of an awkward scenario now for Crit. Maybe trying to bait them in a little bit, but it seems like he just completely whiffed it. This Crit, Glim's back, is going to die. I suppose maybe just slightly afraid he was going to hit a creep with that lasso instead, so just never bothered to pop it, and well, here we are. Crit is down.
Yeah, bit of a freebie coming out for Extreme. And that is a very high value kill, considering how Crit is farmed up. He's right behind Mew in farm. Mew, speaking of, is in a little bit of an awkward spot.
And you, another big pick off Marine can secure, and it seems like they can very quickly. You're at that stage where this Bristleback Dawnbreaker combination is pretty deadly. Extreme Gaming maybe just need to go back to try and play maybe a bit of a slower game. Like you're seeing low, he hits hard in this Abaddon, but it feels like once the borrowed time's gone, he just can't really do much. You know, it's not really safe for the man anymore.
No. And it's not like he's really a massive threat in terms of like bursting down heroes, right? Like he does do a lot of damage, but it does still take him some time to kill off heroes. Maybe not in the supports, but certainly on the cores. Considering that you're playing up against a Slork, a Bristleback, and a Dawnbreaker. Like these are not easy heroes for an Abaddon to just eat up. And it's relatively easy to kite him around. That is something that you have to be a little bit cautious about as well. You've got the Cookie to kind of kite things around. You've got the Goose Lows coming in. You always have to kind of be aware of when you pop the Aphotic Shield, whether or not you need to hold on to it for, say, a lasso, or if you just need to clear out these debuffs from the Bristleback. It is a lot to worry about on the Abba, and it's really just a matter of how well can you use your skills. It's just a difficult one to figure out what's the right time to dispel these skills, because the moment you pop Aphotic, that gives Crit like a few seconds where he can just look for a lasso and know that they're going to find that kill. If there's no save, there's no worries about that. The side of Falcons, just pressuring onto the tier 2, they find it, and into the Tormentor, a free shard out for snaking. A little bit more utility coming out on that Cookie now as well, with a bit of healing coming in. And no real steal that can come out from the side of Extreme on their side. They could maybe try for a surround on Skitter. They do manage to get the Watcher. Paulson is in the forward position, but they're all just a little bit too far to try to play off of it. And they'll just try to get their own build-up going. You do have that full Shivas up on XM. He's going for the Yules next. And you've got, again, that Harpoon for low along with the Blade Mail. He's been stuck in that for a little bit, but it does allow him to front line with confidence here. And for New, he did have the Glimmer Cape from the last time he was ganked up. Is going for a BKB to try to save himself now. So he's seeing some of that start to stack up. So trying to stack up some of that durability, but I don't know if Glimmer Cape saved you that much here from Falcons, because they have a lot of physical. They're not as reliant on magical damage, at least not as much as the side of Extreme is. So it's just a matter of vision game at that point. And you already have the Dusts on hand on sneaking to kind of keep track of that Glimmer Cape usage anyhow.
I wonder how they're going to nerf Glimmer Cape, by the way, John, in this upcoming patch. I wonder what the change is going to be to make it unappealing for core players to pick this item up anymore. I wonder. Is it just the magic resist? I mean, I feel like it has to be the magic resist, right? Like 25%.
No, it's probably the barrier. It's probably the barrier as well. The fact that you get that the highest base magic res plus a barrier on hand. I mean, you could argue that Pipe of Insight's higher, but it's also a lot more expensive. So it's either you get the barrier away, you remove the move speed bonus, or maybe you just nerf the base magic res at that point, which just makes it unappealing again. It's always tricky when these items are...
Oh, TP away. It's not going to work out. This game is starting to look a little bit tricky here for Extreme, Jonathan, as New will die another time. And, of course, Falcons now more than happy to just go back for a free Torment.
Cleared out. They get the free shard for Crit now. Not the most useful shard in the world, but a little bit more damage, I suppose, never hurts when you do manage to right-click down, and those right-clicks from Crit have been stacking up in some of these prolonged fights. Still keeping the chase up. Amar's starting to get really confident to keep up.
There you go. I mean, Amar, I think he glimpses back, won't really get the big pounce he was looking for. Paulson going to TP away immediately, will also be okay. Like, we are in a stage of the game for Extreme where I just think they realize they can't really fight 5-on-5 at the moment without some bigger items to come out. You are this just massive power spike. What is it, John?
I think Amar stole one of Extreme Gaming's tier 3 tokens as well.
Oh! Maybe he did, John.
Yeah, they have 2 out of 5, but only the Abaddon has one. So I think he did actually grab it. little bit of a freebie, I suppose. You know, happy about that.
It
Martin was
matters.
just on the ground. That was surprising. Why did he leave it?
These calls, John, they don't go back for the trash they leave behind. You know? They let the supports take care of it. Yeah, I mean, Valve made it easy too. Like, the item literally flies to your hero now. And
Yep.
still they won't pick it up.
No. It's slightly awkward. Someone's not going to have a nice little item. And the tier 3s feel like probably the biggest ones in terms of spikes. So, gonna miss out for a little bit longer here on the side of Extreme. And every little thing counts when you're 13k behind with a Doom on hand. You have the full Ags now for crit, double lasso available to help keep that control up. So now, you just need to catch low +1, and then you really have no concerns. Like, there's no save. You'll be able to burst down whoever's attached with low, and you just go 4v5 afterwards. Again, the early spike we were seeing from XM feels completely mitigated. The pipe pickup alone already ruined that. The BKBs you have, plus the Glimmer Cape up on Malrine, is already a lot to have to work through. Big solution would be Undyne in this Ag. He is one part away if he manages to farm it up. So you will have some counterplay with a Static Storm if you get your timings right. But it's a lot of pressure to stack onto this Disruptor, which is very squishy. Again, if you do manage to get the lasso on him, then again, these team fights are just very easy to take for Falcons past that point. So there's a lot of things to consider in position, consider in how you want to take these fights on the side of Extreme. We haven't seen them be able to start with the Doom on you. It has felt like it's been mainly counterfight Dooms coming in. They've not been able to really dictate an engagement just yet on Extreme Gaming. They will get room to clear out the tier 2 top, so they'll at least manage to get that their way. A little bit of map space for themselves. Fourth White will stall it just for a tad bit, but they should still be able to clean up as the side of Falcons are just hugging bot. Next Roche is fairly quick, already spawning up. So they've gotten a nice sneaky angle to perhaps consider a Roshan, but it doesn't feel like you take it the quickest here on the side of Extreme, at least not as quick as Falcons would. It could be a little bit of a risk, as they will go for a smoke engagement first, if they manage to find anything.
They're not going to find a power rune, sadly, for Falcons. Extreme Gaming will pick up a haste here for new. They'll know the smoke was there, though, of course, the Dawnbreaker innate, giving them all the vision of the map, so they're very well aware that Extreme Gaming are currently smoked up, ready to go for a fight. Of course, Roshan going to be the big objective to be taken by either side if they can win this team fight. For now, Extreme Gaming, they'll hold the high ground in that Radiant jungle. Falcons will smoke up as 5 to boot. New about to break his smoke onto Malrine, and does. Immediately Glimmer Capes up and just runs. The Skidder is trying to find a Starbreaker opportunity. We'll go for Low instead. Low gonna lose his borrow time pretty quickly at this rate, but they do get a nice Doom off onto Skidder. Skidder dropping pretty damn low, needs some help ASAP, but it's not coming. Skidder is down. He'll buy back immediately. Back in with the Solar Guardian now. They'll move on a Polison. Polison's still going. Meanwhile, a double lasso from Crypt, but it's going to be saved with the Aphotic Shield and the borrowed time. New still being chased here by Malrine, but he's going to be alright, I think. How deep will Malrine go? Deep enough. New is down.
Oh.
So it's a fantastic... I was going to say, fantastic attempt by Low to try and dispel both the lasso off himself and New, which he did do pretty much immediately, but it still proved to not be enough.
No, it's also really awkward for Falcons. You did see that glimpse back on the Solar Guardian coming into play. You don't have anything defensive here just yet for Skidder outside of the aura, so he doesn't have a way of stopping that, and that does kind of make it harder for the follow-up fight on Falcons. They are going to be able to clear out Roshan. A little bit of a smoke from Extreme Gaming looks to try to exploit this weakness on Skidder, but they are a ways off from trying to catch that Dawnbreaker out. So Roche number 2 going the way of Falcons with the banner up and the Aegis to cover. And they're not going to be able to hand that as well to Skidder for his buyback, but at least Malrine will have a secondary, which feels pretty massive for the Bristol anyhow. 14k lead coming out for Falcons. Inside of Extreme, they are finding some angles in, but it feels like and that last fight was a little bit more forced out from Falcons, right? The smoke breaks, they can't really catch out the Doom. They kind of run into Extreme in their setup. They get juked around just a bit with Paulson. He had some good hook shots and 4 stabs in the side while they were focusing in on trying to chase down Mew. And again, it just cuts off that fight from being too productive for Falcons. You are, again, set to hit your spikes on Extreme where the team fights can start to look cleaner. Full Ags flying out for Undyne. So the AoE, the Static Storm now just being an AoE Doom, muting the items up, is going to cause some issues here for the side of Falcons. And that's where Extreme really have to launch your offense off of. Just off the back of this big static storm. Try to layer that with your Shiva's usage, layer that with your Supernova somehow. And you can really surprise Falcons if they're not ready. Like, this is triple melee cores that will play into Static Storm Egg. Can be a little bit uncomfortable.
Marine, a little bit of damage onto Low. Low will try to return the favor with Blade Mail, but it's not really doing as much as you would hope. Malrine, though, gonna pay respect and will retreat for a reset. Already got plenty of damage off into that tier 3 tower anyway. I'll just hold on to the Aegis for now, just reset and come back another time. 15k advantage for Falcons. I mean, they're in a perfect position for this game one. You couldn't really ask for much more. It must be a bit of a shame for Extreme as well, considering how good of a start they had to this game. But I feel like it really does start to go back to the draft, where you could kind of see it. Like, everyone on this draft was slowly going to start to drop off. And it just feels that way. Maybe if you could buy out maybe another 15 minutes, you hit another big power spike with this draft of Extreme. But right now, all of it seems to feel kind of lackluster.
And it does. And I don't know if you can really start to build up. Like, the next thing I can see is maybe a refresh on you. Helps to cause double doom. Again, with that Ags upgraded Static Storm. Can cause some troubles here for the side of Falcons. It's just that it feels like this Abaddon hits a hard cap. Your output doesn't really get that much faster. He is trying to finish up the Blood Torrent and the Silver Edge, so that can help when trying to sneak around. Falcons looking for something with a smoke. Paulson does spot out
find a big one. And that's XM, that's your mid Phoenix, and he will not make it. Skitter actually just committing the Solar Guardian as well. But I believe he was using it just to be able to get away from this gang from XG. And now, I mean, they're in prime position to go back for the T3 bottom tower. Extreme, they're not around to defend. Nobody's here.
No.
They'll TP now, but it doesn't really feel like they're going to be there in time to at least defend the T3 tower. There it goes. Malrine, 4-staffed in, low. He does have a full Bloodthorn up now, so plenty more damage to be used up. But Malrine is still just such a tanky boy. XM's going to jump in. Big Shiver's Guard and Fire Spirit's being thrown out, but Malrine's still barely alive. Will finally lose that first life. In goes ATF, trying to find that borrowed time proc, but it's not coming out yet. In fact, now it is. Low wants to fight while this is going. Hook shots in, Polison. It's a very nice one, but the Glimmer Cape does save the life of Malrine, as there's just no follow-up. And now, Falcons, they'll jump right back in. I mean, Egg's already committed, Hookshot's committed, borrowed time's on cooldown. There's not really much of a reason to retreat now for Falcons.
That was a little bit awkward for Crit. He blinked right in. It looked like he had a good angle for a double lasso. Ended up accidentally popping his TP. But they don't manage to find any punishment. Very awkward for Crit, but hey, and they still find the win. They still find the buyback they'd want, but they can't continue that siege. They do find the range racks at the very least. Not the biggest deal in the world for you to lose early on here for the side of Extreme, and they do get to fight another day. Would have been very awful for Extreme because they didn't manage to layer their spells, right? Like, they didn't quite have Static Storm ready for that fight as they were trying to use it, I believe, to catch Skitter. He did manage to BKB before Static Storm was there, so managed to get that Solar Guardian out as well. And the side of Extreme, they need to be able to play around this combination. It's really just down to Static Storm and Egg. Try to entrap them, try to play with this window where the pipe can't turn on, Glimmers can't come and save, BKBs can't be popped open, and try to burst them down in that locked-in area. That is your best hope for survival right now on the side of Extreme. For Falcons, I mean, it does still feel like that pressure is on for it to try to catch heroes out. They are playing on Knife's Edge. I do like how they're kind of shifting in and out. Like, Amar's looking for these pounces, looking for these leashes to force out spells and then try to get the retreat. A little bit more difficult when he doesn't have the second pounce charge. No Ags up for Amar in this game. And no Ags in sight either, as he's going for the full Silver Edge into Asanj Yasha first. So it does make that kind of playstyle harder, but he is still finding ways to work it. Falcons will go for the smoke. Could have a nice flank into top. They are a bit blind looking out, but it's not like both sides have any vision to speak of anyhow. And your one advantage right now on Extreme is Paulson with the flares. But they do still have the right idea. It'd be a nice set of heroes to catch out, especially if you kill off Undyne before he can pop open that Static Storm. That's the key tool here that you're looking for from Extreme for these fights to work their way.
Extreme, they're doing a pretty good job of just avoiding for now. Falcons are going to move in through the top lane, of course, addressing that creep wave that was forced in. I don't know if Falcons really want to commit and just wait for the next Roshan. It seems like it's probably the smart play to make is just continue to dominate the map. Meanwhile, Extreme, they just continue to hang around this top side and wait to cut the creep waves once again. And Polison will indeed do so. Skitter gonna go for an attempt onto Polison's life, but there's plenty of heroes around to try and jump him if they so wish. But they'll see crit. They don't want to deal with the Bat Rider. Polison tried for a hookshot play up, but there's no creeps. Oh, somebody farmed the creeps.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. We were hanging around that area.
It was
you know, what can you do? What can you do? Sometimes your core farms out. You can't bail out. At the least, it's just your clockwork, right? Like False understands. Yeah, at least it's just me. Nothing of value is lost. True. Our static storm's still there. Our egg's still there. We lose the flare, but so what? You know, the map, we've got some good wards we've used in that time. They've got a really good set of vision on top jungle. So they can kind of try to play off of that later on with a rotation out, or just keep that pressure on the lane, keep cutting creep waves again after some time's elapsed here. For the side of Falcons, it does feel like they're going to have to wait for that next safety net. It does feel like, you know, you're just going to wait out this next 40 seconds, see how fast Roshan is, maybe go from there. You do have that full silver edge up for Amardo, so he's looking to play frisky here.
Here we go.
Oh, that's a big one.
Himself a big fish. The Undying. Undying will go down. Amar already looking for more as here comes Maureen from the northern side looking towards Low. Low being slowed up by that scattered shot will be okay. Of course, they just want the bottom racks for now. They're not really interested in a big team fight. Extreme Gaming, it's just so hard to see a way to defend this when you don't have your static storm available. They will lose the bottom racks at the very least. Maureen's not done yet though. He at least wants to see a buyback, but well, sadly for our disruptor, no buyback available for him. He'll be back up in 10 seconds though. It's no real big problem. And it seems like Maureen may indeed just wait for the next Roshan, but it is going to be about 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, a little bit of a longer one. Still, you have map control lined up here as they do catch out Amar, but he does BKB TP off and the hook shot.
Blocked by Undying this time. Wow, it's just everyone's working against Polison this game.
Oh, what can you do, right? And it's just one of those things. Polison's a very calm person. It's like, what can I do? You know, what can you do? You were in the way. It is what it is. You, as the clockwork player, knows the suffering of Polison.
Oh, I guarantee he's like, oh, but if I get in range, I can glimpse him. To which I would have told my teammate he had a BKB. You probably wouldn't have got it off anyway. Oh, just don't get me started, John. I've had too many of these scenarios. Just let me do my job and hook people. Why can't they just let me do my job, John? That's all Polison wanted to do.
To be fair, there was also a creep wave in Polison's way, so even if he didn't hook Undying, he'd probably hook the creep wave as well.
He would have dodged them. He would have dodged them.
It didn't look like it, but, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's Undying's fault for now, you know.
We'll never know,
how we
John.
roll here.
We'll never know. We'll never know for sure, will we?
No. Certainly not. 18 to 26, 26k lead for the side of Falcons, as Extreme just have not found the openings that they've been looking for. Heck, you've got the Bloodstone out for Skitter, so a wider AoE into Solar Guardian is going to be very fun to see. Already with the Ags, of course, moving around with that wider AoE, going to be, I mean, 75 AoE at that point, I don't know if it's massive, but still rather interesting to see that pick up here, along with it. Just the added stats, a little bit more sustained coming out for Skitter overall. Could be a nice reset for the Solar Guardian.
Roshan's still 29 seconds away. Smoke is out from Extreme. Obviously, they need to get to that Roshan pit and ensure that they are not giving it away for free. Rocket Flare going to be thrown out. They'll see no Roshan available quite yet, so a crit will be spotted. They'll know that they're hanging about. 10 seconds left for Roshan to respawn. There's your counter smoke now from Falcons. Extreme Gaming running through the southern side of that bottom lane. Falcons hanging to the north. Roshan, of course, available now. Low will be spotted, but that's not quite the target they can hope to jump first. Not yet anyway. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to find any target for Crit at this point because you just always have the Aphotic Shield Purge on the lasso. It's kind of hard to see how he's going to catch anyone, you know, if Low's just hanging about. Malreen's going to jump in for a quick hairball, but not really going to matter too much yet. XG again just going to back their way out as ATF has snuck in from the backside, breaking the smoke. The Cogs will see him. He'll pop his BKB. They'll doom him up though. Here comes the Solar Guardian. They want the fight around this area. Low, he kind of got left behind, but he's going to make it out and said they're just trying to focus down the doom. New is down. He's got buyback available though. Low dropping quite low himself, but he's still perfectly fine with the borrowed time available. Now will be forced to pop it. Falcons in a very strong position now. Skidder on a Polison. Polison should be going down, but the Static Storm makes it hard for Skidder to finish the job off. Skidder, he might be the one to drop. ATF's going to jump back in, but they've got the Dawnbreaker gone. He'll buy back. Skidder looking to make his reappearance in this fight as Low now being chased down. Should drop, and does. Malreen finding a double onto XM. They'll go. XM, he'll use himself up, but he's got no Icarus Dive available. He's down. A triple kill for Malreen. Only survivor was Paulson.
That was such a quick little Lotus out from snaking onto Amar as he got Doom. That reflected Doom just meant there's no follow through from your Doom. You can't go around, you can't try to Scorcher it, spam out the Infernal Blade, high HP, % burn, just very meaningful when you're playing against the Bristle, Slark, and the Dawnbreaker. You didn't have any of those tools with that Lotus Orb usage out from snaking. And that just, again, ruined the fight for the side of Extreme. It looked like a good opening. You force out the BKB, but you get the Doom. But again, just quick fingers out from snaking to back up his teammate and just changes the tide of that fight. No buyback available on your Phoenix. Still lacking a lot of gold here to have that second appearance. And you've got a window here for Falcons to go back in. Mind you, Doom's coming off cooldown in a few seconds. Static Storm is as well. Egg's going to be up on respawn. So those fuels are available, but Falcons can try to go for the 1-by-1 pickoff now without worrying about an Abaddon save. If Crit finds this angle with Blink.
Oh, nice lasso again from Crit. Right onto the Disruptor. They understand how important it is that Undying is just dead. He does have buyback available, but he might just need to pop it. It doesn't really feel like you're left with much of a chance here if you don't have your full 5 up and ready to go on Extreme. Mind you, they will still be playing without XM for another 20 seconds anyway. So it seems like they will wait for XM to respawn at least. Here we go. Yu's gonna jump in, dooming himself up, but they just force staff him out of it. Malreen's perfectly fine. The Doom really means nothing.
Doom.
In fact, that wasn't a Doom. That was a Lotus Orb return.
Yeah, he has Ags on Malreen, so it reflects as the Ags Doom. That's actually ruinous. At least you have a refresh here for you. He's gonna need to try again.
Malreen, he's dropping low, but he still has the Aegis up. They're just fine. Mega creeps up. They walk out of there. There's going to be a bit of a glimpse, but it doesn't really seem to matter at all, as now they jump in onto Low. Low's trying to chase down Snaking, but can't really keep within the range he needs to be. There's another Doom out. It's not doing much, though, as Low is already dead. They're onto Amar. They'll at least find ATF as Low. He's going to buy back. He'll try to make his reappearance in this team fight, as Malreen might finally lose that Aegis, or maybe he won't. He'll jump back in. He'll finally let it go down, but can Low really keep fighting like this? He's got borrowed time available, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to make too much of a difference here as he needs to run. Low's out. He's by the fountain. Falcons have not retreated as Skidder jumping back in now, finding XM on the Phoenix, but he's not dead yet. They're just camping the fountain. Tier 4 towers are completely gone. It's an ancient, completely exposed now. Snaking. Snaking will drop. Are Falcons done yet? It really doesn't feel like it. They're still hanging about. Lasso back up in 1. They're going to try Low again. They'll get the break off as well. There'll be no borrowed time to come in if he can't get it off in time, and he cannot.
Oh, no.
Low has died back. Falcons looking to end the game as they will find Polison to boot. In Extreme, they are still desperately trying to keep this going.
The fountain diving.
But it is not looking good as ATF right into the fountain now, sending a message. And they are still not calling it. XM will buy back again, but the Ancient is gone. And Polison will finally drop the GG.
Yeah, they hold out until the very end on Extreme. And again, props to Extreme for having this early game tempo that I didn't fully expect them to be able to pull out. You know, you had this great lane coming out for XM in particular, managing that bristleback lane, which you do expect to a certain extent, but not to that snowball effect we saw coming out there. And for Falcons, the early game was a little bit rougher. Maybe some of those decisions to dive in weren't as clean as you'd expect it to be, especially around that bot area where Amar was just kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and that kind of set the tone for the mid game. But Falcons, as soon as they hit this timing, as soon as Skitter had a pipe and they started taking fights off of the back of that aura, knowing how much Extreme were reliant on magic damage, it just felt like you had no easy solutions from the side of Extreme. You had no way to physically burst here. You know, this Abaddon does do a lot of damage, sure, on right click and with a blade mail, but it's not enough to really pressure them out. And just these pipe stacking, the 2 Glimmer Capes they had, the BKB timings on the 2 cores as well, along with the Lotus Orb usage from the side of Falcons, just made that feel near impossible for the side of Extreme to really try to claw back at that game after that early start.
It sure did. Again, I feel like Extreme Gaming, they're off to such a fantastic start, but it just all starts to fall apart. The draft, you know, it was questionable. I'll give props to XM. I think XM had a great game. I'll give him props. I think he could easily continue running mid Phoenix if he really wants to, but it does feel like you're going to need some kind of hybrid carrying the offlane that's not maybe doomed to be played, and I'm not sure how you make it work, but he didn't look too bad at all. And Falcons, you know, I'm kind of surprised, Sean. I thought Falcons would have a much easier time. It didn't seem that way. It seemed a lot closer than you would have first anticipated, and with that, we'll see what happens in game 2, I suppose, but I mean, Falcons maybe need to just kind of clean up a little bit as we do go to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Extreme Gaming and, of course, Falcons. We'll see you there.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, DreamLeague Season 25. It's MLP Dota. It's John X5. Jonathan, 25 seasons of DreamLeague. Game number 2 between Falcons and Extreme Gaming. I don't know where I'm going with this intro, John, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask you, how the hell are you doing?
And I'm doing great. It's been a long road for DreamLeague. You know, it almost takes me back to when you were struggling to find things to say with what was it? The Pro Series, all the way back. You're like, oh.
How have we casted this many games and I still can't come up with like a good intro? Like, it's been the same intro ever since we started, and it's just horrible. It sucks, John. And we keep getting hired for whatever reason.
Look, it's random act of kindness day, right? I'll do you a random act of kindness, Mike. I love your introductions. You know, they're silly, they're jovial, they're fun, just like our jovial little music in the background. Not quite a jovial experience for Extreme Gaming in the last game, to be fair. No. I mean, XM did have a jovial time on mid just for a bit, but they weren't really showing a random act of kindness from the side of Falcons, outside of maybe allowing them to have some hope for the first 15 to 20 minutes. Past that point, once the pipe was up, it was all business for Falcons, and just kind of became hard. I do like the drafting ideas this time around from Extreme, right? Like, it's a lot better than what we were seeing yesterday. It's a lot more in line with the meta. It just didn't quite fully answer all the things Falcons had. We'll have to see if they can correct here as we do head into that draft for Game 2. Whether or not Extreme Gaming can finally find their first win overall here in DreamLeague 25, or Falcons can find their full series win in this one, as well as, frankly, after Game 1, I think Extreme Gaming have to pull something different. I mean, that was already something different, but they're going to need to pull something different again here, Mikey.
They sure will, Jonathan. We'll see what they have up their sleeves here. Of course, last game around, we saw the first pick Phoenix from Extreme Gaming, and that ended up being a mid-XM Phoenix, which, again, I'll give credit where credit's due. I think he did a fantastic job. I don't think he was the reason that Extreme Gaming lost that game number 1. And in fact, Team Falcons, they banned it out, which I kind of respect because I think it was a problem.
10 seconds remaining.
That it did feel like. So, no Phoenix shenanigans this time. What do we have still on hand? Nyx, Bounty Hunter, already banned out. Nyx still there. Dawnbreaker still there. If you want to kind of take care of that, as we've already had the Alk, Gyrocopter, and PA taken care of by Falcons, and Extreme taking care of that Magnus BH. So, probably just straightforward Nyx. They could pick up the Dawnbreaker again here on the side of Extreme, or steal it away, as they'll steal the Bristleback instead. Mind you, it's a much better Bristleback opener. You don't have to worry about the direct PA counter. However, Falcons, you know, there's an Amar Classic still there. The Viper's there if they just want to pick Viper into Bristle. It's a little bit early for it, but they've already picked the Viper in this tournament, I do believe. So why not, if you want it?
Did they win with the Viper, John? I don't know they did.
I think they did. I'm not sure. I have to double check.
John. I'm looking. Hold on. They did win with the Viper, John.
They did, yeah.
They did. Look at that.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, they're going to go for a first pick Abaddon instead. Which, you know, Abaddon has been pretty potent. I can't quite blame any team for just going ahead and prioritizing this as a first pick. Quite frankly, John, I feel like Abaddon has been strong for most of this patch. It's one of those things where you just don't really realize it until the end stage of the patch where you're like, wait a minute, this hero is completely busted.
That it is. It's just such a nuisance to play up against. The Mephetic Shroud allows it to farm a lot faster than old Abaddon used to, and its laning presence feels pretty good. It's innate, plus Curse of Avernus is pretty nice as well, so you have a lot of things going on for this hero. As you can see, 17 picks, 70% win rate. PA right behind it, 16 picks with 68% win rate. Our most winning heroes so far in this tournament. And Falcons getting access to it is also really open in draft. You could have it on Amor, you could have it on Skitter. I doubt that they'll ever try to go Abaddon support. That's just dead in the water. So, but just that flexibility between 1 and 3 is already big as we will get the Viper respect ban from Extreme. So they don't want to have too challenging of a game on that Bristle. A little bit of a laugh there, as Falcons maybe weren't even planning on something like the Viper to come in. I don't know if you're really concerned about breaking Bristle. It does feel like you can farm a Silver Edge on someone anyway. You could look for a core that gets into that. Slark would still be a decent option here for Falcons if they want to dip into that again. Maybe the lane to the Bristleback's not as good, so you might have to actually give that to Skitter and have Amar play Abaddon, just so he has a Photic Shield to play with, but they'll start with the Bat Rider again, and you can't really fault Falcons for that. We saw some great things coming out there with our Bat Rider just getting all these big lassos off. Crit was just doing fantastic work, setting up a lot for the early game of Falcons, which was a lot slower, so they don't have to worry about playing Bat Rider into Abaddon as well, as they do have the Abaddon on their side. So again, a bit of a simpler process here for success on Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, again, Low was doing some great work against Crit's Bat Rider last game. This game around, though, won't have the same opportunity with that Aphotic Shield. And I mean, Crit had a really great start to game 1. 12-minute Blink Dagger up, multiple kills. I believe he was 4-1 by the time that Blink did come out at 12 minutes. So he had a really nice time. And I imagine he's looking for a bit of a repeat performance here in a game where it's going to be much easier to find these lassos now. As Extreme Gaming, they do go back for the Pulse and Clockwork. Fair enough, he was doing some great work on that. See what they do want to follow up with. Oh, it's going to be a Grimstroke pickup.
Yeah, we've seen this every now and again pop out. I think we've seen some Grimstroke coming out, especially in some of the qualifier games. I'm not completely sold in the hero just yet, and I think we've been seeing people going away from the Inkswell facet as well, going more for the damage and the Stroke of Fate. I'm keen on seeing what they get done with this. I think the lane potential of Bristleback plus Grimstroke does look pretty sound. In theory, this is a really good run at you lane. It's a lot of early aggression. You do have a good time here with your Ags. Once you've got that illusion coming out here from the Grimstroke onto the Abaddon, it can be quite nice. So that is something you can look forward to if you manage to get this face to farm that up for Extreme. For Falcons, though, Monkey King left in the pool. Monkey King gets picked up, and this has been something that has kind of handled the Bristleback nicely. This feels like a good solution overall. It's a nice beefy hero. You're going to get Jingu applications. It can go Silver Edge if the team really needs it. It wins out in mid lane as well for Malrine if that's the way they'd want to go here on the side of Falcons. For the most part, no matchups really feel too awful for the Monkey. So I'm keen on seeing what we get for XM to kind of handle it, or what their read is on what Falcons are trying to do in this draft. Because again, there's some flex potential. You could just kind of run Skitter on a Monkey King safe if you want. You can give Malrine something else, but it's super open on the side of Falcons to kind of figure out where their cores are going to go to with this Abba and Monkey. And for the side of Extreme, I mean, there is some flex as well. You know, Bristleback 1 or 3 still on hand, maybe even the mid. Maybe XM getting inspired a bit from last time, as Falcons will just pick up the Zeus support for their side now. Again, a great way of just getting some vision out, getting some magical damage on hand as well to try to dig in on Extreme. And in a way, it is one way to kind of counteract Glimmer Capes to an extent, right? Like, you can clear out the barrier, sure, you're not nuking them down, but you also gain the vision when they're trying to go invis around. With how prolific Glimmer Capes have been, Zeus does have some value, even though he's technically counteracted by it.
That does. Extreme Gaming looking for 2 more cores for themselves here. Have a bit of a deeper think about this one. It's gonna be the Quap to come out, which is fair enough, I suppose. Just in case you're gonna run the mid Monkey King, which you probably are, best off going for something that can kind of just break the range and just be okay. And I think Quap's one of the better heroes against MK right now. Even then, I think Monkey King can still just kind of run her down and just force out blink after blink, but it should be better than most matchups, I'd say, against Monkey King.
It should be. Again, you have that flex for Falcons. You can still just toss it onto Skitter, get something else for Malrine on mid. We'll see what they'll try to dig out here for the side of Falcons, as Extreme Gaming still ban out the Husker, showing a lot of respect for Malrine and that potential crazy last pick that can come out. They'll ban out the Beastmaster on Falcons, so just clearing out some new options here. There is a Doom still available if they want to ban out on Falcons, considering just how threatening Doom can be, although it didn't feel like the biggest issue in the last game. Outside of the earlier parts of the game, down the line, it just became a very challenging time for Neo. It could still be a very stable ban for Falcons if they want to clear that out. There's some pocket picks here that could work. Maybe something like the Enigma could be a higher priority if Extreme Gaming want to gun for that. You do have good ways of stopping a black hole, to be fair, from a distance, but a BKB rush could kind of work. Maybe not the best value for the Eidolon Sider, so maybe, again, not the highest priority, but certainly something that Extreme could try to consider, considering the laning value. And instead, the Lycan is the one to get the boot. So Alpha Wolf, Lycan gone. And Extreme, are you just going to keep banning some Malrine mids, or are you just going to contend with the Monkey King mid at this point? Because you are leaving a bit of a wider pool out for Skitter, like, say, Bloodseekers there, Lifestealers there as well, which plays fine into Bristle. You have some good infest targets anyway in this game for Falcons if you want to go that route. Even the DK is still available if you want to just go for a more bog standard sort of draft here for Falcons. Just double really tanky heroes on Abba plus DK could be one way to go as well.
One more ban, Extreme Gaming. Husker removed. Still looking for that offlane for new. I mean, you do have the flex with the Bristleback offlane, but I don't think we're going to see that coming out. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing Lycan Alpha Wolves yet either, John. That makes me kind of sad. I'm not going to lie.
Yep.
I like watching it. It's fun.
Yeah, but the last time we saw it, it did make sense to go pack leader just because higher levels of Howl did feel maybe more impactful. Do get the puck being banned out, so again, just figuring that Malrines here is still lined up, and we'll go for the Terrorblade to close out an Extreme. That's something we've seen consistently banned. Does slide past, so you've got to play into the Reflection. You've got to play into potentially the pipe buildup. You don't have to worry about something like the Ricky stopping you from Sunder saves here as well. Looks pretty clear for a Terrorblade game. Maybe the lane is going to be a little bit uncomfy, considering potentially just Monkey King every time Metamorphosis is down. And a Batrider can apply some good magical harass on you as well, or the Zeus even. So it's not like the smoothest, most uncontrollable Terrorblade lane in the world, but certainly manageable. Again, you have that flex. You can still toss TB1. You can run Bristleback off lane still. That's the way you'd want to go here. So I'm curious to see how Falcons kind of shift gears. Are you just going to run the Monkey King on a side lane, or are you just going to run something else for Malrine mid? As Extreme Gaming are still expecting something else from Malrine. Into Quap, you don't have like the best answer. Something like Alina's still there though, if you wanted some magical burst in this game. But again, hasn't had the biggest win rate, but into Terrorblade, it doesn't sound too bad.
It's just tough, right? Because every core just buys Glimmercape now. And it's like all that burst damage you once had just means nothing anymore. Like your Laguna gets completely blocked. And it's like, well, there goes all my damage. Sucks to be me, I guess. Team Falcons, we'll see what they do choose.
Digging really into that reserve time for that last pickup. By the way, you never mentioned the cat ears going on here.
I know, I did notice it, John. It just disgusted me enough that I just didn't want to say anything. There's the Lena, by the way, John. Well done. You picked it. Whether it's good or not is the question I have. Because again, every core is just building Glimmercape. So it's like, how much is this really going to get done for Mallory?
I think it's actually fine. Your mid lane matchup is all right for Lena anyhow, so that's manageable enough. Glimmercapes are going to be annoying, but you have a Zeus to help you burst down through the barrier and keep track of them through the invis, so you're not going to have too much of a struggle trying to chase at least with the lightning bolts coming out from snaking. Kind of interesting, they will go for the Skitter Abba and the Amar Monkey King on offlane instead. So I think that's the switch up that's a little bit more interesting coming out here from Falcons, rather than running the Monkey King 1. Extreme are taking their time to decide who takes what with Bristleback and TB, and it is a new TB and a low Bristleback. So you will have to lane the Bristle into the Monkey, which honestly isn't the best for Bristle in the first few levels. Like, Monkey can just poke you, play with Jingu, Boundless, sustain the lane. By level 2-3, it gets a little bit more awkward for the Monkey, but you have yourself a Batrider on hand as well. Like, there's some knockback plays. You can reposition this Bristle. You can soften him up with a Batrider. Overall, I think I can see where Extreme's going with this draft, right? Like, you go Aura on your Terrorblade, you go Glimmercape on your Bristle, and maybe a support Glimmercape as well, just to help out, or even you just doubling down on Pipe Glimmer wouldn't be awful as well, though maybe a bit redundant. But can counteract two of the heroes on Falcon's tree if you want to count crit. I do feel like Falcons have their coverage right? Like you have physical output with Amor. To a certain extent, you have physical output with Skitter as well. There's nothing to really insta-gib threaten Skitter either. Like, he is going to be getting off bar time passively every single time. There's nothing to eat through his HP threshold. In terms of damage, Sonic Wave lays out damage in a set of ticks. So there's nothing that just bypasses that. Unless you get a massive set of stacks going somehow in low, just instantly delete the Abaddon, which tends to not happen. So I'm curious on seeing just how much Malrine can pump out in this Lina. I think that's going to be the big fact, right? Like you mentioned the Glimmer Capes, it is going to be annoying for Malrine. But he does have that early time he can play with. Theoretically, your Zeus can kind of remove the barrier for you to still blow heroes up. And I'm going to try to handle it there. So, to be fair as well, right? Like when you're playing Lina with Terminal Runaway, you do have a lot of spell amp to try to counteract it. Crit says have fun, Malrine says no.
No
Very
fun.
nice.
No fun for anyone.
Still says good luck, have fun. All right. Okay, sure. Maybe we should have tracked Malrine's all chat instead. Malrine and XM next time. That would be interesting.
That's true. It would have saved us a lot of editing for ATFs as well. Just no blurring out a billion words. That would have been nice. Do we see a fight to break out? Last game around it was a quick 2-for-2, and neither side really ended up fighting each other. This time, we'll see if they do want to go for a fight. Extreme Gaming again is smoked up by the bottom side of the map. Crit's going to see them though with a nice ward. Breaks the smoke of low, and that'll be enough for him to ensure he does not get caught out. And I suppose if you're Falcons, you don't really want to fight into the level 1 timing of Extreme because it is just much stronger. So they'll just avoid the fight, go for the 2 top bounty runes, and... Well, XM is going to try and intervene. Start harassing Skitter. Snaking's going to back him up though. Skitter, is he going to stick around for this bounty? He will. It seems like Paulison, still trying for a cogs, does actually catch him. A little bit annoying for Skitter, but ultimately he's still perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's all bounties going away for Falcons, so not even a single deny coming out from the side of Extreme. So you're off to a fantastic start for Falcons, considering all of that movement across the map. And that's going to set you up for a pretty decent time here for Malrine. Again, this matchup up against Quap already feels good for Lina. You have really got good range, good right-click harass. For the Quap, walking up to try to scream of pain Lina away just doesn't feel safe, considering how many right-clicks Malrine can get off as you're coming in. So you're going to be able to balance this out for Malrine. You're going to have a quicker bottle off the back of those 4 bounties, already just lacking 40 gold, just a creep left for Malrine to have that refill. And for XM, it's just going to be slow going. And they pick this Quap up relatively early in the draft, or at least early enough that Malrine gets to kind of consider his matchup. And they did leave that Lina in the pool. Again, Lina might not be the most successful hero, but in good games it has looked nearly unstoppable. Still taking a peek at the other lanes. You're seeing Paulson get that pull off up top, trying to get that EXP soak for himself to have an impact in the lane. This isn't a fun time for you as well. Like, you're laning Terrorblade into Abaddon, so your Reflection is just going to get Aphotic shielded away, which kind of takes the impact of Terrorblade offlane completely away. Like, that's how he kind of wins out this lane. Outside of using Metamorphosis, you don't have that presence here for New. So you're really not going to be pressuring Skitter all that much. In fact, he's prioritizing Snaking, so Snaking can come in with 3 right clicks with that live wire. That's already doing good zoning on New.
No, it's going to be so annoying for New. Oh, meanwhile, though, ATF actually dropping for first blood. Undying able to secure with the Inkswell damage, and there you go. ATF getting caught with his pants down here down in the bottom lane, already feeding first blood away.
And again, for the Monkey King, this is like back and forth. As long as you have mana on low, you can keep spamming out the quills. Monkey can maybe dodge 1 usage out. You can't dodge everything, and you're just going to slowly get chipped away. It really comes down to how well Crit can try to poke and prod with Flame Break. And chances are with that death, you're not going to feel too aggressive on Amar. Like, this is still an opening for low, but he is still on the softer side, right? Level 2 Bristle, not the tankiest in the world, not the quickest death by quills. There's still an opportunity for Amar if he so wishes, but just going to have to focus in on that CS and try to play catch-up off the back of it. They've got a nice pull for themselves at least, so they can cut off some of that gains in the lane. Top, you're seeing Paulson start to join in the lane, assist Mew out and try to get some harassment in. Mew opted for the Conjure image over the Metamorphosis, and again, is still very reliant on Reflection, but Again, how much fun you have with that, with a Photic Shield in the pool here for Skitter. It's not going to be the smoothest of times. You are finding a decent enough time in terms of farm. I would say that. You are having a great time on Skitter. You're having almost no farm on you, so that is concerning considering the sensitive spikes of Terrorblade with that durability. Like, wanting that fast pipe, it's not going to be as quick with this kind of start. Just really not much impact in this lane so far.
It's a pretty slow start to this game so far, I'd say. Mid lane, very even affair. Malrine and XM. Pretty much even in CS right now, so really just going back and forth here, these two. Paulus in top lane, gonna land a Cogs, but it's more just to allow him to get away. We're trying to be a little bit aggressive here towards Skitter and Snaking, but it is a bit tough. I mean, the Abaddon just doesn't care. Neither does Snaking, because they've always got this Aphotic Shield to spam out. So you really can't do too much here in the offlane of Extreme to slow down the farm with this Abaddon. Bit of a shame. Bottom lane does seem like it's evened out quite a bit now. Is ATF actually going to try and get aggressive here against Low, but he is going to be careful, especially with that Inkspore coming out. He wants to see it disappear before he goes for more. Low's still being chased down here by Crit. They have a Boundless to throw and they will connect, and Low eventually will die as Crit hits him with the Blood Grenade. In fact, Undying misses the Stroke of Fate. Oh no. It's another double kill for Crit's Batrider. We just won this last game.
Yeah, the difference is Amar's not dying this time around. He's positioning a lot better. He's allowing Crit to just do the work. He just looks for that opportunity with Boundless to soften up. And they're winning out. Again, this Bristleback in lane up against a Batrider. There's a lot of kite and poke potential here for the side of Falcons to play with, and they're utilizing that just right. But how tied in you are on the side lanes as well, it's giving Malrine a lot of room to still get his water runes going. No one's there to deny that. That's the one way you can kind of try to win out up against Alina, getting the water rune control very early on. You don't have that for Extreme. You're at least still finding one of them for Malrine in this lane. So he's still able to leverage his damage coming in. And it just doesn't feel like any of the lanes right now for the side of Extreme is really meeting what you want to get out of these lanes anyhow. I mean, you do have the value point in Metamorphosis now up for you at the least. Skitter's just not something you can easily run down. Snaking's done a fantastic job of just threatening the vault, and always being safe with the Heavenly Jump as well makes it difficult. They are starting to make some moves down bot at the very least.
Yeah, Undying again going to go down. Crit may give his life away for that, as Low should have him and does. But of course, every kill the Batrider can secure just escalates that farm so much quicker for him to reach that quick Blink Dagger timing. And again, this is a game where there's no good counter towards the Bat. But last game, you had the Abaddon on Low. He was making life very hard for Crit with these lassos, but now you don't. It's mid lane, Paulison trying to be a little bit aggressive on the snaking. They are just trying to secure 6-minute power runes, of course, and they will get unlucky on Extreme Gaming side as Malrine will find a freebie down the bottom side of the power runes. It's happy days for him. Even a quick bottle refill from Crit as well. It's really ensuring that Malrine has a fantastic start to this game too.
And he does. Already pulling ahead of XM. Was a little bit even earlier on. Love that sneaky ward placement out from Crit as well. Not going to be dewarded anytime soon. They've gone to security here. Although the sentry is on hand. Just need a little bit of vision. And they will. They do plant their ward down from Undying to clear out, but that should be fairly obvious from the side of Falcons, as they will find Pulse on top. Just sneaking out a little bit too far into Skitter. No backup for him through the gate. And News just cut off. Like, look at this collapse from Falcons coming in for the 7-minute rune. Even that's not something you can just easily find here.
I mean, Crit, he's very good at securing these wisdom runes at that 7-minute mark, and of course, with the flame break, it makes it very easy for him to just do just that, as Crit now, moving on to New, might actually have him, and he does! Undying, can you get out, sir? Here comes XM. XM's not having it. No more. Double kill for the co-op. But they still get away with a wisdom rune, plus a kill onto New. I mean, it's not the worst scenario for Extreme, considering XM does clean up. But that's 2 games in a row you lose both wisdom runes. It scares me for Extreme that this Batrider continues to get so much.
And it does. And again, they're just giving a lot of space out on the side of Falcons. Like, with all of this movement across the map, your safe lanes are Your safe lane's allowed a lot of room. Skitter's not really being pressured. Amar is just having a decent enough time farming. So is Low. This Monkey King is going to be active a lot faster than the Bristleback will be, considering the itemization you go for here for Amar. Just going for a straightforward Mage Slayer to mitigate some of this output. XM doesn't quite have a threat without the Sonic Wave Vider, although they are looking to bully out Malrine a bit.
They're going to try doing some great damage here onto Malrine. Snaking is around to help out. In fact, with the heavily jump, the slow was enough. Paulison, though, still trying to desperately get within range, but Malrine now perfectly safe as Skitter was there just in time with the Aphotic Shield to block off all that Scream damage. And suddenly, Falcons, they are just all in the mid lane. They just want a very quick T1 mid tower. XM still trying to force them away, but it's not really going to make much of a difference as they will just secure here with Skitter. Extreme, they're bringing more bodies in, but it's all too late. The T1's just down. That's a big deal. In fact, Amar, not done, looking for Undying, and he's got him. This Grimstroke is not having a good time.
Certainly not. One small win for the side of Extreme is that XM does get the deny in the tower. So you at least do take some of that gold away, but you lose that map control, you lose a little bit of that defensiveness around, say, your triangle, a little bit more sneaking around that Falcons can try to achieve here. And again, the one thing that's kind of shining here for the side of Extreme is that there's a lot of room out for Low to farm. Like, he is still a ways off from considering the Ags, right? Like, he has enough gold to at least buy out the point booster, but it is going to take a little bit longer for the Bristol to be online. At the very least, that road to being online is set up for it. Quick collapse from Falcons onto bot, though. And already looking for more tier 1s.
Oh, Low. He's trying to go through the outpost, but... Excuse me, the twin gate rather, but that's not going to work out for him. He needs to fight, and his team is here and ready to go. Crit's going to sneak up from the back. They do at least find Snaking with that Sonic Wave, but it seems like Falcons might just keep the fight going. Crit's got Lasso available. He'll hold out for now. Undying is the one to go down first, as now Malrine does show up looking for Low with the Laguna Blade. Low still trying to get out of there. Might just make it, but Crit is still on his tail, and so is ATF. Can they catch him? It's starting to feel like Low is a bit too quick, though ATF's still desperately trying, but it's only him. Everybody else from Falcons, they already gave up.
Yeah, you're not too upset about that in Falcons. Again, you drag all of these heroes down. Oh, Snaking.
Snaking? He's actually alive, but New's the one in danger now. I mean, he's got Thunder available, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to matter too much in this scenario. Is ATF more than happy to just heal up with the Jingu Mastery? The Monkey King Jonathan ATF, he's having a great time now.
That he is 3-1, and already, again, just getting all of this activity early on, leveraging the power of that Simian Stride, just making his way across the map. Always finding free pickings and Undying if he's not too careful here.
I mean, Undying just not having a great time. ATF not going to let him go either, but he has lost that Simian Stride. In fact, now he's in danger. Low's going to show up. ATF's got no choice but to try and fight back, but he's out of luck, I think. He actually does Mischief Does a Scream, but it's still not going to be enough. Still Jingu Mastery proc again, but it's still not there. So this time ATF, getting a little bit too excited, does end up handing his life back the way of XM. And that's not great news for Falcons.
No, that's a big kill for them to finally find on the side of Extreme. An important one for XM to find as well. That's leading into that Dagon time for the Quap. Pivotal to start to sustain and counteract that Masochist fast you do have on hand. And just a little bit more burst to play with. We were talking about the potential protective items to come in for the side of Extreme. For the side of Falcons, you don't really have that lined up yet. You know, you're not really considering the early Glimmer Capes whatsoever. The Mage Slayer for Amara is still on way, still 2 parts off. Not too far in terms of gold at the very least, but still some time needed until that starts to build in. And 6-9 start, Falcons do maintain a 2k lead, but Extreme are starting to find some ground, right? Like this Bristleback is already 1 part into the Yags.
Oh, they've got the Quap now. Blink is up in 1, but it's all too late. The Boundless was there in time, and it's a real shame. I mean, XM, he was having a really good game for himself, but that'll be his first death of the game now in the Quap, and I feel like against a team like Falcons, you really can't really afford to slow down, as ATF is not slowing down, but he may have given his life away again, and he does. Can they get Low? No, they cannot. Low's out of there. ATF, again, getting a little bit too excited.
No, didn't quite have Snaking around close by enough to try to help with burst. Thunder God's just falling a little bit short with the positioning of Low, having his back turned on him. So rather unfortunate, but you count your blessings on the side of Extreme, right? You're getting freebies out from Amar. You're now just one part away from Low's full Ags. And you're inching towards some initial Glimmer Capes as well. Like, you've got one Paulson coming in. You've got the pipe being set up from you. You're going for a smoke now. Paulson has that hook shot ready. You've got the soul bind ready as well. Could be a nice opportunity if they catch someone off guard here.
Skinner. Chase is on. Hookshot is there from Paulson. Skinner needs some help desperately. Does get the borrowed time scored up just in the nick of time to be able to survive a little bit longer as Crit has joined in. Now they move in as well with Malrine. Though Malrine actually getting caught out and does get killed by XM. In the meantime, Crit commits the lasso onto New. New still happily running towards Skidder though, wanting that Abaddon Pos 1 kill. ATF around the corner, but he's going through the twin gate. He knows he can't help right now. Meanwhile, Crit does go down. Skidder still trying to TP out of there, but he's not going to make it. Extreme Gaming successfully fighting back here in this game too.
Yeah, Falcons. Again, the response just falling a little bit short. Amar, with all of this movement, has not managed to get another level up, so he doesn't have like a value point in the Wukongs to try to establish an area of control here for Falcons to play with. So he's just stuck looking in the tree line, trying to find a flank, and just never finds a comfy one considering how low everyone is on the side of Falcons. At least for Falcons, they'll snag another Wisdom Rune. They can get away with it again as they're busy pushing top. So we'll have double Wisdom Runes coming out for Falcons to boost up these supports. You're inching towards that blink timing for Crit. Once that's up, that relieves some pressure here on Amar, who has been trying to work the map as best as he can. In fact, they're still keeping track bot once more. This time it's Mew that will be spotted out here.
Oh, New is not a tanky boy. Like, he has had trouble getting that net worth up, so he's still a pretty easy kill. And they will catch him. ATF to take another one. That is kind of the saving grace right now for Falcons, right? Like, you've got these cores that you can still kind of take down very quickly in the form of that offlane TB. New, I believe, is just trying to build up into a pipe, but it is taking a fair bit of time here for him.
And it is, but once that pipe's up, I don't know if that same move works. Again, your entire damage on Zeus disappears. Your threat from Crit and his slow pokes also just kind of gets mitigated. It puts a lot more pressure on Amar. Perhaps if you can burst down the TB or isolate him so that he's not putting the pipe in the wider team fight, it can be a little bit simpler. But we, again, haven't seen that great split up just yet from Falcons. The response from Extreme has been very disciplined. They do have the value point in Wukongs. They can try to look for a little bit of a play here, and they've got the blink up on Crit to isolate.
Nice lasso. Crit is in. Blink reveal is there. Hookshot from Paulson and a big sonic wave. XM, he buys the space. The Thunder's out onto low. He does not end up going down. They'll still find Paulson and Undyne, so the support duo will drop. But at least they will save their Bristleback.
That was clutch out from Paulson. Hookshot in and gets the Glimmer Cape save off. So it just provides enough space for Low to back out. Now they can re-engage.
Now they want something for their trouble. Crit will drop immediately as Low. He's not done. He wants the big one. He wants Malrine. Malrine trying to run. A quick Dagon in from XM. Malrine still alive thanks to that aphotic shield, but surely not for long as XM. Oh, I mean, they're still moving in. The Blink Dagger is there and Malrine is finally down as now Low's looking for his own way out and so is XM. XM will be okay with the blink. Low, meanwhile, trying to chase down Skidder, but realizes he is pretty much out of luck here. John, he's dead. Almost taking ATF with him, but not quite.
Not quite. Still a very costly trade for Falcons. Losing Malrine like that, just getting run down. Nothing defensive on Lina, not even the full Ags done. Still fired and rolled away.
Paulson can solo this. Oh no, the Boundless! And he misses the hook shot anyway. And now he might just be free food for the monkey. Chase is on. Undyne, of course, is going to be the target they prioritize because it's just easier. There he goes. But a bit of a shame for Paulson. I think he was trying to wait for the aphotic shield to wear off before he went for the hook shot because he did have vision in that triangle to go for it himself, but I don't think he was confident enough to actually make that play happen while the aphotic shield was going.
No, not quite. They do balance it back on Falcons, only really finding the supports in the past few fights, but hey, leads into a 2k lead. You've still got this timing lining up, the full Ags flying out now for Malrine, and you're going out with a smoke now for Amar and Crit. Blink Lasso back up. There you go.
Yeah, very nice lasso in XM, getting caught in the Wukong's command. They do throw out the lightning bolt and the flame break connects. So XM dropping another very strong sonic wave, and he actually will survive thanks to the Glimmer Cape usages. Now Paulus with a great hook shot in, catching two. They'll take down Crit. Snaking does heavily jump out of there and will make it. But still a very nice turnaround again from Extreme Gaming.
A little bit of a shame you didn't have enough mana in Snaking for a Thunder God's Rat. Would have been enough to blow up the Coppers, a window where the Glimmer Cape didn't fly in, where your teammates weren't quite close enough. And you would have gotten away with that kill even after trading Crit, and you'd feel a little bit better in Falcons. But Extreme Gaming are punching back. Again, we've seen the same thing happen in Game 1, where the early game for Falcons wasn't that clean. They are getting some room out for Skitter to get bigger. You know, you're scaling up on a Mar, but your win conditions don't feel as all in for Falcons, right? In comparison to what you have on Extreme. Like this Bristleback has some crazy spikes, Glimmer Cape already flying out for low. You already have the double support Glimmer Capes up, so some of what you were talking about there for Lina, the issues are starting to come in with all of this magic resin barriers up. Even for the Zeus as well. Like it's just a little bit of a rougher time. You almost have to kind of bank on saving Lightning Bolt just to scout. Or just save Thunder Gods to scout once the Glimmers are active. And that also ties into the pipe from you. So much magic damage mitigation here. It doesn't feel like Skitter's ready to eat through physically. It's mainly Amar with his output. And Amar isn't quite tanky yet to really bear the brunt of the force of Extreme when they do counteract here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Extreme Gaming is still pretty aggressive positioning here in the Dire jungle. Skitter's going to run into them. Crit's going to be around as well with the Blink Lasso ready. New, still hanging about. It seems like they probably want to catch XM on the Quap, if anything, with that lasso. Is now Skitter dropping pretty low. Might be forced to borrow time very soon. Low's going to move in. Skitter, there's your borrowed time committal. Meanwhile, ATF from the back will move on to Polison, but he hasn't got enough damage on his own. He's got to try and survive through this, as the rest of his team will make it there now. Is it enough? ATF, he will survive. They'll move on to New, but New's also going to survive. The Glimmer Cape again coming in clutch. Zmarine just does not have enough, but now Low getting caught by a lasso. They were very patient. The hook shot from Polison, but it's all too late. Polison now still trying to fight, will end up going down. They'll try for Malrine, but they'll lose Undyne instead. In fact, New's now in the middle of nowhere. And New, well, he's got Thunder John, but he's not even going to get it off. A very messy fight, but a very, very nice lasso again from Crit right at the end. That's the kind of patience you look for when you're playing Batright.
And you do. And again, you're seeing some of the effects, some of the issues Falcons has in instant giving the side of Extreme with that pipe, with all of these Glimmer Capes on hand. But big issue for Extreme was that they couldn't actually kill off Amar. Like, he manages to get the Wukongs, he gets an Aphotic Shield thrown on him. Low isn't able to get the last couple of quill sprays to really kill off this monkey, so they're forced to back out of the Wukongs, not able to fight in that area of control, and Falcons just retakes the space. They just get the aggression out. It didn't feel like, I mean, you had a really good hook shot for Paulson, but at that point you didn't have your follow through from Low, and it's like what you said, that lasso sealed the deal here for the side of Falcons. I think for the side of Extreme, again, you have that durability on hand. You've got the pipe, you've got triple Glimmer Capes up. You need to have the confidence to kind of jump in. The issue is the physical output of Amar is still very relevant. And yeah, you can counteract the Lina, you can counteract the Zeus, but you don't really counteract that Monkey King at this moment, even though Amar, again, isn't the tankiest. You also don't quite have burst outside of your Sonic Wave, and XM just didn't have enough to kill off Amar instantly.
Absolutely not. Yeah, tough times now for Extreme Gaming. Suddenly 2k behind. More importantly, though, it's this Bristleback that needs to really set the tempo of this game, and we're seeing Low just, he's doing some great work, but it's just these awkward engagements where he's getting caught at the last second with these lassos and just getting dragged way out of position. And Falcons, for now, do have all the answers with the damage output they do have. New's going to pick up an Arcane Rune for himself. Looks like they will go ahead and infiltrate that Dire jungle once again. Crit, he's going to have a gander with the Firefly committed, seeing if he can find anyone for a quick, easy kill. Skitter and Malrine going to join as well. Looks like Undyne with the Glimmer Cape TP going to try and get away, but it won't make it. Crit still holding onto the lasso, looking for a bigger target. Undyne, of course, is going to be the only death, though, as everybody else from Extreme Gaming is able to get out of there quite freely.
I do appreciate the fact that Extreme are trying to play aggressive, but they've not been able to get control back with these wards still standing from Falcons. Like, they get the sentry down, they don't manage to clear out, they don't have vision on the high ground to clear out the wards. They don't even manage to clear out the ward when they planted down that sentry anyway. From Undyne, they're just forced to retreat. And the idea is just squashed instantly. You are still getting some space out for low. Going into the SNY here in the Bristle, right? Like, you've got the Kaya Sanj coming out for XM, so some durability for him as well with the Spell Amp. But it does feel like you're starting to get to that point where the Skitter is just going to be running forward, buying space for Amar to find an angle. And Glimcape and Pipe aside, this Lina can still try to burst you down. Like, even though it takes a little bit longer, the magical damage is still respectable. What would the Ags up and the Flame Cloak running? So you do still have ways of poking side of Extreme low enough that Amar and Skitter can clean up. I see Extreme Gaming coming out with a smoke here. See if they can try to work an anvil out. They do have Metamorphosis ready on you, and they could use spot Skitter.
They can find the Batrider first, but the hook shot's off the mark. A nice 4-staff away from crit. They were trying to Skitter instead, but you've got to be worried about that borrowed time with that secondary. And there it is, procced immediately, that they are wasting a lot of its time, so Skitter needs to just run the hell out of there. Meanwhile, the Wukong's command committed by ATF to try and zone away the side of Extreme Gaming. And it seems like Extreme, they will kind of just be zoned out. Polison's still having a look around to see if he can find a nice cogs. Low now rushing towards Maureen. Meanwhile, Falcons just trying to retreat, trying to find a way back out of here. In fact, never mind. They're jumping in. Polison, he'll actually survive the thunder from you. Skitter's the one to go down. Massive, massive plays here from Extreme so far. Can they find more? Well, they're desperately trying, but they don't have hookshot available for another 10 seconds. So it seems like they might just have to settle for trying to go down this T1 bottom tower first. Oh, hookshot again. Does catch out the lean up. Drags it down to the low ground as well. This could be very awkward for Maureen. He just can't get his footing. Can they burst him down though? Maureen's still alive. XM trying to jump in after him. It's still not enough, but Maureen so low, but the lasso from crit. It's going to buy some time for him to TP out of there. They'll still find 3. In fact, they might even find more, but no. Polison barely missing out on a TP cancel. Oh my goodness, did you see that, Jonathan? Polison? What a great hook shot. And Maureen, he must have bounced around like 4 times in that cogs. He just could not get back to the high ground.
That was a sickening spot for the hookshot cogs. Just cutting off this Lina, preventing her from trying to weave in and out. And again, the side of Extreme are finding ways to split these parts apart from the side of Falcons. Falcons aren't able to get their isolation play. They're not able to try to utilize Wukongs. It's a terribly long enough cooldown that they couldn't take the re-engage anyhow. And it feels like Falcons are the ones getting a little bit over-eager when the opportunity falls flat from Extreme. That was all off the back of them not finding crit in the hookshot, but Falcons were just not ready for the fight anyhow. The positioning was just not quite tight enough around each other to, again, establish this area of control and just try to use the Wukongs to entrap them, get the damage on top, allow Amar to clean up after softening them up. None of that really flew out. Extreme Gaming now, 1 to 2k up. Not a massive lead by any means. They're still behind in kills. You know, in terms of map control, we're at a very even game state. All tier 2 still scanning for both sides. So Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the middle of nowhere right now. Skitter, his team is slowly getting there. Borrowed time's committed now. Maureen and Crit have finally made it to the area. Skitter, though, still looking like a sitting duck, does barely make it out as Maureen does take down Polison. Crit now being targeted. In goes ATF, though, but a big sonic wave. XM, he'll take down the Batrider. Crit is gone. XM barely able to hold. No, he doesn't. The Thunder is still buying a bit of time for XM as they take down Skitter. Falcons have gone too far. Can they get ATF out of there? ATF turning back in onto Low. Has Low gone too far? He has. ATF now. Once again the target here, but without Low around, they can't really continue to commit. They need to leave. And they will. Undyne's at least going to get his TP off and the rest will be fine.
That was such a... These plays coming out from Extreme, these thunders coming out from you has just been saving the day. It still cost them Low, but you are seeing some kiting issues now abounding from the side of Extreme as well, right? Like, their control is really down to Paulson. If he doesn't hammer in this hook shot and cogs, then 4 stabs just save you. They commit massively onto the Abaddon and don't manage to really keep him in. And it's just the side of Falcons having these double 4 stabs to save the day, right? Like, on the side of Extreme, it's been this Glimmer Capes en masse that's been opening up these opportunities for themselves to bypass this burst, as they do have 4 Glimmer Capes on hand, which is just stupid. But you do have the double 4 stabs on Falcons in comparison, also kind of doing that job for them to try to kite out when they are slightly out of position. And they do manage to work it out. A very even game. Like, this is still teetering on either side, considering the scaling left for both sides here. Like, Lowe's going into the BKB, Mew's just going for a standard Sanjin Yasha, and maybe can start to itemize his core. They are looking for an opportunity top. Could be an awkward one, depending on how well Crit can find an angle, but the one thing that you do have an advantage of for Extreme is your vision game is much more consistent with a flare. Mind you, it's still level 2 flare, not the lowest cooldown, so it's not as spammable. It's not like you're anywhere near an Ags here for Paulson yet, but it is enough to at least give some info out. Like, they spot the tree, they back off, they re-smoke on their side on Extreme. Falcons also smoked up. This could be a messy one, depending on how well they start out.
It certainly could be. Falcons trying to sneak up from behind, both placing vision down as a lasso has caught out Undying. They want that Grimstroke first, and they've got him. Undying down. Crit does also drop though, so a nice trade to start for Extreme. It's ATF, middle of nowhere right now, just trying to survive in his Wukong's command, but a hookshot Paulison jumping in. ATF dropping pretty low, they'll take down Paulison and ATF. He'll heal up with the balance strike, Jingu Mastery. He'll make it out for now, but how long can he survive? The answers look like not very long, but no, he's actually making it out of there. Can he though? The shield's giving him time. ATF still trying, but does eventually go down. Is now Skitter in big trouble. Skitter trying to get out, cannot make it. XM will Dagon him down. Oh my goodness, Falcons. It looked great to start, but they end up losing that fight 2-3. And well, now Roshan, of course, going to be available for Extreme Gaming.
And again, I think the issues for Falcons there is that it's not really the lasso. Oh, I think that's a fine lasso coming out from Skitter. It's just that the Wukong's was a little bit early from Amar. No one's really hanging in that area. You're not really applying damage. In the rest of the fight, it fades away. You're not able to play with the added armor as well to ride out Lowe's output, as he's not really stuck in that area. So you haven't been able to establish that area of control here on Falcons, and side of Extreme just step away from it. They just don't care. If they're not in Wukong's, they don't have to worry. They kite Amar around a little bit and get the follow through. Paulson?
Paulson? He's going to end up going down. Malrine with a quickie. Not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, Paulson's been having a pretty good game here on this Clockwork. Go down to Malrine. I mean, at this stage of the game, it's hard to know who's actually winning here, John. Pretty even game between these two sides, and I mean, there is a point where I think you start to get maybe a little bit concerned as XG, like as to how the Bristleback is going to scale later on, compared to say the Lena, Monkey King, and of course the Abaddon. But I mean, so far they're doing a pretty damn great job.
That they are. I think you also have to respect that the Terrorblade offlane does transition to almost like a pseudo 1 down the line, right after these durability items are up, like say the full S and Y that you finished up here on you can just go back for like Butterfly. Maybe you go back for a Dragonlance 4-staff first if you really want to be safe on you, but you can start to go for the damage on the Terrorblade, and that always stays relevant as well. I think again that's going to be where some of the challenges lie. It's just down to how well can you take these fights. It does feel like the answer for Extreme Gaming is a lot simpler. They've been able to funnel in the side of Falcons almost 1 by 1. Even if they get lassoed up first, it's nothing major. Like, it almost doesn't feel necessary for Undying to be around with a Soulbind even to win out these fights, so long as you don't get entrapped in Amar's Wukongs. Because that's the big thing. The key thing that allows Amar to kill everyone off is that he's in Wukong's. He has that 20 armor. He doesn't need to care about Bristleback. He doesn't need to care about the Terrorblade. And all he has to do is just not get hit by the majority of the Sonic Wave, and you're really happy as the monkey. He's not able to do that in the last fight. And every single fight we see Extreme Gaming take well is when Amar is just forced to Wukong's in a vacuum. So that is something Falcons has to be somewhat aware of. Like, they are actually reliant on Amar using the durability aspect of the Wukongs to try to fight into this Bristle. Smoke out from Extreme just to lead into a tier 2 push. Fortify will force them back just a tad bit. Falcons trying to shove in bot in exchange, but not really going for that full commitment. But you can see Extreme's getting that confidence to play forward. They've still got 2.5 minutes left in that Aegis on low. Not too much to worry about. The X factor for Falcons, again, it's that Wukong's and maybe just kidnap potential from Crit. He's been pretty on point with the lassos for the past 2 games. It's just a matter of sometimes the translation after the lasso kill hasn't been that clean here for Falcons in this run.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's still a very, very close game here between these two sides. I mean, just a 1k advantage. Seems like Extreme Gaming, they want to go through the top lane now, just start securing those T2 towers. Should have no issues getting it done. I wonder though if they're feeling confident enough to start thinking about approaching that high ground. And you still got 1 minute and 40 on the Aegis. Maybe at least enough time for a T3 tower and try to force a nice fight for yourselves. It can be a little bit scary going to that high ground though against that Pat Rider. Harpoon is there, Skidder. He's going to start already. And you can see Low, he's not feeling too good about it. He's going to leave the area and so will the rest of the team.
Just one good combination coming out from Mallory. It doesn't do as much, to be fair. Again, you're trying to burst down here with the Glimmer Cape and the pipe aura around you. It's not the most pleasant of time to be Alina. You're not running heroes down as much as you'd want to here. But that is enough to at least dissuade Extreme for the time being. Again, don't have too much time left on that Aegis, so it's going to be back to farm. But they get map control in a big way. 2 tiers, 2 tier 2 taken. They have that pressure on the map. They've got really good forward vision coming out here, although it's not going to last too long as you are playing into Zeus. Eventually, Snaking will get that control back. The side of Extreme, though, again, this game's just a lot simpler for them. Your damage output on XM is always relevant. Sonic Wave is purest. You can't really counteract it with any sort of big, say, Glimmer Cape stacking yourself here on the side of Falcons, and that's why you're really not seeing that actually come out in this game, as really Sonic Wave is the main issue. The reapplication of all of these screams is getting fairly annoying though, and I can see the value for XM into this Ags that he's queuing up, because Soulbind Ags is going to be nice. You do whiff a little bit of a hook shot from Paulson.
Snaking. Oh, gets the TB cancelled. Paulson, very nice with the cogs, and poor old Snaking will have to lose his life. A little bit unfortunate for him. Rest of Falcons, though, going to be okay to TP away. It doesn't seem like anyone else will get caught. Or at least only lose Snaking. I believe it was a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom Runes this time, though, at the least. So you don't find that double Wisdom Rune you really wanted. Now is Satanic completed on low? I think that might be the point where he wants to go and fight again with his team. I mean, that Satanic timing can be pretty devastating to try and go up against the Falcons. They are going to group up in the mid lane. I think you'd much prefer to go for a pick-off before you try high ground again, especially without the Aegis, but Falcons are playing very safely.
That they are. They understand the difficulties in trying to approach these engagements at this point. Got the BKB up and running on Malorine, so it can be a little bit simpler for him to find a position in these engagements. It does feel like you kind of want to find a way to break as
Crit's a big deal to find here, especially if you're trying to go high ground, and they will at least whiff the Clockwork Hook shot, but it won't really matter. You could try to force a buyback from Crit. It's a big deal. That Bat Rider is really the only scary part of this high ground attempt, I'd say. Cliff will be forced out low, not looking to retreat yet, still happy to keep going. Skitter's even farming the bottom lane right now. He's not even in the base at the moment. So it is basically a 3v5. There goes your T3 tower. They are slowly chipping away at low, but he just pops the Satanic and just the infinite Glimmer Cape usages, man. It's just so stupid to watch.
That it is. There was no damage at all. That Thunder Gods flew on. It's like nothing. Nothing. It just keeps going. He has enough to just keep it up every time.
How many do you have? 1, 2,
They have everyone. I think 4 at least.
Paulson, Malrine has been caught. We'll throw Laguna out. He was saved by Glimmer Cape 2, by the way. John is ATF. ATF is down. Not great news as he does not have buyback, but thankfully for Falcons, Extreme Gaming will look to retreat.
For now, they are looking to just shift gears, and it's a challenging position for Falcons. Like, Amar gets caught out. He can't afford to. Again, the key thing for Falcons is not just the lasso, it's also this Wukong. It's like the only thing that's allowing you to play into low. It's your counter action for the Bristle. It's just that extra armor to try to survive through from all of these quilt sprays and the Bristleback and the right click with the Seeing Red. And if Amar can't fly that on, then there's no threat. Like this Abaddon can't operate in a vacuum. You do manage to farm into the AC for Skitter. And that's a little bit of a bonus, a little bit more armor for everyone in these engagements at the least, but certainly not enough. Now you have to contend with XM having his full Ags up. Again, this potential play with Soulbind into all these daggers flying in, the reapplication. Not going to feel too fun for Falcons, who did not manage to go into their own Glimmer Capes. Right? They bypassed the Glimmer Cape shenanigans as well. Only Snaking has one. Maybe again sensing that this Sonic Wave is the bigger issue, the physical damage from the Bristleback and the Terrorblade is the bigger issue than enmassing the Glimmers. But that's going to cost them now, because now the poke damage from the Shadow Strike is just always going to feel good. At the least, you have the double lasso ready from Crit. Again, like you were saying there, Mike, he doesn't need to worry about any sort of Dispel on hand to stop the double lasso, but I don't know if that's enough at this point. It doesn't feel like it's going to be, unless, again, you tie that in with some great damage coming in from Amar and Skitter here.
Here goes a big smoke again. Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke. Take their time. Smoke out from Falcons now, wrapping through the top lane. They're going to try and sneak all the way behind Extreme Gaming, and then in fact they'll hold the high ground of that jungle. Snaking though has been spotted. Low already jumping in, but he's pretty early to the party. Meanwhile, Amar finding Undyne. Already finding the Grimstroke, so he's down. Meanwhile, Alasso, Crit now going to drag back Low, trying to get some damage out, but he's gone. Crit is down. We'll see Snaking buy back into this team fight as that Paulson being targeted, but to get the 4-staff away and with the Glimmer Cape, they can't really kill him. He's all right for now, but eventually they will take him down. ATF, though, has also dropped. Now Skitter's the target here for Low. The chase is on. Skitter still looking for the man fight against Low, but it's not really well advised. He does not have borrowed time. He can't fight. Malreed in trouble. XM jumping in. He'll find a dieback on Snaking. Malreed now forced the BKB just to get out of there. Meanwhile, Low just securing the tier 3 tower into the mid-racks. And suddenly Extreme Gaming, Jonathan, turns out all you've got to do is buy Glimmer Capes. 4 of them, in fact.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get nerfed to hell. We sure enjoy it while it lasts.
That's so it
4 Glimmers. It's so dumb just watching that. There's zero damage, right? We were talking about this pipe timing with the Glimmer Capes, and that alone already set them off. They add all of these Glimmers on top, and then for Falcons, very specific circumstances have to happen in these team fights, and they almost achieve it last time. To be fair, I think that isolation play was the correct move. They got a good lasso into the Wukongs. It's just not enough damage at this point. And again, you're playing into magic damage from XM being very relevant with his Ags up. So you have the Shadow Strike spam coming in. We're not even seeing that in conjunction with Soulbind just yet. You have the safety net here for Extreme Gaming, not messing about. Gonna take Roshan before cleaning this game up. They already have a Linkins as well to protect here from Mew on any lasso shenanigans that can come in. And obviously no contest for the Roshan from the side of Falcons. Extreme Gaming, I mean, they got to go for the Bristleback without any sort of hard counters on hand. There's no break on hand to even soften them up. Not even a consideration coming out here from the side of Falcons at any point in this game. They start playing the Mega Creeps game, and you're in a very enjoyable position right now for the side of Extreme. Aegis up performance 40. You've got a refresh orb on low, so you can just BKB on the first life, BKB again when he gets back up. No problems there. And I don't know how you stop this in Falcons. It has to be a massive, massive lasso out from Crit with all these 4 staffs back to close to the fountain. But even then, I don't know if that one pick-off will be enough for you, unless it's like the 2 lives of Low, perhaps, or just XM. But not easy targets to find here.
Oh, Skitter, look how fast his HP pool goes down. Thankfully for Skitter, borrowed time, not procced. He desperately needs it if he wants to try and defend this base, but the T4 towers are going to be focused down now by Low and the crew. Malrine going to try and last it. Oh no, the Lotus Storm! They caught them instead. Falcons, they're going to try and fight this one out, defend their Ancient. But how do you do it? Low's in the fountain. He takes down Snaking, runs right back out towards his team, looking for ATF. Now ATF will pop his BKB Wukong's command and try to at least take down Polison, and that he will. Buyback's incoming from Crit. Skitter about to drop, needs to get out of there, but doesn't seem like he really can as Skitter is gone. He has buyback available. He'll need to commit it because XG, they are not retreating. One T4 tower already down. There's your buyback now from Skitter. You will run away. XM does get caught, but Glimmer Cape John, he's unkillable. They can't kill him. Low.
No.
Turns his back, gets some damage off on the Skitter. Meanwhile, XM jumping right back in. Glimmer Cape's back off cooldown, so he can do whatever the hell he wants now. As ATF trying to fight, but he's fighting Glimmer Capes, John. You can't fight these things. It's basically invincibility at this stage. It's a Herald game, John. Invis just means everything now. ATF in trouble. New will take him down. That's a Dimec for ATF. Low's back in the fountain. Another lasso, but what does it matter? Low couldn't give a crap. He'll give up the Aegis. Is this actually going to be a defense from Falcons? No, it's not. ATF calls it. Ancient's gone anyway. In Extreme Gaming, Jonathan, I'll be frank, I didn't really have much hope that they'd be able to pull off a Game 2 victory up against Falcons, but they made it look pretty easy in Game 2.
That they did. I mean, there was a very good tempo coming out there for Falcons early on, right? Like, the early game was a lot sharper. They were finding these kills. They were maybe getting a little bit too keen on Amar, and I think that's one thing that also allowed us to bounce back in for the side of Extreme, because Amar was trying to go for these solo kills and just not respecting the Bristol early on. His team wasn't quite ready to back him up in those movements as well. And it kind of goes back to the draft. Like, you were talking about it when we saw this last pick, Lina, right? The potential for Glimmer Capes to come in was there. You had a Terrorblade with a pipe that we knew was going to be coming in. And it just flew on. And you look at the items there at the end. You didn't have that many Glimmer Capes and Falcons. Guess what? That bit them in the bum as well. Once that Ags came out from XM. Even before, like, the Screams was doing a lot. There was nothing to stop the Quap from just melting you. And I get the hesitation because there's Sonic Wave, but they didn't have Glimmer Capes on Falcons there, Mikey.
They didn't. They did. I mean, it literally felt like just invincibility. Like, it's so stupid. We just buy 4 Glimmer Capes and our Offlane TV buys a pipe, and now we just can't die. We just can't die. Too bad. This is what Harry Potter needed, John, against Voldemort. Voldemort would have never had a chance. Would have never had a chance, John. Anyway, we'll head to a break. We're going to have an interview with one of these players from XG very, very soon. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a short break for a lovely interview, I hope, with somebody from Extreme Gaming. Jonathan, I say lovely interview. You know, we're the worst interviewers in Dota 2, possibly in any kind of sport in the world right now, but that doesn't matter because we've got the best players in the world to speak to about absolutely nothing, I'm sure.
That we do, and we also have the best translators around, and we should have that in for you soon, Mikey.
We certainly do, John. The phone's ringing. We have the lovely New joining us. New, congratulations, sir, on your Game 2 victory against Falcons. How are you feeling?
牛，首先恭喜你们第2场战胜了法老战队，想问你现在的感受如何呢？
还可以吧，久违的赢了一把。
I'm feeling pretty alright. It's a hard-earned victory, and we finally managed to win 1 game.
You certainly did, New. Can I ask, I don't mean to get all negative, New, but can you run me through what went wrong in Game 1? Because for the first, say, 15-20 minutes, you guys looked really good during that Game 1, and then it all fell apart. Where do you think things went wrong?
就是不是想晦气或什么，但是也想问你一下，就是当时你们第一把到底问题出在哪里呢？因为你们就是开局其实也挺强势的，头15到20分钟其实都挺优的，然后突然之间就感觉就炸了，就想问你，到底问题出在哪里呢？
就是因为现在队伍状态不好吧，很容易就是迷失方向吧，打到中期容易迷失方向。
Because the whole team is kind of in a bit of a bad spot right now, mentally because of the string of losses that we've had. So sometimes during the mid game, wherever things starts not going our way, we kind of sometimes get lost and forget about the game plan and just lose ourselves, kind of.
That's a fair answer. On a more positive note, Game 2, you guys had 4 Glimmer Capes plus a pipe, and we've seen this in the meta a lot. Do you like this kind of meta, or do you hate it?
就第2场看到你们出了4个微光，还有1个笛子嘛，然后就是我们这解说也在其他的战队的比赛中也是现在看到，就是发现现在这种出装开始越来越普遍了。就想问你，你个人喜欢这种就是这种比较重于魔抗的这种出装法吗？
微光主要这个装备性价比有点太高了吧，相比其他魔抗装备，因为别的都削了一轮的。然后笛子的话，主要是因为对面法系输出太多了嘛，就只能说这种就符合版本要求吧，就也没办法。
Well, it's because right now Glimmer Cape is just too much value for its cost. It's like a whole rung above all of the other magic resistance items, and then we also went for a pipe because the opponent's draft just simply had so much magic damage that we found it was quite necessary. Right now, honestly, I don't really have much thoughts on this kind of meta. It's more like we're just buying all these items because the current hero meta kind of dictates it.
Okay, all right, go on, John.
All right. I'm curious, we've been on the patch for 200 days. What are you looking forward to on a new patch? Is there anything you'd want to play on a new patch here?
就想问你，因为我们这个版本已经打了有200多天了，就是如果有新的版本要出来的话，你有什么想要见到的吗？
我看看啊，等等。我现在没打开 Dota 了。啊，没有 ，no， 我想一想，加强一下什么兵甲法医这种东西吧，然后加强一下伐木机吧，加强一下伐木机。
Okay. So just now he kind of say, well, let me just take a look. I was like, wait, take a look? Do you mean like, are you revealing something? But no, he's just looking at like the current hero roster items and thinking about what he would like to see improved. He certainly wants to see the Shiva's Guard and Eternal Shroud getting buffed a little bit, as well as Timbersaw, because Timbersaw is simply his favorite hero, and it feels like right now Timbersaw is not really in a good spot.
All right, and one thing for me, we took a look at New's all chat just for a little bit of a spotlight, and we noticed, New, you like to type a lot about Shiro. Can you explain for the crowd why you love talking about Shiro in your pubs?
就 就是这边呢，他们两位解说也看了你就是公屏打字的一个聊天记录，就是所有历史以来的公屏聊天，然后发现有一个字经常出来，就是 Shiro， 就想问你，你是很喜欢聊 Shiro 吗？还是怎么样
Shiro 就因为他是我好哥们儿，所以只要之前在跟战车打那个预选的时候，就是发了很多那个聊天吧，就是为了搞他心态的。
Well, because Shiro is my good brother, you know, and he's on Team Typebound, so whenever we play against them, I would often try to all chat some stuff just to, just to try and mess with his head a little bit so that we have a better shot at winning.
Right, fair enough.
Right.
Thank you, Neo.
Well, with that, New, congratulations again on your game 2, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you for the interview. Yes, thank you very much for that, Jin. We're sorry we had to cut you off, sir, but we don't have time for you. We don't have time. Jin understood what I was saying. You heard the thank you at the end. Jin knew. He's like, all right, these idiots have finally stopped talking. Thank you. We'll see you later.
Yeah, it's always having Jin on hand. It's always nice to talk to our players as well. And you was a lovely gentleman on that one. Still getting the voices in my head. It never ends. I forgot my medication. All the voices. It's lovely Jin, but it's always nice. Still, I did. I love that little note from you that it's just brothers and all that. He's very dedicated to his brother. That's literally the only things he says in pubs. If nothing else happens, he doesn't chat. If Shiro's there, he's like, wait. That's it. We're going, Shiro. Otherwise, it's calm. Like, he is a very interesting fellow, very dedicated to his friends, Mike.
He is. He's a good friend, Jonathan, and that's something I can't necessarily say for you, sadly. But with that, I mean, we are going to... We're going to have to go to a break, Jonathan, of course. I'm joking. You're a great friend, John. We're going to go to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our second series of the day here for Dream League Season 25. We'll see you soon.
Super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone adventure man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Dream League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dream League Season 25, Series number 2, Day number 2 of Group Stage number 1. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. John being number 2 of this duo, me being number 1. Jonathan, a lot of numbers being thrown out in this introduction, but how the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is going to be an interesting one to watch. Team Spirit have just been crushing every single match they've played here, and Avulus, it's been a little bit touch and go, not just here in Dream League 25, but ever since those highs that we saw from them in ESL 1 Bangkok for Avulus. It's been a little bit of a struggle in other tournaments, heck, even other qualifiers. It's been a little bit of a harder run here for the side of Avulus. So I'm keen on seeing what they bring out. I've been checking out their drafts a little bit. We're still seeing not too much different, right? Like you still get Stormer Pango coming out. They've been running this tiny mid and pause 1, and they haven't been finding the most success here in the start of Dream League 25, going one drawn out series and one completely lost series up against the side of the Cult Brothers for that loss, and a draw up against Chimera. So it's, again, been a bit touch and go. It doesn't set the best tone from day 1, but they have a chance to rebound here in day 2. Not an easy opponent, though, in Team Spirit, right? Like, this is a team that has looked revitalized even before, right? Like, there were questions about tossing Satanic away, dragging back Yatoro, but it has looked like the team is just looking in fine form once again. And I think they're just the team to watch out for again, in this group especially. They're 4-0 so far. They're looking great. And up against Avulus, I think they've got their number if they're not too careful on Avulus's end.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Team Spirit certainly looking like the stronger team, the favorite going into this matchup, of course. And I imagine it should be I mean, I don't want to make any predictions here, Jonathan, but I imagine they probably are going to have a pretty good time. I believe we do have a bit of a content piece as well we could look at here for Team Spirit. I believe SPG had something to say about them.
As mostly everybody knows, after a disappointing TI 2024, Yatoro, Collapse, and Mira decided to take a break and recharge their batteries, and were replaced by Satanic, Malik, and Rue. While they did have a surprising amount of success, including getting 3rd at last season of Dream League and 4th at ESL 1 Bangkok, the time has come for Yatoro and Collapse to return. While Mira is still on break, Rue has been a worthy replacement, and hopefully he will keep living up to the extreme expectations set by Mira. While we say that Yatoro has been on break, he's been very busy grinding pubs. The absolute mad lad played 14 pubs on January 1st. There are no breaks for him when it comes to Dota.
I'm not fucking leaving!
Collapse has also been grinding, mainly in the gym, but surely that counts for something. Anyway, hopefully their batteries have been sufficiently recharged. We are looking forward to seeing what a fully powered up Team Spirit can do in Dream League Season 25.
Wow, SPG really providing the hype there with that content piece. Thank you, SPG. My goodness, I could barely stay in my seat, Jonathan. I don't even know what he said. But Yatoro, I think, was the main talking point. We finally got rid of that Radan guy, John. Even I beat Radan. First try, by the way, in Elden Ring, I might add. Finally, Yatoro's back. Hey, listen, it was first try. Straight up, first try, no help necessary, ran in, dealt with it. Job's done. Thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure that was like, you know, sometime after release, you did get the nerfed Radon, Mr. Mikey, you know. It's a different experience, but you got it. You got it. Be proud of yourself. Sure, you don't need to tout it to, like, all the viewers here. They don't give a flying care, Mikey.
Yeah,
no,
they do.
But they do care about
I will add as well, I was playing the Strength Giga Chat build, right? Let's be frank, John, right? I'm not one of those what is it, Dex? Who cares? Yeah. Dex? Who uses Dex? Pansies, Jonathan. Only real men, use. I mean, you went the magic route, which is
yes, it's fun. You know, I get to spam stuff. It's fun. Oh, look at you! Wow, so proud of yourself, Mikey. Wow, you're that kind of fella. All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know what kind of build Yatoro goes for, but I certainly know that Team Spirit's built differently, as we saw in that video as well from good old Avery. And you know, as always, bring that hype up. Love hearing Avery. He always brightens the mood and it keeps me awake at night, Mike, for all the wrong reasons. Still he's not around, so we don't need to worry about that here. Team Spirit up against Avulus. Opening draft already, we see that Dawnbreaker and Phoenix, along with the Bloodseeker, being banned out by Team Spirit. Avulus taking care of the Magnus, the Monkey, the Tiny, and the Proud Beast, and Team Spirit get to have fun. Instant pick for the PA. Avulus will take that Abaddon back. So you do have that rougher lane for the PA coming out here. What with the Aphotic Shield spreading damage out to everyone, you will slowly get poked out as the Phantom Assassin. But the PA has overall just felt like such a strong hero with such strong spikes in the early to mid game.
Jeez,
just with a couple of items up, there's some good rotations to come in.
Collapse has gotten so big. I mean, I know he hit the gym. Man, he's looking swole. He's looking swole. He's lifting.
And he is.
I like him.
I mean, you have to lift in the offlane. You're going to be carrying the game for the most part. It does feel like the offlane impact has felt really big, Mikey. Got to carry. Got to lift.
Got to lift. I wonder how much he benches, John. I wonder.
You could ask him.
I'm sure. We'll ask him in an interview. Assuming he wins, John, of course. You know, Avulus, not to be ignored, Jonathan. They're still a fantastic team. Still could pull off a victory here up against Team Spirit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm curious about their ideas here. Again, it feels a little bit more bog standard for the side of Avulus. Like, they've been running the Pango for Stormer again on the mid lane. At the very least, we don't have to kind of deal with a tiny flex here from the side of Avulus as they ban that out themselves. We do still have strong options in the open. Somehow Alchemist just completely ignored. Could be something as Team Spirit will prioritize the Pango ban. Just not wanting to deal with a specialist here, as Avulus will get to double down on his tankiness with the Bristle as well. So you've got Abba, Bristle, two heroes that don't really get bursted down by the Phantom Assassin. Two heroes that can kind of care for Fan of Knives break, but not too much, and do lane into the PA quite nice. You do have some flex here in deciding for the Bristle or the Abba offlaner +1, which, again, Abba offlane should just be pretty straightforward up against a PA, but depending on what they're comfy with here in Avulus, there is room to switch things around. So I do like this. It probably is the best answer we've seen towards the Phantom Assassin in terms of just that instant pick PA coming in. And I kind of want to see what supports they start to pile on here to just kind of deal with PA. Again, Lich is still on hand. We haven't seen that too much. Nyx and Bounty Hunter are both just left alone, along with Zeus. So there are options like that as well to kind of try to get your pacing going here for both sides.
We'll see. Team Spirit still thinking about this secondary pickup. It's going to be the Riki, John. Riki will make its appearance. We saw this the other day, and of course Riki proving to be very annoying as of late. Smokescreen always going to be very effective in these team fights. Still, I didn't say this earlier. I'm kind of shocked that both Abaddon and Bristleback were allowed to be picked up by Avulus, because these heroes just seem so busted right now. Maybe Team Spirit just don't care. That probably is just the case, that they just don't feel like it matters anyway against them, but it really does surprise me that they gave away these two picks as Team Spirit now. They'll go for a TP. Why not?
Yeah, wouldn't mind that at all coming out in the offlane there for Collapse. We have seen, again, Reflection not feel too good up against the Abaddon, especially later on. You always have the counterplay with Aphotic Shield to kind of just dispel it off, so the laning presence of the TV, or at least the presence in team fights, might not be as great, but laning into the Bristle perhaps can feel a little bit better. At the least you have that going here for the side of Team Spirit. I do like the Riki coming in. I think even just silencing up this Abaddon is going to be a big deal. Just removing Aphotic Shield as a factor, or stopping the active Quill Sprays from coming out, can be nice as well. And there's some good synergy with PA. Like the shard timing for Riki here, the additional minus armor and an AoE kind of bypasses the PA's need for Desolator, which you tend to want to skip anyhow on the PA. I do like this on Avulus though. Good way to try to keep track of that Riki. Zeus comes out, so you at least have the Lightning Bolt to keep track of that Invis here. You have some Magical Burst on hand as well to try to deal with Terrorblade pre-pipe and try to soften up this PA as well. So it does have some good answers here in Avulus. Mind you, again, Pipe and Glimmer Capes coming out just kind of ruin the Zeus. So there is that to consider as well, that Team Spirit can easily go for.
Absolutely. Avulus. See what they do decide on. Prediction, Jonathan, how many Glimmer Capes do we see this game between these two sides? Like combined. Total Glimmer Capes in the game.
Total Glimmer Capes in the game. 8. No, probably 7. 7, I'd say. Perhaps
That's a good
7.
number.
Yeah. I think 7's a good number. I mean, to be fair, I'm not banking on a Ricky Glimmercape. That's the one thing. At the same time, I can't fault people for going Ricky Glimmercape, actually. It's not bad. That's a sad thing. It's not bad.
It really isn't. It really isn't that bad. Oh,
it's so dumb to think about. It's like, yeah, Ricky Glimmercape. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Makes sense. Why does it make sense? It just does. It's a good item, you know? I do like this Lich coming out for Avulus, so they're doubling down on tankiness. You've got a Photic, you've got the Frost Shield up, there's a lot of damage mitigation coming in. So that can, again, make this a tougher game for the PA to look for that instant burst when you jump in here for Yatoro. Especially as the farm goes up, like that Frost Shield is always going to be an issue. I do like the potential as well for just all of these Chain Frost plays that can come in, right? Like the Ricky jumping in with the PA is already a couple of heroes that will just get bursted down. So long as you get your Force Staff up and possibly the Ghost Scepter here on your Lich, you're going to be happy enough to get that combination off with your free Shard down the line if you get lucky into 50-50. So there are some good answers here from Avulus. We're just really lacking perhaps that mid for Stormer in the end, as we are looking for Team Spirit to kind of consider their next support pickup as well. We'll go for the Ember instead. So just straight up into the Ember, something that can go into the back line, can weave in and out. And Avulus doesn't have the best hold for something like this Ember Spirit anyhow. Like, you really have no hard stuns outside of maybe Sinister Gaze if you want to count that, and the Lightning Bolt is a mini stun, but nothing that can just pin down this Ember where it's going to be stuck in a position where it just can't jump out. This is going to be a very comfy game for you to weave in and out here for Laurel.
I mean, that it will. More bans to come, Team Spirit. They'll get rid of the Earthshaker now, just wanting to ensure this Ember Spirit does not have too rough of a time in that mid lane. Avulus looking for some, what appears to be just another support ban, I dare say. They'll get rid of the Shadow Demon for now. You've still got other options like Shadow Shaman, though we haven't been seeing quite as much of that. Warlock is still available if they want it. We have been seeing quite a bit of Warlock as of late. That maybe doesn't really fit the bill so much in this style of draft.
Maybe not, but there is some value, right? Like, Sleight of Fist plus Fatal Bonds could be good. PA coming in with Battle Fury, spreading all of that damage around is going to be nice as well. So it does make sense. The PA Warlock lane is also not too bad. We've seen a few teams run it already in DreamLeague, and it has looked pretty solid overall. So I wouldn't mind that. I think a line could be really annoying to deal with as well. Instead, it's the Elder Titan ban out, so they don't want anything to soften up this high durability team on Avulus with all of their base armor and all of the add-on durability they have. They just don't want to have to kind of be worried about that, which is fair enough, but that does leave options like that line, options like that Warlock you mentioned there, Mikey, for Team Spirit. Just again, looking for mid matchups that kind of suck for the Ember. I'm wondering if they could worry about a Storm or Husker. Might be the one thing that could really win out that mid. Otherwise, highly mobile mids are also nice. Yeah, they just banned a Husker. Ensure they don't get cheesed for their mid of Laurel. I guess there's a Storms for Storm if he wants that. Again, not the best lockdown from Team Spirit either outside of Smokescreen here. So could be a relatively free Storm game as well to play.
Could be. For now, Team Spirit with their final pickup, still looking for a last pick support. Not much time left to make this choice. Oh, they're just going to go for the classic Miposhka Enchantress. I mean, why the hell not? Feels like with Miposhka, you always have the ability to just go back to this hero if nothing good's left. And he's always going to perform well on it. You know? You rarely see a bad Miposhka Ench game.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It's Dispels for Frost Shield. It helps you just soften up a little bit, help to isolate, maybe kite around a Bristle who wants to play around with Warpath and the added move speed. He's going to be kited around just a tad bit more with the Ench on hand. I like it coming out from Team Spirit. You do have a lack of control in comparison to, again, Avulus, who have maybe marginally just a bit better control coming out. And again, that does leave room here for something like Stormer going for a high mobility mid. Perhaps the Quap, perhaps the Storm could be a good option. Heck, even Puck still in the pool if you kind of want to go that route. Wouldn't mind any of that for Avulus to come in. I think that ties up your draft quite nicely. They just need something that can kind of playmate. It just feels like when you have Abaddon and Bristle, they're not going to be running in all too quick. You know, they're not the highest mobility heroes. Trying to pin down and chase down the side of Team Spirit, it's very telegraphed with 2 melee heroes running up. So you do want something that can jump. I'm wondering if Avulus will want to kind of go that route. Again, the Quap might be the better bet. No, they'll just go DK. They'll just go all in on durability. So I feel like I've seen this draft before where you just don't kill anyone. Because you've got DK, you've got Bristle, you've got Abaddon, and how do you actually kill them? You don't have magical damage in Team Spirit. You have pure damage in Miposhka. You have mainly physical with Radon, Laurel, and Collapse. So these are high armor targets that you're just not going to melt. It does feel like the PA shard might be a little bit more important here for Yatoro to find. I think he might have to actually consider buying that out himself at 15 minutes just to soften up these heroes a tad bit. But I like what Avulus has done. They see the PA, they know it's going to be pretty much all in on physical damage. They just go straight for the tankiest heroes in the game that scale up really nicely. And it's going to be interesting to see how Team Spirit kind of deal with that.
It's going to be an interesting game. I certainly agree the Dragon Knight was a very nice last pick here for Avulus. Certainly feels like the answers just are not there until you do have that PA shards, but obviously, you could also make the argument maybe Miposhka with the impetus shots could do some work, but that's going to take a while till he gets to a stage where he can actually start dishing out a lot of damage as the POS 5-inch. We shall see. I mean, so far, I think we can both agree that Avulus have a pretty nice draft going into this game 1 against Team Spirit. Only issue is they're up against Team Spirit. So we'll see how they do kind of perform here up against this side, as naturally Team Spirit have been looking pretty hot as of late. Here we go, Jonathan. Game number 1.
Yeah. I'm really keen on seeing just how much they can kind of work out here on Avulus, right? Like, if they reach this critical point where, say, you get a few Glimmer Capes up just to save yourself and kite around, and then you get to this point where your DK's farmed up. This is some really good music. It's very silly. This is a very serious match.
It's reggae, Jonathan. It's not just silly. It's reggae.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's
very jovial. It's very jovial for a match that has a lot on the line with the top performer and one of the lower performers in the group. It's maybe a little bit too cheerful for someone like Avulus. I think this is the vibe on Team Spirit, perhaps. And they're vibing out. Avulus would be a little bit more locked in.
Yeah. Absolutely. Here we go. Game 1. We'll see if there's an early fight to come for these bounties. Now, Avulus doesn't really seem like they're too interested in it. Even with the Bristleback level 1 timing, they don't really seem to care too much. Eki is spotted by Radon, or rather Yatoro. Eki, get jumped. Miposhka is going to be there with a blood grenade. Hasn't skilled up anything yet for the Ench. Might want to just go for enchant. In fact, he doesn't need it. They'll just wait. Impetus is out, though no. The Aphotic Shield will come in from Zippe. That'll allow Eki to barely remove himself from that scenario. But we'll have to go for the reset at the fountain.
The battle begins.
Side of Team Spirit. Do you still trade evenly for the bounties? I thought they might be able to get away with a little bit of extra, but the side of Avulus does manage to even it out just a tad bit at the very least. So, no big losses. The reset is going to hurt just a tad for Eki, having to TP back into the lane, but it's not like you're missing out on too much anyhow. Not like you're going to look for some TP rotations down the line. We'll see how much more they can get out. It's going to be interesting to watch the mid. I mean, this is, well, interesting. This is probably the most bog standard mid matchup that we've seen time and time again over the past few years. Just DK versus Ember, very stable for your DK. Ember can try to play around. You've got double impact, sure. You can try to poke. I like that Laurel actually went for Flame Guard just to clear out the creep wave and apply some poke onto Stormer, knowing that the early levels in Sleight of Fist will really not do much. So just trying to take control of the lane a bit, but again, you're not going to get shoved out here as the DK. It's a very static lane. You probably don't expect too much action unless someone severely oversteps or a support rotation does manage to get in there.
So it's really going to be pretty annoying down in this bottom lane, I'm sure. He's already having a look around to see if he can find any couriers coming in. Standard Ricky gameplay here, just waiting to see if he can find anything. Seneko gonna just kite his own courier around. This Ricky support, it's very annoying. With the TB offlane, like, you go for that reflection as you just saw into the tricks of the trade, and it's just so much damage on poor old Seneko. Like, there's just nothing he can do to get away with it either, because you just get slowed too much by that damn reflection.
Yeah, Just a lot of early output. The issue is, even if you're poking Seneko out, you're giving Smiling Knight just a free lane to play in. Mind you, trying to poke down the Terrorblade isn't really the easiest thing to get done. He is high armor. Your Bristleback harassment is armor as well. It's all physical, so you're not really going to be shoving Collapse out of lane anytime soon until you can start to connect that with a Frost Blast. But the Bristle is still allowed to farm, and you're not really able to zone him out. Like, you try that same move onto Smiling Knight, you're really not achieving much, especially as Bristleback is up for Smiling Knight level 2. She's going to be able to control that lane, maybe shoving it out a little bit harder than you'd like, giving Collapse some room to soak some EXP with creep waves. Still gives us a chance to look at the other lanes up top. You do have Zibe and Eki up against Radon and Miposhka. And again, this is the PA into the Abaddon lane, which we've seen be a bit rough before. It's Miposhka.
Top lane, Miposhka dropping pretty low, but he actually finds first blood before he does go down, so he'll be very happy with that trade, as now Yatoro trying to go after Zibe will eventually leave him be. But already a fantastic start here for Team Spirit as they do secure first blood.
That they do. But again, you can see some of the threat coming out here from Avulus. And just the Abaddon into PA, there is something to play with. The shield is highly effective in trying to zone out. I do like that Miposhka had that little tornado creep as well, and he's just microing the tornado around, just trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible.
Seneca's really confident here. Collapse able to secure a Smiling Knight, trying to find a trade, but you've got the Blink Strike back up here for Rue. He will be able to just casually walk out of there. A Smiling Knight still trying to chase him down, but just can't quite get within range. It's just going to continue to be a horrible time down at this bottom lane for Seneko. Like, there's just no escaping this disgusting combination of TB Ricky.
No, it's always just going to be rough for Seneko. It doesn't even try to TP mid. I mean, you don't have a bottle to worry about, so you can just work back into this lane at the very least. You pass on the Belt of Strength, so a little bit more HP for Smiling Knight. And again, the one benefit is your Lich is being sacrificed, your Bristleback is farming. So you have that good timing into Power Treads, into a full Wand, into the Ags down the line. Not too bad there for the Bristle, considering what you're trading out in the lane. You are still happy enough on the side of Team Spirit. Like, especially this top lane, Radon is not really under pressure. Like, this is really free for the PA so far. And in contrast to what we saw previously when we saw Abaddon up against the PA. And it feels like it's just down to having Miposhka around on that Ench with the enchant. And just having that Dispel on hand, having a way of just saving or slowing down when they do jump in, doesn't make it rough. And you can just Dispel off the Aphotic Shield. So there's really no way to consistently harass out Yatoro as long as Miposhka's around with the enchant, and he's doing a fine job of just being annoying here.
Eki might just be going down as well. Miposhka setting up very nicely with that Hurricane. Eki will be able to escape. Miposhka still playing around with Zibe. Zibe trying to chase down Yatoro, but they will have to leave them both alone. As meanwhile, mid lane, Rue's now being chased by Seneko. Again, there's not really much you can do about this Ricky. Like, he's just going to casually walk out. He's got 4.8 HP regen just passively. He'll reset nicely just walking around the jungle. Meanwhile, Stormer being chased a little bit by Lull, but looks like he'll be okay. And the mid lane matchup has been pretty even as well while we're here. John, CS-wise, they're pretty even. It's just exactly the same 23 on both the Ember and the DK.
Just a little bit better for Stormer in terms of denies, but not really enough to put a massive end, considering Laurel is just 3 denies off. So you are finding a very 50-50 lane, which is probably the best outcome you'd hope for the Ember. Just drawing out up against DK, you're happy enough. You're getting gold. You are starting to get those courier snipes you were looking for on Rue. So Seneko loses access to the Blood Grenade. You got that little bit of HP and just a little bit more of slow for a chase down. Does impact your presence in lane, which is already almost non-existent here for Seneko. As is the they're starting to collapse onto that mid as well, with Miposhka turning up with Rue here.
Stormer be chased down, a lot of damage already being dealt his way. The DK just unable to sustain himself through this, or can he? He'll actually walk out thanks to the Frost Shield. They could not finish the job. Instead they'll try for Eki on the support Zeus, and they will secure him. So at least you get your DK out of there. Just barely Stormer will get out, and that was literally off the back of that one Frost Shield, just taking some damage away.
No, but I like this emphasis out from Team Spirit. It's right in time for the 6-minute power rune. They get an amp damage up on Laurel. Get some space in the lane to just try to soak into that level 6. You will still hit 6 at a decent time for Stormstormer, right around the same time as Laurel will. They're keeping that pressure on these supports.
He just can't catch a break. Rue's finding him every 2 seconds. Frost Shield's going to buy him time to get out of there. In fact, now maybe they can punish Rue, though Rue's still thinking about jumping in onto Seneko, but had no Blink Strikes left. The Centaur, though, is still going. Seneko's not out of danger yet, and they've left him. He's all right, though. He jukes it out. Oh my.
That's a real nasty time for Seneko. I mean, it is what it is. The one big thing for the side of Avulus is that even with all of these support rotations, you do have fairly tanky side lanes, right? So leaving a Smiling Light known isn't the worst thing in the world. It is giving Collapse maybe a little bit more to play with. It's maybe a little bit slower for Sibe, who again hasn't really managed to slow down Yatoro in any meaningful way. So this PA is still off to a very fantastic start. Already has the Bracer up with the Power Treads. Can start to consider some early movement across with coup de grace already up, and we are seeing Yatoro go through the gate, wanting some of that pressure onto Smiling Knight. Still not the tankiest Bristle, on the level 1 Bristle back at 6, of course, but is mindful enough to back off in time, not seeing anyone farming top.
Seneko, yeah, I mean, it's just, they are literally just targeting this poor Lich at the moment. He's just food for Yatoro. And Rue finds himself another support here in the form of Eki, and as you can see, Jonathan, it's just so much damage. As Team Spirit, they will clean up another. Onto the tier 1 bottom tower they'll go. And keep in mind, this is before you hit the level 6 timing on Riki, so it's going to get even more infuriating to play up against. Oh, it's just rough. It's a rough start here for Avulus.
That it is, and it's related to the draft, right? Like, you don't have anyone that can really play early. Like, you're waiting for a Bristleback Ags to be up. Your Abaddon doesn't even have anything like the Echo Saber up. Your DK is going to be farming into Blink, and Orchid first, at the very least, the Blink necessary to try to get these jumps in. You don't really have anyone for these supports to connect with early on, whereas for the side of Spirit, they have all these options. You know, Ember can play a little bit early. You already have the full Orb Corrosion to try to play Poke as well and sustain in that lane. You've got a lot of great rotations out from Maposhka, who's still camping in the jungle, just farming away into his Power Treads, start to scale up just a tad bit more. For the side of Avulus, I just don't know who you're expecting to make these plays.
Maposhka being chased. Collapse is there to back him up. Stormstormer, though, taking really no damage with this Frost Shield applied to him, so Collapse does need to escape. In fact, now Maposhka is down. Collapse being targeted by Smiling Knight. Does get the Thunder off onto Stormstormer. Lal also joined the fight, but does remnant out. As you kind of saw there, John, the Stormstormer, especially with the Frost Shield applied, literally takes no damage.
Yeah, and that's the one thing for Avulus' draft. They are banking on this tankiness, or banking on having all of these buffs on hand. And you're going to have to be pretty patient with Maposhka when you do get the Dispel off, when you do pop that enchant. As it's down to that. That's where this Enchantress pick shines. Dispel off a Photic, you dispel off Frost Shield, you're kind of happy. Kind of counteract that Lich pick to a certain extent. But you're also just trying to pick up creeps with it, and the timing's just not lining up for Maposhka. Again, being punished for being a little bit too far forward. There's some good vision here on Avulus, understanding that positioning that Team Spirit will want to take. So Spirit is still 3k up, fighting over these runes coming in.
Well, they're going to try onto the Abba. Zibe for now is okay. Rue the one in danger again, but will Blink Strike out. Zibe happy to keep this fight going if they so wish, but it doesn't seem like Team Spirit are quite interested. With that, Stormstorm are going to commit to the tier 1 mid tower. I mean, they are just grouped up in the mid lane. They know Stormstorm is pretty much uncontestable right now, as long as Seneko is behind him with the Frost Shield ready. Lal is sticking around, but he can't stick around too long. He's taking a fair bit of damage out. In fact, he may have remnanted the wrong way. Eki's going to chase him down with Seneko, but Lal still has some remnants to play with. Issue is they are still going to lose that mid tier 1 tower, and it really does feel like Team Spirit can do nothing about it.
Not quite yet. I do like how much space it's giving Avulus as well to just free farm under Bristle. Smiling Knight has room bot. He doesn't really care too much about the 1v1 up against Collapse. He's got access to his bot jungle. No forward vision being planted here by the side of Team Spirit, despite all of that great gate move and cross. They are still lagging behind in net worth by a significant amount. But at the least, again, you are getting some rune to recover, although you are seeing the effect of that Enchantress. You pop your Aphotic, she gets enchant off, you're just going to get poked out here on Sibet, and you don't really have anything that you can do to counteract that, at least not yet. Still a very happy game state for Spirits. You're working towards that. Battle Fury for Yatoro, and the timing's going to be pretty damn sharp here. Him and Collapse, number 1 and number 2 network, very evenly farmed across the board. Only Laurel copying the short end of the stick here, but he is the one that's been forced to be a little bit more active with all of this activity in his mid lane. So the trade-off for him, just matching almost Tiba's farm for Collapse and Yatoro to have a free game, is pretty big. Again, this Battle Fury timing's lining up to be so damn quick on Yatoro. Just 200 gold away at 12 minutes in. That's a fast Battle Fury, and it's just going to allow the PA to escalate. Although,
jump in mid lane, they have caught Rue. Rue does have a bit of time to get the tricks of the trades off, and well, they don't have enough burst damage. Though Lol now being caught as well, needs to find a way out. He already committed his last remnant. He's just trying to run and buy himself a bit of space. Though nice sleight of fist dodge to ensure Stormstormer never gets a stun off, and Lol is once again okay.
And he is, again, he's having to make this space all across the map. But it's spaced very well worthwhile. Yatoro and Collapse are using it quite nicely still.
I mean, Maposhka's just being such a nuisance. Just such a nuisance. Maybe they can punish him. He didn't level Untouchable, so he's not really as tanky as he should be. And he will die. Ended up going for the greedy route and going for the impetus instead.
I don't mind that. I think he... Oh.
Naru's okay. The dust will not connect.
Yeah, I appreciate that from the Porsche. I think he understands what he has to do. He's basically a debuff machine. And all he's going to do is try to dispel off either Frost Shield or a Photic and try to get some impetus hits in at source of pure damage. Still, Collapse coming in. Orchid already up.
Already setting up here up the top lane with a big reflection. They're going to run. Eki is the target that Collapse seems to want, but everyone's run out of range here. Nobody hanging about for Collapse to really jump. Rue's still having a scout around on the Ricky, but they are well and truly gone. Mid lane, there is going to be a chains onto Stormstormer. But again, he's a bit too tanky at the moment. They don't really have the damage output to deal with him. The Stormstormer actually going to blink in, trying to find Lal, but Lal's found Eki first. Lal, though, still might die, but no. He's alright to remnant out again. He's really playing on the edge here on this Ember. Meanwhile, Yatoro going to jump in, taking down Zibe. Very, very quickly, I might add. With that, I mean, Team Spirit, they still feel like they're in control here, John. They've got a 5k advantage. Sure, it looks a bit tough now, but considering how much farm they're getting, you kind of question if Avulus are going to be able to take them on maybe in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think the big issue for Avulus, they're also just not chain stunning properly. They get the gaze off at the same time as the Dragon Tail, so they're not able to stagger onto Laurel fast enough to try to find that punishment. Again, they haven't really answered this Terrorblade and PA outside of being just survivable. Like, there's so much map space for Yatoro and for Collapse that they just hit these major spikes. The Orchid on Collapse forced out that earlier bar of time on Sive, which means he's a sitting duck for a full 90 seconds. Big window for them to just kind of bully out. You're still waiting for the full Ags here on Smiling Light. He's only 500, 430 gold away from that. So once that's up, it starts to be a little bit more comfy, but not quite comfy enough, I would say, as he's not ultra durable yet. A smoke out from Avulus. Try to utilize that Blink and Storm for a bigger pickoff. But the side of Team Spirit just have so much map to play with that they're not even stuck anywhere near like the triangle. They have no reason to be just stuck on this side of the map. And they will have to dig deeper.
They're hunting down the PA. They've got the right idea, but Yatoro just picks up a Wisdom Rune, backs off after the camp, and seems to know that they could be coming, as he will run north back towards his base and does remain safe for now. It seems like Avulus will give up, though Rue is TPing to the outpost, so he can at least get caught out here on the Ricky. Still alive, though, sadly enough, here for Avulus, and now Team Spirit, they've joined in. Rue's actually jumped out of there. Rue's made it out. Stormstormer will TP immediately, but they've lost Eki, and they're probably going to lose poor old Seneko. Oh, Seneko, not happy with this, I'm sure. And Rue, of all people, just walks out. That's such a shame.
They commit a lot. Even the Turner Gods coming in, not able to clean up. And for Avulus, they waste a lot of time in these kinds of smoke plays. They're under pressure to try to shut down the free farm on Chorus of Spirit, but they're not really able to stop it. They hit this Ags timing now in Smiling Knight. He does have the Voodoo Mask at the very least being built up as well into that full Bloodstone, it looks like, just to have that sustain going for himself. So that's going to be a highlight for him once that's up and running. We haven't really seen them play around his timing on Stormstormer as much as we'd like. I mean, they've been trying. Team Spirit has just such a great understanding of what Avulus need to get done here that they just avoid it entirely. They're just able to play this farm game, build up. They've got the Glimmer Cape on Yatoro, so trying to magically burst down to PA now with your Zeus and Lich becomes a lot harder, and that's going to be a fun time. That's 1 out of the 7 we're expecting this game. Laurel does have the Mage Slayer instead, so that's 1 less Glimmer Cape at least. You're not going to be seeing that on him, but that also just cuts into this magical burst you're looking for from Eki, from Saneko, who already has a rough game. Like, the answers aren't there, and it's going to take a lot longer because you still need to farm up. You need to build up on your Abaddon. You need to build up on this DK. Your Bristleback needs to become ultra tanky.
Yatoro. I mean, they jump him with a quick Dragon Tail, but that's about it. Like, he just doesn't take any damage. Mid lane, someone who does take damage is Eki. So does Rue, though. Rue needing a way out. Does Blink Strike and actually has made it for now, but the Chain Frost actually not bouncing towards the Ricky. He'll finally die, though. So will Maposhka. Meanwhile, Lal also being chased here by Storm. Lal's going to be okay. Collapse will take down Eki in the meantime, but now Collapse needs a way out. Thankfully, he has a Glimmer Cape. Because of course he does. Johnny's playing offlane TB.
Yeah. Already have the 2 Glimmer Capes up on the side of Team Spirit. Feeling great about that. I mean, without the Zeus around, you just don't have an easy way to handle it. Look, at the least we're not seeing Rue kind of try to queue it up yet. So we don't have like Ricky Glimmer yet. Could come out though. I mean, he's just going for the Yule. A little bit of utility, so not gonna be surprised if a Glimmer comes out there as well. 6 to 9 as it becomes 6 to 10 with an additional 1 for Collapse. And again, for the side of Avulus, this draft needs time, but Smiling Knight.
Yep.
Okay. That's a quick start in Yatoro.
Sibe dies close by himself to Collapse. Now Smiling Knight just casually dying in the mid lane. Like you said, John, the shards are up now for Yatoro, so he's got that break available whenever. And this is where you start to question what you do as Avulus, because now with the break up, this DK is not going to be anywhere near as tanky. Obviously, as you saw, neither is the Bristleback. And I feel like this is where things start to get very frightening, as Yatoro looking to jump in on Stormstormer, gets the break, but the immediate TP, he doesn't want a bar of this. And I don't blame him. Meanwhile, Rue, scouting out in the triangle, may have been caught though, does get a nice tricks to the trade out, but has no blink target, and will eventually die, as Lal now will walk in. Trying to go after Eki, but Eki's got too many shields applied. Is it Maposhka now also being dropped here by Stormstormer? They're bringing in more bodies though. Yatoro will take down Saneko. Maposhka is now down, but here comes the big dog. Yatoro just shredding them with Collapse. It's too much damage already, as Eki will also drop one last hero. It's going to be Smiling Knight. And guess what, John? Yatoro's not done. He's jumping in. There's your breakout. This is all before the 20-minute mark, by the way. We're not even 20 minutes in yet. They're diving T3 towers.
I mean, that Fan of Knives is just so critical here. You stop the passive pop on borrowed time. Yeah. Was it? I don't even know sometimes. Okay, I did it on purpose. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, it's a rough one for the side of Avulus. And again, they had this great idea, but they still pick off this into PA, who could just die Fan of Knives, and you're just squishy. And you know, they buy Glimmer Capes on Team Spirit, so magic damage isn't really amounting to much. I don't know how you farm yourself back to relevancy here, if you could even do that, as it's 8 to 16 and a 9k lead. 20 minutes for the side of Team Spirit. Complete washout so far, as it feels like the critical time that you were looking for here from Stormstormer haven't really been met. Like, he's got Blink Orchid. He can try to take control, but even the damage front just doesn't feel like it's enough when your supports can't burst anyone down, because they've got 2 Glimmer Capes on hand. At the least you've got that Lich Shard, so you can try to go for some sneaky plays with Saneko and the Chain Frost, but again, Glimmer Cape, it's still not comfy. It's still not a guarantee. You know a patch has gone too long when Glimmer Cape's the top tier item. You know a patch has gone way too long.
Yeah. It just saddens me because you know they're not just going to nerf it a little bit to stop cores from buying it. Like, they're just going to destroy the item, basically.
Yep.
We know it's going to come. But that bonus movement speed is going to go. The 25% magic resist is going to be like 5%. The barrier is just going to die immediately. It's going to be great.
Yeah. It's going to be...
And then they'll forget Alpha Wolves as well, by the way. So you'll have no escape as a support. Just Alpha Wolves all game, every game. They're going to forget. I guarantee they'll forget to nerf it. I guarantee it. Stormer, he'll jump in onto Lal. Problem is he does not have any damage, and now the turnaround is here. There's your breakout, and he is gone.
Yikes.
Stormer just destroyed here. As Chain Frost being thrown out by Sneko, doing some work, but not really. Zibe is still trying to fight, but he can't actually hit Yatoro at the moment. And with that, Zibe will die, 4 down for the price of literally nothing. And the only reason it's not 5, John, is because Smiling Knight wasn't even there.
Yeah. I mean, that was a best case scenario for the side of Avulus. Mind you, again, just banking on Stormstormer alone with these jumps in with the Orchid. He just doesn't have the damage to really burst anyone down. Not even any of the supports, I don't reckon. Even if you manage to jump through. Perhaps Rue is your best target to burst, but it feels inconsequential if you were targeting Ricky instead. You need this Bristleback to be comfy enough to join these fights, but Smiling Link's just not comfy enough. Trying to, again, work into the Lotus, try to get into that full Bloodstone as well for the regen. He's getting room to get that done. He's the top form on his team. He's matching at least Laurel. But Yatoro has completely taken over this game, going for the Basher, going for the Satanic next. This PA is just uncontrollable. Like, how do you burst her down? She doesn't have BKB, just Glimmer Capes. And that's enough. I mean, is this really that... It's a mix, right? Like, it's BKB's not feeling great, and Glimmer Capes being so cheap and replacing what BKB does. It's just sad.
Yeah.
Just sad.
It is. John, it is. And here we go. High ground for Team Spirit by the looks of it. Stormstormer was just not expecting them to just casually jump in like this. This is without the break of the PA, by the way, John. Well, that's just depressed. I mean, Yatoro wasn't even there with the Phantom Knives that time.
Yeah. I mean, they are stalling out the push for the Frost Shield at least, but you can only stall for so long. They still have a ton of time in the stages here for Yatoro. 3 minutes 40 left. If you show up, you're just dead, so you probably don't want to show up, and they'll just back off. That's 4 versus 5, and they're not even willing to put their bodies forward, considering how far behind they are here.
Yeah, I mean, this rack's going down so quick. Yatoro, I don't even know how to describe it. John, it's just a disappearing act at this point with Yatoro. He's just a magician. Smiling Knight, he's trying to force them back. Fan of Knives is back up now. I think Yatoro might just jump in for a quick fight. Smiling Knight, they'll purge it off with Lotus Orb at least. Frost Shield will delay the bottom racks going down a little bit longer, but how much longer is the real question? Oh boy, even Maposhka's hitting hard now. Like, he's got the Dragonlance up, so you can't actually contest him as he's gonna die on Zibe. Keep in mind, Yatoro has the Aegis up for another 2.5 minutes. He's not really afraid of dying. He'll jump in onto Sneko, because they love killing Sneko apparently. Yatoro, though, may finally give his first life away. Smiling Knight, though, copping so much damage on the tail end as Maposhka just not leaving him alone. But they just need to run. Even in their own base, they just can't fight as Sneko will drop. Lal's jumped into the T4 towers. He's out of remnants, so Lal will die, but Yatoro will just clean up Stormstormer. And Eki will also go down as Smiling Knight is getting abused by Maposhka. Leave him alone.
Jesus.
Never mind, Yatoro.
Yeah, you call it. There's no way you keep this going. It is just
and there's
that's very cheerful. That's very cheerful for what we witnessed as a complete and outright murder on stream. That was just murder. Team Spirit are just murderers of dreams and hopes as Avulus just get curb stomped to the ground. They're already on the ground, they're getting beating up, they're getting stomped on. It's a very gruesome scene here. But props to Team Spirit. They first picked PA, and guess what? Even with the IDs you have in Avulus, fan of knives and glimmer capes. I mean, I appreciate, again, the mindset of Avulus. Like, oh, PA's open. You know what? We'll go double down. We'll go ultra tanky and still die. Because Yatoro has the presence of mind to just buy fan of knives themselves and burst everyone down. It also comes down to a couple of things here for Avulus. It did feel like none of your lanes really won out. Your mid lane for DK up against Ember isn't really a winning lane. It's a very even lane. Your side lanes across the board were just not fantastic. Maybe you had a decent time on Smiling Knight up against this Terrorblade at the very least early on. It was okay, but it was also not an overwhelming start. And it just kind of starts to fall flat, especially off of that gate movement out from Yatoro. He hits 6. He has at least one stat item up. He can get across the map and just play with that burst. Methodical PAs, a lot of damage early on. You have to respect it. And I think the one key thing was just that the supports had no game here, right? Like, there was not much that Eki could get done. There's not much that Snake could really do, considering how hard he was bullied out by the Reflection and that Ricky with the Tricks of the Trade. So I think some other ideas have to come out here for Avulus, but Team Spirit, very commanding kind of game here.
It certainly was, John. It certainly was. Seneko, I mean, I felt kind of bad watching that game. I'm sure ATF was out there smiling somewhere, seeing how this game went. And well, with that, Jonathan, of course, we're smiling as well, because we're going to head off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Team Spirit and Avulus. We'll see you then.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here for Dream League Season 25. Of course, Series number 2 of day number 2 of Group Stage number 1 here between Team Spirit and Avulus. And Jonathan, I don't know if the viewers saw what happened last game, and if you didn't, I don't blame you because it went so fast. Team Spirit completely annihilating Avulus. I mean, they wiped the floor with them. I don't know how you're going to answer this next question, Jonathan, but what the hell do you do if you're Avulus?
Ban PA, I guess. I think that hero is just. It's kind of crazy. You can first pick PA and it still has like a 7% win rate. First pick PA, they had this idea of just going all in on tanky heroes that can cop physical damage. But guess what? Yatoro's lane goes well. He buys out the Fan of Knives himself, and things just become very, very difficult. So. I think you have to ban this PA. I think you have to look at different ideas. It feels like, again, for Avulus, since that high they had in ESL 1 Bangkok, where they managed to go past the groups, go into the playoffs, and look pretty decent, it's been a little bit of a rough road for them in this new year. And I think we have to see some new ideas coming in, because I was mentioning it as their picks. They've been going for Tiny when it's available, flexing it with Smiling Knight and Stormer. They've been going back to a Stormer Pango. I think you've got to be able to bring some other stuff out. So we'll see. It's a lot to ask for to go into game 2 and ask for like some crazy ideas to come in, but it does feel like you kind of need to see that with how well Team Spirit's playing. Like, they had a very straightforward draft. They had these good times. Their lanes went out extremely well. I think Soneko really had no lane presence on that Lich, which was another factor as well. So maybe solidifying your lanes, just get some strong laners on hand somehow. Try to have a core that has some mid-game tempo that you can launch your entire game off of. Because it felt like even with Stormer's Blink, they were sitting around really waiting for the Orchid, and by the time that was up, they were just too far behind there on the side of Avulus.
That they were, John. I don't really know what you do here at Avulus, because it just felt like every part of the game was just dominated by Team Spirit. The laning stage was won in all 3 lanes by Spirit. The rotations, every fight we saw. I don't know. We'll find out. Avulus for now, the respect ban after Magnus, of course, as you do against Collapse. Team Spirit will ban out the PA themselves. So it seems like Yatoro's a little bit bored, wants to try something a little bit different.
Yeah.
See what the first picks are going to be here, John.
Yeah, to be fair, Team Spirit don't have first pick, so they can't sneak away with something like the PA themselves. So they don't want Avulus to have that fun themselves. Just ban it out. Take care of it nice and fast. Avulus, for their part, Magnus and the Abaddon being taken care of. Alchemist still in the pool, I guess. Bounty Hunters there. There could be a respect ban for the Ricky from Rue, considering what happened in the last game. Or the Nyx Assassin. So there is that to consider. I'm wondering what Avulus will want. Because again, there's a lot of heroes that do feel like they need priority in first phase ban, and they'll take care of the Monkey. They leave all of those options open. They get to pick up the Bat Rider, which was banned last time around. So they do have this nice control support coming in at the very least. And we've seen some high impact Bat Riders in the past day. It has looked like a very solid support. Again, that's been fairly popular for some time now. Eki should be able to have some fun. Or Soneko, they've flexed this around before. So I like this for Avulus. At the very least, you have a support that can start to dictate for you. It's a pretty solid laner. It has a lot of presence early on. And that already feels a little bit better for Avulus to start off here.
That it does. But Team Spirit, how do they want to start? Bit of thinking here for this first pickup. Again, last game around, we just saw the first pick PA straight up for Yatoro, and obviously that worked very effectively. They won't have that option this time. I highly doubt they'll go for a position 1 pick, but I guess you never know, and instead, no, they'll go for the Beastmaster route. That should just be the guaranteed collapse hero on the offlane. Of course, Beastmaster has still proven to be very, very strong, no matter really what build-up you go, whether you want to rush Pipe, whether you want to rush Helm of the Overlord, or just go for the Ags. Doesn't really seem to matter, the hero is very good.
That it is, and you don't have to worry about anything like an Abaddon to save, so it's a very clear-cut Beastmaster game. Of course, the same thing goes for Avulus. With her Bat Rider, you don't have to worry about a Photic Shield. I guess there's some pocket picks here that can slide out. I did see that Team Spirit did previously run Oracle, so that could be an option if they did want something to still bail them out of the lasso, if that's a concern in any way at all. You do have something like that to dip into for some Dispel on hand. Even something like Shadow Shaman, I guess, with Cluster Clock could be funny as an answer. I don't know if it's amazing, but it certainly would be funny to see that as counterplay. Let's see, we do get the Ricky and the Bounty Hunter being banned out by Avulus. So at the very least, they take some of those annoying tools from Rue away. Nyx Assassin still on hand if Team Spirit will want that. Beastmaster Nyx Assassin lane, we've seen that a couple of times. Just pull back, soak some levels, snipe some creeps. You're still fairly happy. You can hunt around. Nyx into Batrider is also pretty fun because of Spike Carapace. Feels pretty good to just stun the Batrider as he's trying to get some plays going. So I wouldn't mind that if Team Spirit leave it in the pool. For Team Spirit, maybe you're concerned about some big carries here for Smiling Knight. Some meta carries are like, say, Bloodseeker. You don't have to worry about most Beastmaster matchups, considering that you took out the PA. So the matchup should just be steady. And they'll ban out the Dawnbreaker instead. So just taking care of the off lanes here. Let me see a bit. What will it be for Team Spirit? I mean, so many options to the left. The Nyx, as we talked about, the pocket pick of an Oracle that could save you from the Batrider if you're concerned is still there. Clockwork still in the pool as well. That's been a top tier support throughout the past 2 days and the past few months.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see. I'll have a think. A lot of time being used here with these initial pickups for either side. Team Spirit at this stage is using more draft time than Game 1 lasted, as Lich will be the pickup for Team Spirit.
Okay.
Not too surprising.
Yeah, and it should be a better time for the Lich. Again, unless you pick something like the Enchantress here for Avulus, if you really want to counter out just Frost Shield, like there's nothing else, there's no extra value, there's no Aphotic to dispel off, so it might not be the best. And you don't have the option for the Ricky I mean, you have the Terrorblade if you want, but no Ricky to kind of try to harass this hero out. So I'm curious what Avulus will want. This is already looking pretty sharp from the side of Team Spirit. They will go with a Warlock, so that discussion we were having previously does become relevant, along with a Pangolier. There's some good damage coming out with Fatal Bonds and the Swash and the Roll. There's nothing, I mean, you have Roar to stop the roll at the very least here on Team Spirit, but this is something we've seen Stormstormer play here in DreamLeague already, and something that we do tend to associate with Stormstormer. So it's a very strong comfort pick for him. I'm not completely sold. Again, it's already a little bit rough when you are just now the primary Roar target anyhow for Collapse down the line. So you already have a little bit of a target patent on your back here. You can take care of your matchups now, I suppose. Laurel can start to look for what you'd want to play up against that Pango. Lena's on hand if you want some magical damage. Just kind of win the lane. I suppose Earth Spirit's there if you wanted to just get a little bit more even. Tiny could be okay as well if you want that route. There's the Clockwork we were mentioning left in the pool. Team Spirit will yank that away. And probably just answer this mid now. Again, there's some flex for Avulus. You could run Offlane Pangolier still for Sibe, but it just tends to be Stormstormer playing that for the most part.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, Team Spirit will see what they follow up with. 2 more calls to come. They may just leave the Yatori hero till last at this stage. Just pick up something for Lal. Because Lal was probably one player that had a bit of a rougher time on the Ember last game around, but it was kind of really expected. You know, he was playing that space baking role, so Collapse and Yatoro could just take off, and that he did. Is we do have the Earthshaker, so if you are playing Pango against Earthshaker, chances are you're not going to have the greatest time.
No, you certainly aren't. Again, there's some room to still flex this on Avulus, but it just tends to be that hero for Stormstormer. They've already done it before on Avulus in DreamLeague 25. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they just stick to their guns. That lane can still be fine for Stormstormer. It's just not amazing. You're not bullying out the Shaker too hard. He can harass you back quite nicely. So I'm wondering what they tried to build up with his Warlock. The Alchemist does come out. It was left in the pool. It's not been the most contested hero for DreamLeague 25. Certainly a little bit more contested in qualifiers, or at least from what we've seen for the most part. And in this day alone, we haven't seen the 96%. We've been in the 4% where we haven't seen that much of the Alch contest today, which has been interesting. But it does fly true. Avulus has a nice bet, right? Like, we were talking about Alchemist as being an option. It just never came out in the past 3 games. I do like this combination of Alchemist and Warlock. I think in lane, it's a little bit passive, but it can just survive, build up. You're going for seed money. You're going to have additional stats and regen here for sure on Smiling Knight. And this is something we've seen Smiling Knight be very comfy on. So I don't mind it. It's a decent enough thing to play around with Fatal Bonds. as well, and it does enjoy upheaval slow if you do manage to just prioritize that or even get the value point in it for the Warlock in this lane for Seneko. So there is some play there. It can manage the Beastmaster lane, just clearing out the creeps with Acid Spray is nice enough. Fatal Bonds plus Acid Spray will slowly poke it back your way on the Alch, so you do have some good ways of just building up this Alchemist quite fast. And now they're just going to be taking care of the mids. It does look like they're expecting that shift for Sibe onto the Pango and just looking to protect now Laurel's mid with the Invoker ban. Maybe you're still worried about range poke. Lena's still there, Quap's still there, Puck's still there. That could be sort of annoying for the Shaker. You're concerned about that?
See, final bans to come. Team Spirit. Looking for another mid lane ban, it seems like. And going back to the Warlock Alchemist, I do agree, like it's a pretty boring passive lane, but it's one of those lanes where Alchemist can just feel safe to farm, which is exactly what he wants to do. That being worried about running out of regen or getting bursted down, because Warlock is just going to continue to keep you at max HP. We saw it the other day as well. It's a very, very potent kind of lane. You know, again, passive, but it works very well. We did see Earth Spirit ban here from Team Spirit. Avulus looking for maybe a carry ban here up against Yatoros. We saw they already banned the Bloodseeker. Always hard to know what to ban against Yatoro. You know, the man just feels like he can play anything anytime he wants.
Guess there's some cheeky picks. Maybe something like Life Stealer still there if you really wanted to. Though it hasn't been exactly popular in this tournament whatsoever. That's the one that really stands out. Yatoro did love his Drow Ranger, but that was a few months ago. I'm not sure if he'd really still enjoy that, considering the backline jump potential here on Avulus with double blink timings. And they'll just ban out the Sniper. They'll pick the Husker up on Avulus, so they do shift that away. And it will be a Stormstormer Husker mid. Now, that's not going to be a very comfy time for Laurel. It is something that Husker does enjoy. Mind you, it's also a little bit strange for Husker because you're not really blocking magic damage. If this Shaker just mans up and runs down, he can still try to poke back, although the Burning Spears will still be an issue here for the Shaker. And there is this shift onto Shaker 1 that could still happen for the side of Team Spirit. Yatoro, you said he could play anything. We did see Shaker 1 a lot in ESL 1 Bangkok. So there is still this lane shift that can come out if you find something else to deal with Husker here.
See how they want to deal with it. Team Spirit, not much time to think about it. 1 second left, and we are going to go down the Viper route. Okay.
All right.
And that's one way to do it, but where's everyone laning? Lol's going to take the mid Viper, so pause one Earth. I mean, okay. No, Yatoro's taking Beastmaster.
Oh.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
I actually like that. That is.
Well, what's the idea with that though? It's just
you're laning into Pango. You go for the Axis, and you also go for the Beast mode. You can actually kind of go right click with Beast mode. Right, you get the extra attack speed. You get the extra damage on right click. You're probably still going Ag's Drums perhaps here for Yatoro. I mean, Dominator could also be fine, but it feels like with safe lane priority, you could try to play around the aspect of just running down heroes here. And I like this from Team Spirit. Again, they get that shift off in a way that I didn't expect, just putting Collapse on Shaker. The Shaker versus Alchemist lane is also very stable for Shaker anyhow. And now it's just a matter of how much can Stormstormer get out of laning against a Viper, because that is still somewhat manageable. It is very toxic to play into anyhow. Like, Laurel should still be pretty fine in that lane. The one thing for Avulus is they do have this high tempo from a good lane for Smiling Light. Like, so long as he draws the same CS as Collapse, he's going to be able to scale up. You have a support that can build up stacks here with Eki, and an off lane that you could leave alone to in between waves to go get those stacks up. So you have a way of building the resources up for Avulus to allow Smiling Light to really flash farm in. But the tempo from Team Spirit's pretty damn high. Mind you, if they don't manage to close this game out at, like, say, 30 minutes, or they don't have, like, a, I don't know, 10k advantage up against an Alchemist at 30 minutes in, then Avulus does have a window where they can just kind of scale up into the game. But it's not like an overwhelmingly stronger scaling from Avulus. I feel like there is some good mid to early late game tempo here from Team Spirit off the back of a decent laning stage. So I'm keen on seeing what Team Spirit can do with this and whether or not Avulus can withstand the onslaught. Because we saw a very fast game from Team Spirit last time. That was with a PA. with a safe lane Beastmaster, I mean, this game can go even faster. Beastmaster has much earlier spikes in comparison to that PA. So I would expect the gate movement here for Yatoro to be really quick. We have some quick music as well. What the heck is this?
Take it back, Jonathan.
Oh yeah, get the camera going. Whoa. Do it, Script. Heck yeah. This is what we're talking about. This is a professional observer right here.
He gets. He knows. It's,
we need more zooms. Hard zooms in.
Yeah. Our sound producer's like 12 years old or something. Like, what is this music? What's going on?
I like it. I would prefer a nice silly jaunt, you know, keeping in teaming. But this is also great.
Same one every time. Oh, hold on a minute. There's a bit of all chat going on. Not sure what it's about though.
No context.
Oh, this is actually.
I was holding it for the
like
Viper last
music, was it?
It straight up was. He was holding it for the Viper last pick since the first game. Respect, Sasaki. Oh God.
I mean, how do you think this
high
goes? It does kind of feel like you know, that Husker pick goes out the window against this Viper. It does not feel like a very fun time.
The battle begins.
No, it certainly does not. You should have a decent enough time for Laurel. Mind you, your break only comes in with the Viper Strike, so at the least, I mean, you could still poke with Burning Spears, but you're going to get poked back. The Viper's just going to spit at you every single time. You have this interesting late smoke that's just instantly broken from Avulus as well. And they did drop the smoke down. Instant XDs out from collapses. I don't know what you're expecting as well with a smoke from Batrider Warlock, as that's maybe not the most threatening thing in the world. I'm going to be really interested to see how much the side of Team Spirit gets off. Like, again, we're looking at bot lane, which is probably the more interesting lane anyway, where you have Yatoro already going for the boars early on. Mind you, with Swash and Shield Crash, you can kind of clear that, even with Eki and that early Flame Grape. They do manage to take care of the creep army, but once you have the axes going, once you have that spell spam up, and the slows coming in from Iposhka, the Frost Shield coming in, or the Gaze, lining up these shots from Yatoro is going to be nice and simple. You have to work overtime here on Sibe and Eki. Like, they do have some good repositional plays. Flame Break into a double jump Shield Crash with Swash on top. They can keep shoving out this lane, or at least applying pressure onto the creeps, clear out these boars, get some steady farm going. But you're probably not going to be able to fully zone out Yatoro as long as Miposhka's allowed to play his game as Lich, which this time around he should be. Seeing a little bit of a chase around from Rua and Suneko. Was going for the pull, and he does manage to find most of it at the least. This is not fun for the Warlock either. Again, we talked about how passive this top lane can be for Smiling Knight Suneko. If you just keep pulling, I mean, it's really just going to end up being a passive lane. Yes, you can find some good farm in Smiling Knight, but you're not really going to get anything out from Suneko, as he's still being sort of bullied out just a tad bit. Even the Sentry priority just to ensure they have no pull camp here.
And that is the thing as well. If you can keep Suneko away, like, Collapse will naturally just win the lane because he's playing Earthshaker versus a melee hero. So Rue doing the right thing by just annoying the living crap out of Suneko here with the cog spam, and you know, it's always fun to watch the cogs being kind of abused here. I'm a clockwork spammer, Jonathan. You know I enjoy this crap. How's bottom lane going? Eki and Sipe against Maposhka and rather Yatoro. There's nothing they can do about this Beastmaster is kind of the thing, as mid lane is where the first blood will be drawn. Unsurprisingly, of course, Lal will secure up against Stormstorm. Bottom.
I mean,
Maposhka does go down. Nice pickup from Sipe.
And that's what they kind of need to do here. Like what we were talking about, this lane is going to be pretty free for Yatoro. You have to bully out Miposhka. They're still be applying so much pressure up top.
Yes, Suneko's gone, and now the rotation from Lal, perfect just after respawning. And yet, well, there's no way out of this, John. Smiling Knight, gonna have to accept that he is just gonna die. And this is what makes Team Spirit so great. It just feels like at any moment, they can just rotate and just win out any kind of fight. And that's exactly what we just see from Lal. You know, he respawns, he sees an easy team fight to join, and, well, there he is, of course.
Gets a double kill. He's slightly behind in EXP as he's sharing off that. Stormstorm has some room to breathe. A little bit of poke here.
Yeah, Eki's going to be okay, but a lot of pressure down at this bottom lane as well. I mean, Sure, it's still level 3 Beastmaster. There's not too much to worry about, but certainly a close call here for our Batrider.
Yeah, and again, you've got the higher level boars, you've got the Hawk as well being prioritized by Yatoro. So he's not fully going for just the axis spam. He is looking for just shoving out the wave as long as he micro fine enough. It's not like the creeps can be easily cleared as more HP gets added in. And again, already a great start for the side of Team Spirit. Mind you, the side of Avulus, they have managed to find a CS advantage. Like Smiling Knight still getting a relatively free lane top. Sibe is keeping up in the CS as well down bot. So you're in a much happier position than you were in game 1, and that is leading to a slight network advantage early on. Then again, you also have the Alchemist, so if you didn't have even just a slight network lead early on with your Alchemist free farming like this, you are in dire straits. So you're doing what's expected on Avulus. You already are dipping into the jungle for Storm Swarmer to just get that free farm, avoiding this Viper lane entirely. But he will hit 6 slightly faster, considering all that space given to him from that TP earlier out there.
Top lane, still a bit of action going on here as Rue just protecting Collapse, who was being jumped. Eki dropping low. Radan gonna go for the chase, but now needs to find a way out because he's got a lot of sticky napalm stacks being applied. He'll turn back onto Eki though, does secure that kill, but it is still going to be a positive trade for Zibe. Does get the Beastmaster position 1, and I think you'll be pretty happy with that as Avulus.
Yeah, again, you're finding a little bit more coming out of these lanes. You're having a stable time for Smiling Knight. You're getting some pressure out with Zibe. Finding some punishment for this Beastmaster flex pick. They are still looking to poke and prod up top here, though.
They are. Stun being channeled. Rue in the middle of nowhere, but a very nice cogs. Very nice cogs indeed. Pushing Smiling Knight backwards, not allowing him to stun. And Rue, had he taken that stun, would have guaranteed died, but he will walk his way out, no problem.
Manages to get a reset. And again, you have the Shaker solo lane into melee, like you said there, Mikey. It's still fine for Collapse to just play solo. Already has a soul ring, level 5. Gonna be soaking up into 6 all alone. Gonna be nice and quick. Still a little bit surprised that, again, Stormstormer's just stuck in the jungle, but just has no plan on facing up against Laurel, who does have the Viper Strike up now. So it's really not a comfy time for him. The Armlet, only the recipe away, though. So that key timing for the Husker is still lining up, but the emphasis onto mid is starting to come in. Laurel is starting to shove out, even Rue showing up, even stuck at level 2 with how much movement he's had in blockwork, but just ensuring that nothing sneaks in is...
We're seeing why he doesn't want to be in the lane, John. That's pretty much why. Stormer just getting deleted immediately as Maposhka trying to gaze Zibe, not allowing the wrong thunder as the TP away. Lol actually just TP's out. That is really nasty. Maposhka will die happily, knowing that the Viper has escaped. He does die, right, John? Yes, he... Okay. Because if he didn't die there, even I would have been upset for Avulus. I might have disconnected, I'll be frank, John. I would have been very upset.
Yeah, no, that was pretty ugly. Really heads up from the side of Team Spirit. Those interrupts, we've seen some great interrupts just saving the day up against this Pangolier. They will at least sneak away a Wisdom Rune. Snako hits level 3, but he's still dead. Collapse finds some comeuppance there, and Rue is still able to snag away the opposite side Wisdom Rune anyway. So it's still a 1-for-1 with a bonus kill coming out for Collapse. You don't mind at all. But hey, at least you have the Black Grimoire later on, right? You could get your 6, right? Wow. Great. Whoa.
He's got 2 whole charges there, John.
It's outstanding.
It's 500 XP. He can get it any time. I mean, it's game changing. This is the best update to Warlock I've ever seen.
You know, we did say it's Random Acts of Kindness Day. Every time I think about Warlock and his Black Grimoire, I think the random act of kindness I'd appreciate the most is an obituary. There is that. Holding on to that obituary. That's what he's collecting with all the kills, Mike. That's what the Black Grimoire is filled with. Obituaries. It should consider his death.
You're such a negative Nancy, John. Snako? Rue's gonna find it. Level 2 battery slot available. Meanwhile, Raw down at the bottom lane. Another fight breaking out as they are trying to jump Eki right now, and Eki is gonna go down. Looks like they were trying to actually kill Yatoro, but they do get him. A nice shield crash out from our Pangoli will get the job done. Question is, can he now get away from Lal? The answer probably going to be a no, but it seems like he has the movement speed. Meanwhile, top side, Rue does go down. Smiling Knight able to secure a kill on the Alchemist. So Avulus so far, they're not having too bad of a time in this game too. Things are going okay.
And then the biggest shining point is getting the free space for Smiling Knight, as Miposhka's not too safe here.
He is not safe, but he does have Yatoro now to join him. Here comes more TPs here from Rue. You don't have hookshot yet for the Clockworkers. Of course, he doesn't have Black Grimoire, John. He's got to do it the old-fashioned way. Some of these supports get spoiled with these damn facets. I just love it. Every Warlock game, I just love taking the piss out of you, John.
I just hate it. Goddamn Warlock. Phil,
Zippe. Yeah, he's gone. No escape with this Viper. None. And now, to make matters worse, Jonathan, for Avulus, Claps does have his blink on the way. 9 minutes in.
Yeah. Again, he's had a pretty free lane. Your biggest winning point here for Avulus was that Smiling Knight's just not contested, but the Alchemist still needs that initial burst of farm. With full Radiance, still just lacking Talisman Evasion at the least. Here comes the gate moving across. Miposhka already having that 6 for the Chain Frost. Can start to threaten if someone steps out of bounds, but they are being a little bit cautious on Avulus. Again, slight net first advantage for them, but they're the ones with the Alchemist. They haven't really built up a gold lead because of that. They're lagging behind on Sibe and Stormer. They have kept Radon suppressed at the least, but this Ag's timing still lining up. Only really 2 parts away now with the gold on hand. He's going to be able to hit probably a 13, 14 minute timing there on the Ags if that pacing stays the same. Applying pressure onto the bot. And they do have the... Yeah.
Collapse. Getting it done. Roar out immediately onto Zippe. They'll try at least for the Earthshaker, but it might be a bit of a lack of damage here for Collapse, or maybe not. Collapse will finally go down. Not exactly the greatest trade. You did lose your mid-Husker for that, but in fairness, Stormer has been having a pretty rough time, so I think Avulus, they'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get. And he did manage to force out the slam as well, but again, that's one sticking point for this Husker. Like we were talking about it with the Shaker pickup, right? Like he's physical damage. You don't care about this innate on Stormer. You're just gonna be able to run down. And again, you do have a 3k lead coming out now from Avulus. You're popping off now on Smiling Knight, who does have the Radiance flying in. You have managed to save yourself all of these stacks. Side of Team Spirit hasn't been able to invade into the triangle at the very least. So you have this farm going for you. Still.
Snake gonna lose his golem, maybe? Oh, it actually expires. It actually expires in time. That's nice. Bottom lane?
It is.
Took a bit of a chase onto Zippe. Yatoro doesn't have the Roar available, so won't quite be able to lock him down. Importantly, though, Yatoro is very close now to having the full Aghanim Scepter up, and as we've seen through multiple games, John, once you've got that available, you just roar a hero and they are basically just guaranteed to die in the early stages of the game. Not much you can do about it.
I think you are. A little bit of a quick smoke from the side of Team Spirit as well. Collapse and Miposhka. They don't have the slam, but they do have that Chain Frost ready. Just need to find a nice target for themselves here. Eki would be nice, but not juicy enough. Soneko not the juiciest either. The cores are playing safe on the sides of the map. And the ward drop and the non-smoke heroes are revealing this. Although, yeah,
very
just
quick
take the
kill from Collapse. Yeah. We do have a bit of a rotation here from Zippe, but I don't know if he can do this on his own. He's going to need some help. Rolling Thunder's out. Collapse did get stunned. They'll find Rue as well. Soneko and Stormer will move in, and so will Smiling Knight, but it's really only Rue you're trying to go for here, and Rue has a hook shot available if he does need it to get out. He'll commit. He's out of there for now, but eventually will die to the fatal bonds of Soneko. So it's the support trade. Soneko will get tipped by Eki. You kind of see how much work it takes for them to find these kills. It's a bit demoralizing, I want to say.
And it is. You compare that to Collapse coming in, pre-enchanted up, gets a second enchant, and you're just dead. I mean, and that's just Shaker gameplay for you right now. 10 to 8, 5k lead still coming out here for Avulus. Most of that is literally just Smiling Knight at this point, but it is coming all together. And the rest of the core is fairly evenly farmed, which is concerning, right? Like, again, the power spikes of all of these heroes on the side of Team Spirit are relatively early. Like, the Ag's timing for Radon just lacking the one item now. So, gonna be online with the Drums and Slums soon. You've got Laurel working into the Manta style, or you have the travel to the Dragonlance up on this Viper. So he's going to be able to get in and out, depending where you need him at. Stormer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw it, John. At least they are going to find Collapse.
Ooh.
Hookshot barely off the mark, just a centimeter short from Rue, but it's still, Stormstormer's just not having a game for himself. Collapse dies, yeah, but I don't think he cares.
No.
The only thing they've really got to worry about at this stage is Smiling Knight's farm, but you know you're up against an Alchemist, you know the damn hero is going to farm well. You know, as long as everyone else on Team Spirit are doing well themselves, chances are it won't really matter.
Yeah, don't really mind. It's all part of the calculations. Everyone else has been sacrificed a little bit too hard here on the side of Avulus. They're not able to, like, especially Stormstormer, right? You're used to seeing Huskers just overtake the game. This isn't really one of those games here. For Stormstormer, he has to play into a Viper lane, which is very toxic, but what can you do? You've hit this Axe timing up now for Yatoro. Again, nice and quick. He's been left alone. Drums to Slam available. Going for the Blink, going for SNY and BKB as well, which I like to see. Trying to leverage out that extra attack speed you get and just some durability on hand here. It still has a massive amount of stacks to clear out as well with Widow's drums up. So he's going to be able to get some good farm for himself. And it's down to whether or not this investment on Smiling Knight does pay off. He does have SNY plus Radiance, nothing like the Blink that we tend to see into BKB. They are setting up for Roshan here, which they can get done with Stormstormer. They will get to it. They've got the Blink up on Eki from all of this time as well. So there is a Blink Lasso opportunity to try to just find some opportunistic kills. And hey, guess what? Stormstormer does have a Glimmer Cape up, so... And we have one of them up already in these cores at least. A little bit of a save for Stormstormer from some magical damage.
Roshan will be going down Avulus. Should get away with this one freely, but Rue will actually scout them out with the Rocket Flare. It's just a bit too late for him to get within range to hope to contest. It's a nice little pickup here for Stormstormer. Question is, you know, what can you really get done with this Aegis pickup now? It still feels like Team Spirit are farming a little bit too effectively across the map, and of course you do have the Ags up going into the Blink here for your Toro. They're still well and truly on his way to be able to carry this game as a Beastmaster. Smiling Knight's gonna move into the river, ruin Lal around the area, but instead they're gonna avoid him. Collapse meanwhile, jumping the Pangolier will find Zippe. Just kind of stupid how fast he can take down the opposing offlane.
And it is. You don't have anything for durability on Zippe. He did go full offense with the Orchid pickup. Doesn't manage to really cast that in time. Tier 1 for Tier 1 trade. Instant smoke out from Avulus. Will want to try to leverage this Aegis. See if they find an angle out. And if they can get some big usage out from the secondary life of Stormstormer, they could find some opportunities here. But the TP's a bit too quick.
Yeah, he does. Jump in, and then they're going to find Rube, but Rube, he'll happily die here. He won't mind. He's just a clockwork. I mean, it's still something. They're still going to find a Tier 1 tower as well here with Smiling Knight. The rest of the squad just end up kind of leaving the area. The issue is, again, like, you see Collapse and Yatoro, they're just farming opposite sides of the map. They're just finding pickoffs where they can and just going back to the farm game, whereas with Avulus, you're having to commit 4 or 5 heroes every time you find a support kill. It's not going to really end up being a good result, I feel like, if this keeps up.
No, it just feels like they've not been able to capitalize on Zippe's Orchid. Team Spirit have just done a great job of dodging out all of these engagements and really get some farm going on everyone. I think Mikoshka has some room to build up into this full Solar Crest that we tend to see, already working his way into that one. Rue just rushing into a Glimmer Cape, surprise, surprise, just to have some saves for the rest of the team as well. And even Laurel's not lagging behind. Like, everyone's kind of farmed up equally on the side of Team Spirit.
Lasso has caught out Laurel. It's a big pick if they can get the Viper.
No.
Eki setting up a very nice one. Laurel will finally go down. Meanwhile, Rue needing to find his own way out, but will drop. 2 kills coming out here. Zippe gonna cop a Chain Frost from a Poshka, but he's still perfectly fine, but maybe not because Yatoro has moved in with the Roar and does secure the kill. Here comes Smiling Knight and Stormstormer to try and salvage it. They've already lost the Aegis here on Stormstormer. Collapse meanwhile has the Echo ready whenever. Smiling Knight, he's still trying to go after Yatoro. It looks like they'll have the Beastmaster. They never bothered to jump back in with that Echo Slam. They just did not see the opening. And so it's a good fight once again for Avulus. They're still finding some nice engagements.
That they are. This time around, it did feel like Room maybe with those cogs just gave some easy angles out to kill off Laurel a little bit quicker than you'd want there. A little bit of a blessing coming out just a bit to help find that fast kill. And they managed to widen that lead to 7k. Again, this is the point where the side of Avulus is stronger. Should be leveraging that strength, and they're constantly on the lookout. But you have to appreciate the vision from Team Spirit. They've got this nice defensive ward down here on the cliff, forcing Smiling Knight back. They've got wards watching this bot area of the jungle near the Lotus Pool as well. So you can kind of try to line up if anyone's shoving out a little bit too hard. They do manage to hit that S and Y timing out on Stormer, so it might be a little bit more difficult to catch him out. That stat res can give him maybe a window of opportunity to play, but you have some initial BKBs come in. Collapse already has his own. A bit of a smoke out from Avulus. They do have the lasso ready to go once more. And if they catch out Yathora one more time, that can just open up more opportunities. Again, this is a pos 1 Beastmaster. He does back off. Game sense does tinkle just a tad bit there.
Having a look around here, Avulus, they want some more. Looking for that Tormentor. Thing is, Team Spirit are around the area. They might actually be able to make it there in time to take an advantageous fight. They will move in. Tormentor already taken though. Still, Team Spirit want to try and go. Viper Strike was committed onto Slip A, but he got the Rolling Thunder off in time. And he's perfectly fine. Just roll his way out. The chase continues though. Smiling Knight trying to TP. Oh, they go for the Pengo instead. But no, the gaze. The gaze will barely land from a Poshka. Smiling Knight, he got spotted out by the creep wave. He will BKB up and try to find something for his trouble, but he was like 0.1 second away from getting that TP off. They made it just in the nick of time. That is such a shame.
I appreciate that Avulus are trying to play aggressive. Again, they go for that smoke play. And they don't really catch anyone out. The game sense of Team Spirit just on point to spot out or know that something's up. And just, again, waste some time. Every single moment they waste, Team Spirit are able to catch up. They're getting space out for their other cores. Laurel, Mantis Style not too far off, 2 parts away, has the full Yasha up. You've gotten some good value from that BKB on Collapse, as well as he hasn't used it yet. He's just been able to rush in. Same with Yathora right now. 7k lead for Avulus is still significant, but Sibe is starting to lag severely behind. Stormer is still keeping up with the rest of the heroes here. Smiling Knight is still ahead. But you have to wonder how long can this Alk maintain that lead as the map starts to shrink, as Team Spirit starts to force the issue forward, as you are eventually going to hit just even bigger strides. Again, once this S and Y is up with a blink for Yathoro, I mean, the right-click face output of the Beastmaster can't be underestimated.
Knight, jump in again. He'll get the Chemical Rage off, but can he survive the onslaught from Yathoro and Collapse? He cannot. In they go. They're going to try and fight without the Alchemist, but I don't really advise it. Spirit looks like they might just jump back in very soon. Stormer in the middle of nowhere right now cannot sustain himself against Lal. Meanwhile, Collapse chasing down Sibe, and it looks like eventually they might just have him. They'll wait out the blink here for Collapse. In fact, never mind the blink, they'll just land a Fisher. Into the tier 3 towers they'll go. They won't time that TP yet, but they will take a big golem with them.
And they just get to start cleaning up. That 7k lead down to just 3k for Avulus, and at 22 minutes in with an Alchemist, that is not good news for the side of Avulus whatsoever. Team Spirit, again, just playing to their strengths really well. The coordination we're seeing out for these initiations coming in, everyone's on the same page on the side of Team Spirit. They're hammering their spells in the right order. There's just no durability that we're seeing from Smiling Knight, and that's him with a BKB and a Sanjiasha. Like, this Alchemist shouldn't be that easy to kill off. But Collapse is just managing to make it really hurt with all of these enchants coming through, and he's in good position to force again another fight.
He's got an Echo ready as well. Roar out immediately from Yatoro right onto the Alk, and Smiling Knight pops the BKB, tries to run. He will barely make it for now, but Poshka, he'll get caught by his stun. They might at least have themselves a Lich here. In fact, Yatoro is not out of danger yet either. Lasso will land, and he will be dragged back into the loving arms of Smiling Knight, so he will die. The BKB coming out just in the nick of time to ensure this Alchemist does survive through that Drums of Slom damage. And that's a big one. I mean, they found the Pos 1 Beastmaster, they'll find the Pos 5 Lich. And Avulus, they're still fighting back.
A little bit awkward for Spirit this time around. Collapse was trying to chase down Taneko. Couldn't find that full kill with a force staff save out, and he's just forced to walk away. It looked like he had the angle to try to go for a bigger target, try to go for that slam, but tries to play conservative, and that does cost him on Spirit, breaking up that fight into 2 flanks. Although...
Oh boy. I mean, I was just trying to pray Smiling Knight, but...
Alright.
Collapse catches him, lol. It's more than enough, that's the thing. Like, even if you don't have this Pos 1 Beastmaster, it doesn't really matter. You've got so much damage between Lol and Collapse. As long as they catch you without a BKB, you're kind of just screwed.
That you are. Again, Collapse didn't see the opportunity for the slam. A while ago, he could have made that exact same move on Smiling Knight earlier, but hey, he's isolated this time. They do kill off Rue, and they didn't have to expend Lasso, but it's just small wins for Avulus. Again, bigger wins a while ago when they killed off Yatoro, but the wider state of the game just does not feel comfy for this team whatsoever. Like, your Husker doesn't really feel like it's having the biggest impact. BKB might mitigate some of those issues, although...
Roar out, Fisher to set up, Stormstormer trying his best to survive through, but it's not enough.
Oh, Lord.
Are you rolling? Oh, Zibe? Are we really going for a fight here by ourselves, Zibe? No, we're not. Rolls in, rolls back out.
Just tries to dissuade him, tried to look for an angle to save, doesn't quite find it. Man, that was not the circumstance you'd want to find yourself for Avulus. You just having the shard already up on Miposhka with that Chain Frost, even with the Glimmer Cape, even with your passives here in the Husker, it's still painful. Still don't want to be entrapped there. 22-17, lead basically gone for Avulus, as the 3K is really just all Smiling Light, and Stormstormer and Xavier are starting to slip off from relevancy at the moment. I do like the itemization being queued up though. Sib is trying to go for just the Lincolns, just something to protect from the Roar. I'm trying to go for Assault Curious now on Smiling Knight. Still waiting for that BKB completion on Stormer. But I just feel like Team Spirit are kind of set. And this is them with no natural Pos 1, right? Like, this is a very interesting time with a Beastmaster, who theoretically is a pretty decent one with that beast mode. Like, his right-click damage is not to be fully disrespected, along with the drums just banging away. Smoke out from Avulus, looking for a rear flank. Might be able to find it.
I'm a Poshka. Lasso never came out. The gaze came out first, but Poshka finding an early kill. Smiling Knight at least able to get some revenge here by killing off Poshka. They've also found Collapse in the back, though Collapse making it pretty hard to find him a secondary time, as now the turnaround is here. They'll land a Fisher. Smiling Knight there on the right end of that Fisher will be able to escape. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Lol still chasing. Oh, and a nice hook shot. Rue right on target, finding Stormstormer. The Glimmer Cape will save him for now, but for how long? Not very long is the answer. Radan, Flash Yatoro will secure another. I think it's off to Roshan now. No need to force P2s.
Nothing to stop you, really. And Roche Clear is very damn quick with what you have on hand. With this damage coming in from Radan, it's not going to take too long whatsoever, of course. With Laurel and Collapse around as well. In fact, they're not even looking to help, just Collapse will. Smoke out from the side of Avulus. They know Roche is going to be happening. They need to find an angle in. They still have Lasso if they make it there in time. But Roche is going really quick here.
Certainly is. Looks like Smiling Knight wants to try and move in onto Lal, but Lal still has plenty of teammates around him. So they will just kind of go against that and wait another day. You have now had the net worth swing back the way of Team Spirit, by the way. Less than 1k their way as Rue going to get caught by a lasso, but there's no way to drag him out of the cogs right now. So this Batrider basically sacrificed himself, and Rue will not even die. Rue's fight as Collapse finds another support in the form of Seneko. Poor old Seneko can do nothing to get out of that scenario. So both supports now just getting dropped here by Team Spirit. Thankfully, all the calls got out, but it was them trying to be assertive here in that situation, John.
That was. They didn't manage to make it in time for that Roche fight, and that's what cost them. I'm surprised they still played in a very aggressive position. I mean, after a Smiling Light missed out on his channel, I figured, you know, you just go back, farm, try to play high ground defense, maybe just surrender one of the tier 2s, and build up from that point. But you're playing an Alchemist draft with no net worth advantage to speak of. You're in dire straits, for sure, on Avulus. 29 minutes in, you're really starting to get a grip again here on the side of Team Spirit as Avulus. They've had a couple of good moments. They've had a couple of great starts where they're isolating some of these cores one by one, where Team Spirit don't find that wider team fight they're looking for. But those moments have been few and far between here for Avulus. And again, like, you're getting some items flowing in. BKB for Storm is nice, but Roar is still going to be an issue. At the very least, magic damage might not be an issue any longer. You know, with 60% magic res coming in on the active, could be the way to go, but the physical output of Collapse and Yathor is still damn high. Tier 2 will fall. Mid already fell. And again, you're just in cruise control right now for the side of Team Spirit. For the side of Avulus, I mean, there's this really nice spike for Storm if he gets into the Ags. The issue is he's still really just starting to build it up. Again, just looking at the BKB at the moment. Finished up here with a recipe, just set to fly out. You have the full AC all set for Smiling Knight. That can be something. But again, it just doesn't feel like any of this is close enough for you to feel comfy. At the least, they are cutting creep waves nicely. Aki's just clearing down bot. Mid is still being shoved in though, but you're preventing any direct play onto the two trees at the moment. And you're stalling for time as best as you can.
Still they're not out of yet, Avulus. Game 2 definitely a better performance than game 1, as Eki does get taken down in the mid lane. I mean, he's trying his best. He's got a creep skill. They're doing what they have to do to keep the game alive. It's a toughie. It's a toughie. I mean, they're, you know, not much they can do right now. I think Smiling Knight's starting to drop off quite hard on this Alchemist, and of course the other cores aren't really having the impact you would have hoped.
No, certainly not. Again, it does feel like you missed that key time for Stormstormers. They just start on mid.
So they go. Is obviously just gonna die.
You shouldn't just let them take a tier 3 for free. Fortify will be there to solve it. Smiling Light and Stormstormer aren't actually making their way back in. So it does look like they're just give it away. There's still a minute on this Aegis. They know they have no business in looking for 2 lives to kill off on Radon. And they'll just take a freebie on the side of Team Spirit. They could clear out bot as well. It's at that point you should really see Avulus not allow that to go. But none of their cores are showing up outside of just Smiling Knight stuck in base. So freebie it is. I mean, again, it's hard to see the angles coming in here for the side of Avulus. You really want this full Ags and Stormer to at least have some control coming in with that life break on hand. See that?
Oh, hook is in. Perfect again from Rue. Quite frankly, it just doesn't even feel like they needed it. Like, Yatoro could have just jumped in with the blink and roar, but I mean, why not? Meanwhile, Stormer. He's down south, but it seems like Collapse knows he's around. Oh, the fish shot. Very close, Collapse. Very, very close. Meanwhile, Lol dies to the tournament. No, Maposhka dies to the tournament. Sorry about that. Lol gets the shards out of it.
You know you're having a fun game when you don't care if your support lives or dies in that one. You know you're having a little bit too much fun. And the worst thing is, giving it onto Laurel is also pretty big. Now your high ground speed just that much quicker. At the very least, you have access to your own Tormentor here for Avulus. free short off for Stormstormer is kind of nice, I guess. Yeah, the inner fire upgrades are nice and dandy. So there is that, along with this Ags that's still 2 parts away. So you have been able to, again, get some decent space for the Husker to try to build into that point. You've got the Bloodthorn being worked on by Smiling Knight, and he does have the Nullifier up, so there's some damage here. There's some control with the Orchid that you can play with that Nullifier. But you're 6k behind with an Alchemist. Side of Team Spirit really just... It hasn't felt like they've been challenged in a while, outside of, again, maybe some fights where they don't find a clear angle. Still on the hunt with his Ags up. Soneko could be in the firing line.
There we go. Hawk, of course, on target by Ru. Poor old Soneko just has not been able to catch a break this series. They're still doing a good job of keeping these waves forced out. That's the bright side, is high ground. Apart from that mid-racks going down, high ground has not really been conquered yet by Team Spirit. Not yet.
I suppose. I mean, being 1 racks up is already a very big deal, I suppose, at this point. But no additional threats, at least. Like tier 2 protecting top is pretty nice here for Avulus, ensuring they still have this top deep jungle to kind of play with. They even get to the point where you've got a BKB on Eki, so gibbing down this, or at least controlling up the Batrider is not going to be as big of a deal. He can preempt BKB, Blink Lasso, an easier path to look for that kidnap play to keep your hopes alive for Avulus, but we'll have to see if the angles present themselves here. Team Spirit, they've also been pretty patient. You know, they've been willing to play the longer game because heck, why not? Laurel can just go into 25, become universal. He's already getting the stat padding for it with the Lincoln sub. Going for the Scotty next for some healing mitigation on Smiling Knight and on Stormstormer, of course. You've got the full Bloodthorn up on Yatoro with a Sanjin Yasha going for the refresh now. So double roar, double BKB is going to be in place soon. And Collapse is also just going for a nice quick refresh just to get the double slams off and the double BKBs. Still Avulus trying to go for the smoke out. If they get this time right, if they get lucky with a fast Roshan as well, that could open up the game just a little bit more here.
Eki trying to find a nice lasso opportunity. Team Spirit very well grouped up here, just in a nice position. Making very hard to jump in, but Eki, he has found himself a Beastmaster. Hook shot in from Ru, but Yatoro dropping very low. Radan still trying to survive, it does go down. Maposhka jumping in at the end as well with a Chain Frost, but it will not really mean much. They've already lost 2. Here's Yereko from Collapse, refreshing as well, looking for a secondary. Does commit, and it's a big one as well. Collapse wiping them out just a little bit here as they are going to buy back on Ru. Try to come back in for this fight. Snipe trying to fight back, taking down Collapse. Will lose his own life. There goes Stormstormer as well. A triple kill for Lal. The only survivor. No, in fact, never mind. No survivor. Ultra kill for Lal. My goodness, I mean, even if they deal with Yatoro, it just doesn't matter.
No, really doesn't. There are a lot of great patience there from Collapse to look for that great refresh reveal, dropping them all low as the BKB starts to fade away, and just being very patient in that engagement. You're also just seeing Viper gameplay from Laurel, and again, with his free shard, can just force out the Fortify by himself, and still dig into that tier 3, no problem. About to approach that level 25 mark with all of these stats. So he's gonna have the universal. And you can't stop this. Avulus, they tried. They're gonna lose another set of racks. They're gonna lose their tier 2 top as well from Ru just shoving in. And that should be the set of mega creeps coming out as Eki's getting some off chat out, just pinging the damage onto him. Suspicious.
You gotta have a laugh, you know? If you have you gotta laugh. It's tough.
That's all you can do. Just a positive mental attitude, as they say, Mikey. There's the Ags at last. For Stormstormer, so he can taunt a little bit, force them to focus on him when he does come in. That might buy him enough time to try to kill someone off. It's just, I don't know how you take these wider team fights. Like, again, that almost felt like the best case scenario. You get a good fatal bonds onto 2 spreading out. You got the chaotic offering. They're entrapped there for the roll from Sibe, but it's still just not enough. Like, this Alchemist doesn't feel like it's doing enough damage. Stormstormer definitely doesn't feel like he's at that point anymore with a Husker. Almost also feeling like he might need some level spikes. Maybe 25 talent with a burning spear duration feels better, or the life break damage with how spammable that spell is with the Yags up. But no easy answers for Avulus. 11k lead for Team Spirit. Might be able to find one fight outside and just translate into an endgame here.
Avulus cannot allow this to go for free. They've got to try and contest to keep their life available here in this series against Team Spirit. The Team Spirit's still very patient. Neither side moving into the pit yet. Of course, they always have the rocket flare vision from Rue as well, so it's going to be pretty hard for Avulus to move in unnoticed. Even the balls from Yatoro just keeping tabs on the Roshan pit at all times. Meanwhile, Lyle's into the tier 4 towers, by the way. He just gets to work on the Viper, forces the quick TP rotations, and now Roshan is free. Eki desperately trying to chase this Viper to punish, but it's not going to happen. It's so depressing seeing that kind of play. There's just nothing you can do about it. You either lose the game or lose Roshan.
Yeah, and losing Roshan probably also loses you the game, so it's a lose-lose situation there for Avulus. Here's what it is. Oh, look at that. Laurel hits 25, become universal. He says 360 damage per right click. Beautiful work. Ice Frog's finest creation. Glad to see that still around. As they're stuck with one tier 4 left. They get the free Ag's Blessing as well for Collapse, so he's going to be even more annoying to contend with. Not that he's been less annoying in recent time anyhow. And for Avulus, I'm trying to think what brings you back into this game. Just lasso back into the life break and just try to kite one big hero back, I guess. But we saw them do that to Yatoro. It's not enough. At this point, you probably have to kill off Laurel quickly. It's just that he has 4k HP with a Linken's to protect. Not really an easy target to burst down either. So there's no clear angle for Eki to kind of take for you to feel comfy. So many refreshers on hand now. Yatoro has his. We've seen Collapses up for a while, of course. And I don't know. Like, maybe you get a great 5 hero Fatal Bonds up, and you just get a lot of spell spam going in, a lot of damage going out, and you hope everyone dies. Smiling Knight?
Jump is there. Smiling Knight just trying to get out of the cogs right now, but he's doing some real heavy lifting as he's forced to pop the BKB just to get away from this ugly, ugly scenario. And Team Spirit now, seeing the BKB committed on this Alchemist, understand that there's not really much in the way of stopping them, though there's going to be a lasso from Eki to try and at least deal with Lal before they really even start this big team fight, but Lal's actually pretty tanky. He'll finally go down, though. Rue's been left behind as well, so Team Spirit, it seems like they'll have to come back another day. A very nice lasso here from Eki, making it so they're not out of the game yet. Fabulous.
Yeah,
unfortunate for Team Spirit.
They do find the right target, right? We were talking about the ways back in. It's probably just isolating Laurel, and because of that chase down on mid, no one else from Team Spirit's around to try to help that Viper in the siege. Nothing defensive here as well for Laurel outside of the Manta. No BKB just yet, although... Okay.
And again? Okay. I mean, I guess Avulus thought it was kind of safe, but turns out it wasn't. Sibe, he's locked on the high ground. He'll get a swashbuckle down to the low ground. He'll be all right. But you're lacking an Alchemist now. I mean, thankfully, he has buyback, but he may be forced to commit it. We'll see if Team Spirit want to try.
Looking like they're calm enough to just be satisfied with keeping this farm build up and waiting for the respawn on Laurel. They still have some time in the Aegis anyhow. They're going to have a minute and a half after the Viper respawns. Just a little window there for Yatoro to just run forward and aid out in the clearing of that last objective. They've also got the banner in the backpack here still set to go. Pings are out, maybe looking for some punishment. They are TPing to the outpost. Stormer has the target painted on his back. Yatoro does have the double roar. So if he manages to sneak his way through, it would be nice, but the creeps are still there, so not really able to find a target. But they're still set to collapse across the map, like Naposhka.
Oh, again? Maposhka's in the middle of nowhere here, John, but he's still kind of proving to be a bit hard to kill. Gets a Chain Frost off before he does go down, so there's that. Yatoro is actually going to just jump in with a roar out onto the Warlocks, so Sneko can't really get away. He's trying though with the Glimmer Cape, but he's going to lose Stormstormer instead. Buybacks are immediate. They want to continue this fight. Smiling Knight now jumping Yatoro will take down the Aegis of the Beastmaster. More buybacks. Maposhka now rejoining the fight. Rue's in with the hook shot. Zippei's been caught out by it. Zippei, it looks like he will die, but the Glimmer Cape will buy him a little bit more time, but not for long. He's gone. Buyback out from Zippei. Rue, meanwhile, looking for another cogs, but has it on cooldown. Smiling Knight trying to get a stun, but gets a man to illusion with it. Maposhka jumping in now with the gaze out again on Smiling Knight. Poor old Alchemist just cannot run away. Another Glimmer Cape usage. Meanwhile, Yatoro finding the dieback on Stormstormer. Smiling Knight still just trying to get the hell away from Lal, but is going to end up stunning himself and his own teammate.
Oh, Lord.
Yusuneko. Upheaval. He's trying everything, but he just can't get away.
Oh, my
GG. Oh. And now Yatoro buys back. Or rather, Sneko. There you go.
Oh, man. It's always a little bit funny when you get through a stompy game like that and you get the jovial jaunts. I mean, Team Spirit probably feeling pretty good, damn good about that kind of game. They made it look kind of simple. They had that really good flex coming out for Collapse and Yatoro, and just managed to get this Viper to really crush that mid lane from Stormstorm, who just gave up in the lane at, around level 5, just went into the jungle, considering. And I think for Avulus, again, they've had some ideas in the draft. They managed to get access to this Warlock that we've seen a little bit more. They have access to the Batrider and the Alchemist that was left in the pool, but it just felt like Team Spirit had everything they'd wanted, right? Like they managed to snag away that first pick Beastmaster that they flexed for Yatoro. They understand that they can just win out tempo, and then even though they don't have like the most straightforward scaling, they have scaling solutions still, and Avulus was going to be dropping off because they went to be the Alchemist that just vacuums up all this farm, and if the other heroes don't find their tempo, it just kind of falls flat, and it certainly did here for Avulus, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely did, Avulus. I mean, props to them. They put up a good fight for game number 2, but it just doesn't really work out. Of course, we are going to have to go for a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from Team Spirit. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed it, Team Spirit securing a pretty dominant 2-0 victory here up against Avulus. And, well, Jonathan, there's not really much else to say. I mean, Game 2 was a little bit closer. Game 1 was a complete wash. And I suppose it is Team Spirit. I mean, you can't really expect much less from these boys.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a pretty good start so far, still keeping that undefeated streak going here in DreamLeague 25. And again, with the swaps back in this team, they are looking to be in top form once again to kick off this year. So looking pretty damn good. For Avulus, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board again. A couple of things in drafting and game ideas that maybe are falling a bit flat right now. But just even the playstyle we're seeing out from Spirit have looked really impressive. It was just complete domination in Game 1. Even Game 2, where Avulus had a little bit more bite to them, still looked like Team Spirit were in complete control for the most part in that game. So I'm curious to see how much more they can push it out. They've looked amazing so far, and I think they got back to being the team that's threatening for number 1 again.
Guys, it certainly feels that way, and we do have the phone ringing because Mr. Collapse is on the line, ready for an interview. Collapse, congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I mean, maybe great.
I mean, you look great, Collapse. Have you been hitting the gym, sir? You look fantastic.
Yeah. But not right now because of the tournament, so I can't, I don't have time for gym.
I mean, you look fantastic, Collapse, I gotta tell you. Let me ask you about this series. Game 1, you guys finished in 23 minutes. Game 2 comes around 44 minutes, much more back and forth. What made Game 2 more challenging than Game 1 for you guys?
I guess the draft, because we knew we had slow heroes to play with. There's a Viper mid, so in previous game we just opened the bot tower, we opened the mid tower. We have great heroes to fight for early fights like TB, Phantom and Ember, so we just stomp them and just run on them. But for the second game we just need some time to get levels and items on our course. I mean, there's Aghanims on Beastmaster, Blink BKB on me, and some stuff on Viper. I don't know. I didn't see his quick buy.
Was your Toro happy playing Puzzle and Beastmaster? Does he mind having to play these weed heroes in the safe lane?
Yeah, he's been practicing it with me. I mean, he's playing Pups, and he's playing Puck versus me or with me. If he is playing with me, he is usually 0-10 on the 20 minute. But versus me, he's playing 20 for 0.
Go on. It's that extra motivation against your friends. I'm curious, Collapse, what was the mindset coming in for DreamLeague 25? You guys had slight roster changes. You're back in the active position. What's it like for the team? Were you guys full of confidence coming in for DreamLeague 25? You guys look great.
Yeah, we had a lot of practice before this tournament, so we prepared some heroes. We changed our strategies, so I guess we are ready to finally win the tournament.
Right. I love that confidence again. It's looking good in the first 2 days. I'm curious, how are you feeling about this patch? We had a little bit of a piece yesterday with the patch being at least 200 days old now. Are you still finding it entertaining? You enjoying playing up against all these Glimmer Capes?
To be honest, I just don't care anymore. I'm just playing the game. Just pressing the button, the find game in Dota, and that's it. No emotions.
Fair enough.
No. I'm not waiting anything. Just playing the game.
It's just another workout for you, huh? Just like a gym routine. Fair enough. Now, going in, I guess, looking forward to the next patch. I've asked everyone this, but what would you like to see yourself play in the new patch if it does come out?
I guess the Turbo Ranked.
You're a Turbo Enjoyer? Are you a Turbo Enjoyer?
Really?
Oh, wow.
I want to play the Turbo on my main account, but I can't. It just doesn't fight it. And I want the Turbo Ranked system. So maybe I'll play Turbo also.
Oh, I found a fellow Turbo Enjoyer. Wow. That's amazing, Collapse. That is cool to know. That's maybe where some of that ideas come from. But that's cool to know. Excellent.
All right, well, with that, Collapse, I believe we're done. Thank you for joining us for an interview, and congratulations once again on your 2-0 victory, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
That's the lovely Collapse, John. I actually can't believe he's a Turbo Enjoyer, I'll be frank. You see, to me, if you asked me, would Collapse play Turbo? I'd be like, no way, this guy's the sweatiest player I've ever seen. There's no way he'd even dare touching the Turbo button. Turns out he actually wants ranked Turbo.
You have no idea how sweaty Turbo is. Turbo's actually filled with players like Collapse. They're pretty sweaty. Like, it makes no difference with a normal match, for the most part. I think that's just Dota players. No matter what you play, if you play custom games, you're going to be sweaty. You're going to be raging. It's like, what the hell is this? And you're just playing, I don't know, Overthrow or some such. You know, there's no relaxing in Dota.
No, certainly not. And two more people that are very sweaty, Jonathan. Of course, our new casters. We've got Aries and Trent coming right up. I don't know why I called them sweaty, John, but it doesn't matter. They're coming right up after a short break. We'll see you soon.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our third series coming up shortly. A change in the casting desk as well. I heard Mike said something a little bit rude about us, but that's okay. We're getting back towards the end of the day. We'll let that slide. Unless you want to address it now, Trent. That's okay. You can do that too.
I don't know. He called us sweaty. I don't know how he knew. I was shoveling and chipping ice, so he wasn't wrong. I was doing that immediately before this, so he kind of nailed it. I think he said sweaty because he was just envious of how hard we worked on our segments that we're providing. You know, he's just like, wow, those are such good segments that they're prepping. Those guys are real sweats. Maybe that's what he meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely. He's a little bit jealous of how cool our segment was compared to his. You know, there's, production actually even messaged us saying that ours was a little bit better, but, you know, I didn't particularly want to bring it up on air, but that's okay. It is what it is, you know. F you, Mike, but that's okay. You are my fellow Aussie, so I also have to be kind of kind, you know. Yeah, he's chilling. He's okay. We got some good games coming up though, my friend. Yeah, we got Falcons taking on Heroic. We saw, of course, these teams play earlier today, have a little bit of an opposite day one as well. Falcons struggled. Heroic, very good. However, in the start of day two, we saw Heroic 0-2 against Tundra, and then Falcons got a 1-1 against Extreme, which is also pretty rough considering Extreme and not looking good at the moment.
Yeah, that's only the first win I think for Extreme, right? Yeah, so they were having a rough first day. We talked about how Falcons really need to start turning it around, and to then drop another game versus Extreme is not great for them. But, at least they picked up one of the wins. So it's all about just being in the top 4. And that's why this matchup is going to be so pivotal, because these two teams are currently tied at 4-2. So Falcons, they really want to pick up some wins here. Heroic, same thing. This could be the series that decides whether or not you're going to be eliminated here.
Yeah, and whether you may potentially, if you trade even at least, potentially we could see tiebreakers, because it looks like at the moment both groups, well, importantly, I guess we should speak about Group B, because this is, we should speak about Group A. You've got Tundra, who are pulling out ahead. I think this team is just going to be unstoppable. Actually, let's see, who have they got? They still have to verse Betboom, which is going to be a big one, but they've already gone through some pretty difficult opponents in Tundra. You would probably have to imagine Mudang look a little bit shaky, Extreme look a little bit shaky. Shopify is actually going to be exciting to see. They're still continuing to perform pretty well. They did have a 1-1 versus 9 Pandas though, but for Tundra, it looks like they're pretty much guaranteed. Betboom are looking really solid as well. So at the moment, we're just waiting to see, like you're saying, that kind of 3rd and 4th position. Maybe there may be tiebreakers as well.
And this is our cut up right here. Heroic Falcons. It's like if Falcons 2-0s, boom, immediately you're going to be tied up here with Heroic. And then, you can try and get into the realm of tiebreakers later down this group. So, well, speaking of Heroic, though, of course, I believe we have something from them. Is that right, Aries?
I believe we do as well. We're going to be able to get to hear from them and see what Lacoste has to say. I believe we hear from him himself and the story of Heroic. So let's check it over that one.
Team Heroic has in recent times been by far the strongest team to come out of South America, with results including winning PGL Wallachia, taking down Team Falcons in the grand finals, something that came as a shock to pretty much everyone. Immediately afterwards, they went on to rapidly nosedive, with the 14th place at DreamLeague Season 24 only a few weeks after their win.
Oh, what the fuck?
Clearly, something had to change, and change they did. They replaced Parker with Yuma, formerly of Team Nouns, and Davai Lama was replaced with Whisper, finally returning to South America after spending more than a year on OG. The team is now an interesting mix of South and Central American players in Yuma, Analog, Whisper, Schofield, and KJ. So far, the new roster has paid off, managing to qualify both this season of DreamLeague and ESL 1 Rally with relative ease.
This team can't be stopped, its names.
DreamLeague Season 25 will be the first real test for this new Team Heroic. Will they manage to live up to the expectations?
Well, it seems like they are living up to the test at the moment, 4-2. A difficult opponent awaits them in Team Falcons, but we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum, and we'll see if we get some interesting drafts, interesting carries as well for Yuma. Pulling up the Juggernaut earlier today, not successful. No surprise that Hero does him a little bit garbo, but Yuma likes the Hero, unfortunately unable to make it work, but we will see what else we get to see from him, and also potentially Falcons if they've got so many crazy picks up their sleeves too.
That's right. I know Parker, obviously being gone now, he has been picking up the Meepo over on Secret, which is also a Yuma hero. So I don't know, maybe if they're still keeping their eyes on him, perhaps we'll see the Meepo make a return here.
Okay. Have you been seeing many other Meepos elsewhere? Because I also have seen Parker that's played a little bit, but I know there are a lot of Meepo players at the moment. I feel like you're kind of forced. I think we're in this weird position where, I don't know if it's weird necessarily, but it's changed with what it used to be previously, where there were some very specific players that had like the cheese heroes, but it seems like everyone has kind of realized like, where there's so many tournaments going on, like this is such a competitive scene and industry, like we need to learn heroes like the Meepo, like the Husker, all these kind of cheese heroes. So I don't know if there's like really only the couple of Meepo players anymore.
I think it's getting better, especially there. I mean, there was one point where Meepo was so broken that it was like the second or third most picked carry in pubs, top tier pubs, which was hilarious because that's how you can tell it was super broken. And it was it was still winning games. But I think like Huskar and Brood, they're still not quite there, like there's still the Brood players, there's still the Huskar players where people haven't put in the effort. I think there should be more effort put into learning these heroes because I think there is a lot of value there, as those players have shown. I also think there's some heroes that are probably still a little bit too ignored. Like I would argue even Arc Warden. Surely there's got to be something going on with that hero.
Oh, I forgot that hero.
Yeah, like surely he's got some value to offer, but players, it's hard enough just to stay on top of the meta that we currently have and to play well on those heroes. So it kind of makes sense that the expected value of practicing those heroes is a lot higher than trying to create something new with an Arc Warden. It's a lot less risky, but I think we could lose a little bit more of that work.
Yep. When you mentioned the Arc Warden, I'm like, hang on a second, is this a hero at the moment? I've completely forgotten about it. Don't even remember some of the changes we got to it. So, which I'm kind of glad because I feel like that hero is incredibly boring to watch. But maybe we'll get some other crazy position 4 Arc Wardens coming out 9 class, pulling it out or something. But that is for another day. At the moment, though, we're going to get the Bristle and the Phantom Assassin as our opener. So Bristle's priority is getting ramped up, and no real surprises here with the PA. Of course, we are continuing to see this hero a lot so far.
Yeah, I just opened up to see the updated stats as of today. She is the 4th most picked hero at 16 games currently, and still has a almost 70% win rate. So yeah, you can't blame them. Immediately they're going to remove that Warlock. There's also still the Phoenix in play. I feel like that might be the other value ban here is Heroic.
I probably say so as well. I feel like with how you're able to address the Bristleback just with the PA then the Phoenix percent damage, it's also a hero that we do see Snake play pretty often as well. So I would like the Phoenix to be removed.
But Falcons, they've been rocking the PA. They're doing their thing. They've been playing that ABBA. That's why you're seeing it banned out. We had Skeeter played it this morning, I believe, in their series versus XG. Is that right? Oh no, sorry, it was Extreme who picked it. But Skeeter definitely picked it up at one point. I think I was watching one of his other games. And we watched it, did we?
Oh, I was just going to say we saw that flex, and I was just going to say they flexed the monkey earlier, which is something else. I was just going to transition to another. Amar played it earlier today.
I saw that as well. Yeah. I was trying to explain Dota to my kids, so I put on their morning game, because I was looking at it for a second. So I was like, we can watch 5 minutes of Dota. So I put it on, and I was trying to explain a lot of concepts. They're kind of getting it, There's 2 teams. They kept asking who's winning every 5 seconds. It's like, well, it's not like regular sports, it's not like a score. It's just like there's a building that you have to destroy, and he's like, why aren't they going and destroying it? I was like, well, that's a good question. So I don't know, maybe we can develop a meta where we can just try and destroy the throne a little bit faster, I think is what my kids are trying to say, which I think we could all appreciate in some of these games.
Yeah, I think so too. We've had some games that have been very, very dragged out. However, our games yesterday, Trent, I don't know what was going on, but we had some incredibly fast games. Probably the fastest we're going to get of the tournament, 18 minutes from Shopify, and then Team Spirit won in 19 minutes, and then 25 minutes versus Paravision. So we will see if we're going to get a repeat of yesterday. There's the Phoenix, like you were mentioning, though, from Falcons. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand Heroic wanted to ban the Viper. They did already show that they're willing to pick it, and that they're going to flex it. Like, it might be Malrine, and Amar's already picked it up, so they're trying to give this Bristleback a good game, see if they can kind of plan their whole game around it. It is a 10th pick for Falcons in this one, so Malrine with hopefully lots of potential options left in the pool. I think that's likely where we're going to go with the last pick, just because Amar has his strong heroes. We'll probably see it picked up in that next phase. And Heroic, now you got to decide, how do we want to play this Bristleback? Like, are we willing to throw it on the 3 and do the Snot Rocket? Are we more comfortable doing the position 1 with the Seeing Red, or even the Snot Rocket like we saw with Yadro? But I always like to see these combos. Like, big AoE physical damage has looked really solid with the Snot Rocket lately.
Yeah, I agree. We saw the big one that we were seeing was the Pangolin, right? Inside some of the qualifiers that we were covering. Of course, there's a lot of different ones, but there's one that really stood out. We will get the Zeus though from Heroic, so the support duo already from them, potentially anticipating maybe your Bounty, your Ricky, whatever, some of the heroes that we've been getting a lot from Crit at the moment.
And this is, we're talking about PA being the 4th most picked. This is the most picked hero of the tournament. This is going to be the 22nd game of Zeus. And only ahead of Abba and Clockwork in terms of the most picked heroes. As Schofield is spamming some voice lines in the chat. And we get a very late bounty. I mean, this hero, obviously, I mean, the Rookie was still in as well, so they kind of had their choice here. But partially why Heroic probably took the Zeus, as we have been seeing it versus these potential Invis heroes, so they want to cover themselves with it. But Crit, not concerned. Still wants to grab the bounty.
Grabs the bounty, grabs the tiny as well, so
okay.
Yeah, they go for Melrin's hero. I mean, Amar has showed a lot of flex from what we've been seeing lately from him. His hero pool is without a doubt expanded. You know, there were some concerns through his start of his career, I suppose, when people were kind of target banning him, but now that's not the case anymore. So I guess there's a possibility for him to play the tiny, but more than likely it's just going to be your Melrin hero. So I think you'll probably get analogs as a response as well.
Yeah, very likely, and it's yeah, it looks like he did play it 10 days ago. He did pick it up once for Falcons on Amara. Again, not surprising, but should probably still be for Malrina unless they have some reason that they really want to make the big shift. In that case, it was partially because there was a Razor picked up by their opponents, and that could end up going to the mid lane, so they counterpicked Malrine a Lina instead.
I see.
There's what Analog wants to do, though, as you were saying.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that has to be worried about in regards to stuns. I feel like the options for him are quite high. They're going to go down the Enigma route, which last I checked has a very high, 80% in 10 games. We all know this hero is incredibly strong. I do feel like a lot of games I've been seeing Enigma, it slipped through quite late in the draft, and they're getting it in a game where it looks already incredibly solid. You know, we're not getting that first phase Enigma at the moment. Do you feel like that's one of those games where the Enigma 18th pick, does it look quite free for Whisper?
Well, I'm curious because I'm looking through them now, and I can see that in none of the games there was never the Enigma versus the Phantom Assassin. So that's kind of curious, considering that she is the most picked carry, and he's this offlaner people are always trying to grab. Maybe because the PA teams have often just been banning it, and because in theory it shouldn't really be a very good lane matchup, especially if you don't have that Warlock to help sustain. Whenever I think of Enigma, I just think of the lane and the first tower is the big thing. We've definitely fully shifted away from even considering Black Hole as existence as a spell. It's cool, it's good, but the game is usually won or lost based on your laning stage and how much pressure you put on the enemy carry.
And you feel like there's a big concern at the moment with how the lanes are going to go with the Enigma clock into the Phantom Assassin Phoenix?
Yeah, I would think so. Could be the Zeus or the clock too, depending on the matchup. But we're assuming it is the Zeus into the bounty. So yeah, it should be Enigma plus Clockwork. And that could be kind of troublesome for the Phoenix if there's no spacing for a dive. Might be hard to get away. Malefice can be frustrating with the dive as well. So yeah, I could see this becoming a bit of an issue. Then again, if the Phoenix hits the Fire Spirits, right, then the Eidolons also don't do anything. So there's certainly some counterplay available.
I like the Huskar ban. I respect it from Heroic. You're just concerned about the ultra last pick from Falcons, where you completely body the mid lane in this matchup. Of course, we still don't know Analog's hero. And maybe if you have a really hard winning matchup, then it forces some of the Heroic supports to rotate mid, which maybe could assist with the 1v1. I'm sure Enigma should still be favored into that matchup versus the Phantom Assassin, but at least maybe your tower is not going to go down as fast.
I kind of feel like the Lina maybe here. It's kind of frightening versus PA, but it does just give you a game plan. You always have the Clockwork to rely on the initiation. But then again, you could also go for one of these jumpier heroes, like the Ember that they've banned out, just because you can play off of your vision that you're getting from the Zeus, so you can be a little bit more successful. He obviously has an extremely good Earth Spirit. It's one of his better heroes. Might be a little concerned on damage then, though.
Are we needing a way to deal with the egg too? This is kind of something that we haven't particularly addressed so far inside the draft. Maybe that's where the Lina, like you mentioned, could be a thought, but
Everybody wants to play Shaker, man. They all want to play Shaker right now. They really do. I think every mid wants to play this hero at the moment. It looks really good. The concern is always, is there a counter pick though? So they did ban out the Huskar. I mean, they could double down and go for something a little bit bigger like the Lina, or I guess the Monkey and the Viper are both gone, so that's good. Let's see how Falcons want to play it. Do they just want to throw their tiny mid and have a good time?
What role do they kind of need to cover in regards to the style of hero in the last pick?
Well, like let's say that if it were a mid tiny, I kind of like a Centaur. I think would be kind of cool. I think it'd be kind of an interesting hero. It would give an ability for the tiny to play the fights. I think it helps with the PA. Buys auras. Like auras look really solid for heroic right now. Bit of a, he's a little bit out there though. We're kind of falling off. Some of the bigger offlaners are still in, like the massive ones. I mean, we have the Beastmaster, we have the Lycan. They're both still available. You could go Alpha Wolves plus Bounty Hunter to track down and annoy the Zeus, make his game pretty hard. That could be a style.
I was thinking Beast too, but does Amar play Beast? I don't actually.
He had a phase where he did practice it up and he got a handle on it, especially with the Ags, right? Because
surely
you can't play Ags Beastmaster,
right?
It's whatever. It gives you a BKB piercing too, yeah. Oh baby, oh baby.
So we've gone into the old staple, Legion counter to the Bristleback. I will say, I do think this is not something we got a lot from Amar, but do you remember when the Facets came out and Stonehall was like completely busted?
It was the best Facet in the game.
Yes, it was without a doubt. And Amar had some really good Legion games. So I know we're not really getting this hero a lot at the moment. The big thing is the fact that you have, of course, the duel versus the Bristleback. That's the big thing. Yeah. I will also mention, I think just having some Dispel versus like an Earthshaker can be quite nice, considering this hero kind of does need to like chain control someone down through your combo. Maybe that can be a factor as the game goes on, but I think solely it's just going to be the value out of the duel. I'm intrigued on how the lane goes though. I'm still not I haven't seen enough bounty games to be too familiar on if this hero is okay in some lanes or is it just a little bit of a liability in some. But I guess this is going to be a true test with the Legion.
Yeah, he's definitely you want to pick these heroes that can like farm under tower and like take the wave and be happy with it, which Legion can. If you get the waves between the towers, Legion will be happier about that. You're gonna want to try and manage these camp pulls from the side of heroic, make sure they don't have that to work with. Amar did try this recently during the Fisher Playground tournament. He busted out an absolute last pick Legion commander to try and go up against the Duraccio Terrorblade, which used to be a classic counter, where you had this overwhelming odds versus the Terrorblade because of his low HP and big magic nuke damage. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. They were not able to get the win. In this one, I mean, you definitely have burst damage between like PA is actually reliable burst damage now. So in theory, your first jump with a duel could actually secure kills a lot easier than you could in the past.
Is it a concern though, because the PA damage is, I know you're saying it's reliable, but still it's a little bit of time to the PAs like wanting to gank with the Legion. So who is really playing with you? Like, does the bounty matter that much?
Tiny. I think it's okay. Like, because I'm thinking like with the tiny and the bounty early, it's fine. That seems pretty solid. And then as you transition into like the mid game and we're like smoking up and looking for those like game winning team fights, that's where I could see like the PA just jumping in alongside. But the counter initiation is threatening from heroic. If you do go for those big plays and you're a little bit too slow, there's an Echo Slam, there's a potential black hole later on, there's just even a hook shot counterplay. Jumping first into heroic looks disastrous. So you got to be really sure that you're gonna get this dual kill and you're gonna get it fast, or it could go pretty awful for you.
So what is it again where we're feeling like probably the snowball has to be a big factor here from Falcons with their lineup, like you're saying, with the tiny, with the Legion, and then the bounty tracks, because if you
feel like Heroic's team fight just seems a little bit easier to execute. You know, maybe the PA can do PA things, I suppose, as the game goes on, but would we say that Falcons, you're looking for them to have a pretty big advantage around like the 15-20 minute mark?
Yeah, I think having an advantage of 20 would be great. I think they have really good skirmishing heroes on the side of Falcons, whereas Heroic don't really. Like, if you take any 2 heroes from Heroic, they don't do a whole lot in the mid game, you know? Like, you would have to, like, fully commit an Earthshaker like Echo Slam plus, like, maybe Clockwork plus a global ulti from KJ, and you can probably get some kills. Whereas on the other side of Falcons, you know, you got Legion plus Tiny, you can blow up a lot of these people. You got Legion plus Bounty, you can probably pick off some of the weaker heroes. I think they look a little bit better at just like the small fights, but yeah, that team fight, they definitely have some frightening team fight on the side of Heroic. But you also brought up earlier the ability to control the egg is pretty minimal for Heroic, so Snake King could have some pretty big plays.
Well, we'll see what Snake King's going to be able to do, and of course he has some value as well with the Sunray this game versus the Brissa back. So his Ag Shard could be quite beneficial. Of course, Skeeter's Ag Shard as well is going to be pretty important.
Yeah. Nice play by Schofield, too. He did that body blocking the Radiant Wave and then used the cogs as well near the tower, so they started attacking, so it pulled it back even further, and that got the entire wave shoved in so deep under the tower that even with these body blocks after, Whisper is set up in a really great spot to start.
Seems like how works. Offlane should be able to capitalize on at least the creep equilibrium. We'll see how top goes at the moment, though. So how do you actually look to play the lane with Falcons? I believe you potentially mentioned it already in the draft. Is this something where you are just thinking about dragging if you're crit, or can you play this lane in the real way like we've seen in the past?
You're mostly dragging, I would say. Right? Like, you're a melee core versus Bristleback. You're not really going to have the best time. Crit, you know, he's just battling with KJ over this camp. Gets a couple there, though, which is nice. They're a bit nervous about their couriers, which you can't blame them. Crit does not have a ward down in terms of finding these couriers, though, so no deep hunting for him in this one.
In an ideal game as well for Crit, if he's able to get a couple of items, what would you like the build to be? Because definitely the bounty with some kills can have a relatively versatile item build.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the better things about him. You can go a couple different ways. Doesn't look like the best Spirit Vessel game. I wouldn't hate it just because there is a Bristle. So, I mean, that could be an option. But sometimes you get like 2 or 3 heroes where it looks like amazing versus. There could be something there. It's a pretty good 4-staff game, but that item is falling off a little bit. But I like it versus Clockwork. I like it versus Shaker in a lot of situations. I like Yules. Like, I mean, the Glimmer is always going to be nice versus the Zeus. A lot of different ways you can go for sure.
Okay, seems like nothing you're like overly happy about where you feel like it's 100% guaranteed. There's just maybe a couple of different routes, and see what it's going to be for Crit this game.
Yeah, get like a little bit of a feel of the game going.
Roll for the Lotus. Got it actually in the end. Crit, a little bit of trouble, has a big one. Fairy Fire as well, but the quills are starting to stack up along with the damage from KJ. Zeus might be able to do it by himself by the looks of it. Another bolt. KJ's able to strike first. Skeeter bottom lane as well, importantly. Okay, Schofield and Whisper able to find the kill. Snake King will strike back, however, so but the Phoenix at least able to find something here, but you are losing a big hero into Skeeter's Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, that's not great. Whisper getting a lot of space for some easy CS here with the Eidolons too. No Fire Spirits available for a while, so these Eidolons are just going to be denying and last hitting every single creep.
Crit's bottom. Okay, Whisper maybe not expecting this. Crit's gonna pop out of Invis. Another kill for them, and now maybe even Schofield. They want the Eidolons first, who's putting a little bit of pressure into Snake King, threatening his own life, but they'll turn once they've dealt with some of them. Securing a second. Snake King 3-0. We were speaking about this, man, you know, could be pretty massive for them inside the team fights with the eggs, with the sun rays. Definitely the worst hero to be getting some early golden experience on.
Yeah, that was crazy because that was a rotation in when he didn't even have the Fire Spirits back up. So didn't have a whole lot to offer, but it was a perfect dive in. Just enough to ensure that he could get the kills with the returning PA, and a nice jump through from Crit. trying to dodge away from this Zeus that is certainly a very much planned counterpick versus these potential Invis heroes. Myron Crit just farming up through this small camp. That's one way to eliminate it, right? Just use the through and through of the shuriken. Well, there is a mid lane. I know we haven't talked about it at all because it's Earthshaker versus Tiny. You guys have probably seen this quite a bit lately, and it's going exactly how you would expect. The Shaker has a few more denies because of Totem, but no one should die. No one's rotating at all, and the CS is almost even. So nothing too wild happening in the mid.
Yeah, don't need to keep that many tabs. We can look back with the power runes coming up pretty shortly, but that's that both mid laners are happy. Now the rotation... this time through the portal, we'll see if they're going to be able to read this here for Heroic. Whisper is still positioned a little bit far out inside the lane, and it's going to be another opportunity to jump from Falcons. Schofield will do whatever he can, but the Cogs really only delays it.
Jeez, man. Like, moves. It just takes a moment, and he's just gone. And that minimal armor on the Phoenix almost cost Snaking his life there, thanks to the Eidolons whipping into him, but he survives. Nice play.
Very nice.
Great way to try and punish this Enigma. It's funny because like you think of Enigma as being this like stalwart offlaner who, whenever the Eidolons are out, it's very difficult to actually make these moves and plays on top of them. But because they can just throw the Fire Spirits on the Eidolons and then use the Invis to immediately close the gap, suddenly he's just like the Emperor has no clothes, you know? Like he's supposed to be all spooky and scary with his big army, and they just cut through him immediately.
And now the army's back farming inside the jungle for Whisper. So with the drums, there was a potential opportunity to put some pressure onto PA and maybe the tower. He needs to be farming up towards the level 6, and maybe that's when he can re-enter the lane, threaten with the black hole. But it means that Schofield is trying to soak some of the experience, and it's 4 heroes. Even Melrin actually wants to get involved off the back of the haste, so we'll yoink the kill and continue to put some pressure onto the tower, possibly the Wisdom Rune as well.
I think I played my first game of Phoenix in Bangkok for since the hero came out. Like I haven't played the hero much since it dropped, and I could not believe how good this hero felt to play. It was so much fun. Like I'm feeling it just watching Snaking as they almost managed to steal that Wisdom Rune away. Crit on the run. And yeah, that low armor though, Whisper will eventually get the kill with the Eidolons. They went a bit too far here. Crit also gonna get dunked on because he's missing detection and does not want to mess around. Yeah, good finish there. But I'm seeing it too. Like you can see why this hero is just so prioritized right now in the pro scene. It's just so much damage. But yeah, that low armor does eventually come back to bite you. So Whisper recovering a lot there.
So what's the trade across the map? Because we did get a kill, I believe, onto KJ as well. So 1-for-1 in regards to the Wisdom. Falcons do lose some of the members, and with a little bit of the experience and also map control going back Heroic's way, they will continue to put the pressure onto the tower down bottom. Even Yuma wants to come through the portal just in case Falcons consider bringing some extra numbers down to defend their safe lane.
It's funny, before that kill and everything, Whisper was one of the lowest cores, but really what's happening is that all the cores are just so similar. Like he got that big bounty, which juiced him up 300 gold, but there's only a 300 gold gap between Analog and Whisper at the moment. All 6 of our cores are extremely tight.
Is there one that you were expecting to have a worse game than what we're seeing? Because like you're saying, everyone is very happy with the start.
No, I think it kind of makes sense, right? Like we knew mid would be even. We knew that top would probably get kind of weird because you'd just be lane pulling and farming with the bounty hunter, but instead of lane pulling and farming, he just put pressure on the other lane, which just pulls the Zeus away the other way. So then the Legion's fine that way. So it kind of just makes sense.
Okay. See who's going to be able to use the network the most though heading into the early game. We do have a rotation from Whisper to top, trying to catch Amar. Amar's got a pretty good read of this though by the looks of it. I'm not sure if he got a glimpse of someone who's going to be able to avoid the gank. Meanwhile, we do see Falcons as well trying to invade, just getting some information over by Heroic's triangle. They've scattered out the double stack at the Ancients, but haven't really been able to slow down too much of the economy, taking anything away from Dire.
Well, if I had a game plan right now, as always, I think it would be deep wards would be really solid for Falcons. I feel like they're the ones who have a little bit of pressure just because they have this Legion Commander. They have this Tiny. You want to start picking up some of these kills. And they're trying to do that up top here, but yeah, they're a little bit slow. Oh, this is going to be risky. He already has 6 quills.
Yuma? A look to go for the duel. Backup is coming through the form of Analog. Analog threatening with the Echo Slam. He doesn't really have anyone else, so a bit slow. Whisper's going to try and funnel in over to the right side. Black Hole at the ready. Do you want to use it solo onto Crit? It's a bit awkward, however.
He's still just running after them as the raindrop frog.
Okay. Well, what do we get out of that? A lot of rotations, dual, very low cooldown, some rotations from Heroic. Bottom does give a link to Schofield. Mid's getting pushed in as well. Looks like Heroic going to do their best to try and trade the towers. Unfortunately, this mid tower, full health. So we'll take quite some time. Radiant going to be able to take the T1 top and respond accordingly.
Yeah, he's popping those drums mid though. So kind of forcing them to make sure they come back. Skeeter's on the long road to the Battle Fury here. Amara just sticking in the lane after the failed duel attempt means that he is taken over the net worth as he's the first one to crack 5k. We are now just looking for our level 6s, really. I mean, Snaking must be super close. Yeah, he's very close because he almost had it up top there. But we're still waiting on it from KJ, who is under a ward right now as he helps to set things up inside the Dire Jungle.
Closer to the clock as well. Looks like he's still continued to soak some experience bottom. So very shortly, you will have a hookshot online. And maybe they're actually going to try and use this straight away with the threat of Whisper even coming over. Skeeter looking for the solo kill onto Schofield very shortly. He's going to have a black hole straight to the face, and no one else is remotely close to do anything to protect him. So nicely done. Schofield baiting his life, has the 6, and now they can look to go mid. They'll be too late to keep the tower alive, but can potentially stop Falcons from invading deeper into Heroic's territory.
Yeah, Battery Salt's back up here. He's going to find Malrine. Does anyone want to assist him?
Some people come over. Let's be a little bit careful about giving an opportunity for a toss target. Schofield's going to get far enough away.
Yeah, not quite enough mana on his allies, unfortunately, to really assist. So Malrine is just happy to step back up and take that. Oh, wait, he snuck in behind and got the mid tower with that? Alright, that was funny. Well done from Whisper.
How is the map supposed to look now with the current position that we have and the net worth that everyone has? Are you expecting one side to try and gravitate towards a specific point on the map now?
Yeah, I think right now it's going to be first Heroic are going to try and flex this blink. So sure, we'll have a smoke come out, and ideally you'd probably want to hunt the PA again. That should be the main one, but controlling and being invasive should be Falcons, right? They have this bounty hunter. I imagine Crit's going to want to try and get some deeper vision down, spot couriers, see where movement's going, so you can set up for potential gank plays from this Tiny plus Legion Commander. And you can see they're all just grouping together right now. All 3 cores down bottom is this tower. Maybe hoping to get a fight out of Heroic. This could be bad for them. Oh, this could be a good dunk.
They're going to get one. Analog. Oh, what a great blink initiation. He's going to be able to clip the Tiny over to the right side. Melrine's going to go down as well. Meanwhile, Schofield got a lonely crit under the secret shot. Heroic tower goes down. Ain't going to matter. Great blink reveal from Analog.
Oh, man. Yeah, that is devastating. The Thunder God's Wrath plus a Clockwork who's just going to be carrying detection is going to make life very hard for Crit. Because if you're anywhere nearby when this ulti pops, it's like, oh, I found him, you know? It's just immediately just going to get the hook shot. And I think they were trying to make a setup like bait play, where they're kind of like hitting the tower a little bit, and then like, all right, let's go, like Avalanche, I want to duel him, you know? Crit's coming over, and then boom. Lurking to the east, Analog just immediately ends any idea of a fight there from Falcons. Now, the hard part is you got to get back on the horse, right? Echo Slam's down. Wait, we got to move in again here.
Unfortunately, where do we move, though, with Melrine's blink? He does not have it just yet, so a little bit later of a blink than what they would be hoping for, which could give some time
importantly, if you had that blink, maybe you look to invade into the jungle, take away the ancient stack that Yuma is currently farming. So like both supports are going to assist with trying to take this. Yuma's going to move over further to the east and find another stack as well, which would have been massive for Falcons to take away. But now this will catapult the Bristle further up in the net worth.
Crit is trying to get some of this deep vision, and he's going to find Whisper up here. Oh, did he get spotted?
I think he did.
Whoops. All right, that ward's busted. Although it's hard to tell if he actually saw him ward. I don't think he did. Oh, the jukes. Man, Analog not going to chase. Decides it's not really worth it. Doesn't want to waste his next Exo Slam on just a bounty hunter kill. Wants to find something worth a little bit more, it looks like.
Maybe that hero could be bottom. Amara's showing really far forward. It's a bit difficult for them to start though. Like, yeah, what? KJ's going to try and slow him down as best as he can, but it's going to give Amara an opportunity to turn with the dual Analog ready to go once again. Echo Thunder Gods. The bait was perfect, heroic. They were there in the nick of timing, and the duel still yet to get the first victory of the game.
I think... Am I crazy, or did the duel turn him so that the Bristleback saved him from the Toss Avalanche? Because I think it did. His Toss Avalanche only did 640 damage. I'm pretty sure he blinked to the right side, but then as the duel happened, it turned Yuma, and then he just did the combo to his back. Because he should have died. Almost assuredly, I'm pretty sure he should have died. I mean, this is a level 9 Tiny. That's so unfortunate. I guess we can see. Because it looks like he kind of gets the face, but he gets turned around. Yeah. Oh, who knows? He's just doing 360s on it. What really matters is that Analog is again just there to ruin things. This is what we talked about. Like, we're talking about what the mid game's gonna look like, and it's gonna be, if you're not instant, if the death is not immediate with these duels, the counter initiation is so strong from so many of these heroes. Like, we have a blink on an Enigma, we have a blink on an Earthshaker, we have hookshot. Like, you're gonna get ruined if you don't kill them instantly.
Could be a little bit faster, and without these dual kills,
Amara is standing here trying to D-ward. All right, he's gonna get away with it. Sorry, I thought they were gonna jump him.
So, I don't know have we mentioned the Midas on Whisper? Because he is really getting up there in the net worth, and this is something that late game you have absolutely zero answers. So he's going to go BKB. I know you mentioned inside the draft we're not kind of looking at the black hole as this real big thing about the hero at the moment, but the beautiful thing about him is that if you do have a good BKB black hole game, then yes, we will be mentioning it a couple of times. Analog jump inside, looking for a quick assassination onto Crit. They're going to try and get the toss back to Amar's location, but the Cogs makes it a little messy. We'll attempt to turn around with the duel. Supernova's in a great spot over to the left side, but once again, Amar's going to go down. Maybe they want to jump in. Skeeter tries to do his best. A little bit awkward with the toss there. Analog still alive for the moment. Avalanche covers him on the edge. And Mallory puts himself in a position where Skeeter can jump away, so you'll keep the PA alive. Meanwhile, they will still, of course, be able to assassinate Snaking as well. In the end, it is a 2 for 3 favoring Heroic. We still are not able to get that dual victory for Amar.
Yeah, and they were barely able to get Analog, too. He almost managed to sneak his way out of there because Skeeter struggling to decide if it was possible for him to go in there and get something successfully. As Malrine ends up going down after that's all said and done. Just gets caught by the Malefice. And unable to escape. Oh, what a terrible death to give away immediately after.
How is it only 1,000 lead though? Is this really the bounty? Have they got that many kills with the trap?
I mean, that's a good question. Partially that, partially the Earthshaker. Like, think about Analog's game. Would you guess that he is only 300 gold ahead of Tiny? Like, he's had these big echo slams and stuff, but he's been roaming a lot. He's just been walking around the map. He's not hitting creeps and farming as much as you might have expected. So he's kind of slowed down more so. I feel like he should probably be closer to like 9K, but I mean, that's why he's getting these counterplays, because he is lurking. He is waiting. So it is a bit of a cost that he's paying.
We're going to see the Falcons look to try and force an objective.
What do we got in regards to the cooldowns? Echo up in 15 seconds. Black Hole, of course, still quite some time away. They will scout it out, which is pretty early enough to maybe force the fight if they're quick.
Yeah, they're TPing. They don't want to give it up for free. Radiant already scanning. That scan is not going to connect on
BKB as well. Early item for him.
All right, Dire Vision. They're going to see Amar. Oh, maybe they won't.
Just going to go down before they get their supernova as well. Analog, solo, Echo Slam, looking to try and take Amar out of the team fight. He doesn't have the damage, and now the jump. Analog will go down to Skeeter. Is in a little bit of danger, though. Yuma wants to disengage with the rest of the team, but Skeeter wants to stop them short and won't be able to do so with ease. We're going to hook shot down to the south. Schofield looking to try and use this to cover his escape, but it's not easy. Skeeter continuing to stay on top of the members of Heroic. Aegis has been clean. Yuma looking like a raid boss inside the team fight. They had the answers for some of the other members, but the Bristleback was not one of them. So Yuma deals with that extra life and will be able to get away, but a much better fight. Finally, we see some signs of life for Falcons.
Yeah, getting that Aegis away from Heroic might be the real win here, but yeah, decent gold chunk going their way there as they take down 3. Unfortunately, Amar, he's the one who pays the cost. You know, he kind of has to die at the start of it, but he's just transferring a little gold over to Skeeter, who now also has the shard completed. Didn't have it for that fight, I don't believe. Or maybe I missed it, but I think he just got delivered.
No, I don't think he did.
So that's going to help a lot. And this is where you finally get a little bit of an answer back towards the Bristleback, because up until this point in the game, Bristleback's actually theoretically a pretty good counter to Phantom Assassin, since you have all this damage, as you see at the end, that goes through evasion, right? You don't have to worry about it, but that dunk, that slam, not quite enough damage, unfortunately, to get the finish onto Amar, and that's why you get the turnaround onto Analog. No BKB Black Hole or anything there for Whisper to cover the Black Hole not being back up yet, and then great timing on the BKB as well from Skier as he hops in, dodges a lot of that damage from the Zeus, and goes a bit greedy going for the kill, and that's where you end up losing the Aegis, because Yuma's just able to say, hey, hairball, and then instant burst damage on top of you.
Yeah. Good decision from Skidder, though. Apparently this Phantom Assassin has quite a versatile item build in regards to when you can go for these items, but second item BKB is not what we get too often. But he felt it required for this specific game, and we actually saw how different the fight was able to look with that, so...
Yeah, I think he gets blown up there, and you also just lack the confidence to make a lot of those moves if you don't have that BKB, so... Certainly good decisions there. Someday Amar will get dual damage. I mean, it's really just good because there's nothing sadder than winning the duel with level 1 because you only get 10 damage. Like, what's the point?
Oh,
you know?
I see.
Yeah, that's what really what's good. Here we go. All right, they're waiting.
Yeah, we're going to get it now.
Yeah, hold them. Keep them alive.
Mallory, make sure he tosses him onto the creep wave just to let Amar close the distance and have that TPB there. So there we go. He has given more damage away than what he's gotten, so which I find funny. 20 on the Earthshaker, 10 on the Bristleback. But he...
20 on the Clockwork as well.
Clockwork has... Okay, so yeah, dude is giving 50 away. Like... that's a tough one.
I mean, he's Amar the Friendly, famously, you know? He's just he's helping out his opponents.
And looking to go again, though, is Amar and Falcons. It's doing a good job to be able to scout deep inside Heroic's territory.
Now, do they know about the Blink BKB Enigma, though? Because it's now ready to go here on Whisper. Now, in theory, duel is what? That's a pretty short range. I think in theory you can... I mean, if it's the perfect black hole, it, you know, it is theory... In theory possible, I think, right? Blink cancel that.
Sure.
Not easy,
in theory.
But... We'll see if it comes into play. We have the Egg Shaker. I'm a hater. I'm a certified hater on this build. Can I just say that? Yeah.
Melrine? They're going to be able to scout out the Tiny. A quick jump and a quick and easy kill. Melrine has no one nearby. They've sacked the life of their mid laner. Falcons one's out.
I think this Ags after Blink is a bait. I think the Kaya BKB build feels better to me, or just BKB. Because I feel like Shakers don't ever win a fight based off of this Ags. I feel like they just blink Echo Slam and then they just kill themselves trying to not blink or trying to do something extra with the enchant totem. All right, nice, nice. That was big. That's we call that the break and 1% base damage.
Up to 40 damage now. Like you said, he was just waiting for the extra level in duel.
Yeah, just makes sense.
I haven't actually seen the build that you're mentioning on the Earthshaker, but I can understand what you're saying.
The problem is, of course, is that you get cleave, and so who can say no to that? Because then you're just jumping around and you're farming all these camps, and you're like, how can I not buy this item?
And it's fun. It's just fun as well, jumping around.
It is very fun.
Mobility, right? That's what did you say yesterday? Mobility wins games. Something?
It does win games, but for Shaker, it's a bait because like you start doing these plays that you shouldn't be doing, you know, and then you get hit by one stun and you don't have a BKB yet, and you're like, oh man, this hero kind of sucks if I get hit by a mini stun.
Bottom, they've got a very interesting ward from Heroic that is going to scout out Melrine trying to take the stack. Wow, nice. With what I believe, or maybe it was Crit that saw the Rocket Flare coming before it was able to cancel the Blink, so Melrine narrowly avoids that gank. They'll get the D ward, but it does pull a lot of Heroic members down to bottom in that attempt, and we are seeing this net worth lead even without the Aegis Rive. Falcons, it was that big fight though, they were able to at least trade even, and then since then take another decent 4,000 lead, and they make a decent use of the track.
Yeah, the more and more BKBs. I feel like what we're going to see is a Blink duel, and they're just going to combo with the egg. Because I don't think at this point they can actually get kills in the duel. Like, we're not quite at that damage point, especially with how tanky some of these heroic heroes are. But if you force a duel and you also drop the egg at the same time, I don't know if these counter initiation plays can work, right? Like, Blink, BKB, Black Hole won't matter. Echo Slam might not matter because you're just tanky enough to survive that initial impact, especially with the shard on the Phoenix. So I think that's the play.
Thinking about going for Yuma. Go. There's the attempt like we saw last time. Whisper's ready with the Black Hole, but is it going to be enough to be able to keep the Bristleback alive? It's close. It's close. Yuma will still go down. Skeeter's good for 2. And they're happy with that. Falcons, they do not have the ability to keep up. We thought it looked like it was quick enough with the Black Hole before the Supernova was out, but yeah, we are seeing this Aghanim shard from Skeeter against the Bristleback be massive.
Yeah, I mean, look how much damage. Snaking did the most damage in that fight. You did 3,000 damage. I think that is the play. You just, the second you blink duel, you just egg. Like, he didn't wait for anything. He kind of had the egg going, like, as the Black Hole and the BKB is coming out. And he's like, perfect. Exactly how you play these fights. As we get the replay, like, they were all ready for that. Because, I mean, obviously, Heroic are also kind of baiting this out, right? But they both just kind of drop it at the same time. They're like, yup. And then the heal's just rocking through, the stun ray hitting all those opponents. And then once you're not getting the kill with that Black Hole, the fight's over. No chance for Analog to make a play.
Do you agree with the BKB decision from the Bristleback? Because at least we saw in that fight, if he had Bloodstone, he probably would have, he had the chance to be able to heal back up. Like, he didn't get bursted. They're going to try and burst the Phoenix, and yeah, that'll be easy.
Yeah, I know. He's kind of like middling, right? Like, he's got the Voodoo Mask, and then plus the Sanj and Yasha. I don't know. That is a tough one. Maybe he's worried about knocking the BKB off in time, I guess. Or, sorry, the Bloodstone, so, yeah. I could go either way on it, really.
I don't even know what the cookie cutter Bristleback build is at the moment with all the Lincolns, Glimmers, whatever is going on with this hero. So.
Yeah, no one knows for sure. Like, this, I mean, this is pretty much it. It's just like you Bloodstone / BKB. Usually we don't have it quite mixed up like this, but sometimes you get the early Voodoo Mask because obviously, you know, it's decent value for 12%. It's nice when you also have a neutral that helps with it, which unfortunately he doesn't.
Just the Vindicator's Axe for Yuma. Level 19, getting close to 20. But really, the biggest issue is Skeeter. And is this ever going to change? Like, so far this game, like, he is 5-2 and 8, top net worth by a long shot. I think this is Satanic now completed as well.
Yeah, and this is even, I mean, we've been having some of these, like, Lincoln's builds and stuff, and we're still seeing all the damage from the PA. This is, like, damage and survivability being mixed together.
They see a Mara under the ward, so maybe going to set up a trap, baiting someone for the duel potential and having everyone nearby, but it's quite risky.
Yeah, really want to make sure they have snaking here for the egg. I think if you are Heroic, the dream is getting snaking, or at least disabling him in a way where he can't get into the fight. Like, if you hookshot him, for example, I think would be great. Like, force a bad egg. Oh. Scofield's in the pit. He might get found.
Ward on the other side was at least able to scout out.
Courier? The courier just went over him. I don't think they noticed though. Oh, now he's got a flare from down there. Field's crazy. Well, Reed's just like, where'd that flare come from? Where is this guy?
Well, they feel like they are not in a position.
Shoot it!
Wait, how did he get there?
He flared it.
That's such a crazy bait. Flare tape into the outpost to make. Is that worth? Okay,
dude. If he stole the Aegis, it was worth it. He was breaking ankles with that play.
I didn't see him deep.
Oh, Schofield, dude. He's trying to go for the highlight reel.
That's my goat right there. Heroic. They were hoping someone came through the portal. They will not. So now they're going to look for the backstab. Is this a fight you want to take? Sure, no duel, but
if you get the Phoenix.
Oh, you got a good ward. You're going to see snaking momentarily, but taking care. Quick jump. They want to try and deal with the Mar instead. Black Hole clips onto 2. Snaking. Unable to really do much at the moment. Egg will come out now. Skeeter assassinates the Enigma. Now going to look over to the secondary member as well, but the egg will go off. And now Yuma's in trouble. Once you're going to have the Phantom Knives back up, this will give Skeeter an opportunity to be able to deal with the Bristly. Once KJ first, and Yuma recognizes this is his opportunity just to get away. He cannot stick around long enough. Skeeter, he is the raid boss inside this team fight. He is the person you are unable to address.
Dude, this Phoenix is such a problem, man. It's like I can't tell if he tried to egg first, but he actually ran out of mana on Snake. Then he had a wand, and then he eventually went for the egg play on the second go. Like I thought maybe he was gonna try and save Amar, but he ends up making Malrine last so much longer than he should have. Malrine took like 4,100 damage before they actually got the kill on him, thanks to all the heals that he was dishing it on Snake King. And even a fight like that where it thinks like it might be good. Yeah, right here. He goes for the stun ray, but he doesn't have quite enough mana for the egg. So he can't do a counterplay as the black hole's happening. But then he has to wand up. Then he drops the egg. And look at these heals. Like, how is this guy living? That's just so ridiculous. I love how he turns to toss Peter on top of Analog. Get him. Skeeter's lurking by their base right now with an amplified damage room with a ward. He's looking to go a little crazy. They drop the Nimbus on him.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to utilize the amp damage. Skeeter and Falcon still happy with the current position. They've got 12,000 net worth lead.
Glimmer Cape's online, you know. GG item. The old GG Cape, as we call it now, of course.
What a world we live in. GG Cape. Let's see. Yep. Skeeter. As soon as he hits it, they're going to see Heroic waiting in the trees.
This is spicy. Crit's got a gem. That would be a great thing to get back for them.
Really nice scan. Not back off. Not give a free fight for Heroic, or at least a fight where they are set up and ready on their terms. So Skeeter will get the T2 tower.
Level 25 here. -1 attack to trigger now with the Methodical. They're not up for the triple stifling, which I've been seeing quite a bit lately from these PAs.
We'll see maybe the attacks with the extra nuke. Is the guaranteed here from Skeeter in a couple of the fights.
Yeah, with these Amar duels, of course. I mean, he really is the big dog. Like, he's level 25. Malrine's level 17. Amar's level 18. They are both behind the cores on the side of the Dire, at least in terms of Analog and Yuma. Oh, Amar. He's gonna find Whisper. Is this enough?
Yeah. It looks like it's probably going to be if he gets lucky with the procs. And yeah, it is. Amar. Solo kill from him again. Started pretty rough with the duels, but that's a big one. Whisper, no buyback for 45. And now an opportunity for Falcons to get some extra out of this kill.
You know, I actually don't know this. If you buy Shard on Legion, does it boost the enemy wins? I assume it doesn't. but I don't actually know.
I would imagine.
It just sounds very funny. I feel like it shouldn't apply retroactively to enemies, but if you kill someone new, it should apply. But I don't know. Oh, I have not cast Legion in a while.
Yeah, this hero is... I mean, he's quite dead at the moment, but... I was doing not a bad job with him. Falcon playing well around it as well. Oh, hookshot? Think to cancel the TP from Amar? So,
yeah.
Schofield being annoying. This game is really getting out of control quite quickly. 18,000 net worth lead. Falcons themselves in prime position. They're able to get a range barracks mid. And we are still left wondering when we're going to see that big fight here for Heroic. You've been mentioning like it has to be Sneaking that needs to die first, but his positioning has been solid, and without the gem, it's been a bit difficult for them to at least get the vision to be able to jump him. I suppose you have Thunders and Rocket Flare, but it's just not working at the moment for Heroic.
Yeah, you would think you have the tools, but unfortunately they're not quite able to get there. They don't have like an Orchid hero to try and do it. They don't have a Scythe hero to try and just get the easy focus down. They don't have anything that does this like full chain disable that's going to stop this egg from happening. Unless you commit like the big dunk like Echo Slam or Black Hole or something. But then of course that's just going to give too much space to Skeeter that even if there is no egg in some way to help him, it might not be winnable at this point with all the sustain that he has.
Yeah.
All right, he got the shard. It does not apply to the clockwork. I can confirm. Okay. He does not get the bonus 8 damage. All right, today I learned. But it did apply to himself.
122 damage now. 20 is Amar. What is even in the other facet for the Legion? I don't even know. Spoils of War.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Wait, what's the Mars one called then? Oh, Victory Feast is the name of the Mars one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Get those two mixed up.
A decent high ground ward for Heroic up top, but I don't know if they're feeling confident enough to be able to use it. Schofield is... Wow, okay. I need to go for the jump. They are just avoiding fights by the looks of it. What are we close to from Heroic? I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to delay long enough for Refresher on Enigma. Octarine pretty close for Analog. It seems like that's about it from what they're going to be close to. The issue is now Yuma can't really play on the front. Amar's always ready.
Kind of just waiting to see if they go a little bit too crazy here on the Falcons maybe, but Amar's he's being smoked up here by Crit. Or sorry, invised up rather.
Waiting for that opportunity. Will not get it by the looks of it. I'm still trying to see, is the condition changing at all for Heroic, or is it still just jump the Phoenix? If you do get that killer, you're looking to reset out of the fight and go back in afterwards, or
I mean,
how does it need
theory,
to look now?
If you were to get a Echo Slam on 2, like let's say you get the PA and the Tiny, you could just win the fight. Like if he blink echoes and you get a chain stun long enough to get the Black Hole on top of it with your BKBs, you know, there's no save, right? And then the fight is just kind of over if there's no PA. We know that she's the big doll. We know she's the finishing damage.
Yep.
So you can try that method as well. And with their vision, like if you make the mistake in terms of positioning,
be close. They're gonna be close. KJ puts himself in an opportunity for Malrine to get the toss and quick and easy kill, and they haven't got the ward yet as well.
I like that they don't overcommit as well by Falcons. They don't like jumping on the other heroes because there is just a buyback on the Zeus. Zeus obviously a very good buyback hero. He'll just immediately ulti and Nimbus you. So this kill's good, but it doesn't open up that much. And that was Scythe.
Not a bad duels.
Right now stuck inside the middle. They're going to be able to force out the BKB. Skeeter wants to go. We're potentially dying out of the T4 tower. Skeeter's going to have another jump in a couple of seconds. And he is in. Now committed. Black Hole is out. They're looking for the duel. He's going to jump inside the Black Hole. The damage, it's not good enough. Another Sun Ray is going to be an issue. Healing up Skeeter. They lost the mask. Skeeter, does he want to go back in though with the BKB being used? He's vulnerable, deciding otherwise. It's going to be the retreat cord from Falcons, and Yuma needs to stop them. Heroic, can they get any more out of this? Finally, the potential for them to get some kills, but Skeeter, he feels like he can go back inside the middle. Whisper and Yuma on top of him now with a PA in some danger now. Tries to go for KJ, but quick use of the Ghost Step to Skeeter. Another Phantom Strike. Is he going to get it off the last? Look at this Titanic life steal. Skeeter back up to full, back up in prime shape. Yuma's gone, and now they can look for more. The only issue is the fissure wall. Snake King tries to put himself in a position for Skeeter to jump over, but everyone has ran away. But Falcons will reap the rewards after that fight.
How low? You've got to be kidding me. She was at 15 health. That's crazy. Oh, Skeeter was so close to dead. 15 health and then Satanicing back up. That is true pain right there. Range creep hits Phantom Assassin for 4 damage. Wasn't quite enough. That range creep had to hit a little harder. Maybe there was a chance. Alright, well, that'll give him the old mercy killing, really. Analog has the Echo Slam. Couple of juicy targets, but he knows there's not enough follow-up to do anything about it.
I guess now you put the better down so the creeps stay there, so extra damage potential with the Echo. Counterintuitive for Falcons.
Yep.
Not joking.
Throwing? Falcons are throwing?
Alright, Mega Creeps. And like you said, probably looking like the Scylla here from Falcons and Ma. Cover the smoke, still trying to see if there's any freebie lurking inside the base. I'll find it.
Finally got another break here as they grab a Silver Edge on Malrine, and yeah, we go back to this replay now. And you can see he just got so... Look at all this evasion, too. That is just so insane. Boom, boom, boom. Easy full health. And the Sunray just comes back online, and GG.
Yeah, what a timing there with the toss too. And maybe one more swipe from the Bristol back, but Parva's keeping Skeeter up. Now by the looks of it, you're gonna have Aegis. This is everything. Fresher. Who do we give that to? Snake King. He's gonna hold that one.
Yeah, he wants to make some plays.
Today, it is looking a little bit grim for Heroic. They kind of got bodied versus Tundra early on. This game was kind of even for a decent portion of it until we had that first Roche fight, and then that's when really Falcons were able to get some separation, and there was just no looking back from them. So Heroic started day one good, but by the looks of it are going to be 0-3 now heading into at least the final game of this series.
Yeah, I mean, even after this game, if they do indeed lose it, they'll still be up on Falcons at the very least in the group, so if they can just pull out game 2 win, they'll still be in a good spot. But Falcons are indeed looking to tie it up.
2%. That's what we were at the moment. See if there's going to be some miracle for them. I mean, they have multiple heroes just stuck inside the fountain. I'll not give that opportunity for Amar. What do you even do? Just put Skeeter first and everyone else behind. No one is clumping up.
That was a big
There'll be no opportunity for a multi-man Black Hole or multi-man Echo. And look, well, fine, did I say that? Somehow they get the opportunity to clip multiple members, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Not a second round of the Black Hole. Skeeter, the Reaper has arrived. Tier 4 soon to 4. Yuma's life as well about to go. He's going to be able to get rid of the break thanks to the Lotus, but it is not going to matter. They're going to be able to catch up. cleave is good. Analog down to a third. Falcons. Impressive performance for them. Skeeter's going to be able to celebrate with a couple of kills inside the base, and it's a big victory for them. Heroic are looking very competitive at the moment. Puts them back in the win column for Falcons.
Oh, Lotus. Snaking, just scything himself here, and yeah, eventually we'll get there. Crit Objective Gaming here is actually trying to target down the buildings.
Alright.
I do not think he lost a single supernova this whole game on snaking, right?
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think, yeah, not a single egg destroyed. That's a damn good Phoenix game. Right there. That's what that is. And as you can see, they're thrilled. They can't contain their joy and excitement on the side of Falcons. My goodness. Oh, careful. Don't hurt yourselves. Jumping about in excitement. Guess they felt like it was over.
Job's not done.
No,
come on, Trent. Job is not done.
Very serious.
I mean, they probably not have it. They're 3 and 4. You would not expect this from Falcons, to be honest. You would be looking at their map count to be towards what Tundra's is and Bet Boom's as well. So no, they, especially losing early today versus Extreme, who again we were not expecting. This was probably something that they thought they were going to get the 2-0. Now maybe they can celebrate if they get the second victory over Heroic. We'll see if that's going to be the case. So they look good in this game, but it's going to be a question if can they continue that. What do we want to see from Heroic? Because there were moments from them. Are we looking at drafting? We're looking at a game thing. What is kind of going on with this game, and what do we feel like is some changes that can be made in regards to the outcome?
I mean, overall, I think they played pretty well. Like, they had their opportunity in the mid game. They just lost the key team fights. Probably addressing the Phoenix, unfortunately. Like, they did struggle a bit to address some of these heroes. Maybe they didn't have the best options versus the PA once she got into the BKB, but you know, if it wasn't for the Phoenix eggs, they had options. Like, we could see that Amar was struggling a little bit on the Legion Commander. They had these counter initiation plays that worked out fairly well from Analog, just lurking, waiting, getting the Echo Slams. But the inability to deal with Phoenix, I guess, really was the biggest problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, looked like that was the case. So where's the priority going to go? Maybe we saw speaking a lot about the Phantom Assassin, the Bristleback. Maybe you just need to take the Phoenix, because we have seen them do that in the past. KJ has a very good Phoenix, but of course we're going to have to find out. We'll see if our questions are answered. First to break. We'll see you guys soon for Game 2 with Falcons taking on the boys over from South America in Heroic. We'll see.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
You are watching Dream League Season 25. We got Game 2 coming up. Falcons taking the boys from Heroic. Let's see if we're going to get a 1-1 tie or Falcons can continue with the momentum trend. Big question as well, like we were saying. Where's the PA going to go? Apparently, where's the Phoenix going to go as well? That is another big question.
That's right. Yes, we'll see. I mean, obviously, it's just a good hero. Everybody wants this hero. Heroic, they have not been playing it too much lately, but that's also because this hero just gets banned a lot too. So we'll see. I feel like they'll probably change their tune. They've now lost 3 straight games to Phoenix. So perhaps they're starting to think, this guy might be a bit of a problem.
Maybe we have to, don't know, ban it, pick it, something. If you're losing 3 games in a row to Phoenix, you may just say it was the Phoenix problem. That's
the only
consistent
factor.
Else.
Yeah, it's been in all 3 games. So, yeah, I'm going to choose to just like point all the blame on that to save your team's morale, ban the Phoenix, and it's like clean slate.
Okay. All right. Clean slate. Head into it. We will see if that Phoenix is going to be removed. Of course, we do have a draft coming up, so Heroic going to be playing on Dire. They will have second pick. They're playing on Radiant with second pick. We got Falcons on Dire playing with first pick as well. So let us see where the Phoenix priority is going to lie. No changes as well with the Alchemist getting removed.
I'll be curious to see what Falcons like for a first pick. Their last few games have been second. Last time they were first pick, they just grabbed the PA. So I'm guessing it won't be left in again by Heroic. But perhaps it's just too important to ban some of these other annoying heroes like the Abba actually gets removed by Falcons. All right, that kind of gives them a bit of a spot. Because Heroic have also been very willing to play it. They've been taking it first and second pick, so that power is being recognized here by Heroic. They're going to get rid of the Bristol because they don't want to deal with first overall Bristol. And there goes the PA. So Falcons get to decide out of these big, powerful heroes left in the pool who they're going to grab. This is a new moment for them because previously with their first pick, they have just been grabbing the PA and the Abba, who are both gone. They spent a lot of this tournament on second picks. I noticed this morning that Extreme took Radiant and Falcons chose second pick. And if you go through their games in this tournament so far, they've only had first pick 1, 2, actually just one time. This whole tournament they've been second pick. So there you go. And
what
they're gonna grab the Magnus.
Is this mainly a team dynamic thing? Because we're seeing a lot of priority with first pick at the moment. So is there anything we can kind of make of that?
It's certainly interesting. I would guess it comes back to the idea that Falcons in their most successful moments has always been about flex. It's always been about sharing these really powerful heroes and trying to create confusion in the draft and trying to pivot your mid. And then generally it's been getting a big winning mid matchup has been the key to their biggest flexes, right? They would like throw something to Amar so that Malrine could just play like, Lina or something and really punish some mid hero. It's been a lot of like carry flexes too, though. Like they picked up a late troll warlord in one of their games too, just trying to find these like deeper heroes. It is interesting. It is something that you can always count on having. Most teams don't want second pick, so it's kind of cool that you can consistently decide that you want to opt for that. Maybe that's part of the strategy. Could also be that they just always want to get Radiant no matter what, and it is interesting. It's definitely a second pick priority team. I definitely like first pick more. I'm a first pick fan. I think second pick does not feel that great because like that last pick has to be so good for it to be worth it. Whereas when you are first pick, your last 2 picks actually feel pretty good because you've seen 4 of their heroes and you've only had to reveal 1 core when you get to choose 2 of your cores at the end, and that can be pretty powerful.
Yeah. Definitely would agree where we felt like lately with the draft order and whatever is going on that the last pick really hasn't been as impactful that we've seen in the past. But I suppose this is where Falcons come into play, like you're saying, just with the flex potential for them. So we'll see. The Magnus is already one of those heroes, right? So we'll see where this hero goes later in the draft. I mean, all 3 of their cores can play it. I do not believe, honestly, they are a team that played as a support, and I really hope we don't see Mag as a support anyway.
Yeah, that one's been struggling a bit when attempted. I did see that Yadro did indeed pick up his Beastmaster. He got a chance to play it earlier in a win, so he was happy about that. Claps was saying that he's been looking forward to playing that in some officials. And we'll see if Yuma's been taking notes, also watching some Yadro, some Ame, deciding if he wants to try it out in the carry role.
Overall, though, if he's not playing, you're going to be very happy with Whisper picking up the Beastmaster, one of his better heroes. We'll see. I think whenever you're versing Beast, I think save has to be something that is an absolute must. I mean, make it just a little bit more difficult for you to go down the Scepter route, because I think if you have the Scepter, so if you're playing in a game where there is no save, it can feel incredibly free, similarly to like an Enigma late game or some other heroes late game, where it just feels like you get Imba, you get this raid boss status where you just have your Scepter refresh or whatever else, you're just roaring one person, blowing them up 4-0, going to the second and killing them as well. So I would like to at least see some way to minimize that potential late game scariness that we can get out of a Beastmaster.
It's kind of crazy because to me, I feel like Beastmaster is one of the absolute best offlaners in the game right now. They're very easy to draft a game round, and Falcons, they have not played against a Beastmaster in 11 days. Was the last time they played one versus Batboom. Yeah, I've either been banning it themselves as we head into the middle phase most of the time, or banning it in the first phase. They've really been trying to limit their exposure to this hero. Maybe not worrying about it as much when they had things like the ABBA. It can drop a little bit further down the priority. A lot of teams don't want to pick it into the ABBA too, which they've been prioritizing, so that kind of makes sense as to why maybe they haven't seen it as much, but it'll be good to see what sort of options Falcons feel are strong against this hero, and that is one that they like to bring out every once in a while for Snake King, but some games just go disastrously.
So what can we theorize in regards to the possibility? Like, why are they going Crystal Maiden? What is something that this hero, like you said, no one's really picking it, and sometimes it can be disastrous. So why are they trying to go the CM in this game?
Just the Beastmaster. It gives you a tool versus creeps in the lane. It puts more pressure on you going like the Axes build priority instead. It's got good mana regen to help out with a Magnus and a Bounty Hunter. They can both use it for sure. But for the most part, it's just like, I think it's just a position 5 hero that there's no Phoenix. The Ench isn't quite as good as a counter as the Beastmaster because they'll just go all Axes for sure. And then maybe you just don't feel like your damage is enough, whereas the CM can sustain a lot of different position 1 heroes. Like, it'll probably be something that makes good use of the mana. And can also play off of things like the slow and the root. Heroic, though, they're firing through this pretty fast. They grab themselves the Lena and the Clockwork. Schofield just been playing a lot of that lately. So they're happy to scoop it up for him. Of course, could also be for KJ.
Yeah, a lot of flex with the Gyrocopter as well. This Heroic were one of the teams that also really like to play the Gyrocopter as a support. So possibilities for, I mean, I don't think you morph this game. See a morph sounds relatively weak, and you can just play Gyro support, and then could be concerns of like a Lena roaming across the map and blowing you up 4-0. So maybe that is off the cards. Lycan is on the cards though.
Lycan. Alrighty.
So one to utilize the track incredibly well. Some flex, continuing with it. Skeeter's been able to play the Lycan. We know Amar can play the Lycan as well. It can be very difficult for the Lena. Play against this hero. Both Clockwork and Gyrocopter are also really going to struggle. So we'll see what the itemization is going to be to deal with the Lycan.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they handle the creep as well, like from both sides. Like, are they both going to go Helm of the Overlord now because of that? And then you have to manage that in the team fights. Is he going Alpha Wolves, or is he going to decide to go for the Pack Leader, which has been gaining a little bit more traction lately, just for that earlier aggression with the kills at level 6 before you have to wait with your Midas and get all the levels in the Alpha Wolves?
Yep. Hidebed's interesting. I don't know if this is... They were thinking of a Beast being one or Tide being one, but...
Yeah, the Ame strat, yeah. Just throw the position 1 Tide.
What do we need? Now with the heroes, I guess Falcon have to pick, I suppose, so we can look towards their hero at the 23rd. Is there a role you currently want? Like, do you want the Magnus to be offlane, like in carry, and then looking for your mid for Malrine?
I think so, yeah. I'm imagining someone who's going to have a little bit of a better time mid versus the Lina than the Magnus. It's interesting that Heroic still ban out the Ember, though, who obviously can have some issues versus Lina. Same thing with Pango, but I guess they are just still relatively safe heroes. Falcons have removed the Tiny, the DK. We've seen that go mid a few times versus the Lina, look all right. And then the Monkey King. So the pool of like safe mid heroes is relatively small right now. Curious to see what they decide. I mean, there's Queen. You know, she's got some tools. She's also getting a little more popular. Although I swear every time I see it, it feels like a bad time.
And apparently, unless it's no one playing it, then it
fair.
doesn't look
Yeah,
incredibly good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would give you at least a hero to... They're okay into the Lina. I still imagine it would be a little bit frustrating, but... So that is the case when you're reversing this hero.
It looks like kind of an alright puck game. They don't have the best control. You can kind of move around quite a bit as the hero.
It is yeah, I like the puck. I like the puck a lot. I feel like it quite enables the Lycan. You've got this heal potential with, of course, breaking the coil.
Oh, they're going to grab this Razor. Okay. They have done this before. They like it a lot. I mean, they've counterpicked Lina into Razor before, but presumably the Razor is going mid, I'd say, for Malrine. I don't think you'd want to run the Magnus mid. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that the Razor will be there.
5 seconds.
So I believe the Morph Ban is to protect the Razor. I mean, of course, first the Magnus as well. It does look like overall a pretty good Morphling game. Now, let's see. I know it can be a little bit difficult for the Gyrocopter to play into the Razor with a static link. Are you wanting to now put this in a support if they feel like it's a bit too difficult of a game?
What about Bloodseeker? I mean, I don't really like the hero, but this looks like a Bloodseeker game. Lycan and Razor. That looks pretty annoying. AoE damage. Yeah, he's not my favorite, but you could do Gyro 5 plus the Bloodseeker. Yeah. I think that looks pretty solid. I like the Bloodseeker. Yeah.
We'll see how the game looks if they do go this route, because I think Heroic's lineup is a little bit slow. We know Beast needs a little bit of time. Your supports can maybe play with the Lina, depending if you open the map.
Oh, Yuma! He out there.
This up, right?
All right.
We were speaking about this earlier, so there we go. We are going to get the Yuma Meepo. I haven't casted a Meepo game in a little bit of time, so this is going to be exciting. If we compare this, like if we put this on a scale out of 10, like how good of a Meepo game is this?
Well, he's a little bit of a mystery these days, you know. We're still trying to figure it out. I would say in general, good Meepo games, of course. You tend to think of like, okay, well, big AoE damage is bad, and there is RP. That's kind of scary, right? You're gonna have Empower. There's RP. Maybe like if the Lycan gets big and there's an Ags at some point, that's kind of scary. There's a lot of cleave damage, especially if he went pack leader. But currently he's got the Alpha Wolf, so that's kind of good news. Could create some isolation problems for some of the Meepos. That could be kind of interesting. The big thing when you are the Meepo, though, is I think of like heroes that don't like being like chain rooted because they're relying on their mobility, and there's a Lycan and a Razor. So those both jump out immediately as being like, ooh, this could be a good Meepo game because we're going to be controlling those heroes. Crystal Maiden, surprisingly good against Meepo because you do have the AoE attack speed slow. It's great versus the hero, but obviously you are also a total glass cannon of a support. There's one single stun from any of these heroes. You get hit by a rocket. You get caught anywhere near Clockwork. You get hit by one LSA. You are super duper mega dead. But that's kind of the CM life anyway.
Yes, unfortunately, it is one of those supports that can very easily rack up the deaths and quickly get to the tally over 10. So, see, Falcons experimenting a little bit here in regards to the CM, but of course, Heroic as well themselves. We're going down the Yuma Meepo. A very important map overall. Falcons looking good today. Heroic not as much. And with a win here, Falcons would put themselves in a pretty good position to be able to contest that 3rd and 4th slot for the in the group stages at the moment. So we'll see how this game is going to go. Do we have a favorite heading into game 2?
I don't know. It is hard to cheer for a Meepo. It looks a little bit scary, but it's also a mid Lina. How good are they getting on top of the Lina? They're pretty decent. I could maybe favor Heroic a little bit. I don't know, I sound pretty unsure, don't I? Okay, maybe I'm favoring Falcons a bit. But it's Yuma. This is Meepo. This is his most successful hero historically. He's got a 73% win rate in 41 games. It's pretty beast. But a lot of Meepos look like that, of course, because they pick it in situations where they're feeling pretty confident. Hopefully his confidence is not shaken too much on the hero. He's lost 3 of the last 4 when he has picked it up over the past few months. But yeah, we'll see if he can regain his many Meepo plays.
Because this is what we were speaking about a little bit before, right? With the Ultra last pick 24th not being as strong at the moment. This used to be one of those like 24th cheese heroes that could potentially just win the game. So we'll see if it would go back to what we've seen previously. Yuma is able to get a victory for the boys on Heroics. A little bit of a late smoke for them. Crit does run into Yuma. Meanwhile, Heroic. Did they get a glimpse of Skiddo? It looks like they did. It's a little bit awkward if Schofield's not going to be able to get in range, but the blood grenade will assist. Analog's going to be here as well, hoping that he can find first blood, and they will make sure they give that one over towards the Lina.
He tried the walkout play as Lycan, because there are angles on those cogs that you can just walk out as any hero, but Lycan has a smaller collision size as well, which I believe works for that. So you actually have a higher chance of getting the straight walkout, but didn't get it.
Oh
Tough
my
one.
God.
Science, bro.
Well, yeah, Snake King's TP got cancelled. That's why I was laughing. Level to Earthbind, level 1. So yeah, you get the D ward. Snake King is going to go through the portal though. I don't know. Is this worth it? What? Is that worth it, honestly? Are you going to get your range creep now with having a gyrocopter?
I'm sure it's fine. I mean, Snake King's going to have a bad time, at least, thanks to it.
That he will, I suppose.
You know, I looked at Crit last game. Do you know how much gold he stole with Janata?
I have absolutely no idea. What are the stat page there?
24.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that funny? Yeah, it's very... You would think that it's going to be like this really cool and annoying thing, but that's it. That's all he got. 24 gold.
Oh, great. What's going on?
I mean, you don't get the eggs, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no point. Like, you don't really level it very much. There's not that many moments where you're actually just popping out and right-clicking someone as bounty hunter. You're always just, like, casting shuriken and running away after the earlier parts of the match. Plus, it doesn't steal the gold if they don't have any unreliable gold, which in the early games can happen when you're just punching a support.
When is it leveled? Is it nice in the lane? I have not actually been paying much attention to the skill build on the bounty hunter and when they do go up.
I've seen it depending based on the other support matchup. So in this case, like he's versus the gyrocopter, I would think he'd probably take shuriken toss. Sure. But I don't know, maybe he'll see a moment. He's holding the point for now, thinking maybe he can get a little bit of gold perhaps. But like if you look at what's he got right now? Ooh, he's got 76 unreliable gold. Yum yum yum. Oh yeah, he steals it. Get it, Crit.
There we go.
Oh, he levels it out. Yeah, baby. He's rich.
He knew. One more Janata hit away to stealing just as much gold as what he did last game.
Yeah, according to page, I don't know if it was right. Maybe it was wrong, but it did just say 24. So he's already cooking in comparison.
That he is.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice, nice, nice. All right, how's some of the other lanes looking?
How dare I look around the map?
Yeah, this is...
Mid lane, it's Analog's got a few creeps out of the tower. They're going to be pretty even. Unfortunately, he's missing some of these creeps, though. Oh my god, he missed that one, too. Oh, don't look. Don't look at Lina. All right, I got that one. Missed a couple. So, was even between him and Malrine. And top lane, it's a Lycan and a Crystal Maiden. So, he's just chucking out some Crystal Novas towards that Beastmaster. No Frostbite yet. So, no punish on these boars, but, you know, you're not going to see them leveled up very much here. It'll be an Axes build for sure.
I wonder if Whisper's gonna start sending some of the boars over towards the camps as well.
Yeah, I would hope so. Get those stacks going.
I actually got a rotation. Wait, coming on over.
He's gonna put one here. I mean, you don't need it up top, or down bottom rather, so you can try and make these plays.
And we should be able to make a play off the back of it. Here comes the second. And a successful gank. Meanwhile, Schofield also found Snake.
Dude, he got the walkout. Did you see that?
It did, but the body blocks might be good enough at least from Schofield, and that's going to be the case. Nice move from Yuma. Will pay off in the end. A big one from the Meatball, and they're going to be missing a decent amount of creeps under the tower here, unfortunately for Falcons.
Maybe he procced that Cogs. I think I missed it. That didn't look like the right angle. Oh, KJ. Oh, hey, Opa. All right,
No,
leave him.
Hate to see it. I don't know when he TP'd, but apparently he doesn't have one, so he's stuck there.
Oh, he's missing the creeps to pull them over. Nice.
Nice. This far. Oh, is he trying to die? What's going on? Are we trying to die?
Yeah, he's trying to die.
This is going to take so long. Oh my god, dude.
Kill a crit.
Oh, another again. Top lane snaking. Got some real action going on. None of this neutral crap. Is it exciting? Well, I guess we can go back to it if nothing happens. It'll take a while.
Yeah, he's still dying.
Not that close yet.
He's buying out.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
So unlucky with all the misses.
Hey.
Finally, there we go. Okay. That's so depressing.
That's a lot of lost time. No stacks, no harassing, nothing you can do but just eventually die.
Has Amar missed a creep? A lot of last hits.
I think just of a lot of last hits right now.
Same with Beast apparently. Whisper is not only last hitting well, but also killing Snaking.
I mean, that's such a Crystal Maiden maneuver. I mean, they even had this ward watching exactly how they were moving, and they still died. Just so there was really no hope for this duo.
Skeeter, I don't think this works. This is the real Meepo as well. Just gonna say hello, and mid lane, that's where we got some extra heroes, so this will be some emphasis for the power rune. And look, might put himself in a compromised position. Yeah, that's gonna be the case. We'll have to TP straight away, and he's gonna be okay.
Yuma also got skewered under the tower down bottom, so he got pretty low too. Not enough for a kill, but enough to push him off the wave. And Amara just continues to last until his heart's content. Currently has a Kaya queued up, so he's really feeling greedy.
Okay. Is this early in the game? Is it more for farming or is it damage?
I would say farming. Yeah, like, because I mean, depends how you look at it, I guess. I would think that his initiation looks pretty pivotal to how they have to play this game. So he's basically saying, like, if I go Blink first, my team is not ready to fight. So I want to get a Kaya, then I'll get a Blink, then I'll get a BKB. He wants a little bit of farming while he waits to be increased. Obviously, it's pretty cool with Empower. And just shockwaving.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A lot of damage in the T1 tower down bottom, and I will force some heroes and then have some extra backup. It's going to be the form of Crit and Melrine. This goes to the Tier 1 tower, so there's going to be a response as well. Melrine's going to be cautious, but the stuns is the big thing from Heroic. Everyone's a bit hesitant to be able to face check the mag along with a Razor. The Falcon's going to be A-okay. They may be able to turn it back around, but the nuke is pretty solid. Amar's going to be ready with the RP. As soon as that comes out, Rainbow TPs will be down. Heroic, they're still going to lose the Meepo before they're there quick enough. Whisper lands the roll, but the damage, it's just not there. Oh, it is not enough from Whisper, and now he's in trouble. This top net worth hero on Heroic, the person who was having a good game, might be feeding a massive kill over towards Falcons. And Amar and Melrine, the duo that we've seen from them time and time again, just making chaos happen on the map.
How does he make this Razor hero look so good all the time? I don't understand. I don't know how he does it. It's like one of those heroes I just want to hate, but I just can't. What a rotation down bottom here early on in the game. And this fight took forever. This started at literally a minute ago. This all began. And it's just in and out, the sustain, the wands being used. He held his fairy fire the whole time as well. They never like dove too hard for the tower. They were very patient. And they really need this considering what we saw happen in that top lane. The Crystal Maiden and the like just being kicked out. Skeeter's tower going down, but all this pressure down bottom is going to open up a lot more space for Skeeter to actually have a game on this Lycan and get his Midas delivered. The recipe's on the courier right now, so you can try and get these levels up in the wolves to make use of your facet.
There'll be a lot of space for him, so we'll see how the items can be accumulated pretty shortly from Skeeter, but it does look like the rest of the Falcon heroes, they are posturing quite aggressively, like Melrine with the use of the Observer Ward. Farming inside Heroic's jungle. You've got some heroes playing pretty nearby, just in case if they have to come over to assist the Razor. Maybe able to get KJ? Oh yeah, Plasma Field. Clips on the outskirts. Not level 6 just yet, but he's closing there in regards to the experience. This time with Analog nearby, the damage by the looks of it is going to be enough. So Melrine does step a bit too far over the boundary.
Yeah, even that value cloak, not enough to keep him alive there. And he popped his ulti for that too, so he is certainly pushing it to the limit, but he found it this time. And that's really helpful here for Analog, since he did come out of that lane a little bit behind. That's going to help him catch up towards that Razor. And of course, the boost of travel first Lina needs a little bit of help to get going. And that'll be Schofield getting level 6, presumably, as Crit gets caught by Yuma. Dust does clip him. Cool, Schofield.
Long range Dust. They're going to get him. Yeah, I mean, he's dragging a lot of heroes away. Melrine gets a full wave mid. Top lane again. Ski does fine. Mags farming all your cores. Absolutely loving life at the moment from Falcons. I am intrigued though. One thing to look at is like how some of the mid to late game fights is going to look in regards to the Beastmaster. They're kind of mentioned in regards to the Roar and being able to solo kill people without having a save.
Yeah.
Another thing is just like the Roar against the Lycan and the Razor, importantly, inside the team fights. This is two heroes, I think, with how you mentioned with the Meepo, with him being really good against the mobile heroes. The Roar as well is going to be great against them.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be, sinking the big ulti here. You don't give me a chance to let it rip, but he throws one down this time. Now Scoville just trying to see if he can suicide to the neutrals, but he won't find it. Taken down by that Lycan. And yeah, magic resistance will be the name of the game for sure for Malrine, right? Between this Meepo and this Lina and Beastmaster Ags, it is magic galore. Amara did skip over the Kaya. He instead just bought a full out Yasha instead because he really does want to farm. He's going to be farming with the right clicks as opposed to the shockwaves.
So can you do something if you're heroic, or again, like this is just they also have a little bit more of a slower lineup where they're unable to really make plays?
Yeah, we're kind of chilling, I think. Okay. For both teams. Like you kind of have Bounty Hunter on one side and Clockwork on the other, who are these like, yeah, let's go make plays heroes. Let's set up for stuff. And Schofield now, he does have a few friends. So he's going to look for that hookshot plays. It comes back up in 3 seconds. They definitely have a little bit more of a solution to initiation comparatively to the Dire. Crit, yeah, he's trying to de-ward. Schofield denies his space.
Did draw the line of where Amar was. Looks like Yuma's probably going to be close enough to be able to get the Earthbind. Amar might get the kill before he dies, and he has to drop the RP for it though, unfortunately. There is another fight happening top at the same time as well. Schofield getting dived onto the T1 tower. Melrine has the threat of the Roar from Whisper maybe to hold him back, but they're not even going to try and use it. Probably would have died afterwards anyway. So a couple kills across everywhere.
Amara is the top net worth hero though, so feeling pretty good to get that onto your Lina right now as heroic. And gonna push him closer to that Aghanim Scepter to get our Flame Cloak up and flying around. And by the time it arrives, I mean, there is a Mage Slayer done right now from Malrine, so that will be helpful. But what else will be on the table in terms of survivability? Not a whole lot.
Unfortunately, not at this stage. Thinking maxed out Frostbite. We'll see how much farming he can get up to if he wants to get into that Glimmer early. I got some pretty aggressive wards around the triangle. It's maybe going to try and be a bit of a nuisance. And it looks like he will get it. Oh, KJ smoking. And one hero hookshot inside the river. Schofield will stop crit on those shenanigans. He's like, all right, you're going to try and venture. Yeah.
Now Whisper smoking up here with the Ags, trying to find a free kill. Snaking will just pop the smoke as he TPs out. And of course, if Analog gets a little bit of mana, this could be a roar into TP. We got the smoke up, though. The blink reveal coming from Amar. See what kind of a big kill they can get. The Wolves are going to spot out Analog. This is who they want. They have the hamstring.
They should be able to find him. Maybe Schofield as well. He's pumped up Amar. Yeah, he's going to get them. RP onto both. Skewer close towards Melreen's location. That's a great initiation, and they'll be rewarded. Whisper is here. He's still got the roar as well, but the turn potential. Eyes on where Yuma. Finally, the Meatboat's going to be able to scurry into the middle, but it is a bit too late. They're losing members, and they're losing them fast. Yuma is not enough to be able to turn the tides and make amends for the start.
What a reveal. Great use of the Wolves there. This is one of the things we talk about a lot with Magnus, is that Magnus hates to be the first one in. It's very difficult to find good RPs when you're forced and pressured to be the first one to jump in, but Lycan solves a lot of that alongside the bounty, because in reality, it's not so much about being the first one in, it's just about having extremely good vision. That's what can make up for that as a Magnus. So the Wolves, the hamstring. Oh, dude, he freaked me out. I thought he missed that RP. I thought someone canceled his blink. I was about to feel pretty bad for him, but nope. No, he's just going to grab him, skewer him into LSA, not enough. Malrine does fall pretty quickly to the Ags, of course. Does help with the roar to set up for that Meepo jump in, but it was a worthy trade here for Falcons.
Goes to the T1 tower. They're going to try and get a little bit of revenge. A big one onto Amar. And Melrine fearing the possibility of moving in and also feeding over his own life as well. The Wolves should catch up to Schofield.
I think he's dead.
Oh, God. He is... Oh, okay. No, he's not.
Not even close. Teammates are going to stay on
and Helm. Has to be done.
I've seen this a few times from support players going for the Helm versus the Lycan. So I think Poppy was doing it on the ET, as they're going to lose Snaking as well. Add a second kill here. But yeah, it's pretty funny. Just grabbing yourself an Alpha Wolf. Cute play.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't smoke yourself multiple times to be able to get away from them. It has been really frustrating with the tracks to help out these Wolves. So you're going to have to itemize accordingly.
Yeah, of course, that Alpha Wolf shard as well. Yeah.
There we go.
The Wolf Howls. It does also work on the lane Wolves too, so they're pretty powerful.
Oh, did he buy it? Are we seeing that?
Yeah, it's prioritized pretty fast.
Okay.
Yeah. They just really help push out and control the map, and they get your facet too, so they're just better.
Now with Echo Saber and full map control up top, look at the ward coverage they have. Falcons feeling confident with being able to enter into the pit. It will scared once again early on from Heroic, like we saw last game for First Roche, but this time it's going to go down too fast for them to be able to contest. See who they give Aegis over to. It's going to be Skeeto, is it going to be Melrine? Looks like the Rage is going to be the one to claim that second life.
I did wonder how early Snaking would grab the shard. So I'm curious to see it versus the Meepo, because in theory it's incredibly strong versus Meepo. So being able to create an AoE Frostbite.
Yep.
Picking up
blade.
Yeah, that's a key item. That's a big one.
Is there a trinity of items like the Meepo needs until we start to feel quite confident about him inside the fight?
Yeah, this was the holy trinity the last time. Meepo was really strong, right? It was this Blink plus the Disperser and the Eggs, which, I mean, he's getting there. He's got them all queued up. He knows what he wants. We'll see if he ends up committing for that as the full build. But, of course, you know, we always have our other items that sometimes just come into play. Stats, Scotties, Dragon Lances, Hurricane Pikes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
KJ? Quick and easy kill, no real messing around from Falcons. It's going to be like that by the looks of it, but they don't have to commit too heavily. Agshard from Amar and Melrine in. They're still going to try and fight. Crit over the left side is going to be scouted out. Amar trying to disrupt Whisper, who will get brought on the outskirts, but there was no follow-up. It was a little bit awkward spellcasting from Whisper.
I mean, Analog does have this Ags and Shard right now, though, so Mallory needs to be careful he doesn't just lose the Aegis. Very spooky stuff. So they get some gold bonuses thanks to the help of the track. They'll just run away.
Happy with that. 4,000 net worth lead they're starting to build up from Falcons.
Crit going for the big plays. He's grabbed the Atos to help control this Lina as she gets her Flame Cloak. We see this a lot because they want to delay their BKB for so long. The Atos often comes into play. And then immediately into the Force Staff, which is going to try and disrupt these LSA combos. So if someone gets hookshot, they don't want to get follow-up LSA. If they get roared, you don't want the follow-up LSA. It's just trying to create enough of a break that Lina has to commit further into the fight and make herself vulnerable. And hopefully you're not seeing these 100-0 kills.
Amar. What a timing keep, but the smoke is just a second late, but he might still be able to get in range.
Dude, he's crazy.
Go for it! Drag back, Melrin's ready. Snake King's nearby as well. They're going to be able to get the Mega Meepo up, but it does not matter. The damage, it's just too much once they're all clumped up and multiple Falcon members here nearby. What a read from Amar.
He's still looking. He's going over by the Defender's Gate like, anyone else lurking around here? That was beautiful. The timing of the Tormentor spawn, because you know these Meepo players, like the whole team wants to go around it because it's just so free with the Meepo. And Amar. Yeah, beautifully done here. Oh, 1 RP.
Perfect.
He's lucky he even got off the Mega Meepo, but did not end up being enough help there. Obviously, everyone else is just too far to even have a hope of trying to do something. Plus, you're still fighting into an Aegis for another minute and 40 seconds. And they're going to take that RP kill immediately into the tower. They are coming out here, though.
Really?
On Heroic, yeah, with the Meepo respawning. They're going for a big play.
We're looking for Amar. No stuns to be able to stop this hero away. Now it's looking awkward. A pincer's going to occur over to the right side. Shapeshift Skeeter will be able to enter the fight shortly. They've lost a couple, but importantly, the cleanup crew can still look for the fight. Skeeter and Melrine playing hand in hand. They're going to be able to take Analog out of the equation. No Lina now for the damage source, so all eyes on Yuma. He will do a good job to be able to stop Skeeter. Turning into the Mega Meepo. Meepo over to the secret shop. We've lost another, which means Yuma doesn't really have any backup. Importantly, the shapeshift has expired, so it's just hoping that the Wolves is enough with the hamstring bite, and that is the case. Skeeter gets the dominating streak, and Falcons looks like they'll still be able to trade somewhat even inside this engagement. Are we done just yet, though? Schofield stuck around for a little bit too long without the roll. Whisper's going to do whatever he can, but I mean, this is just over-ambitious. Skeeter will still die by the looks of it. Melrine, the sole survivor, and is a lot of danger with the BKB on cooldown. It's just both supports Heroic. Have they got what it takes? Though Snaking's going to be nearby, close enough to be able to assist with Melrine, who is still alive. Melrine, no way he's going to be able to escape from this. Analog cuts him down, but Amar, he died to start the fight, and he is back in. Melrine is question marking them, and they are dancing on Analog, and his grave, it's going to be dug. Heroic just cannot catch a break.
He's question marking because Schofield helmed the Alpha Wolf so the Lina could TP in, but then of course, even though she gets the kill, she immediately gets blown up by his allies. He's like, was it worth it? In the end, kinda. It's not the worst, you know. It's a 700 gold surplus for Falcons, but they also gained a lot of XP on the side of the Radiant, especially for this Lina, as we see the two Wolves were doing a lot of work. Good let my Whisper, I think, to come back into this one. because you have to find some plays. You got to play a little bit desperate right now. I think trading out for the mag's not too shabby. Unfortunately, he dives first, so he misses out on the bounty. And then that wolf that he steals right here with the helm creep will help them get back in with the Lina, but didn't work out too well for them in the end.
No, unfortunately, it did not. They were around top for 3 minutes on Falcons. We saw that fight by the Tormentor.
Yeah, you're right.
And then you see the conclusion close to the 23-minute mark from them. So 9,000 gold that they're working on. And this bounty hero, it just continues to look really good in the hands of Falcons.
All right, come on. Skeeter, don't buy a Glimmer. Buy an Axe. Let me see this
Glimmer.
Wolf Magnus.
Huh? Where are the signs of life from Heroic? Where is this Meepo that they were hoping for? The 24th Meepo pick as well, we have to keep in mind. I mean, this is Yuma, his best hero, and he is unfortunately going to have a lot of work cut out for him, and he might be in trouble. They've got a wolf nearby to stop. Okay, that was too late. Never mind.
Yeah, that would have been brutal. That's it's tough. I mean, last pick Meepo, you are the lowest net worth core. You picked it into RP, which has proved to be a bit of a problem. Plus the cleave, obviously, is just, even when he does Mega Meepo, he's already so low. Cage is going to get caught way up top here by Amar. Goes for the TP, but unfortunately for him, Crit is nearby, so not only does he get Atos to stop his TP, he also gets tracked for a little bit more gold. Crit now going to find Yuma's Meepo. Doesn't cancel the blame.
Yuma? Oh. It's in front of the T2 tower. RP used a little bit awkward from Amar, but he's okay. Now Skeeter's going to be in and powered up, charging forward, but Enolak up with the high ground, all or nothing over towards the Lycan. Skeeter, can he slip out? He can. BKB, he is fine.
He goes back
now
in.
Actually feels confident enough to be able to go back in. They are fighting without Whisper.
All right.
Yuma through the portal. They're going to get him. They will. Amar, last second skewer. What? Oh,
They only have roots.
Okay.
So, because of his roots, he can still just keep trying to TP.
Oh, it's not going to matter, though. They're still going to be able to clip him once he goes through the portal. Falcons will follow him.
So, in Amar's defense, that was Crit's Force Staff. When he tried to RP the Meepo. Could have been even more beastly play if it had worked out right, but Crit still had the right idea. Just get him away from the Meepo chain. And obviously, it still worked out fine. I don't know how Skeeter survived there. He was so low. And then he managed to go back in and immediately heal back up.
It's a GGK, bro. Well, you said it last game. Come on,
yep.
See this item and it just all makes sense. Everything clicks.
Unlosable.
Unlosable. We've been speaking about like mid heroes being baits and not having confidence in them.
Mm-hmm.
I know Tiny's one of them for you. Is Lina another? Does this hero win games?
I think she's a game winner with the right core duo. I don't know if Meepo is one of them. I can see it a lot. Like, Meepo is allowed to be poorer in a game like this because you have a Lina and it can still function and maybe work. But overall, like, I like the Lina mid when we're doing these kind of like cheeky position ones like Tide and Beastmaster, or I don't know, heroes that have a little bit of control and they desire to be in the middle of the fight. I want chaotic space makers to give breathing room to my Meepo or to my Lina. Unfortunately, Meepo is like so similar to Lina. Like, you're trying to play the whole map, you're trying to show up as the fight breaks out, and you kind of have this survivability and save of the Mega Meepo, but you also need to be really far ahead to get the most out of that, and obviously that's not happening for Yuma.
It is not. And this fight has to go well here for Heroic. One more loss in this game puts itself in a position where it is...
Peter?
Oh. Did he see them? What? I believe so. They're all starting to move over. There's a high ground one advantage. Whisper's going to try and get the jump, but the force stop puts him further over to the left, away from Analog, who will still jump the combo. Skeeter is down this time, but it was everything, which means Melrine should be pretty free inside the team fight. Schofield's took off the hookshot to try and prove to be a bit of an issue, but Yuma is not here for the Falcons. Yuma's getting controlled RP, freezing field over to the left side. It's just 2 heroes, that's all they need. All the AoE control they have in their lineup to deal with the Meepo, and that is good enough. And meanwhile, Crip, he is slowing down the Lina as well. So what looked like an okay start, you blow up Skeeter, but it just doesn't matter.
No, they're just going to jump in immediately after the rest of the fight. The Wolves were also still up and doing work, scouting, chasing the Lina, and making sure that Crick could also cancel her TP as an attempt to get out of that one. So, I mean, Meepo and Lina, they both want to be the top of the board. Neither of them are, so you know this is going to be a hard game. I mean, I like the positioning that they had on the side of Heroic. You can see how this could work. Great Force Staff again here from Crit, just like dragging it out, right? They're making so that roar kill, it takes a long time. It takes a lot of resources. The Mage Slayer tags up Analog here. So, you know, your damage isn't that great. Misses the LSA. The fight isn't centralized enough where he's able to just be pelting into someone. Like, he wants to be over there, where they're ganging up on his Meepo. That's where your Lina wants to be. As I say that, some players coming through here. They're getting kind of low.
Oh, yeah, they are getting low.
Oh, big flare. Oh, Malrine.
Oh, dude. Another one?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Yuma's here. Whisper's here as well. Is anyone else going to be able to join? Unfortunately, they're a little bit too late to come through the portal, and maybe it was just a bait. Clockwork's praying for them to come, but I mean, it's just not the fight. It is just not the fight at all. Still with this deficit. You thought there was an opportunity with everyone low from the rocket flare, yeah, and Amaru's like, yes, go for it. You just baited them with the flare.
Yeah, but there were so many flares. We did, Schofield. We saw your beautiful flares. Unfortunately, they weren't quite enough.
No, they were not, KJ. It's one route. There's apparently another one coming shortly. Oh.
Ow,
this is the Falcons that we were... It is a lot of damage. This is the Falcons we were expecting. Not the heroic, at least, we were expecting. I thought this was going to be a much more competitive series.
They went for a risky choice here in the Meepo. It is certainly a hero that you can get games like this, unfortunately. If you do snowball, if you become the Mega Meepo and the fights are going well, you get these incredible matches, and then sometimes this happens. You're below the enemy bounty hunter.
So the loss streak will continue by the looks of it for Yuma, unless something's going to change pretty shortly, but...
Oh, Crit?
Get the jump on a Crit, but this is not the person you want to be roaring at desperate times for everything to be committed for a kill you are not even going to get.
Damn, Force Staff's too good between Crit and Snaking.
Oh, nice to back as well. Analog has to over position to try and nuke down the bounty.
Amar didn't even use the RP, so he still has it.
Suppose at least able to get the blink away from the harpoon. Amar glimmering up, looking for the opportunity for that RP inside the base if anyone's going to show. Schofield will not want to commit the big ultimate. They're just here for the buildings by the looks of it.
Yeah, creeps are coming.
What? Amar got them. Yo. He knew he was there and they still got both of them. Okay.
Oh, man. Amar's pretty good at this hero, I gotta say. Very good Magnus performance so far this game. And, Skeeter, come on now. 4,800 gold, buddy. I know you want it. I know you want that Aghanims. Come on, have a little fun. Let Amar be his best self. Let him unleash the wolf.
Yeah, let everyone else have fun.
Don't buy an AC or something lame.
Come on. Just buy it out. You have the gold. What's going on?
Busy thinking about next series.
Yeah.
He's already moved on. He's going to save some of this gold for the next match.
Maybe he's thinking about food as well. I mean, they're over for the day. They can chill for a little bit, kick back.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Oh, he blinked. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Just blinks the wrong direction. Fortunate that Amar is already there be able to cancel his TP. It is apparently not Heroic's day. They are... So this is just what it is for them. They 4-0 day 1. Now they 0-4 day 2.
Quite literally 0 to 0, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Skeeter's gold. Just like, come on, bro. Help us out. 7,000 gold, man. What are you gonna do? Buy a moonshard? What were we doing?
Could see someone? Well, the Wolves at least were able to scout out a member. And both support's going to be stuck lurking outside the base by the looks of it. Falcons. Okay, it's going to miss on the hookshot from Schofield to try and find a way out. And this game is getting more and more over by the... What are we... How much gold do we have? 8,100.
He's so hard, too, on this Lycan, man. Jeez. Satanic. Boo!
Boring.
Boo!
Super boring.
All right, buy back here.
Let's go.
No hook shot for 14, but he's got the overclocking. He has the power.
Nice, kill the wolves. Yes.
Where?
Feed them. All right, well, it's just Megas, and you're gonna lose the clock. Yuma tries to jump in. Melrin's doing a good job to be able to hold Whisper back, who does get the roar at the last second, but Glimmer Cape, I mean, I don't know if there's some beef or something. We got some more Orchak on us, smiley face and question marks earlier. Heroic didn't have the day they were hoping for. Falcons, they were able to bounce back. Some laughs from Skeeter. I was a little happy as well.
Hey, look pretty, please. Yep. A happy group there after a win like that. Looks like maybe Skeeter perhaps playing a little bit more Lycan in his future. It seemed like he had a pretty good time. And the classic. Falcons with a razor into a W.
Yes, the good old... We haven't seen them play for a while, but it is apparently something that, you know, we have seen them get a lot of wins on this hero in the past. And once again, Trent, where a 24th pick is not getting the job done.
Sorry, I didn't turn my light on. Ready? Get blinded. Ha!
Wow, papa. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Here.
That's all right.
I think Malrine is the best early game Razor. I mean, honestly, alongside Amar too, he's also pretty good at it. But like the way he plays it and he just bullies and gets into their space on the map, like he really gets me like to the point where I believe in this hero. There's so many times I watch Razor, I don't believe, but Mallory makes me believe, and this guy is being a real and frustrating threat to try and deal with. So very impressed by that. And you know, their willingness to just combat the Meepo. They played against it really well. A lot of teams can kind of struggle versus this hero, but they consistently kept the pressure up. They didn't give them too much space on the Meepo and the Lina. And once they were ready to go on that Magnus, they timed it well with like going for the Asha and then for the Blink. And then Amar just sort of took this game over. And despite Crit his best attempts to feed quite a bit in the earlier parts of that game. Eventually, he's getting out there. He finds the space, finds the vision for his teammates to set up, and made Amar's jumps really nice.
Yes, that they did indeed. So Falcons looking good for the second series of the day. A very important 2-0 victory over the boys on Heroic. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we will have a interview with one of the Falcons members. So stick around for that. We'll see you guys soon. You guys are watching Dream League Season 25. A quick break while we get ourselves ready and prepared for an interview with one of the members from Team Falcons. We get to hear what they needed for the success in this victory, a clean 2-0 victory as well over Heroic Trent.
That's right. Yes, day one, they didn't get the best results, but today going much better for them. And we got the phone ringing here, Aries. It's Amar. Everyone, we got ATF with us. Welcome, ATF.
Hello, thank you.
I was looking through, and I've noticed that you have now played 11 straight games with 11 different heroes. Whereas I feel like a couple weeks ago I was watching you, and I was just seeing like Bristle, Mars. I was wondering, do you kind of prefer when you get to actually pick a bunch of different heroes like this, or are you more of someone who likes to just like zero in on a couple heroes?
Usually I'll be like this, kind of mood change, I guess. Sometimes I'm like this, sometimes I like that. But I've definitely right now, I prefer if I could play Bristleback every single game. Instead of like different heroes. But at the same time, like every game, different heroes kind of also nice.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty fun.
Amar, I was wondering, what do you like to do in your spare time? You guys have an incredibly busy schedule. I know you just came back from a couple of lands. What do you do to decompress and relax after the crazy schedule that is going on?
Oh, I don't do anything else. I don't relax. This game is so stressful. I keep stressing, and the only things I do is what can I do? I play, I go to the gym, I guess I speak with some friends, whether it's in LANs or in my home. Maybe go out low times, but yeah. But no, there is no chill time for me. It's only this game, I guess.
I see. Do you feel like it does it have to be like that? Do you feel like that is to be at the pinnacle, the best of the best? Do you feel like kind of this is just Dota? You are put yourself in a position where you kind of have to be grinding as much as you can?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be the best in the world, you know? Like, I still want to, I want to do as much as I can to, make sure that I'm actually the best. And if, I don't want to put effort in something else. I want to just make sure this is, number one priority for me, and I keep up with this and always look to improve, not just to keep my level, but also to become better.
And well, speaking of improving and getting better there, Amar, I've noticed that a few offlaners are starting to pick up the offlane Phoenix. I've seen it do quite well. I've seen it do very poorly. I was just curious if I could get your opinion on that right now.
I think this hero is absolute garbage on offlane, because the reason why is it's a 10 minutes hero. If you don't beat 5-0, you just leave the game. It's actually just a 10 minutes hero. So if you play against Phoenix, you just don't feed, and this hero's just useless on offlane or mid, whatever.
That tracks. That has definitely been what we've seen in some of these results. So, all right, I will not count on seeing the ATF Phoenix anytime soon. Thank you.
Never.
Never. Okay. There we go. All right, that's it from me as well, Amar. So thank you for joining us. Quick interview. Congratulations on the victory, and good luck in your upcoming series as well in the following days.
Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Yeah, no worries. Bye.
Thank you, Amar. Okay, there we go. Never getting the offlane Phoenix.
Damn.
Or Amar. Unfortunate.
I did see he has never played it, so that's why I asked.
There you go. He's not a fan of it, not a fan of the mid Phoenix. Maybe that's why Maureen hasn't attempted it as well. They've had some discussions. They're there is a hard no from Phoenix. It is only Snaking who is playing it.
We'll see. You never know. Times change. Maybe he can figure out something for it. But
maybe.
It did sound like a hard no, though.
Yeah, but he's trying a lot of heroes. Like you said, you're 11 heroes so far in 11 games. We'll see if that will continue, or if he will maybe get the Bristle back. Maybe tomorrow is the day where he gets Bristle back 4 games in a row. We will see. Of course, that is going to be a break for Falcons. At least they can take it easy, chill. I would suppose they're probably pretty happy. They really would have liked to get a 2-0 over Extreme earlier on, but at least they will finish the day 3-1, a much needed result as well, considering their day 1 performance. But that is it for our 3rd series. We have one more series coming up to close out day 2. It's going to be Boom taking on Team Spirit. First a break, and we'll see you guys back here on the Ember stream very shortly.
chill super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
One more series to close out day 2 here for DreamLeague Season 25. We're going to have the boys on top, Team Spirit, taking on the boys down bottom in Boom Esports. It is now pretty much do or die for them, and unfortunately they are in a position where you are facing an incredibly difficult opponent.
Ooh, yeah, that's not too good. Bottom of the board here, and Team Spirit that back in full form. Gotta say, I've turned into a real Team Spirit fan over the past couple of qualifiers. Just seeing them back, it's like the magic is there again, you know? It's just beautiful stuff here. Plus Rue, who, as we've said multiple times, has looked so goddamn good. You know, in terms of players that have just looked absolutely incredible coming into the Tier 1 scene, I feel like he is right up there. And in our interview yesterday, he just said, like, you know, the teammates, they don't put pressure on me. He doesn't feel like there's a lot of pressure. It just feels like he's there to play some good Dota, and they're all helping him out, and obviously it's working.
Helps when you don't have people putting pressure on you, right? When it just feels like a fun game. I imagine it would be, you know, still this is a team with so much experience, right? And probably behind the scenes, you know, they're being able to help him improve and help him grow. And there was already, you know, a lot of praise for this person when he was on Yellow Submarine. So we will see how he is able to perform, and we'll see how their opponents are able to perform as well for Boom, because these are some of the best players in Southeast Asia. But again, this is just a region, if it's not Talon, who are really struggling at the moment to be able to get any wins under their belts and be able to get some solid performances at the international setting. So we're going to see what they're able to do. We will be able to hear about Boom as well. So let's jump over to that one.
Boom Esports has been a regular mainstay of C Dota for several years now, and after a few months as a South American team, they are back in their home region of C. Picking up players from several different teams across the region, they ultimately ended up with Jackie, Mac, FBZ, Tims, and Januel. With some of the most well-known names in the region, they should be one of the strongest teams in C. Sadly, being one of the strongest teams in C doesn't seem to quite cut it at an international level right now. Boom's first land with the new roster was ESL1's Bangkok, and while they did qualify ahead of teams like Aurora and Talon, they got knocked out in 10th place. Hopefully the disappointing results didn't rattle Boom too much. It's a new year and new chances. This season of DreamLeague will be the first event of the year for them. Hopefully they've learned a thing or two from their experience in Bangkok to come back even stronger. Will Boom punch above their weight with an explosive performance at DreamLeague Season 25, or will they fizzle out?
Unfortunately, it looks like they are struggling to learn from the losses that we saw from them at Bangkok, but maybe this is their moment where they're able to turn things around, Trent.
Yeah, hopefully so, right? It's they're obviously all very strong players. We've seen them all perform quite well on different rosters. I can definitely remember times where I felt like each of these players has really like dominated a game, and you know, of course, we got Coach Mushi in there, so if anyone's going to bring out that talent, Mushi has consistently been someone who his players will praise him, whether they're currently with him or if they've played with him before. There's always a lot of nice things to be said about a legend of the scene. So hopefully they can take that key coaching to perhaps turn the ship around here. We got to find some brighter pastures. We're going to find the Northwest Passage here to fully save this game, okay? That's the plan.
Yes, we do. Do you remember the last tournament that Southeast Asia won?
I mean, surely it wasn't that major, was it? The MDL major, TNC? No.
Okay. No, it was not.
More recent than that.
Yes.
The last one C1. No, I don't. Oh, wait. Did Aurora win something?
They didn't. It was Boom. It was Boom who won it.
Oh, yeah, of course. That was a while back, though.
It was a while back. It was Gamers Galaxy. It was the first one, the one that we had in Dubai. That was Jackie, Yopaj, FBZ, Tims, and Skem. So they have a couple of players from that roster, of course, but unfortunately...
Sorry, I thought you meant tournaments that actually paid out. My bad. Sorry. I made a mistake. Yeah, okay. Oh, all right. So, gotcha. All right, so cool. So kind of a win, but not really. That's unfortunate.
I didn't know they didn't even pay out. I didn't know. So. That's incredibly unfortunate then for you to win that one. That would have been a nice chunk of change for those boys. But no, what a great one to win. And also the other one that Southeast Asia won, right? That was like you said, the TNC winning the major MDL or whatever it was, and then we ran into COVID where it didn't really matter about the qualification, the points, and then it was just what is it then? Didn't matter.
Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate. So, hopefully, we'll find our way back. That's the plan. Get back to success on the side of Boom. We are trying to get in here, guys. Just so you know, we've got ourselves another collapsed camera problem. This happened yesterday too. Eventually, it did work. So, yes, indeed, we all. Crying tears. I had to make sure that wasn't one of my kids. Oh right, okay, just baby crying sound effect. Got it. All right, cool. Thank you.
I was trying to see where it was coming from. I was confused for a second. Like, am I hearing baby? What's going on? But yes, it is. It is okay, guys. You don't have to cry. You don't have to whinge that much. We will be underway. What other soundboard things have we got? I know we've gone through a couple. Yes, of course. We have the classic. Yes, that's a goodie. We got the crickets, so we got some good ones. We got some good ones. We got the staples,
some hooping, some hollering. Can you hit them all at once? Is that possible? Oh wow! Oh yeah, in the phone.
Kind of works. Oh my god, the baby's non-stop crying now. Okay, we'll make it stop. We'll make it stop. We could talk a little bit more about this series as a whole and what Boom are going to be able to do. We are yet to cover them. We've seen some Team Spirit games. Like you're saying, we are both pretty big fans of this team. This team is looking incredibly strong. For Boom, did you have the opportunity to actually watch some of their replays leading into this? Because I know you're a big replay guy. I was wondering,
I am.
Did you see any of Boom's?
No, not so much for Boom. They kind of like Gunnar was saying in the thing. They haven't been super busy. They were playing in Fisher Universe, but I didn't catch that. So they did defeat the Mudang Warriors over there. So obviously they're showing their chops, even if they are getting taken down by some of the other squads right now. It's weird in C right now. Like we got the Kukyus, right? They're also in there at the moment. So they've got a couple of teams that are all sort of around the same power level where I could see them all trading their invites into these events just based on who's got a better day happening. But so far in this tournament, at least, they've just been playing a lot of the meta stuff. They've got themselves the ABBA, the PA. They're prioritizing those larger important picks. So I think they're on the right track. Like, I don't see anything weird about their drafts at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a gameplay thing, and I don't know which is easier to fix, whether it's draft, whether it's gameplay. Hopefully Mushi is going to be able to offer some assistance, and like we were saying, though, regardless, even if C is not having results and all this roster, it is 5 players who are individually gifted, and we have seen, you mentioned, have some good results from the different teams that they have been on, but just need to pull it together, and they definitely are going to be able to do that. Hopefully we can see, but unfortunately it's taking a little bit of time for Southeast Asia. But we are about to get ourselves underway into the draft. So Boom, they're going to be playing on the Radiant side. They have second pick. We got Team Spirit on Dire's side with first pick.
Do indeed, and we'll see who gets left in the pool. If they have first pick right now for Team Spirit, they have previously picked up the Bat. They've picked up the PA. And so those will likely be 2 of the ones you'll see targeted. We did talk about the potential for the Chen when we watched their first series versus Paravision, but it actually got ignored in both of those games, which surprised me. There was no Chen, there was no Ench, just completely not something they were too worried about. And in our discussions with Rue yesterday, we asked him, how do you feel about these Invis heroes? So, you like Bounty, Nyx, Ricky? He's like, no. I want to play ranged supports that can play on the back line, but it's been working for them. They played it again today, so kind of expecting that to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like it is the case we're going to be playing. Maybe some people like them. They don't think they're boring, but apparently some of the more classic position 4s would like to be playing some of the ranged spell casting heroes instead of those quote-unquote boring melee ones. I like this graphic is really cool as well, that we're continuing to get the most contested, especially with the first phase bans as well, and the draft too. So the Alchemist is 1, And let's see, Spirit, of course, will have the opportunity to be able to go for it.
Shocked there was a draft where the Alk was somehow ignored. That's crazy, eh? In one of the drafts, at least. And here, you know, we're into a moment where maybe he will get ignored again.
Do you remember what we were seeing yesterday? Because we got a couple. Did we cover them or did I just watch them? Did we get
when Paravision
games?
when they got the Alk, when they took it? Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, remember, Team Spirit gave away the Alk, and they gave it to Satanic both games, first overall pick, and then they kind of whooped it. Those were our two stompy games. They just pressured Satanic.
Oh, that's right, yep.
Didn't give them much to do, and they basically said, we're not scared of Alk. When they played their series earlier today, they gave it away in game number 2, and in game number 1, well, that's one of the games where it got totally ignored. So Team Spirit just don't believe in Alk, flat out, is what we're learning.
Huh. Interesting. Does Yotaro play Alk?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I know he has an incredibly... Yeah, I was going to say, I know he has a very, very wide hero pool, but I feel like I don't really remember his name when...
Well, we saw when Satanic picked up the Alk and put on the Mixologist, they question marked his fast and he said Yotaro mode. So
I'm Yotaro mode, but he has not played it in his pubs. So maybe old Yotaro mode potentially. So anyway, we will see. The Alchemist to be avoided at the moment. The Lena's going to be first phase, which I understand. Mac is a very, very good Lena player. And I guess you probably just wanting your hero early on into the Tiny, but I'm still feeling like the Lena is a bit of a bait.
Part of it is that it has been first phase banned by some of their opponents in this tournament. Like Gaiman took it out right away, so they do. I think they just want to get their hands on it to like get their momentum back, because they haven't even had a chance to play the Lena yet.
Okay. It's going to be interesting though, because this is a battle of both the heroes that you think the Tiny is shit. I think the Lena shit. So it's going to be a battle of who is worse. Maybe they'll both be equal, and it's going to be everyone else that is able to have that impact. We're going to see the Zeus picked up here from Boom, so no bounty, and we will see whether Ricky along with the Nyx Assassin go for Rue, or maybe he's going to get some other heroes.
Yeah, and I like that most picked heroes, the graphic there, the Clockwork. That is the one that is sticking out right now, because I think, what does Tiny need? Some good vision, someone else to help him with the jump first, maybe. Clockwork can be there. It hasn't been a go-to form of Poshka. I mean, they have picked it up, but it's not really one that you necessarily associate with him. I think they gave it to Rue last time. No, they didn't, actually. Rue took the Zeus into the offlane, that's right. They did manage to play the Clockwork, so we'll see. But Rue, he's back. First things first, get their Ricky once more. We saw some really cool combos with the Abba, with the Echo Saber, pulling people into it. We saw it with the mid Slardar as well, into the Invoker. And we had Echo Saber, Harpoon plays into that as well. Very cool.
Rue didn't look happy that the Ricky was drafted.
Great, yeah.
Sick, bro. It's okay. You got to do what you got to do. He'll be, the happiness will come through when he wins tournaments. Unfortunately, you're going to have to do it. We get a Warlock as well. Who played it yesterday? Because we did see one game with the Warlock. I don't remember. There's
I know games. They didn't have PA. I remember that because the PA was already banned out.
Did not.
All right, so Boom have tried this. They played Darkseer Tusk last time. Now they're going to upgrade that. They're going to go for the Darkseer plus the Spirit Breaker. A hero who is gaining a little bit of momentum right now in some of these matches. We saw it win a game yesterday. And that's a lot of potential.
That hero?
I was like, what are you talking about? You mean, I thought you meant for Spirit for right now. I was like, I hope not. But with Boom, you want to double down? You want to go all in?
No, actually, I've thought for Spirit. I thought the Sven versus the Darkseer is quite nice. But that hero is very, very, very bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's tough. I thought you wanted Darkseer Sven combos, like the classic.
No. No, that would be cool though. What do we want for spirits? So of course you're getting rid of your potential Terror Blades, your Morphlings.
I mean, Yadro Anti-Mage is what I want.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just pick it and go next. Oh,
I mean, they almost go as hard. They just go Ursa instead. But the idea of just shutting down the Darkseer, that is the plan. We want to make his life hell. So the Ursa is an interesting one, though. Very strong inside that smoke cloud. You can think, like, nobody is going to be contesting you, and potential to, like, no chance to save someone. Like, the Ursa jumps on top of them. There won't be, like, a Glimmer. There won't be a Force Staff. There won't be any sort of a tool to save that target if the Riki gets the shard. So those two in tandem could work really nicely because you actually feel like you can fully commit with the ulti. I like the DK ban. I was wondering if that was going to slip through. And then I guess the Alchemist, I think the Alch would actually fit pretty well here for Boom, just because it does give you someone else who goes in and makes space for the Lina. There was a question of, like, how greedy is the Alch, but I think if you join a little bit earlier, it could be the right kind of hero to enable this Lina.
Is there another carry that can fulfill the similar role, or do you feel like there's not many?
I mean, surely there are some more. I mean, there's even, like, Lifestealer can be something, but all of these heroes that do that all suffer versus Ursa. That is one thing. They all have, like, these awkward game plans versus the hero.
What happened? We saw it qualify as Lifestealer and Spectre, and then, I don't know, they're gone apparently.
I'm still a bit of a Lifestealer believer, but there is Slardar still in, so that could be kind of cool. If they opt for one of those, some of these position 1 heroes that can suffer versus, like, a Slardar, because a lot of those heroes are the kind of heroes that I want to see right now for Boom. I think for their bans, in terms of getting rid of collapsed heroes, the Magnus is gone. They get rid of the Beastmaster. They've also gotten rid of that Lycan. Dawn is still in. That would be pretty good versus the Spirit Breaker. There's also the Enigma if they don't pick something that's strong in the lane versus it.
Carries are a possibility if they Enigma.
Gyro.
Yeah.
Big one.
Can still Elk. Again, I probably then you would 100% Elk, right? So.
There goes the Dawn, though.
How bad is Brew of a hero?
I mean, he's situational. He's really good if you can't burst him down. And I mean, I still look forwards to the AoE Dispel being valuable, which it certainly is here. You'd have the Dispel versus Spirit Breaker and Darkseer. Can kind of ruin their times in a team fight. Maybe isolate and control up the Lina as well. It was I think the first hero Collapse played when he came back. I think he played, like, one Enigma game and then one Brew game, I want to say, when we were casting it. And we were like, oh, wow, Collapse, new heroes. Yeah.
What was going on here? So
he's looking through his list.
Yeah. Check what heroes he's forgetting. The list is going to be big on
document.
All the matchups. Everything from those years inside that document. That's a valuable document right there.
Yeah, see if we can get a screenshot of the reflection of his eyes to try and work out everything he's been playing. The Pango is still in. I'm just thinking, like, any offlaner of value right now, because a lot of them are banned. They banned the Spectre. There's a hero we haven't seen a lot of. I've noticed a couple teams have scooped it up, but... and that means Alk perhaps will find another draft where he goes ignored, thanks to Team Spirit's disbelief in the hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Disbelief and maybe confidence as well with the Ursa into the Alk matchup, so... We'll see if that's going to matter, but because still I agreed with what you were saying overall with what the Alk can provide Boom in their lineup. All right.
Just the classic.
The classic, yes, indeed.
I think it's still by far his most played hero, if I'm not crazy. I'm going to look. Yeah, by far. More than double. His second most played is Centaur at 81 games. His most played is Mars at 171.
What's the win rate?
60%. Oof. Yeah, he is a beast on this hero. Extremely well practiced. He's got an 81% win rate on Sand King, by the way, in 33 games. That's pretty crazy. He's been off that one for a while, though.
What do you want from Jackie? You're already kind of wanting a... well, we're going to find out. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you have to. Like, surely this can't be bad, right? You have Darkseer on your team. That enables an Alchemist. But how much speed are they going to have? How frustrating is it going to be to try and farm in the jungle versus a Riki? What if Larl gets off to a decent start on this Tiny and just starts running around with the Riki?
What is this Spirit Breaker set?
That's one of the newer ones, dude. Yeah.
That is incredible. Okay, you guys will be able to find out when we get in game. This looks sick.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. It's the Tron set, you know? He looks like he's just zooming around in a Tron bike or something.
Damn, that's very cool.
No surprises on the facets. It is the seed money for Jackie, still the more common of the Alchemist facet choices if he stays with it.
Apparently he's not a Yatoro enjoyer, if we go by what Satanic said.
No mixologists here. Just keeping it simple.
How do we feel about the Ursa facet? I don't remember which one that we were actually seeing on the Ursa.
I'd say more of the bear down. It was the more common one. So this one, the grudge bearer, I have not seen. When you're damaged during in range, Ursa gains bonus attack damage. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. It's percent based. I did not know that. Damage absorbed to damage 5%. It's interesting.
Okay. Well, let's see how we go. Again, like we were saying before, this is a very important series for Boom. They are without a win, right? Yes. Oh, they got one map. They got one map victory. So at least it is something. They're already going to 1-1 over your Cult. But can they do it against the boys on Team Spirit, who are currently flawless in their run so far in DreamLeague Season 25?
Yeah, because let me see here. How many more matches do they have? I mean, this is their 4th set, so this will be more over the halfway point, right? Because we got 7 matchups you got to do.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the time to start turning things around for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, their other opponents are GG, Liquid, Paravision, and Chimera.
Yikes.
And Avulus, sorry.
These are some difficult opponents, unfortunately.
Oh, hold on, I'm misreading this completely. Sorry, they've already played GG and Chimera. They have to play Avulus, then Liquid and Paravision after this. All right, I can read a chart. Woo!
There we go.
He gets there. Yeah. All right, let's watch some Dota.
Let's watch some Dota indeed. See the worst level 1 charge, maybe? Double blood grenade. Yes, that's what you need. Are they gonna get him? Okay, they will.
And that Dragon Slave was from downtown. It can hit up to 25 units away. I didn't know it was that far outside of it. That's wild. That's over an aura. Jeez. All right, good snipe.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to yoink that first blood though from Mac, but I don't think it really matters. This should be a pretty easy matchup for the Lina, but the Tiny also is going to have a fine time.
Yeah, he does his tiny things. You know, he gets his early denies. We've seen them take a CS lead over the first like 3 or 4 waves, and then just kind of have to start chucking and maybe getting some refills too from the teammates. TPing in can be a huge part, just so they can enable the tosses to clear the waves. And speaking of refills and couriers, Yadro is going to kill the courier that was supposed to be making its way over to Tim's, who seems to have forgotten about it while he was doing some creep pulling.
Up to some shenanigans at the moment, looking not wanting to play the lane in a lawful way.
I would
very nice.
It is indeed illegal.
Yes, this is unfortunately still a thing.
Oh, he got that full bonds on him too, though, as he made his way back to the tower on NPC.
Yeah,
this is the Warlock safe lane. Yeah.
So top's gonna be boring. bottom, I don't know if is honestly any more exciting.
I mean, it's the Zeus versus the Riki, so the Riki plays pretty safe. The Riki does have a courier ward, so, you know, might get a couple of snipes there. That could be something to keep an eye on.
How do you honestly feel about this matchup? I don't know if we spoke about this yesterday, but I know we mentioned like people are picking Zeus into Riki, but they pick Riki into Zeus. So what's going on with this?
I think the Zeus is good. I think in a vacuum, even without these Invis heroes, Zeus is good, and I think he does have a lot of value versus these Invis heroes in the laning stage. So, but I don't think it makes the hero unpickable or anything for the Riki for sure, but it just makes it so he has to be a little bit more cautious of how he jumps. You really have to manage your movement around the mana that's left on the Zeus. I also think that if you target his courier, that it's pretty brutal. Like, it's coming right now with 2 mangoes, a clarity. Like, I think that should be the priority for dealing with this hero.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rue... Okay, we'll use the blink to try and get closer over the left side. Tricks of the trade uses it early on. He does still stun himself on Jackie, but they're actually not going to get Rue. So, some awkward stuff happening down bottom. At least no one dies, but it does pull them away from the Lotus, which Rue will get.
Yeah, Rue was really close to making that perfect to, like, the concoction bursting and not being able to get him, but that was unfortunately a little bit early. Of course, he was also probably thinking, like, well, if he chucks it at me, then, you know, because there's sort of a pressure on the Alk to throw it the second it's at 2 seconds. So we'll see if he does a better job on that next time and gets it to the exact min-max that he needs. Does get a,
I guess one of the
clarity on Genuel as well.
Yeah, and I was going to say just one of the important things is the fact that the Corey gets delivered, right? Because he did go for the ward to be able to snap Corey's, like you were saying, very important to play into the Zeus. So that is something for Genuel, along with Jackie in this bottom lane. See how the stacks also look as well. They blocked up the camp next to the small down bottom, the one by the outpost. So we'll try and do their best to minimize some of the farm for the Alchemist.
Yep. Yeah, it's always a good one, because obviously he just succeeds with any creeps. He loves the small creeps. You get flat gold bonus, you just farm them all super easy. We do have a charge coming here, and this is level 2 Ion Shell, so it's going to be back up in 4 seconds. But Poshka, he's pretty close to the tower, though. We'll see.
It's a lot of damage from Yotoro onto FBZ. They've got to be a little bit cautious. FBZ commits for this. May end up dying here, Yotoro. Is he going to be able to close the distance? It looks like it's probably going to be enough with the Fatal Bonds. Instead, Maposhka gets out of range from Tim's. And FBZ is still alive as well.
He's going to charge out mid just to escape here on Tim's. And yeah, they survive. Like, FBZ at least Iron Shelling the wave to drag it with him will salvage something in that exchange, but yeah, you know, Darkseer and Spirit Breaker, even with 2 points Iron Shell, not able to get a kill on a Warlock is some sad stuff. Oh yeah, Courier War coming into play. Get that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Easy stuff from Brew.
Oh, he's on the hunt again. And he's going to get Alk. Nice. Tricks the trade. So they know there's a ward here, and it's also just expiring. So if Zeus comes back to try and de-ward it, he's going to be disappointed. But that means no phase boost now for the Alk.
On him, Jackie. An attempted to collapse his life, and looks like it's going to be successful. So boom. Nice move from them. Maybe Jackie's in trouble though. TP down. He was slowed for quite a while under the tower, and nice heads up read from Lars, saying that there was an opportunity for him to be able to capitalize and at least get some retribution for the Mars life.
Yeah, Max Lena is doing Lena things in the mid with a 700 gold lead, even after that gold bonus with the assist there. So, okay. Honestly, I'm surprised that didn't save him. I guess because he wasn't dissipated for long enough in the tricks of the trade, but I thought he actually managed to disjoint the projectile.
I thought he did as well. It looked like good timing to me, but of course no. You got a big wave mid. Mac might. Is he? No, okay, he's fine. Lol really doesn't have anything else. Steps maybe a little bit too far forward against the regen of Lena. They do at least the job of zoning Boom away, which maybe there was a threat of this tower going down. It does take a lot of damage though to the catapult.
Meanwhile, the offlane is just iron shelling through some ancients. They farm through that, but misses some of the creeps under the tower, unfortunately, because of that. So pretty poor Darkseer in a game like this. This is not a hero you pick to have a middling lane. He is supposed to be up near the top. You want to be just iron shelling like crazy. You want to be stacking. You want to be farming that up. Tims does at least get the Wisdom Rune, and you know, as we saw in our previous Spiritbreaker game, it is a pretty good innate that you get with the experience, just based on if there's one single hero who is the lowest level on the team, you get a lot of value out of your Wisdom Runes. Unfortunately, at the moment, they don't have that. I didn't see before I picked it up, but I don't think they got the bonus on that one. Concoction down bottom, but tanky enough on the Myers, not really have to worry about it. Just loses almost half his life.
We'll see what the skill build's going to be from Collapse. Holding 2 points at the moment. I've seen some Marses not go for the arena straight away. Also seen, of course, that early ultimate, so what the decision is going to be from him. Often is one of the Mars players that is able to find a lot to farm, him and Amar.
Yeah. I think it depends on Laral if he gets this power rune. Man, wow, they just give it up to him. They don't even try and mess with it despite their vision. Really concerned about the potential of this tiny early. Maybe, actually, I don't know why they just gave that up for free.
Yeah.
Charge up top here. Onto Yador under the tower. Won't amount to much. Just a little bullying back here from Tims. Oh, never mind. I know why. He doesn't have LSA yet, of course. That's why. Lena. What a hero.
Yutora is completely free farming top. They're going to try and do their best to slow it down. See, poking from afar, knowing that the potential is there for the enrage. They will not commit heavily. Jackie's going to try and move over. It looks like, unfortunately, they're going to get Rue. They would love a bigger fish to fry, but that's not going to be the case. 4 heroes needed for this, but importantly, Spirit, they're going to be able to keep Yutora alive. Now, Lal is actually coming over, maybe with the possibility of even collapse TPing with Arena.
Yeah,
the defense is going to go. Tims is TP'd out, so you do not have the Spirit Breaker, as FBZ will run it off.
I think I saw him on the Watcher. Is down bottom of Bojka to get absolutely annihilated.
Okay, Collapse actually is going for it with the Arena. Jackie tries to queue up the concoction, but a great placement with the spear puts him closer towards Lal's position. Collapse Mars things, apparently.
Yeah, he needed that too on the tiny. Pretty bad, because that's just his phase boots coming out now. He's not doing quite as poorly as FBZ, but still not having a great game necessarily, especially compared to this Mac Lena, who is level 9.5 and starting to build in towards that Aghanims. Lyle gets the power rune, but unfortunately it's just a shield, so that's not going to really help him secure another kill, especially with what was available. There was haste and invis still left there. Black Grimoire not consumed yet from a Poshka, and he's almost level 6.
Yeah, interesting. Still holding that one for the moment. Does look like Spirit's starting to put a little bit more attention down bottom. Januel trying to soak as much experience as he can. Now Jackie is coming over with the concoction. They're going to get a TP out as well from Mac. LSA not going to be used, so Jackie unable to get in range for the concoction. Spirit able to dip on out.
I didn't realize my Poshka was just
top lane. What's going on?
Oh, he's 0-2-0, so he doesn't have anything to use. I thought he was involved in some of this shenanigans early, but he is going to get out of here on Yadoro. Rue completes the TP. My goodness, sir. You are ambitious.
Indeed. There's 5 Boom heroes top, though. So, I don't know if this is... I mean, you get the tower. Spirit aren't really trading. Lol. Waiting for someone to come through the portal, but it looks like Genuel is well aware of this. Very interesting
Surely he's
game.
not going to go through, right? Yeah. All right. Marl TPs to the mid here. All right, so a bit of a goal lead here for the Alchemist lineup. Maybe not too much of a surprise, but perhaps a surprise that it's not the Alchemist that's on top. It is Max Lena right now. It's some tower gold heads over to Team Spirit. Yadro continues to be the big dog, though, and is quickly closing the gap on Mac.
Yeah, how much of a concern is this? Like, the fact that the Oyster is top net worth. Is this a game where I know we don't get the bear too often, but is this a game where we feel like the hero with farm can really carry them?
Looks like a pretty good enrage game later on, I think. It's, you know, he's not the worst hero versus Darkseer either. Obviously, like his illusions aren't too crazy, so that's kind of nice. Definitely a good Ursa game, yeah. I think, again, in combination with the Riki is what I'm looking forward to seeing, because it makes a lot of sense that he can, because he pressures Darkseer to have to like buy a BKB even, just to try and like play in these engagements and team fights. It's gonna be really frustrating for FBZ because you're still like in the mix as Darkseer, like you kind of want to be, but if you just get caught inside that smoke cloud for a second, it's really gonna ruin you.
Yeah, this goddamn smoke cloud is a pretty frustrating thing.
It really is.
Dire are scanning.
We'll get a smoke from Spirit. Nice read from Genuel. I have a bit of an idea that something is going on. Collapse is still trying to push forward with the Arena Blink reveal. Maybe they will have a chance in the mid lane with the lane shoved out.
This is a blink play generally that they're going for like this, you know? It's tough without a blink to make the move here.
So it is, they want to try and take the Ancients away. A very pivotal location for FBZ. Spot where we continuously see the Darkseer, even the Lena as well, can be in this location. We've got the Wisdom Room as well up in a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, Rue's going to be a little bit too late.
Yeah, FBZ tries to vacuum before it anyway. Of course, could have always smoke clouded, I suppose, but... And their own Wisdom Rune is still there for the taking. Yadro will slowly farm his way over there. I mean, I say slowly farm. He is battle furying through an ancient stack right now, so there's nothing really slow about the way he's farming. As the charge comes out onto Collapse, pushes him back.
Yeah, but he's got boys here. I mean, they are ready for a fight. Fatal Bonds, Rock's going to be dropped as well. Collapse now holds him inside the area where, boom, they do not want to be. And Lau's going to make sure they're stuck. Beautiful timing for the Tiny to get involved. That is a hell of a combo from Spirit.
Larl just bottled Rue after that Laguna. That was so fast. That guy's a gamer. He just instantly put it on top of him. I clicked on Rue and he was already being healed by Larl's bottle. That's pretty cool. You don't see that very often.
Guy right there.
Yeah, that's a nice mid player. And a cool instance of the arena really helping out your allies, because you saw Mac was just running around the outside trying to Laguna Blade, but he couldn't see anything. That push through is awesome too, right? Get rid of the stun. Luckily, they were able to get the wall down at the very least before the smoke cloud was here. But yeah, Mac comes in. He's outside the arena, and you look at him. He's just running around. What am I going to do? Finally gets the vision, the heal, and then ooh, quickly with the bottle from Larl to help him out a little bit. And Mac just has to run.
Now Larl's looking for the jump as well. That fight gave him enough gold for the blink. He's going to be able to set up for Collapse, who slams down another kill. And Rue's going to do his best to disrupt. I believe the dust was off the mark, so Alchemist will not be able to continue in pursuit. Spirit actually maybe looking to use the vision from Rue. Lyle is thinking about going for this.
Oh, this is kind of crazy. I don't know. I guess they're really not respecting it on the side of Boom, though. I thought they'd be more afraid of this potential. They don't let any detection down.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They do see him now through the mid lane with that sentry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Invisibility.
Even though they see him, unable to do much about it, they are playing pretty scared at the moment.
They see him run through again. Mac does have a dust in his backpack, but not going to pull it out. They're going to watch them go into the tree line here. Oh, Jackie boy. Watch the silence.
Bruce giving them so much information. Gets to read that Alchemist at the concoction charged up. Team Spirit play accordingly. And this is all while Yatoro is completely free farming across the map, and this has to be some very worrying signs that the Mars is also pretty much equal with net worth with Jackie.
All these carry players just smiling in chat, seeing that 0-0-0-200 last hits on this Ursa.
Now here is where the comes the kill is Yatoro. Oh, maybe not. Maybe first death. Yatoro eats an LSA, but apparently he's okay with the rage. Meanwhile, FBZ inside the river's in danger. Mechanism last second. FBZ okay for the moment, but the toss enough for the finishing blow. Now Collapse is in for the follow-up as well. They're doing everything they can to try and slow down Maku. Is able to scurry away to safety. They just don't have anything. Boom really struggling in regards to the damage, and we're going to see multiple members on Team Spirit be able to get away.
Oh man, Tim's with the I'm helping. Charges in and gets tossed right on top. Chill, Dad.
Wait, what happened?
I didn't see. I'm guessing he was close to killing Collapse. Maybe it was an ulti or something. Oh, well, improved ultis, improved all spells right now from Mac, as he's going to have the Flame Cloak spell amp available.
Bottom, really?
Down bottom.
No way.
Ambitious, for sure.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Auditor, I'm worried. This lead is growing.
Yeah, it's looking tough to turn around.
Looking mighty tough. The Jackie potentially moving over towards the far west side. Continue farming, or they might just follow the creep wave, which is goddamn juicy. And Jackie, well, he wants the gold. Unfortunately, he's going to be in a lot of danger. A little bit awkward with the spell casting from Team Spirit, which might keep Jackie alive. The arena at least does cover the retreat. Your Scepter's going to be able to hold back the Spirit Breaker by the looks of it. Max still looking for the opening, but have to be cautious now that the spells are back up from Spirit.
Yeah, certainly one of the reasons why we still see Alchemist as an extremely powerful hero. Team Spirit might not be too worried about him, but those moments like that where if you're not perfect, it's very difficult to bring him down. Rue is just coming back in right now. Content with his sentry. He's going to pop some smokes. Oh, the dust was still on cooldown for Januel.
Oh, what? Oh, and he's stuck. Really?
He's trying to tree himself out. He wards him.
Did he ward?
Yeah, Rue just warded him.
God. Okay, he cut his way out. They're coming though.
He's inhibiting him.
They're gonna get there fast enough. Avalanche just on the outskirts, low. Able to slow him down. Yatoro is here. Keep in mind he's got the Aegis as well, freshly claimed. So this bear has been difficult to kill previously, and now it's even harder.
He had so many misses with thanks to the Radiance. He got very lucky there, but still goes down.
They're not done apparently, Genuo. I should deny, take it, whatever, it doesn't matter. It was actually Lowell at the Aegis as well, which will, unfortunately, they'll lose straight away, but it doesn't matter. This game is, it's, what do you do actually if you're Boom? 6,000 deficit, they can get nothing going. The damage, it just never looks like it's even close enough.
No, it really doesn't, does it? I mean, part of it is just like, you know, they take time. It's to support Zeus. Right? Eventually it gets pretty strong, but you don't really have these massive plays. You don't have anyone that capitalizes really well on that vision of the ulti. Because Jackie's, you know, he's not finding these blink jump-ins or anything. That's for sure. He's jumping into the tree. But they're never getting the first initiation to feel confident in these fights.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, it'll be 2 Tormentors for the Dire, presumably, once they make their way over there. That's just going to further grow this lead. At the very least, they did get their own Wisdom Rune to throw into Jackie. And I didn't look, but they might have gotten the bonus from Spirit Breaker. It's kind of hard to tell. Unfortunately, they might have both been level 10.
Their level in Yatoro is not level 18. They're going to give them Wisdom? Ah, greedy boy.
Well, they love it, you know. I love the Ags this game. It's a fantastic Ags game for the Ursa. I mean, it always is, but this just looks amazing.
Not bad indeed. 12-second reduction in rage. What's the massive value of being able to use it while you are stunned? FBZ is going to be scattered by Rue. Maybe felt the body block momentarily.
Larl finally gets a beastly power rune in the haste. They are charging the Ricky. They also see the Tiny.
They do. Zeus jumped onto the secret shop. Arena unable to get the spear combo. Will whiff as well from Collapse. Only one kill though. Boom. Need to get more out of it, but
they're waiting. They're waiting.
Counterman postcode. They're grouped up. Rocket sees some fatal bunts as well. Lyle with a jump at the back line, but the mechanism repairs some of the damage that has been dealt. Now Lyle's actually in danger. Jackie unable to close the distance. Chemical Rage, it is out as well, so they're going to be forced to disengage with begging that they're able to get some more valuable kills, but unfortunately they're not able to do so. Collapse, it wasn't even meaning to get the Lina. Are you serious? That's why the tips... What? Mac? Okay. Survives a little bit longer, but it's really not going to matter in the end. 11 kills, 11,000 net worth lead. Spirit, no stopping them.
Sometimes things just don't go your way, and that was certainly one of those moments, man. That spear, that was crazy. Kill into spearing a Lina into the tree. Very unfortunate. I thought that was going to be even worse, though. When they were lurking that tree line with the Ursa and the Warlock, I was thinking, like, oh, man, it's going to be golems into immediately Ursa jump, but Yado couldn't quite find the right play, and yeah, here we go. And spear comes through. It's like, oh, wait, well, I didn't actually hit the spear breaker. Tiny got the kill, so I just catch Mac. Easy.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
That's
And I wish I had luck like that in my games.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that for us, does it?
No, it really doesn't.
Jackie.
Yeah, no, that is Ag's done. Level 20 as well for you, Toro.
He's closing in on the BKB at the very least for an Alchemist, and as an Alchemist, he'll have it relatively soon, but how much does BKB change for this guy? Unfortunately, not a whole lot. It's going to just hope that he doesn't die to AoE Fatal Bonds plus Tiny. That's pretty much the most they can hope for. Really, it's just, I live longer, I take up more space, I provide more opportunities for Mac to be the Lina they need, because he has fallen off a cliff at this point, and now he is stuck in an arena.
Arena that is going to be followed up with Lal as well. And it's, you're mentioning about maybe the gameplay with Jackie helping Mac be able to spellcast inside the fights, but you've got a pipe on Collapse, so a little bit more of a sacrificial build from the Mars this game. But they are recognizing how far ahead they are, and it is a lot of magic damage. It's pretty much only magic damage, let's be real. Like, sure, some of the right clicks, but Jackie really doesn't have the items at this stage to be threatening with the right click.
No, he's not a very scary guy. I like the idea of going Orchid next, though. Something to like try and control up some of these other heroes. Unfortunately, by the time he gets there, you know, there's gonna be a Lotus done from Collapse. That might be enough to save Yadro, but that's your YOLO, right? Orchid the Ursa and try and blow him up with the Lina.
Vision from Spirit. That Observe Ward close to the tier 3 tower down bottom was able to scout up the smoke, the initial smoke, some of the members, so they've been able to play accordingly. They are not feeling confident enough with forcing a team fight. They don't have everyone grouped up at the moment. We'll look to just disengage, and this is just a lot of time wasted for Boom. The smoke that they don't force to fight, and they can only just really reoccupy their own triangle, and maybe it'll give Januel an opportunity to get a ward down, potentially D-ward as well. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it just comes down to the Lina. Like, we know she still has the damage. We know this hero is still terrifying, even when you are still under farm, just because all your offensive purchases have already been made, you know? Like, the next things you're going for is basically just levels to further amp things, and then just a BKB to try and live and survive. But for now, the damage is still there. It's just a matter of actually successfully getting it off.
Hasn't been too easy this game for Mac to be able to do so. 2 deaths, but it's really not the impact that you were needing out of him.
Tim's is gonna go right through them.
Oh, and he BKPs, but he still gets bashed.
Smoke scouted. Got him.
And they all, yeah, they tried to make this play through the portal as well, where they were going to be able to connect and try and bring down Collapse, I believe, or someone who was bottom. I don't know if it was Collapse.
They have a ward here. They might see this maneuver and catch them as they try and get in the base right now.
Seem like they know. Okay, well, Jackie runs to the right side instead. He's got BKB too, but probably going to be in a position where he has to use it. Not the case. I thought the rest of the Spirit were actually going to try and force a fight there, but they want out.
Well, it's going to be a later Roche here. Rue can go ahead and check, but he's got 2 more minutes to wait. And we get a Yules purchased by FBZ. It's definitely the day of Yules here on the stream. It's a very crafty item. We've already seen Klaus make good use of it, and this time it's going to be trying to help you versus an Ursa. Get that Dispel versus the Overpower.
All right, final fight. For the Wisdom, FBZ, they're grouped up, but they got the glimpse. As soon as he was able to get in range in hopes of trying to drop the wall, now Collapse as well. Arena onto 3. It's a lot of damage. Mac got the vision to be able to blow up the Mars, but it doesn't matter. Collapse has done his job. Jackie's able to slip back into the cover of the base, but Team Spirit find 3.
Yeah, not quite enough, unfortunately, to help them out there. Oh, they're making this Ursa just look so good. I mean, it's easy when it's all set up for, right? They're all pinned inside an arena.
Yeah.
You just dunk on them, get a couple lucky bashes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just tutorial things as well. I feel like this guy can play anything when it's not even meta. Oh, well, bye, Mac.
Oh. Okay, 1 bash. All it takes.
Still feels like it's... At least when I watch Ursa, it still feels so much like muscle memory when you want to use Enrage to amp up the Fury swipes. I know it's not been that way for a while, and I don't know, but I'm just always expecting it still.
Yeah. I still think his shard is so comical to watch. It's crazy. He's just hopping around like the Octarine shard build. That was so funny.
Yeah. Well, we saw
how many
even to
shards
the
do they
Wind
even
Waker, right?
Yeah. They must not have many shards left, right? Is it just him? I don't know. Tiny too.
As well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they got a Wisdom Rune to go back for too. Their own Tormentor will be a while.
Once again. Dude, this guy is... I don't know, his read is always apparently on another level. They're still going to be able to close the distance, but you can't commit to him. Look how paranoid they are. I mean, they're so close to getting the kill. They're going to be able to do so. The wall does not collapse his blink. So the arena's going to take a little bit of time for Collapse. He now will be able to find at the last second. Yatoro's in a lot of danger. Nice wall from FBZ, stopping that blink counter initiation. Collapse is gone, and Lul needs to TP out. Really good spell casting from the offlaner. Boom. That is a much needed fight with Roshan available.
Oh, okay. All right, we got something here. Eventually, the perfect plays do run out for the Ursa. He finally just isn't able to do whatever the hell he wants. He also took 3,500 magic damage.
What's my post doing?
It might be time to start considering something.
What? Oh, dude, the FBZ saw him. No way. I wish... Oh, I wanted to see him go for it. That's crazy. What? Come on. Why did he have to run out at that time?
I don't know what he was going for here, but the start, Rue's going down and you think, okay, well, we can do something here, but they don't quite get the grab onto the Spirit Breaker, and then they don't quite have the damage for the Alchemist, because he's starting to get pretty big, and then the Yules just Dispel, make the save. This is where the no BKB is really going to be hurting this Ursa, right? I assume he's going to change his... Oh, maybe not. We'll see. I mean, the Lincolns would make sense as well. But the BKB could be pretty good. What the hell was Miposhka doing?
I don't know. It could be a I don't give a damn where 10k up and like let me just try and go for a clip. I don't think he cares.
Yeah,
Should be able to get the Darkseid by the looks of it. Yep, FBZ is gone low with the amp damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And Rue is also trying to set up on Tim's, but no one else is really nearby. So just will be stalking the Spirit Breaker, but back into the kills are Spirit. So that last fight was a bit of a blip on the radar.
He'll just leave. Fair enough. Bloodthorn's almost done here for Jackie, as they will find the time to actually get their own Tormentors. That's good news for them, as Team Spirit in their position was very likely just going to steal it from them. And now we have the Bloodthorn. So Yadaro either needs BKB or he is just completely, fully dependent on Clap saving him. Is there any other Dispel that I'm missing here? There's not, right? This seems kind of scary.
It's a bit of a worrying one.
He is, however, almost 5 full levels ahead of the highest hero on Boom, so he does have that going for him.
And maybe a free kill. Getting even closer towards the 25. They were trying to smoke up from Boom. They really want to force a fight with the ward. Jackie thinking about charging up the concoction, but Yutori is going to be able to respond with the enrage.
He taunts at him too. Oh, he needed that Orchid first.
How do you get collapsed out though? Dude, Arena TP? No way. Come on, bro. That's not happening. What? What? How do you let him live?
It lasts too long. 7 seconds. See ya.
Oh my god. I thought he was dead.
All right. Well, they're going to quickly smoke up and come back in. Oh, FPZ, don't show on this wave, buddy. Got bad news coming for you if you do. Oh, he's a hungry bear. Scan connects. Claps hunting. There it is. The Yules. Oh, he's so dead.
I really want to force them. There's just no way you're going to get a hit quick enough. Gem stolen. Snatch and grab. Back they go. They got lanes to be able to push out here from Spirit to occupy the map. And they also see Tim's farming as well.
Easy. Oh no! Why did you use Yules, bro? Why are you trying to be cool? Okay, if he Yules, he gets the BKB TP. Fair enough. If he just snipes it, he doesn't. But
okay, well they got him. They got him. They got him. It's okay.
All right, cool. He just gets abyssal and dies. That's fine.
I see. He deliberately let him go past the top because Yutori was already there, and he wanted Yutori to get the extra kill and the experience.
Obviously.
Where are we going now for Spirit? I don't know, Trent. What's going on? We're getting some very one-sided games. Yesterday, today.
It's mostly just Team Spirit.
That is very true. Oh,
that is crazy that miss.
Quite unlucky. How did that miss, actually?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I blame the shard. You know, it's the increased bonus speed by 100. That's all it was. He just miscalculated.
Oh, FBZ not again. High ground ward, spear out of the base, Arena. And Tim's is potentially charged into his death as well.
Jackie?
Tori's going to be a little bit cautious. Jackie tries to jump in the middle, but the age is expiring in 10 seconds. He will be fearful of the Spirit turnaround on the low ground.
Dude, he's going to get abyssal. Don't show Jackie. All right, no abyssal.
Oh, low. Boom to try and drag them back. Collapse is ready to go as well. It's a decent chunk of damage as Jackie is gone. No buybacks. I mean, Spirit, not the greatest siege in team, but when you got such a long time and such a large lead, it doesn't really matter how long it's going to take.
Yeah, I mean, even without Fury Swipes, this guy still hits for 370, so it's fine.
I don't know. They're rolling. They are absolutely rolling on Spirit.
Boom, saying that they're not quite ready to throw in the towel yet, though. Thinking that there is a chance, which I guess technically there is, but it sure isn't a big one. Oh, Yadaro. Oh, yeah, he wants to put this one to bed. Yeah, Rue, why prolong the inevitable? See, he's got the right idea. He knows. Gets a ward on their high ground, too. Yeah, it's pretty rude. It's a rude voice line of this game for sure. Guys, you're dying outside your well.
Yeah, this is territory where we type a couple letters and look to go next.
Lyle's still buying a Lincoln's right now. Wow. What a gamer.
Good guy. One more fight, they say.
Oh
Buy
God,
back on Mac. Jackie is apparently just dying to the golems. Oh, sorry, the little warlock thingy-mabobbies. Yatoro. He's stunned up at the moment. Lau is going to have the follow-up. And Spirit should be able to end this game at the front of the base here from Boom. Arena will make it difficult for Mac to be able to do anything. And Spirit will be heading into our final game of the night with a game advantage.
Ah, there we go. It's the familiar happy face of Collapse there. As he's apparently tired of winning. And Rue says, another Ricky game. Great.
Yeah, great. But dude, this guy's a goddamn good Ricky player. Like, his read of the map on where to be, the vision as well, I feel like is another thing that we've been highlighting. It's just his decision making on where to drop the wards, popping the smoke, scouting them out. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. If you play Ricky like this, even if you don't like it and your team's winning, bro's just gonna keep picking it for you.
Yeah, you're getting
play
Ricky.
worse.
Maybe that's the solution here for Rue. You think about it too, like he's up against the Zeus, which we've seen as a constant counter pick. He picks it into it. They're up against the Spirit Breaker, which a couple times you saw that impact happen as a classic counter pick in Dota, where you see him on an off-sentry combo, you start tracking him, he's supposed to be very vulnerable at that point. But because of the way Ricky works now and this tricks of the trade, like you don't even get the guaranteed stun when you chase into him. Then there's a silence, and then maybe his teammates are nearby, and suddenly it gets switched around on you. So that's not even that great of a counter. And in the end, though, boom, they get their Mac Lina. This is what they tried to build the game around. They tried to see if they could use this to kind of like get back on the solid footing of how they actually play a game of Dota. And it was working. Like, Mac was getting there. He had a pretty decent start to the game. He did better versus Laryl than I expected. But it unfortunately was not able to all come together. They didn't get this Alchemist timing that has led most people to say he's the most broken hero. And Laryl ended the game 8-0 and 13 on this Tiny, which was their first pick of the entire draft, Aries.
Yes, it was indeed. So Laurel continues to be one of the members that we are happy to see playing the Tiny, and the Alchemist last pick is not going to work out for the boys on Boom. They are still searching for answers to find out what is going wrong, but unfortunately they're going to struggle versus Team Spirit. Potentially Game 2 is where they're able to turn around. We're going to have to find out. First, a break. When we come back, we're going to have a final game of the night for Day 2 here of Dream League Season 25. See you guys soon.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
And we are back for our final game of the day here. We're going to be closing out with Spirit, taking on Boom and seeing what Boom are going to be able to do to make amends from some of their difficult games so far and the previous one as well. We're seeing the boys on Spirit on a bit of a roll trend. It doesn't seem like anyone's really going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they found a way to kind of break the system of everyone else. They're laying through this alchemist, and they don't care. They have now defeated it for what, a third time? It looks like. They're not scared of this hero, and for good reason. They've decided that he's not good, and you'll just lose with him. So, don't pick it versus Team Spirit, apparently.
Would you at least agree with? They seem to be like, yeah, this hero is atrocious, but would you agree with that? I'm trying to take a look at what the statistics are at the moment. He's got 6 games, 33% win rate. So at the moment, it is it's not working for a lot of the teams.
So 6 games, 33% win rate. So that means 3 of his 4 losses were just purely versus Team Spirit, though. So that means that, right?
Yes.
So it's like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe Alk is good, but apparently Team Spirit are just too fast for it. They've got the right idea of how to get into his space. They don't want him to come online. Like by the time he gets Radiance and Blink, Team Spirit feel like they have already slowed him down enough to catch up with their own items and made it so that he's not going to be able to play his game. And it kind of felt like they fell into the trap in this one. Like it felt like they already had the Ursa, they already had the Ricky, because if you don't have that BKB when you try and fight with Radiance Blink, we saw what happened. He just couldn't engage with them, and he just died to an Ursa in 2 seconds.
Do you feel like Ricky needs to be banned as well? Respect ban for Rube. Maybe he's happy about it, but like, do we think it needs to be gone? And okay, that's the answer.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he still looked really good on the Bounty Hunter as well, but he is just looking so slick on this Ricky, and his teammates, like the combinations they were pulling off too. Usually I favor the Bounty a little bit more. Maybe I just ban both. Like, let's just get Rue onto a hero that he likes and hopefully is worse at.
Hopefully he's worse at, which I feel like is not going to happen, unfortunately, if it's a hero that he likes. And when we spoke to him, you mentioned like some of the AoE stunning heroes, the Lion, we've seen the Dark Willow, just to name a couple of the ranged heroes, but we will see where the priority is going to go. Team Spirit are going to be on the Radiant side with 2nd pick. We got Boom on Dire with 1st pick.
Alrighty, can they make it 8 straight here for Team Spirit?
When are they guaranteed as well, actually? I don't know if it's too early.
I mean, I
too early.
think you're guaranteed through after just that one win. Let's see. I'm just thinking here, because Avulus only has 1 win, so I guess we have a lot of games to play. So even now, they're not fully guaranteed.
But
I think.
Oh damn, you put yourself in. Maybe.
Yeah, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, definitely not a bad spot for them to be in. So we shall see. I don't know how the other games are going.
Because in theory, we're only going to be halfway through after this, right? I mean, we are halfway through right now. So they're at 7 wins. In theory, they could end 7-7. So if they just straight lost every match they had left, right? And because we're only a little bit ways into it, in theory, everyone can still catch up to that.
Some crazy stuff would have to happen if they lose 7 in a row.
Yeah, of course. I mean, tomorrow, it's very likely they'll secure themselves, especially if they win out here. And I could be wrong. Maybe there's already math, depending on the matchups that are left, where maybe they already are guaranteed. I don't know.
Too complicated.
For now, it's a big group, and we're just here for the Dota, not the maths.
So what differences we're going to get? Spirit. Again, we will probably see the Alchemist let through by them. Dude, you banned the PA, though. I'm trying to remember if it was first phase ban last game. I think it was. Oh, we can
it was
thank
indeed.
You.
Yeah, Boom. Wow, look at that. Technology. It was Boom that banned it, since it was first pick overall for Team Spirit when they grabbed that Tiny. And and the ABBA will not be coming through. Everyone seems to be hating on this hero, not enjoying playing versus it. We have seen it banned a lot on the Ember stream. And we did get to see Team Spirit play it versus Paravision into a win with a pretty crazy tricore of ABBA Bristle Slardar.
Not bad.
No, it's quite good.
They're looking a little bit deflated for Boom, unfortunately. This is expected with the win-loss, but yeah, this is not some face cams that are looking too excited to be playing.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
They are trying to figure out what the hell to do right now and see what is the solution here. They will get rid of the PA themselves and they will take the Doom. All right, reliable big spell, shut down an important hero on the enemy side. Not a choice we've seen them opt for too often, but it's like the Lina. It's constantly banned in the first phase. In fact, in their last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, my God, 12. In their last 12 games, it has been banned by their opponents before the first pick. That's pretty crazy. The game before that, they picked it and they beat Kukyus. So the last time they did it, they won. Clearly, FBC is just the world's greatest Doom. He ended that game 16, 1, and 24.
Jesus. Maybe that's why you're banning it. 16-1. Not a KD that you want to be going up against. Spirit will do so though, but they're going to do it with the assistance of the Lyle Tiny, which again is in the list of Tinies that we are, or plays that we are very happy to be playing this year.
Yep, sure is.
What's your top 3 Tiny at the moment? Tiny plays. GPK maybe?
No.
Okay. Never mind. Fire. Oh, that was all right, GPK, your Tiny plays. Not good.
Yopaj is up there.
Okay, yep.
I don't know who else really jumps out to me. I feel like
I'm gonna get the rosters up.
I know. I'm trying to think of who's been dumpstering lately. Yopaj has definitely been the best one, at least for me. But like, you know, he kind of like overperforms what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
When Yopaj grabs it, it's just like, oh damn, like nicely done. And we got to talk to him about like the whole team just looks so solid with it too. I thought that was pretty impressive. Laryl, I think, is really solid at it too because, I mean, no shade on Laryl, but he's not really known for winning his lane. He's not one of these like last hit denied dominators or anything, and I think the Tiny suits him well because of that, because it just gives him a decent, good lane every time. Kind of the same reason why I think he shines on Monkey King and why it's very rare that a team's going to give it to him, because he's going to get a good lane. Maybe Sumail. Sumail's been solid on the Tiny.
Sure. I unfortunately wasn't able to watch enough of the Enigma games through Blast and the qualifiers, but very happy to see that Enigma are doing well. We heard yesterday, right, from Yopaj even say that the Tiny, like, sure, it can be play dependent, but he said it's very important for the team to be very good at playing around the Tiny as well, which I found interesting, but of course does make a lot of sense then.
Yeah, he doesn't have that same independent ability of like the Ember or the Puck, where it feels like you get to make a lot of decisions. Tiny is, you're kind of you're playing with what you're given. You know, you're trying to find an Avatos, like, oh, there's 2 heroes, I can combo them up, and like you need your teammates to be ready. It's like when you're watching NBA highlights and you see this insane pass, and you're like, not only was that pass crazy, but how on earth were they ready to catch that ball? That's what it's like when you have Tiny. Like, your teammates have to be immediately ready to capitalize on this wild toss play that you make to create a double stun situation. Well, that's where the hero definitely shines. And speaking of shining heroes, flamboyant heroes, even, we have the Bat Rider. This hero, still one of the best in the business. Greatest pro hero of all time. Always been good. Every meta, every patch that's ever existed. Okay, it's not necessarily true, but for 98% of them, he's been there. And nowadays, he's a support hero. He's going to find some farm. He's going to get some good lassos. And Flame Break is a wild spell in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, apparently that spell is incredibly goated.
Just getting bounced all around.
Yep. This hero, I like how you put it. He's definitely one of the best, one of the most consistent through all the metas, through all the patches, every iteration. This is not too bad of a hero to be practicing for a lot of players.
Possibly one of the greatest Lincoln Sphere games of all time right now for Team Spirit. Oh, I was going to say this at this draft. I really just want to see the slider again because that was very fun. Curious to see what their thoughts are with it right now, though, because obviously there's already a tiny, and you don't see the safe lane. It's probably position 5 bat, I would think, and Slardar could struggle there.
You're like, why is there a Slardar? Are we going the old classic lifesteal Slardar? But I don't know if that's why you're picking the hero. Like you said, you don't see your Slardar matchup, and it's not the. Maybe your Toro can play tiny, but then I thought we've seen people in the past don't mind playing Doom into the tiny carry because of the % damage with the Infernal Blade. So I'm a little bit intrigued.
Process might be that Collapse wants to play it, and you go leg day versus the Bat Rider, so you can just escape from the slow of the sticky. Maybe if it builds up too much, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my only thought. Very interesting.
Well, Brew gets his wish though to be on a ranged hero, and it's not a bad one in the Shadow Demon. It was that's probably quite a strong lane if it's going to be Shardar Shadow Demon. But a kill threat, save versus Bat Rider. Quite nice.
Yeah. Could also be the Zeus as well, which they handed to him last time when they gave him Post of the Clockwork. So they got options depending on how they want to set it up.
True. Where do we go now for Boom? Do we look for a carry?
I mean, if you want Troll Warlord, you got to pick it here. It would be with the Bat Rider. I go with the Pango, though.
So, potentially the boring Tiny Pango matchup, which is just super even back and forth. I, of course, am completely unaware of how Slardar vs Pango goes mid, but
it would be probably good for the Slardar, I would imagine.
I would think so, but then again, Pango is a hero that I feel like can always find farm. I don't know if it would be super dominating for the Slardar.
Team Spirit are again going to leave in the Alchemist. I don't think they're going to go for it. I think they'll ban the Troll Warlord, and I'm not sure what other position 1 they'll probably ban. Boomer just wondering, because they're thinking Laryl's going to take the Slardar mid versus the Pango. They'll give Yatoro the Tiny, and I guess Yatoro could also play the Night Stalker, to be fair. One of these offlane style and just run them down, pretty similar to how they did Paravision. But I think you ban Troll Warlord, and I think you ban... What other carry could actually give Slardar a bad time? There's not many. DK, yeah, that would be the other one high on the list just because DK is broken. But maybe they have no intention of running Slardar in the off lane. Maybe they are just dedicating it to mid and they've already decided they're shifting this tiny and they don't have to worry about a Troll Warlord. It's also possible.
I'm really trying to think of what Jackie wants. I don't know.
I feel like he's going to play Gyro.
Okay.
That's what my head says. I think of Jackie Heroes, Desperation, trying to win. DK's banned. What else could he play? Morphling?
That's the one I was thinking about, but I'm actually not sure how the lane goes. I feel like I'm actually kind of concerned about the lane with the Slardar Shadow Demon.
Surely.
I don't know. Surely, but so I don't know where Dusa fits at the moment as well.
She's banned. but
she is? Where?
Yeah.
Oh, she. Okay, yep.
I mean, there's TA as a hero we've completely ignored lately. That's a classic Jackie. That's not that shocking, I suppose. He does love it. Trying to get a win. Man, he hasn't played that in a while. I thought it was like one of his most played. Am I crazy?
I think it is. When was the last time he played it? I know he really likes the hero.
No, I guess not one of his most played actually, but yeah, it's been a while. Has not had a chance, but it's back. He played it 4 days ago in a win.
Okay.
But other than that, he's been playing some other stuff. And in the end, they grabbed the Third King. It's all right.
This collapses? Didn't you say he had a high... all right, we're going to get the collapse King, right? What was it, 81? Something like that?
It's like 80-some% in 33 games or something disgusting. I'll take a look at it right now.
Jeez.
Let's see. So this will be his 34th game on Sand King in his career, sitting at an 81.82% win rate.
Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, that is a lot.
He's gonna get some fat stacks as well from the Shadow Demon. That is, I feel quite nice for him. It's gonna be. I'm also very excited just for this Slaughter Pango matchup. To be honest, I'm very intrigued on how this is gonna go, and at least the Tiny as well into the Doom, because some people, when Tiny was being played as a 1, I was seeing the Doom as a response, just thinking that maybe the Infernal Blade, and because I think the Tiny was going a lot of the time Satanic
Yadro,
Blade
no,
game too.
no, dude, no, Yadro, no.
Oh,
he has
yeah,
insurmountable
what is he
chosen.
doing?
Dude, there's no way. Not insurmountable. It can't be worth it. It can't be. All right, you know what? Maybe I am a bit of a position 1 Tiny doubter. It hasn't looked that great in the past. Maybe this is the answer. All right, he's doing it. Now, last time this happened, they still managed to shift it, so we'll see. I'll have to double check. But yeah, insurmountable. This was attempted when the Tiny was first back as a position 1. I think it might have got nerfed, I want to say. But yeah, he has stuck with it. So he's going to get status and slow resistance from his strength. So there you go.
He's played 2 Tiny games within the last 6 days, and both of them was with Crash Landing.
Interesting.
So,
I mean, it is status resistance versus Bat and Doom. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yep. And honestly, versus Pango can be a little bit nice as well, just to... Oh,
yeah.
Jackie.
Oh, he's got to be dead, right?
Oh, he's 100% dead. There's no open here. Collapses.
Well,
Thank you, my friend. I will yoink it.
No block and flame break from Januel, maybe? I thought there might have been a save.
Maybe Jackie's like, come on, brother.
Are you ready to rumble?
I needed you there.
30 seconds to battle.
So you got no assistance, and well, so let's see what they're going to be able to do with the First Blood Spirit, how many bounties we're going to be able to get as well. I really thought Jackie was master tier on this hero.
Yeah, he's getting there.
I'm surprised we haven't got any TA games through the ones we've been covering. I think this hero is mega strong at the moment as well. Maposhka, not much you're going to be able to do with the Flame Break, so Januel will kind of make up for it. Wasn't able to use it defensively to potentially keep Jackie alive, but is now able to assist with the kill, giving it over to FBZ.
Get one back for the team. All right, well, I'm curious to see what the build's going to be from Yadro. Currently, he's just eyeing up like an Echo Saber. I thought maybe there was some sort of a like hard farming ditch your team style. Just because like typically you just do like Soul Ring into tossing plays of just either players, but more likely just creeps over and over again. Stacks, crash landing, you know, full creep waves, crash landing. Use that to farm up, but it's very mana dependent. This Echo Saber style won't be quite as bad. Obviously, you can spam it a little bit more with the Void Stone, but you can also just rely on just raw right clicks. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, at least something a little bit different. Which we're kind of getting from Spirit overall. We've been getting unconventional heroes from them.
Yeah, and unconventionally allowing people to get Alchemist as well, so they're definitely playing a little bit of different Dota. I definitely don't like their Tricore, I'm not going to lie. I think this position 1 Tiny and mid Slardar and offlane Sand King is definitely a very one-dimensional lineup. It would not feel great if things are even, or even if you're only slightly behind heading into the late game. You think about some of the scaling potential here, like it's pretty much better on all 3 cores on the Dire, I would argue.
Is there any synergy then that we can see between these heroes, or is it just like, yeah, you know, we kind of wanted to play them, that's why?
Oh yeah, there's definitely synergy. There's a gross amount of triple tanky boys who just want to like get kills, force fights, and put you into a very difficult position around that first Roche timing. Let's steal it away with the Slardar, take it away from this TA draft. That's always going to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Big beefy brawlers, very hard to kill. If they get any sort of a save with the Shadow Demon, it's going to be a disaster in these engagements.
At least Boom do have the ability to be able to find the Shadow Demon and also get on top of him. Importantly, got the track for the vision, you've got the Templar Assassin traps as well, but of course Radiant playing with Miposhka's Zeus. Another game where we got a little bit of information that can be gathered from either side. It's like all cores having a pretty good time here. No one falling too far behind, no one getting too much of a lead. Ak is doing relatively decent as well. So a bit of an advantage that Lol is starting to build up on.
Yeah, I think considering he didn't feel forced to go for the double jump as well, feels good. Like he's able to get this Thunderbolt for later on to try and help him in these earlier engagements. Make it so you're not as dependent on the Blink Dagger for your first ultis with the additional speed is kind of nice. But obviously you are just going to be weaker in the lane without double jump. Like that's, you can pretty much just guarantee that versus any other melee hero. So he's just saying like, it'll be enough. Wow, it's just slapping a couple creeps in his face though. Racking up some denies. But does miss a CS at least.
Do you agree with the style of play that we're seeing down bottom where previously... Well, can we get a toss into the tower? Yatoro, nicely done. Miposhka puts himself far enough away where FBZ does get the aggro put over to the creeps, and that might be enough to keep FBZ alive. And meanwhile, Tim's is actually trying to strike back on a Miposhka, who turns with this Thunderbolt, but I suppose was probably dead anyway.
Jeez. That 5-second cooldown. Nice save. Very quick aggro switch there from FBZ. I thought he was going to die for sure. You were saying, sorry?
Oh yeah, with bottom, we saw previously with the Riki and the Zeus that we saw the Riki playing a little bit more for Corey snipes. Is this a lane where you thought it was kind of needed for Tim's, where they wouldn't be able to play head to head, or do you like how they're at least playing the lane?
He's definitely not playing head to head anyway, because he's just being more successful at pulling the creep waves. Like he's done a good job of catching them. Miposhka hasn't really been on or like as on point as we saw last game. Just even trying to reduce the ability for like Rue to grab and pull the waves. So Miposhka just kind of missing out a little bit, unfortunately. Because I always thought Tim just grab a couple. He also just saw him ward there and is about to kill his courier. Busted. There goes your boots for Yatoro. So he buys his Sentry. So that was a great couple of seconds there for Tim's. Genuel comes through the twin gate, drops the ward. Is he going to stick around for a play? I mean, this is a pretty tough go.
What do we got? Law's level 6, potential TP down bottom.
Oh my god, Collapse just got so much gold. He just went to the top of the chart. He just had a whole creep wave in a creep camp and everything just exploded. All right, there's the move.
They're going to get some TPs out. There's the Shadow Demon. Rue's going to do his best to be able to assist. Actually uses the banishment aggressively. So Yatoro's still getting chased down. Jackie's in through the portal as well. A pretty big commitment from Boom, but they're not happy if they just get Rue. And Lao ran down, actually. Okay, unfortunate. Nice bounty, bro.
Yeah, you can see the individual status and slow resistance. So he's currently at 5.6% and 11.2% slow resistance right now on the Tiny, helping out there in that weird exchange where he's just running around under his tower. I guess a little bit more, 4.9, 9.8, noise. Oh, sorry, that was a little bit less. And he's doing some shenanigans here with his itemization. Tim's tossed in. Not enough, though, with the wand.
Oh, Yatoro is gone. All right, boom. Looking not too bad here in this second game. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with the lead they're starting to work on. 2,000 gold at the moment for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
If I was Boom right now, I would be trying to secure the power runes so the Slardar doesn't have an easy time. Because I feel like if they're going to get back in this game, it's going to be this stupid Slardar swimming his way up the river like he is right now.
Swimming.
Oh, collapsed. Thought he might have had an angle. Couldn't find it. Some phase boots picked up. Everybody wants to go fast right now. FPC just going to try and chill in the lane with his double bracers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder whether we get the minus from FBZ if he feels like he needs to be a little bit more active early on. We'll see what he wants with the Devil's Bargain. Top lane, they are also trying to slow down Collapse. Tim's offering his body, but
that's
sure and use Flame Break, so Collapse is out.
They're trying to get that top rune in time, but it looks like Laro's just going to be on top of it already. Spawns bottom, but it's nothing too crazy.
No. Definitely feels bad though.
Look at this damage, though.
Wow, Jesus.
Do you want any of this? Yeah, you better threaten ulti. It's the only way you're going to scare him off right now is at the same time, Genuel picks off Miposhka.
Oh, not bad. Easy kill. Tower should go down bottom. They've zoned Yatoro away from the lane. Who does also have Tim soaking some experience as well. So the bounty try and get some free assistance towards the level 6. I don't know if Yatoro saw him or just is aware, but waves him by.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
A very good sign so out of Boom.
Yeah, get a nice lead. I mean, Collapse is going to be extremely fat, though. He is sand shrouding his way through these ancient stacks right now. Got a nice triple to work with, and it's so free with this passive.
Yeah.
As Rue will escape. And so should have a good timing on this blink. Yadro, obviously not going to be opting for the blink this game on the Tiny, and probably the same thing with Larl. Probably just going to rely on that Harpoon. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Collapse, but he'll have the help of the Zeus. Mac forced to ulti here, or I think he dies. That is terrifying. What, really, with just that much attack speed? Seems crazy. Oh, hello. All right, I think we're working on getting you there, Ares. As Miposhka jumps in onto Tim's. He's trying to walk his way out here, but Laro's even going to throw the ulti on top of him for good measure. Oh, wait, collapse? Not quite. Hold on. Wait. Sandstorm? Ah, I couldn't get him. Welcome back, Ares.
Hello, my friends. All right.
It's all right.
Lovely internet issues.
Yes. Happens to us all. I was worried about me with the ice storms, but so far I'm surviving, so that's good.
Oh, very good, very good.
Yeah.
So what I missed? Me's the kill on a bounty. Nothing too crazy. Stacks claimed.
Were you there when Mac had to ulti to survive?
No, I did not see that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he had to ulti to survive. He almost died to Laurel. So that was also a bit frightening for them as they're going to force a TP out of TA that was. So, okay. Laurel really making them work for it right now. Collapse is getting a lot of farm. He has his Blink Dagger. And they're trying to bait Rue right now.
So funny watching the Shadow do just right click. Just right click in the county.
Yeah, I just want a level 6. Nobody here with me at all.
Oh, they know this is happening. Look at the smoke from Boom up top. So probably anticipating this.
Probably saw him on that ward too that they have. Oh no, well the bait works. Unfortunately the help's not here anymore.
Alright, why not use the lasso? So quick and easy kill me more. FBZ. Stun connects, they'll need the body blocks. That's goddamn good. Are you serious? What can this guy not do? How? Okay. Some people are just way too good at this game.
Oh man, the phase boots are back, guys. Don't worry. Unfortunately, took a little bit too long to get there.
Oh my god.
On the plus side, it was a track kill up top for Tim's, right? So that's more value. He throws out another track. 12-minute rune. Laral just
they're gonna need more.
Dominance.
They will need way more. Jesus, that's a lot of damage.
That's his Echo Saber done. He makes this hero look very strong.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, why don't we see this more often?
I feel like that question will be answered later in the tournament when we see them pull it up a couple of times, and either some other teams are going to play it or we're going to see it fall pretty flat.
I don't know, Minus Armor's been looking pretty good lately. Stacking up with some of these other heroes, these Bristlebacks.
I wonder... Okay, so it looks like he's got Sanjin Yasha queued up. I was going to say, I wonder if he goes Scepter. I don't think we saw him do it last time, but I was only thinking it because of the status versus the Doom.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe that's the way you're able to kill him. Purging off the Guardian Sprint. But this Sanjin Yasha item apparently is incredibly good at the moment.
Yeah, most certainly is. Most cores wanting that, and a Glimmer, as we all know. Collapse looking for the Lotus Orb. I mean, this is a Doom plus Batrider game, and add on the Dispel versus the Bounty Hunter, and the Lotus barely outshines the Lincolns, you could say. But it's also an incredible Lincolns game for anyone who's able to pick it up for Team Spirit. That would be excellent for them. Rue, in a bit of trouble here. There's some vision over here as well. He just drops the ulti, because why not? And Tim's tries to see if they get something else, but no one else is going to chase with him.
Is that a late roll? Maybe thought.
I don't know. He might have been escaping from Slardar again. I'm not sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, well, someone who we haven't mentioned for a little bit of time is Yatoro, who's slowly catching up. Echo Saber is taking a little bit to get up there in regards to the net worth, but Sanjin Yasha BKB at least is the item choice for him currently in the quick buy.
Yeah, it's a strange tiny, this one. This whole Echo Saber thing. Because it's like, you don't really have the mana to just spam away with Toss, and then you don't buy the shards, so like, you don't just have these tree grabs. That's cute. I like that. It's weird. I don't know. Carry Tiny, something else. What's his status resistance looking like at this point? He's got 97 strength, so that gives him 9.7% status resistance and 20% slow. Pretty cool.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's just that simple, I guess. Get 100, you get bonus. It's fine. Yep, I can do math. 100 of 10% is 10. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They are coming out from Spirit. Rue running straight into the Observer combo. Mac ready to use the Rolling Thunder to close the distance as well. 2 quick kills by the looks of it onto the support. There's Collapse who wants to try and take a fight. That's a mean epicenter as well. So they're going to be forward blow tossed into the middle straight over to the Pango. Nice use of the spell casting from Spirit. They're going to be able to respond in fine fashion and somehow even keep Rue alive by the looks of it.
Oh, Tim's running right by them. They drop a sentry. They just missed them, but Rue will find an observer ward with that at the very least. He doesn't want to give away that he knows, or that he has it though. He's really hoping that maybe there's a chance. Yeah, that was beautiful. Unfortunate timing there with the Thunderbolt. He didn't do his bounce quite right, and so when he came back for the second time, he couldn't catch Rue. Then Rue waits a moment, holds on to the disruption, and sorry, I almost said 3-3, and then Collapse jumps in on the Sand King. So used to 3-3 stanking lately.
Yeah.
All right, they're back. They missed the stun, but there's the harpoon. That is the mid. That is the enemy mid. Where did he go? Hey, that's 1,000 damage from Slardar in under 2 seconds.
I gotta check the pro tracker. I want to see how many games he's been playing, what the build has been lately.
He just makes it look so broken.
Yeah. Yeah, there's kind of something up with this hero by the looks of it. He's got... Okay, he played 2 Slardar games 7 days ago, and then didn't play it for a full week, and then played one early today.
He was warming up. Well, you know, the thing about fish is you're only supposed to have so much a week because of the mercury content. So it's probably something like that when you're playing Slardar, you know?
Okay.
Too much Slardar can poison the mind.
Turn you into a little fishy. Don't want that.
No.
Collapse. Lotus blink away. Tims is going to be able to find him. Nope. Nice blink TP location.
Oh, Genuel. Oh, lives.
Well. Okay, so let's see. Game probably going to force the fight around Roche, I would imagine, with the current position. I mean, Dai, you've got it with the top spawn with the outpost. Both sides really want Roche. Of course, Team Spirit wanting to take it away. And Boom with Lycan on the Templar Assassin. Of course, second Roche is really the most important thing, but still see a fight, and by the looks of it, a defense as well about to be mounted.
Yeah, they are coming in here. This would be a big win. This would give them Roche if they could somehow get it for Boom.
And they should be able to take at least care of Lal, and it's going to secure the area and secure Roche, I would imagine.
This is it. This is how you get back in this game right now. You take this away. You don't let the Slardar team come and take this away from you. Sentry, Obs drop down here. Yadaro's got his shard.
With losing the ward, they're going to be forced to back away because you've got traps in up. Tim starting to run you down. Mac. Slow up, Rue. Collapse. It's going to need to be a big epicenter turn the team fight. Nice timing. The flame breakthrough from Januel will stop the blink from Collapse so he can't charge up the ultimate. And now this is really going to enable Boom. They can be free to chase down Yatoro. We're still waiting for the epicenter. Collapse hasn't been able to find it just yet, and that means Yatoro has got no...
Oh my god.
Lotus last second finds the avalanche, just somehow duck over the left side. How is he still alive? How is this fight?
He's insurmountable, Ares.
The Team Spirit, he's not dead.
Oh, the craggy exterior. It just kept stacking up. TA just kept hitting him. It just had less and less damage. He's just walking away from them. A timely save from Rue. The Lotus Orb as well early on too. I mean, they Spirit Vested him at one point. I thought, oh, that's it. He's going to go down. I thought it was going to be too much damage, but he just kept on walking in circles. You know, right here, he does his combo. It doesn't quite kill Tims. He has to reach a little further. He goes in. I'm thinking, oh, half HP, but Rue gets the save. They focus on him. Blow up Rue. Turn back. And then you start watching. You're like, Pavis saves him. Craggy exterior starts stacking up. You're attacking me over and over again. Minus damage. Minus damage. And he just walks. Another Lotus. Walk it off. Unbelievable that I mean, they did almost the same amount of damage that fight. The total damage from Spirit was 8,200. The total amount from Boom was 8,000. And yet they lose 4 heroes. And Spirit lose 1. How is that fair?
Oh boy. Alright, well, back we go. Aegis given over to Yatoro. It's really been difficult for them to kill him. And now you've got Tormentor as well. Maposhka will get it. Lightning Hands die out. They'll find their own. Tim's rewarded with the Aghanim Shard. Not a bad one.
Yeah, certainly going to be helpful. Maybe it would have been nicer on some of their other heroes, though, I suppose. Namely the Bat. But it's all right. I guess they're kind of the same. They're both just like shards that are just kind of meh.
Yeah.
It's kind of average. Can be useful. Doom does have the speed aura, so they're zipping along here, but oh, Tims. Oh, you're so dead.
Playing behind him, but they're quite hesitant on Boom. Unfortunately, Ep is kind of stuck. Last charge of the drums. Got the BKB as well. Can they get in range for the harpoon? Yatoro looking for the toss. There we go. They're still going to try and do their best to force the fight with the Doom out, but Rue, that'll slow down the attempt to kill off the Slaughter. It's all or nothing for the mid laner's life, and you're going to get it, but at what cost? FBZ, he's able to TP out. Somehow everyone else, they're away with their own blink daggers. But it looks like Collapse will put himself in a position to be able to get the toss on forward. And Mac will not escape as well. So once again, it seems like every fight, Boom, they are just fated to only kill one member.
All right, well, Collapse, I really hope Laryl doesn't watch that replay. I'm gonna assume that he won't. But Collapse did not believe in the chase. He blinked down to burrow strike the creep wave in the middle of that. And so when the fight broke out, Collapse was not there. He's waddling on over with no burrow strike to help out as they take down Laryl. But it's okay. It still ends up being a good situation for them in the end, as they'll continue to keep pressuring with this Aegis, and Yadra will just beat into this tower with no mercy.
That's a big old Christmas tree.
Well, you know, if he didn't abandon them and grab that wave, he wouldn't be 700 gold away from a Bloodstone right now with Collapse. Coming in a second. So that Spirit Vessel is going to get a lot of value if Tims can find the right timings on it, but of course the Lotus Orb makes that a little bit difficult.
It's a tough one, unfortunately.
Are you ready to rumble?
So what was looking like a pretty decent start for Boom, they just were unable to dig in and get a foothold, and the bounty lineup 6,000 gold behind. Spirit starting to sweep across the map, playing with 4 while Lol farming the last little bit of gold he needs towards the BKB. You're already looking so good inside the team fights, and you're getting some massive items. We're going to have double BKB and Bloodstone for the cause.
I still can't get over the speed we're seeing in these Spirit matches. They really have been the most one-sided games of what we've been casting. I mean, they had a 44-minute game this morning, so they've managed to go a little bit later, but God's Wrath here. Can this help them continue to snowball? It looks like Tims will at least be suffering.
Yes, he will. A little bit of time wasted. Ages, I mean, they are accumulating some gold, 3,000 off the back of this. FBZ is currently under the ward, and
doesn't want a BKB. Now it's too late.
Not good. And we're high ground walking, apparently.
What do we
Up
at?
we go.
I'm sorry, 36% status resistance right now? Jeez. 47% slow resistance? That is crazy.
It's a difficult guy to kill. And him being untouchable inside the fights. Even if you get close, you've got Lal or Collapse to counter initiate. You've got Rue with Solar Crest and Disruption to give over. Apparently Paposhka's a Solar Crest too, so double crest.
You know what I didn't even think of is how broken the crest is with the craggy exterior. That's why he was surviving for so long, because as they're trying to whittle through the Pavise and the barrier, the craggy is stacking up. So by the time you get through it, you're getting like, you know, maybe like 20-30% reduction in your attacks. 40 even, I guess. I mean, it's max stacks to 10 and he's at 4% now, so that is pretty wild.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, this is looking like probably an easy siege for them, but they're playing it really cautiously on Spirit. Make sure they give no opening for the boys on Boom. T3 tower claimed. Mid and bottom pushed in. And he was trying to look for the opening. Onto Collapse they go, but the Doom's going to be used as well. Not a bad start Rue will put a beacon on his own life as well as soon as the banishment is used. So they're going to be able to find 2 kills. Lyle is thinking about going back to the middle because Yatoro's going to fly over from the right side as well. BKB about to expire shortly from FBZ. He's going to be able to make it inside the base. Unfortunately, the Batrider doesn't even come close. Jackie's trying to do his best. He's able to assassinate the Slaughter. It's not a bad fight for Boom at all. It's just a question if they're going to be able to deal with Yatoro as well. And it looks like that will not be the case.
You can see the issue with the Slaughter there is that he is still a strength hero. He is low on the armor there. He does get taken down by the Desto pretty fast. But man, when he is BKB'd, like, he kills that Pango in like 3 or 4 hits. It was 4 hits, in fact. He just smacked him down. Just gone. Starts forcing FBZ back into the base. But overall, I mean, that's a good defense. It was a great lasso. To catch Collapse at the start there is exactly what they need on Boom.
Let's see if they can repeat that a couple more times, or if this changes maybe the item build as well for Collapse. We'll see how it broke out. I mean, you've got to use everything.
I don't know why Rue went for that.
Yeah.
Like, what is the best case situation there after that disruption? That was a bit much.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy one to be able to keep him alive. I feel like I mean, you're not keeping him alive. Maybe there's some chance to turn it around, but I think Yatoro was a little bit too far away, so not bad. Some track killers, and they're already looking to try and go for more, but Laps has got Lyle here, and you are missing some of your key ultimates that you were requiring that previous attempt. Maybe you can yoink the Wisdom. Very close.
Bad news, though. It is a long roche spawn. Maybe could have been something big for them, yeah. That is tough. Maybe there was a toss-out play, I guess, after the disruption save. Maybe that's what I was missing. That could have been kind of crazy. Looking for the highlight play. Mapoche gets the Ags. We got Nimbus online.
Okay. Fight maybe inside the river? Or is a little bit away. Radiant, I'm not sure if they scouted anyone.
Spirit do have a Op Sentry combo, but it didn't see the smoke happen.
Wrap around smoke pop with the trap. They're gonna go for the last one of the tiny. That's not the target. Nice reaction as well with the Lotus. Oh my, that was quick from Collapse.
That was insane. Was that preemptive? I don't even think it was. It didn't look like, at least. I don't know.
Oh,
he must have done it once he saw his smoke popped. That's probably what it was. That was insane. Very beautiful play. And that's just going to send them all packing away from this zone. They don't have any scans left on the Dire either, so they're not going to know when this Roche is going down. Yeah, we can see it just... Yeah. It looked like it was just like the same frame, to be honest. It looked kind of crazy.
This guy's not bad. Still only 5,000 gold, but oh, jeez, the probabilities. Jesus, it's not good. 86%.
Oh my god, it was 0.33 seconds before. 0.033 seconds before he got lassoed. That's so sick. Wow. All right, well played. Well played.
This is best for moments from Boom. You've gone up against Spirit, who had an incredible performance in game 1, and then you try and take that team fight, and then you see just a crazy Lotus, and now it kind of makes you second guess all these upcoming fights on how quick your Collapse is potentially going to be.
Yeah, Laryl was waiting in the pit as it spawns. They haven't gotten the armor on it yet. Now they do. All right,
maybe
this is your chance, Mac.
Fast enough. Nice position from Collapse, but yeah, we need that Rolling Thunder. It's gonna have to go soon. It's gonna fall. And meanwhile, they've also lost the Batrider as well, and they're kind of stuck here. They're gonna be able to stop anyone from retreating. Mac is actually considering about using the ultimate inside the tree line, but they cannot take the 5-4v5, especially into the Aegis advantage. So great position from Collapse to be able to intercept that attempt to force the fight.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Yatoro sitting on this Moon Shard, just chilling his inventory for the extra 140 attack speed. It's more than half of his current attack speed from a single item.
Been a while since we've seen this.
The epicenter one, or the tiny build?
The tiny build.
Yeah. We also have the increasing wub wub from the Sand King, getting bigger and bigger. I like this one. I'm always down with the Burrow Strike cooldown though, because that's always value. But we're getting the big base, the big Darude, easy Sandstorm. Bump, 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 bump. All right, smoke up. Thunder God's Wrath ready. Tiny. Ready to hit building.
Back. Yo, that was close. Yeah, just walk up. Sick, bro. Nice damage. They're gonna try and drag him back, but your Taurus falling kind of low, actually, bro. Nice save at the last second. Meanwhile, Tims will go down. He's got to buy back to look to rejoin, but importantly, how can they set themselves up for the second round? They've used the Doom out of the Sparta, which may enable Yator. Importantly, doesn't have a tree at the moment, though. We'll still look to re-enter. They've got the threat at the epicenter as well inside the tree line. Collapse. To walk forward.
Gets their gem back that they lost on Laurel. So that's a nice save. They're gonna smoke and start moving to the southeast, huh?
Not a bad read. We're gonna try and get out of the map. It can't be top. And maybe they're gonna get Mac. It doesn't seem like he's gonna farm the area though. So they might run into Tims. We'll see. What do they know? Apparently, they know. They're too smart.
Oh, Tims, he walked into the gem vision.
Oh, no.
They dropped the little circle down. Alright, teammates get the Tormentor. It's fine. Doom's going to pick up the Scorched Earth upgrade.
Do you see a way back in for Boom? Is there some team fight condition that you're seeing for them?
I mean, there's kind of still an overextension, I guess, for the Slardar. Like, maybe he goes in just a little bit too much. Maybe his first move in isn't great. He still doesn't have a blink. He has now actually just decided to queue one up. So that'll certainly help with his first jump, but the big question is, what do you do with the Doom? I don't think you're going to be able to catch Collapse first. That seems pretty unlikely, especially with the Lotus. That makes it also quite risky, so... I mean, it's, it's not going to be easy. There's no doubt. It's going to require a pretty perfect team fight, and I hope that your Pango gets a full ulti off that's chain-stunning multiple people.
Yeah, so who do you do? I know you're saying it's... You're hard on Collapse. That would be ideal, but probably pretty difficult. Mac.
I mean, I guess Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but Fire Out, that doesn't feel very nice.
It really doesn't. It really does not feel that great, unfortunately. But Dooming Splatter, I mean, maybe it's worth it if you've got the damage to, like, if that helps you control him enough to actually kill him, maybe that's worth it. I just wonder if he'll just still have done enough by the time you doom him that doesn't even feel like it was worth it.
Yeah, and it's just how heavy are we committing as well for the Doom target. You've got triple melee, TA practically melee. Bat's going to be in the middle as well. So we've seen pretty decent epis. I feel like mainly it's just been the threat of the epi. So even though if you are like dooming Rue, honestly, probably best case scenario is you get the lasso onto the Shadow Demon. But
yeah,
we haven't really seen the vision from like the track or the traps be beneficial for them, but I guess you're playing from a large deficit.
Hey, it was their one good fight was Trap Vision, spawning 3-3. Or sorry, Collapse.
Okay, not bad. They're gonna see Brood, but Yutori was quick to be able to cancel Doom. Last throw is there, but there's just no damage follow-up, man. I mean, Yutori's just gonna start to cleave down Jackie, who will try and TP out, but the damage almost is enough once they got through the refraction.
I'm shocked he lived, to be honest. Handy tool to have versus a Tiny, obviously, when you're walloping that giant chunk of damage and nothing but a refraction. Still 2 big kills. No kill for them off the back of that lasso, and now they're going to run it down mid here. Still has the Moonshard. That Harpoon just yoinking people in for the kill. Now the Agnum's done as well for Collapse, who is absolutely massive. Building time.
Jesus.
Indeed.
20 seconds till you have the full 5v5. See if the glyph is going to send them away or not. They haven't looked close to losing a team fight, and once they're set up with a formation, it's probably even more difficult. They're going to try with the Rolling Thunder, but no one else is there. They even get one little bash on the Mac, and he's down instantly too. He might die.
Yeah, you don't want to run the risk, eh? Daedalus is a little scary. You just think like, could that kill me? Like, there's a chance.
What?
Yeah.
Just blink and the Lotus is on him. What is...
Oh boy. Dude. Yadro level 24.5 right now, looking to be the first person and probably the only person at 25 this game with how it's going at the moment.
Wow, crazy. Let's go. Let's go next. This is just demoralizing. It's not even close. They're not even be able to use spells. They're dying one by one. You don't have anyone.
Well, looks like they agreed.
Oh, dude, this Spirit team, I don't know if they're going to lose a map at the moment inside the group stages. They are just absolutely obliterating anyone.
Yeah, they are extremely bold when it comes to how they're drafting. They're willing to pick a couple of these outside-the-box heroes, and they are very much willing to run these like one-dimensional, big, beefy, stompy heroes where you're going to grab control of the game and just never let go. And as long as you don't make mistakes, these lineups will continue to work.
How do you stop Spirit, Trent? How do you do it?
Don't ask me. Nobody knows, clearly. We're gonna have to wait till somebody actually loses a match, or sorry, wins a match versus them, and then we can perhaps analyze from there. But they're hard to deal with in a draft because they're just grabbing this early Tiny, and there's so many heroes you have to ban out right now that Tiny doesn't feel like one that you can really prioritize, but they're willing to give it to Yadro. I'm sure they're willing to probably throw it on Collapse too, and then you've just got Larl, who's also going to play it, or he's going to play this Slider, which he's looked absolutely amazing on. So they're a big problem. Support duo has been great too. Rue's flexing between these these invis heroes that's part of the meta right now, but then he can also just jump back on something that's reliable, like the saves of the Shao Demon. And Paposhka, I think not the best Zeus overall. Like, I feel like he's still getting the feel for it. I don't think it's something he's played a whole lot. But it's good that they're picking it up. They're starting to learn it. Like, I don't even think it's one of their best supports probably right now, and he's still willing to pick it right now and utilize it the way that these other teams are. So, yeah, they're a big problem.
A big problem indeed. The teams that they have to go up against who may be able to crack the issue of Team Spirit here in the groups is going to be Liquid Gaming and Yakult Brothers. So Liquid struggling. They, I believe, got 2-0'd by Chimera. So they must win for them. Gaming looking pretty decent. Yakult as well looking. They're the teams who are currently towards the bottom of that top 4. So they do still have some difficult opponents, or we'll see if they make him difficult or not, because apparently anyone at the moment is pretty free food for them. We thought Paravision at least was going to be incredibly competitive, and that was even more slumpy than this. So
dude, these groups are crazy. You're telling me Chimera went 4-0 today? They 2-0'd Boom and just 2-0'd Liquid?
I'm telling you they did that. Yes, indeed.
Jeez. Okay. Chimera. That is impressive. Also hilarious because don't they have, am I crazy? They have Dahak back, right? Yeah. Because they kicked him and then they couldn't find anyone to play and now he's just playing again.
That's a bit of a, yeah, I saw that. I was so confused. I'm like, what's actually going on?
He's gone. He's back. Like, all right, well, it's working. So that is very impressive. Good for them, man, and good for Spirit. It's a very interesting group stage. We're only halfway through it here, folks. As obviously, you know, we have many streams going on, trying to figure it all out here. As this could all upend itself, depending on what happens. There's still plenty more Dota to play. Who knows? Maybe Spirit will go 8-6 after all of this. Maybe they'll lose everything else after. Probably not, though.
True. Probably not with the form they are in currently for Spirit. So we're gonna have to see. Group A is starting to get some separation as well. They must have just got a 2-0. I don't know who that was actually up against. I do want to take a look. Who did they verse? Oh, Extreme. Okay, that was earlier on. In fact, that was the third series, but so at least they're able to get some victories. But yeah, we're getting, you know, Falcons importantly had a better day today. Heroic didn't have a good day today. That's Group A. And Group B, yeah, Chimera, like you said, was really the big one. So we're shaping up for some potential tiebreakers, but we definitely have some people up top and down the bottom, unfortunately, a little bit separated from the pack.
It's good stuff. I mean, this is good Dota, is what it is right now. It's very exciting when we've got a group stage like this where it feels like anyone can beat anyone. Definitely some upsets happening. Not necessarily in our series, of course. This certainly wasn't much of an upset, and it was just a continued showing of the overall strength of this team right now for Team Spirit. And going forward here for them, I mean, what are the matchups still left in the group stage? Looks like they have to play against Liquid, who was, they're struggling. Gaiman, and then Yokul. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I mean, those teams are all struggling a little bit in some ways, so they're looking very good right now.
Yes, that they are. So you're perfect timing for them to be able to hit this form. We'll see. With that being said, DreamLeague is incredibly long, and who knows, maybe heading into groups 2, they're not. I think maybe some crazy stuff has to happen for them to even be forced to play tiebreakers, but they're pretty much almost guaranteed at the moment to be making it over there, which is exciting because this team looks really fun to watch. I mean, they've always been a fun team to watch, Team Spirit. It doesn't really matter what iteration it was, whether, you know, it was the original TI roster with Lal coming in, and then, of course, you know, Satanic and Rue, and then now back to this one. The team is always incredibly fun to watch. They have a very unique strategy, and they have at least a interesting kind of draft as well with how they look to play. So yeah, it's always fun to be able to cover these guys.
I was looking through. They're also top 2 or the second most heroes picked at 41 so far here. And we have a ringing here, Aries.
I see. We do indeed. It's going to be the lovely Yutoru joining us. Yutoru, congratulations. I don't know, dude, you guys are looking incredible. Flawless so far. I want to talk to you a little bit in regards to your hero pool. We know in the past you have been praised with having a very diverse hero pool. You're enjoying the Beastmaster. I've been hearing rumors about the Tidehunter. Are you getting bored of like the standard carry heroes?
No, I don't think so. I'm just trying to find something new because patch is too long, and some basic carry you know already, and I know how to play on them. And I'm just spending my time in pubs to find something else, like some new heroes, new builds, or something like that.
Are you kind of enjoying that? Because I imagine like before this you were maybe practicing on a little bit more of your traditional heroes, and now you're being able to experiment a lot. Are you enjoying this maybe different mindset going into pubs potentially?
Yeah, sure, I'm enjoying this like Tidehunter or something else, and like I know what I'm gonna play on basic carry now. Good, some Templar Assassin or Phantom Assassin or Bloodseeker or something else, and I'm just having fun as well on new heroes, and it's like good for me to improve for some our strategies, some flexibility on draft, and I'm just spending time directly for improve as a team as well.
Okay. Yadro, there's two heroes that I find fans will ask me about a lot, and I'd like to know what you think. I noticed you played some Phantom Lancer. A lot of people ask me, what's wrong with Phantom Lancer? Why will no one play Phantom Lancer? I was watching actually one of your games when it went 60 minutes. I was sorry to see you lose. It was a tough one. What's up with Phantom Lancer? What do you think of him?
I think the most important problem, but he's still zero pressure at lane at all. Like, he has no spells, literally no spells, and he's so small HP bar, and also he needs items. Some Bloodseeker can already like do something from level 6 at map. He can go gate, he can go rune, he can go contest tax or something else. But for Phantom Lancer you need at least Aghanim to do something. But now meta works like you need to play more aggressive, more faster than in previous patches. So I think the most problem is just no spells at hero, only ulti, and no HP.
Now, there's another thing happening in the Dota scene, Yadro, where people are looking for offlaners. And a lot of the times, you know, it's these carry players. They're going to the offlane. Now, how do you think you would do? If you had to move to another role, would you be an offlane player, or like where would you go if you had to shift it up?
I think I would be like maybe post 3, maybe post 4, not post 5, not mid lane. It's too bad. I'm too bad at these roles, I guess.
Okay, good to know. Well, it's good. You know, you're working on that Tide and Beastmaster, so just in case the team needs you, you can hop to 3. Yeah, that's
sure.
good.
I have already some pull.
That's good. All right, thanks, Yadro.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your upcoming games. Thank you, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
He's practicing. He's getting ready when he needs to fill in for collapse here in the offlane. That's going to be an exciting day if we ever get to see the change. I wasn't expecting to see Picard's change to the offlane, but apparently that is working for Shopify. Maybe one day it'll work for Spirit, but they probably don't need to, considering Toro is still top 3 carry and maybe at the best at the moment with how he's looking. So. Like I was saying before, Spirit, this team, very fun to watch. Draft, gameplay, everything, they're looking good.
Yeah, 100%. I can't wait to watch more of their games. Honestly, I'm definitely the biggest Team Spirit fanboy right now. I just want to cast all their games. That's people ask me, what team do you like to cast the most? Currently answer, Spirit. They are just dominating, and we got mid Slardar, so that's been pretty cool. Unfortunately, I won't see them tomorrow here on Ember, will I, Ares? No, I won't.
No. Unfortunately, you will not. The other sweaty boys in Mike and John, they're going to be starting with Falcons against Mudang Warriors, and then Chimera versus Game. We will be covering Tundra versus Extreme and Liquid versus Avulus. At least how it's shaping up at the moment, that Liquid versus Avulus series is going to be incredibly exciting, but that's at least with how the groups are looking. I'm sure there's probably some other really nice ones as well. Maybe even actually Chimera and Gaming, considering how good of a day Chimera had. So still tomorrow we will at least be able to determine a little bit more on who is potentially getting seeded in the second groups and who is close to being eliminated.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance some teams are going to be on their way out near the end of tomorrow here. So make sure you guys are following through all of the various streams, of course, as we've just got Dota all over the place, and probably a bit of Dota still happening in some of the other ones. I see the main channel still on right now, so they've obviously got something up, and make sure you come back for some more Dota tomorrow too.
Yes, without a doubt. So again, as always, we're going to be starting at the same time. 4 series tomorrow, like Trent was saying. Go watch the other games if you want to have that more entertainment, if you guys want to stay up late. But for us, we are done on the Ember stream. We'll be catching you guys tomorrow for some more Dream League Season 25 action.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no